Funny enough, none of the people that were so vocal in the text chat have come into VC.
What?
To stand up for what they were saying in the text chat. So that tells you all you need to know. End of my rant. Also, morning, Bev.
Morning. Looks like the resident t-shirt makers made a new t-shirt. Quick. Did everybody think of that logic?
Which bit? You want to make DP's t-shirt?
Mm-hmm. He's got the syllogism, hasn't he?
Are you guys making t-shirts?
No, that's DP. DP's always made the t-shirts, hasn't he? Does everybody not know that? Did nobody tell you that DP is the one that did the t-shirts and the memes?
We never had anything to do with that apart from input into what we wanted to see.
Just the ideas.
Yeah. Didn't get any money, nothing out of it.
It's like he's still doing it.
Yeah. Fair play to him.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny how he can use all of the images, though. Well.
What's everyone think of the argument? Using a basic syllogism. What do you reckon, Jesse?
Are you making long sleeve shirts now that it's too cold for t-shirts?
I don't think DP's in here, is he? What do you think about the syllogism, Jesse?
Where's that? I just got here.
Okay. Do you not see Blue? Did you not watch Big Blue?
No,
the Blue Marble Scientist.
No, I did not.
Okay. Here we go then. I'll give you a quick rundown. You know, basic syllogism, if A equals B and B equals C.
I don't know about that. I don't really know what that word means.
Which word?
The syllogism? Yeah, that one.
Okay. It's a basic form of logic, how we find proofs. You know, like the sort of the foundations of mathematics. You should know that. It's sort of if you tie two things to the same thing, then those two things are the same also. It's very basic, you know, people's fundamental understanding of logic, really, mathematics. So are you with us?
I'm not sure exactly. I feel like I missed a huge story, and it's way past my bedtime, believe it or not.
Okay. All right. What about anybody else?
Sorry, what's going on?
No, what are you talking about?
What do you think of the syllogism as an argument? The one I presented to Blue when we had a debate on Friday. Presented two arguments.
I don't know what you're talking about.
DP likes to put them on t-shirts. I termed the phrase t-shirt logic. What do you think of the idea of making an argument simple enough to get it on a t-shirt?
Oh yeah, I always
yeah, I'm into that. I do these psychedelic designs, and they're all for these DMT faces, and there's these original designs, and I've always wanted to put them on t-shirts because it's not necessarily an argument, but it is in a way that it is visually, you know, and it shows, you know what I mean? It has that esoteric essence to it just from a drawing.
What do you think about the argument? Trying to get an argument simple enough to get on a t-shirt.
That's my point. I think that is an argument in itself, something visual. When you put something on a t-shirt, no one's going to read a string of text, right? It has
Like
to
a
be visually
meme.
appealing.
It depends what kind of text it is. If it's only a few words in bold, I think that's quite striking. But yes, if you're going to write a whole wall of text, people aren't going to read it all. And you need something to catch people's attention.
And usually text doesn't do that for most people unless it's a funny text, right? That's why
What
I
do you think about the argument? Did you hear it?
What's the argument? No, I didn't hear it. Sorry, I came in late and just sort of butted in.
Okay, I'll say it again then. You know the idea of a syllogism. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, right? They all link together. It's called the transitive law of equality. But, I mean, that's a bit
Do you think many
technical,
people
isn't
will
it?
yeah,
Big words.
exactly. Not many people are going to understand that.
So do you understand if A equals B, B equals C, then A equals C? That's very simple. I don't think I can make that any simpler. Do you understand
but what
that?
does that mean? You know what I mean? That's sort of just like you throwing words around. You could say A equals Z
Sort
instead
of an
B.
axiom. It's a basic axiom, the fundamental of mathematics. That mathematics is built around these axioms, things like that. That's the first one, funnily enough. So do you understand that? That if you link two things to the same thing, then those two things are actually the same as well.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. What does it ultimately mean, though?
Well, I did it when I in the debate with Blue Marble Science.
I got one suggestion for your T-shirt.
What I did in the debate with Blue Marble Science, I linked both level and horizontal to an equal elevation, thus showing they are the same. Level is horizontal.
Yeah, you see on your shirt where it says "see reverse for details." I just wouldn't put that on the shirt.
I don't know. Is he listening in? DP, you've got some advice. He might be listening in on the YouTube.
Might be, yeah. That's DP's talk to DP.
Oh, okay. I'll tell him.
Yeah, he has. He needs the input. Put it that way.
Yeah.
It's a good T-shirt, but I wouldn't imagine many people would buy it.
What do you think of the argument?
I'm buying it once he removes the "see reverse for details." I'm buying it.
It's a good argument. Any rebuttals to it? See, because Blue Marble Science seems to think that horizontal doesn't actually exist, as though you think it does, as a line or a plane. So it depends whether you go with the Blue Marble Science route or the geometry route. Fundamental understanding of mathematics. It's either one or the other, I think. It's all right. It's a question we all have to ask ourselves.
Flat Earth confirms, mate. Fucking oath.
Nothing to do with flat Earth.
And another thing about girls coming and speaking in a live stream is they get DMs in the background.
Who DMs you? Can you expose them?
I could expose all my DMs, but I won't, because I'm not.
What are they DMing? They try and have chats with you.
No, they're just taking the piss. They're trying to troll me in the background. Because I'm talking on a live stream and they don't like it.
I think they're interested.
Yeah, of course they're interested. They just want to talk to a girl.
Because they're incels?
Involuntary celibate. Yeah, well, if they're rooting on the reg, I wouldn't imagine they're DMing random girls just because they sound like a girl.
Jesse, why you keep asking about? I don't do t-shirts. Never have. It's just DP that does the t-shirts.
But wouldn't that be a splendid thing on a t-shirt?
What, the horizontal is a plane?
Yes, a plane that is perpendicular to a plumb line at a given point on Earth's surface.
Mm-hmm.
And see, that's the difficulty with your serology, or whatever you call it. The technical definition for horizontal makes it clear that horizontal is not equal to level, except at one point on Earth's surface.
Does it have an equal elevation?
It says nothing of an equal elevation for horizontal.
So, because that definition says nothing of an equal elevation, what does it say then?
It says that a horizontal, in a technical sense, is only perpendicular to a plumb line at a, that is singular, given point on Earth's surface.
Yeah, it is a straight line though, right? Oh, plane.
The
You
horizontal,
just live in reality, right?
Yeah.
the horizontal is a straight line, but
Yeah, good.
according to this definition, the Earth's surface is not a straight line. Otherwise, the horizontal plane could be perpendicular to plumb at any point on Earth's surface, but it's only perpendicular at one point. See?
Okay. Can we just, like, basic fundamentals, right? Can we go with horizontal and vertical are perpendicular? True?
Say that again?
Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular, or vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. It's a statement of truth, right? A fact.
Well, horizontal and vertical are also the names of a rectangular coordinate system. Are you talking about that?
Talking about horizontal and vertical being perpendicular to each other. Are you okay with that?
Well, it depends on if you're talking about a rectangular coordinate system whose axes are named horizontal and vertical, or if you're talking about a horizontal as in a plane perpendicular to the gravitational field that is perpendicular to a plumb line at a given point on Earth's surface.
Okay, perpendicular. Right? Because even in the debate, Blue Marble says gravitational vector, vertical, plumb, and zenith, nadir, are all the same. Right?
Say that again?
Would you go along with that? You want me to say it again? Fucking hell, Jesse. Right. You've got the gravitational vector, right? Let's call that A, right? So A equals B, which is vertical, equals plumb, equals zenith, nadir. All four things, A equals B equals C equals D, they're all the same, right? To Blue Marble Science. Are you going to go with that? Are you going with the Blue Marble scientific definition?
I'm not going to go with that because the word vertical can have two different meanings. In one case,
it just only has one meaning. Everybody knows vertical is a straight line. That's it. Up and down, the same as plumb, the same as whatever you want to call a gravitational vector, and the same as nadir, zenith. That line, they're all the same. What's the other one? The Blue Marble Science definition that's other than. Please, Jesse.
people aren't going to want to talk to you if you cut them off mid-sentence, you know.
awkward. Is that because you can't answer, Jesse?
Well, that would be the only assumption, right?
Mm-hmm.
No. He and I go back a ways. When he gets in a corner, he starts cutting people off, and when he starts doing that, it's like, okay, I'll just let him go. Do you doubt it?
What's the other vertical?
What's that?
What's the other vertical?
Oh, the other meaning of the word vertical? Vertical can be, or is also, the name of an axis in a rectangular coordinate system, which need not be oriented towards plumb. It's just a name of the axis in a coordinate system, and it's at right angles to the other axis in that coordinate system, which is named horizontal.
Okay. And that's the same as the horizontal that's perpendicular to vertical, the one that's a plane.
The axis, the perpendicular, which is an axis in the rectangular coordinate system, is perpendicular to the axis horizontal in that coordinate system.
The horizontal plane, the one that you in your one that you wanted to be put on a t-shirt by DP, the one that says perpendicular to a plane, does it? What does it say? Being in a plane perpendicular. So that would be the horizontal plane, like you've just described, the one that is perpendicular. That one. We've got definitely the same understanding of a horizontal plane with a perpendicular vertical.
So, in your opinion, why is a horizontal plane only perpendicular to plumb at a given point on the Earth's surface and not at multiple points?
At any given point. Everywhere.
Well, no, it says A. A and any are two completely different words, even though they start with the same letter.
You would agree, though, that at any point that you go to, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Anywhere that you or me or anybody listening, right, wherever they are, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular as the understanding, like we understand there.
You mean a horizontal plane that was perpendicular at that point?
Any point, anyone, every one of us right now, all of us at the same time.
I agree that you could have two different horizontal planes which were centered in two different places, and they would each be perpendicular to plumb at their center point, but they would not be parallel to each other.
How do you know?
Well, my reciprocal zenith measurements tells me that.
The reciprocal zenith measurements.
In fact, your lovely shot of the Blackpool Tower from Parbold tells me that too.
I doubt it.
Well, think about it. You were looking out straight and level.
Let's try thinking about this, yes.
At the Blackpool Tower from what? Almost like 20 miles away, right? And you were looking down at the part of the tower that was taller than you. Now, had you been at that tower up at the 400, 500 foot mark, whatever, looking back, you would have also been looking down at yourself. So how can you be looking down both ways?
It's impossible, isn't it?
Except you demonstrated it's quite possible.
It's impossible. You cannot look down in both directions. That's fucking ridiculous.
Well, were you or were you not looking down at a location of equal elevation on the tower from Parbold?
I don't know. What do you consider as down?
Well, the below the crosshairs in the auto level? Maybe. It sure ain't up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Well,
you've never actually done this, have you, Jesse?
I
Have you ever took a picture where the horizon's higher than the crosshairs?
Yeah, when I put my instrument right down by the water.
So you managed to get, would you call that the horizon?
I got whole ships up above eye level when I'm right down close to the water. But you were up in
Above.
clear air.
You got it above, higher.
Oh yeah, but you're
So
avoiding
you
my
got the water
you're avoiding.
higher than the level that you were at in the distance. You managed to do that.
Oh yeah, I have to get down close to the water on a calm, warm day when the water is cold,
So you got the water higher in the distance.
and
Is
a
that-
whole ship
would
besides.
you call that a hump?
No, I think that was refraction actually. But you're avoiding my question, Bev. When we look through the auto level
Uh-huh.
and something that we know is higher than us appears below the crosshairs, how is that happening?
You know, in that picture that you're calling a shot through an auto level, do you see a measuring rod?
Oh yes, sir. I see an amazing measuring rod.
Do you?
Yeah, they built it just for me. Them people that built the Blackpool Tower, they put marks up the side and everything. They made it big enough to read from 20 miles away.
Okay, now, would the vertical of that Blackpool Tower, in, your eyes, have a tilt to it?
Oh, you know what, like a third of a degree?
Just a tilt, yeah.
About a third of a degree.
A tilt in vertical you have in the distance.
I don't understand your question. You keep asking it.
Yeah, it's just saying, like the vertical in the distance at Blackpool Tower from where we were on Parbold Hill is tilted to you.
No, tilted away from me.
Oh.
Remember? 69 miles per degree. So 20 miles is like about a third of a degree, right?
Mm-hmm. And that's the tilt of the vertical, is it? It's 1 degree every 69 miles.
I had him build it tilting towards me 0.3 degrees to compensate, so you don't have to worry about a thing.
But I was on the understanding that the 1 degree per 69 miles was if you were to say sight Polaris, the light in the sky that doesn't move anywhere, right? That one. And then move either away or towards that light in the sky, then that dropped or raised one degree of angular measurement. You don't think that's a tilt of the vertical, do you?
Oh, what's that? DP distracted me in the chat.
Yeah, you've had this coming to you for a while, Jesse. You're absolute horseshit with the goon.
Oh, and it took Bev to explain it to me because you couldn't 3D.
No. I've got a completely different issue with you, Jesse.
Oh.
Your
anyway.
your 1 foot object at 100 foot will fill the Stadia head, really.
Yeah, you've been moaning about that for a month now. So Bev was just on a hot trailer, so let him continue, please.
Yeah, no. Bev's got you by the short and curlies. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I was just under the impression it's just 1 degree angular change. That's all I was under the impression of.
What's
but you seem to have that, Jesse, right? There's a light in the sky, right, that doesn't move. Are you aware of it? Most people call it Polaris.
It moves a little bit, but I know what you're talking about.
Okay, right. So you can measure an angle to that light in the sky from wherever you are, right? There is a light in the sky, and you can measure an angle, right? I mean, anyone can do that.
Sure.
Okay, scientific. We can all partake in a little bit of blue marble science here, right? Now, if you move either towards that light in the sky or away from it, then that angle that you can measure to that light in the sky will either, if you move 69 miles in either direction, straight line distance, right? And then obviously keeping it at the same elevation, basically a horizontal 69 miles in either direction, and then measure that angle changes by 1 degree, either plus or minus, depending on whether you're working towards it or away from it.
Okay.
Now, you seem to have thinking that has something to do with the tilting vertical.
Oh, Askin wanted me to tell you that you're tired, I guess. Never mind.
Stay focused, Jesse.
But no, it's true that the stars move 1 degree for every 69 miles, but it's also true, if the Earth is a globe, that if there is a tower sticking up and you move 69 miles away, it will be leaning away from you by 1 degree. It's the same relationship.
Is that so? You basically you do that, don't you? You equate that measuring an angle difference to a tilting vertical, and like by extension, do you think the horizontal tilts the slopes with it?
Those aren't the same things, Jesse, because one's on the ground and one's in the space.
Well, so let me ask you, if you took a basketball, and I know Bev loves, what do you call them, spaghetti sticks? And
why have you picked up a ball?
Well, because
we're measuring angles, right? You're getting very close to a stolen concept here, right? This works because you walk in a straight line and keeping the same elevation. That when you measure that angle, it changes. You've seen the stadia hairs, right? Within an optical device.
Oh yeah.
So the same way that as you move away or towards the height, or call it the angular difference, but really you can equate it to like the top of a stadia hair, really. It's top of a measuring rod. Can't you? Because that would be the same relationship. Just put a light on the end of a measuring rod, the top of a measuring rod, and then forget about the measuring rod, and then you move that light further or closer. It moves higher or lower, right? Well, to fill more of the stadia hairs or less of the stadia hairs. Same thing.
I think the actual formula is the arctan of the rise over the run, right? The rise over the run into arctan. Yeah. I
did get a good one about the arctan. Let me get that. Oh,
Jesse,
you like this?
How do you know that these buildings are tilting in the distance? How do you know that?
Well, he was asking about the theoretical tilt.
No, you said it was tilting. It's all right.
No, I'm asking you, how do you know the buildings are tilting in the distance?
It's not the buildings, the vertical tilted.
Right. I'm saying that the whole
vertical difference.
Yeah,
so you can see that there.
I'm saying that
is that what you're talking about, Jesse? Things like that.
I'm saying that plumb at one location is not parallel to plumb at another location 20 miles away.
So you're saying that the tower either leans away from the plumb at the auto level, or they are both leaning away from each other. Which is it?
There's just a difference between plumb at the one and plumb at the other. You can call it either way you want, but it's just a difference between them. It's like if you're standing there 100 meters from Bev and you ask, well, am I 100 meters from Bev, or is Bev 100 meters from me, or is there just 100 meters between us?
So that there is no perpendicular between what you claim to be measurements then? If they are leaning away from each other, then there is no perpendicular. You do not have a measurement, Jesse. Because
No.
those tools need to be at perpendiculars. You need the measuring rod at perpendicular to the horizontal to get an accurate measurement.
He said about the arctan, right, Jesse? Oh, click on that little thing. It is really cool. Logos gave it me on Twitter this morning. It's all about the arctan. That's how the arctan works, isn't it? He knows it's about perpendicular. He does. Deep down, he does anyway. You know,
So
like everybody, you mind bend the horizontal. It's okay. A lot of people do. Yeah, go on, Jesse. Sorry.
So you were trying to explain to me how the part of the tower that was above you appeared below the crosshairs in your auto level.
No, you were the one that said that you can get the horizontal in the distance, that above the horizon, above the crosshairs. You said that. I've never said that. I said that's fucking ridiculous.
Yep,
I've always claimed that. Jesse, I've always said there's no way the horizon could possibly rise to the crosshairs. It's fucking stupid.
No, yeah, it could if you get down right close to the water on a hot day.
Not a fucking chance. Not a chance.
Well,
there's only you and George, God bless his soul, that have ever said that. I've never heard anybody else say that. Strange that, isn't it?
Well, just
see, that's a claim that other people say it.
There's something else also. Jesse claims that curvature is happening when his crosshairs are lower than
He's
the
talking about the
horizon.
arctan. He's talking about the arctan. Aren't you, Jesse? And that's, as everybody knows, it's a geometric function through perpendiculars, through the triangles with 180 degrees, marked by all right angles being equal. Like in the geometric system that everybody understands, where squares exist.
Okay, so riddle me this then. The top of the tower is what, 500 feet? And you were at, let's just say 400 feet. I got 395, but let's say you were at 400 feet and the tower was 500 feet. And at
linear. We're talking here. Yeah.
And at 20 miles, I got 20.1, but let's just call it 20 if you like. Or do you want it in kilometers? 32.3 kilometers.
Straight line again.
Okay. How many?
I'm asking you, Jesse. Just can you confirm that these distances that you're giving me are straight lines, and are one of them a vertical measurement, and is the other one a horizontal? Because this is where we're going. Carry on.
The 20 miles is a straight line. The vertical 500 feet is vertical in its location. It's plumb in its location, reasonably speaking. And the 395 feet in the observer location is also plumb in the observer's location.
Okay. Now, the line between them is a straight line. With each end of this straight line, there is a perpendicular, yeah? From point A to point B, you have a perpendicular at each end of it. Are you okay with that? Just to make sure everybody's with us, he's constructed a vertical at one end at A and a vertical at the other end at B. So we have an A and B. Now I'm talking about the line, the shortest distance between A and B, of which there is a vertical at each end. Are we okay with that?
All I'm saying is there's a 500-foot tower and there's a 400-foot observer looking through an auto level. Using arctan, how high should the top of that that tower appear in the scope? There's a 100-foot difference.
Well, you see, you seem to be confusing the arctan with perspective from actual optics, aren't you? And your scope as well. You're talking about a scope. Are you?
But
What magnification have you got of your scope? What are you talking about? Because there is a difference, right, between the arctan, geometric, perpendicular, and you looking through a scope, or in fact, you looking at a picture that somebody else has taken. Right, somebody else has taken a picture, and then you've picked it up off the internet, rather very ranty like, and then claimed that picture shows a drop of something in the distance, a separation of horizontal and level somehow. Yeah, and then you're going to try and equate that to an arctan.
Well,
I know a lot of people have done it. Don't worry about it.
I know two really great researchers. They're the ones that set this thing up and took the picture. I'm still not clear who's which.
Yeah, while you're at it, Jesse, can you just walk us through the Stadia range finding that you did with this picture as well, to enable you to get, what was it you got from the Stadia range finding? Oh, it enabled you to do a pixel count. So you claimed a measurement that enabled you to do a pixel count. So if you could just walk us through that Stadia range finding that you did with this picture, that'd be great. Thank you.
Well, I already explained it to you a month ago, and
yeah, well, just not everybody that's here was there, Jesse. So if you could walk us through it, I've already posted a clip from that Funny Bunny Ears quotation marks debate that me, you, Hammer, and the Goon had. So if you could walk us all through how you did the Stadia range finding within this picture that enabled you to get that pixel count, please, Jesse. Thank you.
DP, can I just establish first, right? I think because this is where we're going. The geometric is obviously Stadia hairs. They're going to involve this as well, Jesse. So bear with us.
No, sorry, Bev. I hope I didn't jump the gun on that one a little bit.
Well, no, it's all right because I'm pretty much finished with Jesse with this one question, right, Jesse? Do you think it's possible to construct in reality, through geometry, the way you're trying to do here, a square consisting solely of verticals and horizontals?
Why would I want to complicate it like that?
Complicated? No.
Yeah.
In reality, right, do you think it's possible to construct a square using only horizontals and verticals?
What does that have to do with the fact that I'm looking through this here auto level, and I'm looking at a 500-foot tower, and it's below eye level, and eye level is 400 feet?
Well, I think just to let everybody know, right, because I definitely have that understanding of whenever I'm looking at any of this sort of stuff, I understand that a square can be formed from verticals and horizontals, because that's what I'm going to be using is within my principles of all of the geometric reasoning I'm going to do, especially with stadiometric range finding, leveling, differential leveling, the understanding of the equality of 2 points being neither higher nor lower than each other, right? And a line being at vertical, being at right angles to that baseline, a horizontal. Like, that's a fundamental of everybody's understanding. Now, can you do that? Do you have the ability to mentally construct a square in reality, realize it as a square constructed only of horizontals and verticals?
So I'm not sure why you're avoiding the arctan question.
ECV, this is, everybody, if you're listening.
But I just calculated it, and 20 feet of rise over 20 or 100 feet of rise over 20 feet of miles or 20 miles is like 0.05 degrees positive. So that tower should be unquestionably sticking up above that center crosshair, right?
Everybody, if you are listening, the understanding of the stadiometric range finding that Jesse here is using is the fundamentals within Euclidean geometry, and it's built around an isosceles triangle of equal. Two sides are always equal. That's how the fundamentals of this works. Of which you need to have an understanding of what a vertical and a horizontal is, right, in the distance, because Jesse obviously understands that the base of that isosceles triangle is always perpendicular to the center line, the height of the triangle. Fundamentally, right, Jesse, you know that's the principles of how the stadiometric range finding works.
What the Globers do is they draw those triangles in the air, if I understand it correctly. They draw the triangles in the air, and it only touches at the point where.
Are you speaking for them?
Yes.
Or on behalf of them?
Because he's not going to explain this to you.
I don't. He can't explain it to me. That's why he's not saying anything. Why does he need you to tell him?
And it touches at the point.
Thanks,
Godric. Just let Jesse answer the questions that are directed at him, please, Godric.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
I mean, I've got one for you, Jesse. Is the ground between where we were and the Blackpool Tower, is it level? Is it level ground? I mean, it's, 21 miles, 32.3 kilometres, 20.1 miles, 32.3 kilometres. Is that ground level between us? Bearing at we're what elevation were we? Jesse, come on, help me out.
You were at about 395 feet, which is about 120 meters, right?
Right. Okay, so are we at a level with the sighted object?
Well, the important thing is that
just a yes or no question, Jesse. Are we on the same level?
Who set this thing up anyway? Because the guy that set this up must have got it way off.
Jesse, your avoidance.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Jesse, I can remember, and we said it doesn't matter whether it's set up or not. Literally, it doesn't matter because we're not measuring anything. All we were doing was trying to ease Ranty into going up Winter Hill like he said he was. He got an auto level himself. He was going to do it.
Taken, Jesse. And yet you seem to think there are measurements within this picture. You claimed there are measurements within this picture when no measurements have been taken, Jesse. Not one single measurement is taken in that picture.
Okay,
and
so
if you care to read that screenshot that I've just posted with regards to stadiometric range finding, it says the tool must be used on a level surface to make this method work correctly. Now, is the ground between us and the Blackpool Tower level, Jesse? Because in order to do this correctly, the ground must be level.
So, do you guys have a problem with me avoiding a question like I did?
No, because everybody does. We call it ECV. It's one of the reactions to CogDis.
Hang on, Jesse. Why are you avoiding the question? I don't get it.
Because they avoided mine earlier, and I wanted you all to point out that avoiding questions would Baz business, and so maybe you could make him answer my question.
Very
what
nervous
question
laugh,
did
Jesse.
they avoid from you?
The question was this: how did the top of a 500-foot tower appear below eye level at 400 feet?
Have you ever seen the optics?
vanished into the horizon at a distance.
No,
All right,
it's
Godric,
through,
we don't-
talking about through the optics of a
Godric.
fucking auto level.
But,
Well, that's my answer. If it's wrong, you can correct me.
well, please explain. The auto level was level, right? Or was it not level?
Don't know.
What do you mean?
All distant objects vanish into the horizon at a distance, so it appears
It doesn't
lower,
matter.
but
I
it's actually
said
higher. That
it
makes sense.
doesn't matter whether it was set up or not. It wasn't actually doing that. The only reason we went there was to show that we could take a picture of Blackpool Tower from 3 different elevations. It can be done. Ranty, go ahead. Off you go. Go and do your big Isle of Man experiment looking for Isle of Man through an auto level. Because we know what'll happen. We knew already. Ranty wouldn't fucking do it.
And that auto level's still sitting in the shop, as far as Ruhif knows.
Over by Katz's, he never got around to going over to Katz's and picking up the auto level to go
How
and do
fucking
it.
hilarious is that? How hilarious is that by itself?
So
you once again you missed it, and I think going back to that day, because we did a lot of this sort of stuff, but I think we went there to go and show how far you can actually read on the rod, and we put Blackpool Tower in the distance. I think there's another few freakaloids that have took a picture, another screenshot of all of the other stuff that we do.
Yeah, okay, Bev,
and tried to prove a drop. Mm-hmm.
That's the series of pictures that we were there to take. That is the reason that I came up to yours that weekend.
Okay.
For that series of pictures, and this leads into what Jesse was saying about the stadiometric range finding and the relationship. Jesse,
my picture's better than yours.
We don't care about whose picture's better, who considers whose picture to be the better picture, Jesse.
Well, listen, I have a question. You said something, and then you just ran off with the noise there. Did you say that the auto level was not even leveled for that picture? That
I said it didn't matter. Like, why do you think it matters that we went up there to go and take a picture so we could show that Ranty? Don't be scared of it. People can do it. It's all right, no problem.
Bev, he needs that auto level to be level for his non-existent stadiometric range finding that he hasn't done in a picture that's led him to be able to do a pixel count on that picture to be true.
But that's only because, right?
That's why he needs level.
Yeah, he needs the vertical though, right? Doesn't he? He needs the vertical at the far end to be perpendicular to the horizontal straight line.
But
Jesse, that's right, isn't it? No,
why won't you just answer my question?
Jesse, do you think that's possible for that vertical in the distance to be perpendicular to the horizontal that goes through the auto level? Do you even believe there's a possibility in that geometric?
Well, why don't you answer my question that I asked before?
Goes back to the square, Jesse, that you don't think it's possible to form a square in reality with verticals and horizontals, which is unfortunate.
So are you saying that the instrument was not leveled, or that you don't remember, or that you're just
no?
not
I'm saying you don't have the fundamental understanding of perpendicular. I'm saying that's you, Jesse. Because you can't form a square with horizontals and verticals in reality, can you? Because your mind's fucked. You don't have the sense of parallel horizontals and parallel verticals. You can't have them. You're fucked.
But why won't you answer the question?
You can't use
was it or wasn't it leveled?
hairs, Jesse. You can't use them.
Well, was it leveled or was it not leveled? Because if it was leveled, I don't even need the stadia hairs.
I don't know.
You don't.
I can't. No, I think DP might have had a go at leveling it.
I think I was taking pictures of the tower with my P900.
There you go. So I can't. No, maybe it was my lad. You're having a go.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I can't really remember.
Well, so somebody tried to level it, right?
Don't know.
No,
I can remember. I can actually remember saying it doesn't matter whether we level it or not.
Because we didn't even have the measuring rod out of the car. So
yeah. So I said, I think I can remember saying it. It'd probably be better if we didn't.
Didn't level
probably.
it?
Yeah, I thought that would be a good one. Yeah, because it'd still be taking a picture of it, and then Ranty could go up Winter Hill and verify it. Right? I mean, you've got no one else to check it, have you? Get Ranty to get his O level and go up Winter Hill and check it for you. In fact, give him a trip to Parbold Hill as well.
This is
doable.
Amazing, Jesse.
So I actually happen to know that you did level it.
What?
And how do you know that, Jesse?
Well, because I calculated the missing height.
Calculated what, Jesse? With a fundamental understanding of vertical and horizontal?
Well, just listen to
me. Do you actually have a fundamental understanding of verticals and horizontals through this picture? You've used a graph there. Now, would you say that those lines in the graph represent a vertical and a horizontal?
Well, just let me say what I was going to say here. It's not going to take that long.
Everybody, please note Jesse's avoidance of verticals and horizontals and the fundamental understanding of perpendiculars, which is very strange. Everybody's got to admit this. This is a little bit strange.
Well, so I calculated the height, the missing height from your auto level shot of Blackpool Tower from Parbold, and I put it into my graph of data from a whole bunch of different readings, and it matched the curve. That tells me that you did level that auto level.
Wow. Is that blue marble science? Is that one of the methods that you get taught?
No, I figured that out.
Backwards engineering. Yeah, it does sound good. Yeah. How you can determine what we did on the day out.
Yeah, no, your measurement matched Earth curve very nicely. So I know you leveled it, even if you don't remember leveling it. Tell your lad he did a good job.
That's a very nervous laugh you've got there, Jesse.
It's always a nervous laugh.
Very nervous laugh. Because you don't have the basic geometry that you need to make the assertions you're making.
Stolen concept.
You just don't have it, Jesse.
Call it like stolen concept thinking, right, Jesse? It's like you have a fundamental misunderstanding of the basics that you're using. Because you are actually, in your maths and everything, you're using vertical and horizontal, aren't you? But in your thought process, because of the model affliction that you have, you don't actually have a vertical and horizontal square perpendicular structure, do you?
Okay, well, I think I got as much out of you as I'm going to get. So what was your question for me? Yeah, but I'll answer your question. I wanted to see if you'd put a little good faith forward and answer some questions there. But anyway. Okay, what was your question again?
Well, I've got one about your stereometric range finding. And
okay, first Bev,
one to 100 ratio. Jesse, can you walk us through that again, please?
Well, after Bev was asking me about something about a parallel and a square and a horizontal and a vertical.
Can you, in reality, construct a square with only verticals and horizontals?
You mean according to a rectangular coordinate system or on Earth?
I mean, in reality, can you construct a square using just in your mind?
I don't think it would be square if my measurements are accurate.
So that would be a no. You cannot do that.
Not if my measurements are correct. Not if your measurements are correct.
What measurements?
There was no measurements, Jesse.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
Oh, yes.
Not only do you not have the fundamental understanding of what a square is with verticals and horizontals and perpendicularity, because vertical's a straight line, horizontal's a straight line, and vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Yet you have just said you can't form a square from that.
Listen, Bev, I know you leveled the auto level because you don't understand the math it would have taken to fake that angle to make it fake Earth curve, okay? So, I know you don't want to answer how in the world the top of that tower got below them crosshairs.
Is it right to tell somebody else what they did, Jesse, if you weren't there?
That's just Jesse's assumption. Jesse needs to assume that to make his maths work.
The preponderance of the evidence is very strong, my friend.
But it's still an assumption on your part, Jesse. You do not know whether that auto level was leveled. You have no clue whatsoever. You have no measurements in that picture. You have no verification that the tool is level. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
But what are the chances that you, by accident, set the thing up without leveling it, and it just happened to look exactly like Earth curve?
That just shows how you've worked the maths to fit the picture, Jesse. That's all.
Oh, no, that's not all. But anyway,
I
answered your question. Now, 3DP has a question.
Wow.
This isn't question time, Jesse.
It's like he's this superstar.
Yeah.
You're all right, Jesse. Don't worry about it. If you've got to go, get going.
You could walk us through the stadiometric range finding that you got completely wrong in the funny bunny ears quotation mark.
Of course he got it wrong. He doesn't have an understanding of the square.
Yeah.
Of course he's got no understanding of what fucking stadiometric range finding is.
So what was it, Jesse? Something 1 foot. What
I
distance?
think that the answer is you cannot make a square.
Godric, please.
Go ahead,
Jesse. If you'd like to finish the roundup there, something 1 foot high. Finish it off for us.
Oh, something 1 foot high, fit evenly, exactly between the stadia hairs vertically. 100 feet away, 1 foot high, it'll fill up the stadia hairs perfectly.
Right. Okay. One small problem with that. Just out the gate, right? You know these are calibrated metric.
Is yours not a 1 to 100 stadia?
It's calibrated metric, though, isn't it?
No, it's a 1 to 100. It's not calibrated. It's a ratio.
Right. Okay.
Right, Bev?
Yeah.
Tell him, Bev.
So something 1 foot high.
Okay, 1 meter high, 100 meters away. I don't care.
Oh, now we go. Now here we go. Something 1 foot high, 100 feet away, won't be seen in the scope, Jesse. It will be below the scope. So how can you feel the crosshairs?
No, you raise it up and you put it between the stadia hairs.
Oh, no, you didn't say that, did you? You said something
I did.
1 foot. No, you didn't. You said something 1 foot high and 100 feet away will fill the space between the top and bottom stadia lines. It won't even be seen in the scope, Jesse.
Did you think I meant 1 foot high as in elevation? No,
I'm taking it from exactly what you said. Something 1 foot high and 100 feet away.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought you'd read the manual.
Well, Jesse, I'm just going by what you said in the funny bunny air quotation marks debate that we had with Tune.
1 foot tall. How's that? Does that do it for you?
Well, 1 foot tall is 1 foot in height, Jesse. Yeah, so you're still no better off.
No, a 6 foot tall guy at 10,000 feet in a parachute is still 6 foot tall.
Now you're dancing, Jesse.
Yeah, you could have talked about imagine a ruler taped to a goalpost size, like 30 centimeters, a 1 foot ruler. You could say that, right? Then he would not understand that you're not talking about it on the floor. You're just picking it up. It's a 1 foot ruler, like as though you've taped it to a goalpost or something like that.
And you just wave it around, would you, Jesse?
You really didn't know how to use stadia hairs, did you?
Jesse, is that what you do? You'd have a 1 foot ruler waving it around, just hoping it fits between the stadia hairs, yeah?
Or tell them how to use stadia hairs, Bev. I'm too tired.
Well, I don't know. I've never done feet with it. All of mine are metric, so I wouldn't know. You'd have to test it. Have you tested it? Has anyone tested it for you?
It's the same for metric. If you don't want to use feet,
have you tested it, Jesse?
I read the manual for your instrument.
Okay, but have you ever actually tested what you're claiming?
Oh, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, it's in all the surveying manuals too. So if you're going to say they're all wrong about that, then
That would be
I
a
guess
good
you
one
need
to
to
test out on the beach next summer, Bev.
Well, here's the beautiful thing of it.
Something
Jesse
one-
could do it. Jesse could
Oh,
get
yeah.
the team on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually-
you've got loads of them now, Jesse. I mean, this is going to be this is the age of the blue marble scientists, surveyors. I bet. Like, you're doing all of these calculations, and you don't even have a fundamental understanding of what a square is.
Actually,
Great.
I
Fucking
take
great,
that
that, Jesse.
I take that back about having not tested the Stadia hairs. I tested it on yours because what happened?
Jesse,
Yeah.
you do know there
the
were no
foot.
measurements taken.
The foot.
Well, regardless of what,
Where was the foot? 100 foot away. Where was that?
Let's
It's
see
like
if
we've-
we can find that.
I've got a metric wheel, so I wouldn't have done like feet.
well, so here's
In fact, the only time we ever did that, really, there was a guy that claimed he could get a 1 arc second measurement over 1,500 feet. So what we did was we converted that to meters. Obviously, it's 500 meters, and then we went on Blackpool, Southport Beach, and walked 500 meters away. And then I held the measuring rod there, right? So people could see that the lying bastard that was saying that he could measure these angle measurements. And he was obviously lying, right? And we were there in there was a picture of us showing what a lying bastard he was, right? And you know what they did? The idiot. They said that Blackpool Tower dropped in the distance. Much like you, Jesse.
And I've just posted a series of pictures from that very day, Bev.
why are you guys tag teaming to not let me answer the questions you ask?
No, because we're just showing you what actually happens in reality, right? And you're saying that you don't have a fundamental understanding of what vertical and horizontal is and how you can make a square using only verticals and horizontals in reality. Fundamentals of how these tools work.
And how you don't have a basic understanding of fundamental geometric principles when using these tools, Jesse. That needs to be said as well.
Actually, I think my method must have worked correctly because based strictly on the picture, I was able to determine the observer distance within a mile or so. And I found Parabole Hill before anybody told me.
Jesse, that location was given away on the day. That location was given away to Ruhif when he asked for it, and that location was given away to you by me about 3 months ago. So for you claiming that you didn't have that location, Jesse,
gave it to Chad because we gave Chad all 3 pictures.
Yeah,
so he could do one of his Chad drawings, right? So Chad was given the pictures and told where we were. We told quite a few people on the day after we'd done it what we did.
Hey guys,
and where the distances we were away. So it's not surprising that
we actually said in the live stream as well, Bev.
Yeah, I know that you released all the information when you released the pictures, but
so you went la 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 la. I can't hear you.
You went
like that. Did you go like that, Jesse? Did you put your fingers in your ears and go la 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 la? I can't hear you. Is that what you did?
I wasn't there for
because
your release.
There are multiple people that know exactly where we were. And like I say, Jesse, I told you about 3 months ago when we were going through this very picture where we were.
No, you told me that you couldn't remember exactly where you were, so I figured it out, and then I pointed it out to you, and you said, yeah, that's it.
You claiming that I told you I couldn't remember where we were?
Yes, you did.
You are full of shit, Jesse.
Well...
Typical backwards thinking, though, Jesse. Well done. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
He's
back engineered that picture perfectly, even though
he's
he's
not the only one, though.
Fucking clue.
Yeah, I hope you've not told anybody that this is some sort of a actual surveying method that people use. tricked people into thinking that verticals tilt because you've done some sort of weird fucking like you've took vertical and horizontal of being perpendicular and then gone, hey, guess what, guys?
No, I only tell people that surveyors in the UK do it that way. The rest of the world doesn't do it that way.
Yeah. Brilliant, Jesse. I hope you haven't been going around telling anybody all of this sort of stuff, getting people to make videos about it. That'd be pitiful, that, wouldn't it?
So, are we all in agreement that a 1 meter diameter sphere centered in the center of the view of the telescope 100 meters away, 1 meter in diameter, will fill up the stadia crosshairs just perfectly? Are we all in agreement on that?
We knew that to begin with, Jesse. You didn't.
Yeah, I think we could go more fundamental.
You're the one that got it wrong.
No, I didn't get it wrong because my math worked out. The distance.
I don't know. After you've gone, Jesse, I think we might have a bit of a go round to see who actually thinks that they can construct a square, as in the understanding of a square using verticals and horizontals, just as a basic understanding.
Well, the catch is that as your amazing auto level shot showed, you were looking down at something that was above you. Someone on that tower would have been looking down at you. You've got your double drop right there. So that's pretty good evidence that plumb in one location and plumb in another location are not going to be parallel. So if you make a square with two sides that are in different locations and thus not parallel to each other, that's not a square. That's my point. Okay, now, on a small scale, it's going to look like a square. As far as you can tell, it's going to be a square. But if you were to do it over a great distance and actually measure, it wouldn't be, I don't think.
Right, so you're saying that your geometric principles where you need straight lines, angles, perpendiculars, horizontals, you're saying you've got none of those in this observation?
In which observation?
The observation from Parbold Hill. You've just said that you
can't be using
don't have any of those straight lines, square boxes, perpendiculars, right angles in this observation.
The measurements that you claim to have got that from nowhere, right? The measurements that we didn't get. Those measurements that you've claimed to have taken, they would be straight line. You wouldn't be using those principles, would you?
Well, the thing is, if you had hired an American surveyor to go out to that same spot and do the same measurement with a total station or a theodolite, he would have come up with the same measurement. So, anyway.
So you don't have the geometry that you need to do the calculations that you claim to have done, Jesse. This is what you're admitting to at the end of the day. There are no perpendiculars, horizontals, angle measurements. There's nothing in that picture. This is what you're admitting to. Thank you very much, Jesse. Now, good night.
Yeah, no, I think you're missing the point.
No, Jesse, you have made the point exactly for us. There is nothing in this picture that you need to get the measurements you claim have been taken. There are no perpendiculars. There's no angles. There's no measuring rod. There's nothing in this picture to enable you to get the measurements you claim to have gotten. And at the end of the day, Jesse, like you said in the funny air quotation bunny marks debate, you said a pixel count. Now, if the measurements are there, Jesse, why go to a pixel count? Why count pixels in a picture if the measurements are there?
Because them's is my graduations. And besides, there was something there off of which to make a measurement, and it was those lovely crosshairs that I know were level.
That's your claim, Jesse. You have no clue as to whether that tool was leveled or not.
Well, it sure matched up with all my other measurements. It even matched up with
because you've back-engineered the calculations, Jesse.
No,
to match what you see. Yes, you have.
Well, now that's your assertion. Have you proof?
Jesse, who was there on the day? Me or you?
Well, the lad evidently leveled the thing, and he did a fine job.
Well, now you've got yourself into another predicament, Jesse. Because first of all it was me, first of all it was Bev, and then it was me, and now it's somebody else. So, you're changing your story every step of the way, Jesse, to suit what you feel is right. Now, who was it? Was it me, Bev, or was it Bev's lad?
Doesn't
Make a
matter.
decision.
Whoever
Doesn't
did
make any difference.
whoever did it did a fine job.
Mm-hmm.
It was leveled. It was focused. It was an excellent job.
Have you ever heard of a stolen concept, Jesse?
I saw one once, but I took it.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? It's like in Sophistical Refutations, Aristotle, like way back. This isn't even in that, right? It's that fundamentally understanding all sorts of shit that it couldn't have even been conceived of back in the day with the enlightened times, right? Of the true philosophers, if that's what you want to call them. So this is the idea that you're going to use a horizontal and a vertical to prove that you can't have a horizontal and a vertical. Like, literally, that's why I'm trying to say about the forming of a square using only horizontals and verticals as a basic concept, because you have to get rid of that other vertical, horizontal, perpendicular somehow.
Well,
but it's a mind fuck.
Technically, the auto level established my horizontal, and that formed the baseline of my square and the corner from which I could measure the angle.
Yeah, but
to
perpendicular
the
to that
as
horizontal plane.
The horizontal plane.
As a fundamental understanding, a perpendicular to that horizontal plane is a vertical. Anywhere upon that horizontal plane, there is a vertical that is perpendicular to it. That's a fundamental understanding, right?
I didn't understand that. But anyway, gentlemen, I do need to get to bed.
So you don't understand the basic fundamentals of geometry, Jesse?
I do.
We know that. Yeah.
It's been a pleasure.
We know that.
Okay.
If you really think that I reverse engineered the math, all the math is in the picture, you show me where, and next time we meet, you can show me where. Otherwise,
Well,
you're just
Jesse,
making it up.
you've demonstrated you
later.
don't understand the basic geometry, and when it comes to stadia range finding, you haven't got a fucking clue, mate. You have demonstrated this yourself. And you claim there are measurements in that picture. There's no measurements in that picture, Jesse. You made it all up, and then you had to go to pixel counting. Pixel counting isn't a measurement, Jesse. If the measurements are in that picture, why the fuck are you counting pixels?
Well, if I know how many degrees there is in a pixel, or how many pixels in a degree, then why can't I count pixels and make that into
because
a measurement?
all the measurements are supposed to be in the picture, Jesse. All the measurements are supposed to be there, and you end up counting pixels. Can't you see the circular reasoning, the logical loop you find yourself in? If the measurements are in the picture, why the fuck are you counting pixels? Jesus. It's like wet nursing a 4-year-old, Jesse. Honestly.
Well, no. By definition, a 1/200 stadia hairs has an angle of 0.57293868 degrees. Okay?
There are no degree measurements in an auto level, Jesse.
Oh, yes, there are. Them two stadia
no,
hairs.
are not.
Those two stadia hairs are 0.57293868 degrees apart.
You can calculate, but you're using the fundamentals of the horizontal and the perpendicular in the distance, Jesse, in order to do that. Stolen concept, dude. You can't use the fundamentals in order to disprove the shit that you're using. It's crazy, Jesse. I don't know how people have fallen into this trap. I've been trying to tell Wally for years.
So
they're not mental.
What's that, Jez?
No,
Oh, no, I was
ignore
just
Jazz.
saying-
The conversation is between us, Jesse.
Yeah, you go, Jesse.
So, do you guys deny that a 1 to 100 or 100 to 1 stadia hairs has an angular spread of 0.57293868 degrees?
You have admitted that you don't have the perpendiculars, the horizontal, the perpendiculars at a distance that you need for the basic geometric principles, and now you want to go to the angular separation of the stadia hairs and do it accurately when you don't have the basic fundamentals of the geometric principles. You stated that earlier.
But why won't you answer my question?
Because
you
you are
no,
in
or
a
you don't
loop,
know.
Jesse. You are in a loop of denial right here. You don't have the fundamental basic geometric principles that you need to do the angular separation of your stadia hairs at all, let alone accurately. You don't have the horizontal or the perpendicular, which you need at that distance for the angular separation to be accurate. You just don't have it, Jesse, and you admitted to it.
I do have the horizontal, though. Now, I admitted to not having a four-sided square.
Blue Marble got rid of the horizontal, so you can have a horizontal line in the horizontal position. Are you? That's okay with you? The horizontal plane.
So, what do you think,
What about all the perpendiculars to it?
What do you think, Jazza? Do you think the angle of the stadia
call
hairs
him for a
is
white knight.
0.579?
Call him for a white knight, Jesse.
No,
okay.
He's not calling for a white knight. You're calling for you're bagging off the dude that you're talking to and saying that Jesse's wrong when he's not.
Well, he doesn't have the geometric principles over the distance to give him the fundamentals of the perpendicular, the horizontal.
Why are you arguing with an alcoholic? Seriously.
Do you know what
not an
perpendicular
alcoholic.
means?
Jazza is.
Yeah, Jazza. Who doesn't? How
Jazza,
many
why does anyone
days
take
have you been
Jazza
in this
seriously?
conversation, Jazza? If you don't know what a perpendicular is,
You don't know what
is it your first
perpendicular
day? Is it your first day in the call center, Jazza?
Do you know what perpendicular means? Is the top of a spoke of a bicycle tire perpendicular to the top of the tire from the hub?
What?
If you don't get that, then you don't know what perpendicular means.
How many whiskeys you had,
Yeah,
Jazza?
he's been listening to the fraud, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Mick West said, "Don't do that. That's not right."
And Jezza, you do know that perpendicular is the relationship between two straight lines, don't you? You do know that.
He's not going to understand anything you say.
Yeah.
No, I don't know anything. I'm a drunk.
Yeah. Well, evidently so.
But
how many years is that now?
Jesse just destroyed the shit out of you two.
Yeah.
That's great.
If that's what you want to believe, Jezza, if that's what you want to believe, then you take that with you.
It's not what I want to believe.
It's obvious, Jezza. It is obvious. Jesse doesn't have the basic fundamental geometric principles that he needs at that distance to be able to do what he claims to have done. He gave them away himself. Jezza, were you not here for that bit? He gave the perpendicular, the horizontal, he gave all that away.
B-Ball's got it there. Right, B-Ball, that's right. Look, there's a picture. There's got a distance and then a vertical height, right?
Absolutely.
Perpendicular in the distance. Yep. In the distance, there is a perpendicular which is represented by the distance and the vertical height change, and elevation change.
Jesse gave all those away. He said that doesn't exist.
Yeah, you can't have that square.
Can't
have that square over there. Put that on a t-shirt.
Well, no, you asked me if
that might be a good one, actually, Bev. Can't have that square over there.
No, but I would appreciate if you didn't misquote me. You asked me if I could have a square where the side.
Yeah, that's what you said. Right? You can't have the square because of that bit over there.
No, I said you couldn't have a square whose sides were parallel and plumb if the sides were some distance from each other. That does not mean
building construction. Are you trying to say that they can't build a a structure with vertical walls.
Well, I also said that for something
Wow.
small, it would be an insignificantly small difference. But
Okay. But you are saying that they can't do it, right? It's not possible.
But I did not say that I didn't have a horizontal, and a horizontal is the one thing I need to measure for missing height through your auto level.
So horizontal, you can have a horizontal plane then.
Your auto level gave us a highly sufficient horizontal plane.
Brilliant.
And somehow, the top of a 500-foot tower was below that 400-foot high plane.
They don't get what plane means.
Somehow. You mean it could be optics then?
Well, I mean, you could make that argument another day.
I'm not making it as an argument. I'm just putting it up as a question. Like it could be, couldn't it? You know,
could be pixie dust fairies.
Mm-hmm. But what you definitely wouldn't say is that the relationship of perpendiculars between horizontal and vertical has to go, right? You'd be ridiculous to think that because of a picture that you've seen somewhere that has no method of measuring, that you know really little about other than your own work, and you're deducing shit like Sherlock Holmes, really, sat in your Discord, typing away with your mates. But you've done that and then deduced that the vertical over there is tilting.
I'll try to answer one of those questions if you will answer my question of whether the stadia hairs have an angle of 0.572936 degrees.
No, it's just a relationship of vertical height and the distance you are away from it. That's what the stadia hairs do.
You don't want to answer that question, do you? That is hilarious. That is totally hilarious.
There's no angle measurement.
Oh, yes, there is.
I'm not on an auto level now. There's no vertical angle measurements.
Absolutely, there is. Those two marks are 0.5729 degrees.
Jesse, have you? Where did you measure that?
Well, the manual says that it is.
Jesse, where did you measure that angle?
I measured the size of the tower and the distance.
You measured? How did you measure it?
Well, look, you need to answer my question here.
No, you're just claiming that you've measured something. I'm asking you, how did you measure it?
So, did you agree that a 1 to 100 stadia hairs is an angle of 0.5729 degrees?
Why would you do that? Like I'd say, if anybody wants to know how the stadia hairs are used, we do that. We go on the beach using an auto level. People can understand how it works. They can actually do this stuff for themselves. Have you done that, Jesse?
With an auto level?
Yes.
No, I only have total stations and theodolites.
Have you done it with a total station and a theodolite? It takes a few people, really, because you need somebody on the camera, you need somebody holding the measuring rod, and you need like people within the Discord. You need to get a bit of a team together, right, in order to be able to do this. Have you ever done that?
We had a bit of a team together, didn't we?
So you need to get a team together that believes in your horseshit to come up and cooperate.
We just literally show people exactly what happened. Real time as we're doing it.
No camera tricks, no videography. Just broadcast it straight to the Discord through a internet Discord link on the back of the auto level. That's what we did.
Yeah, but if you get 6 or 7 or 8 or 11 people that are paranoid that think that everyone's lying to them, then you're going to come up with the same conclusion.
No, what was the people's mindset got
what
to do
conclusion
with that?
did you come up with, Jazza? Did you watch it? Have you ever been?
No, send it to me. I'd love to watch it.
Did we do it live?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was done through this Discord server, I believe. The first time we did it,
yeah. I think
was
that
it
was
Brand? Was it
No,
Brand?
I think it was. No, it was this one. It was this one. Because,
yeah, so
we were going to go and show
live,
about the lying twats saying that they could measure 1 arc second over 1,500 feet, 500 meters. Actually, I think that might be that one there. And that look, B-Ball's putting it there. The one where we're showing. Look, you cannot see 3 fucking millimeters. So anybody claiming they could would have to be a lying twat, wouldn't he?
That's why I had him build me an especially large
Nice
meter
of you
rod.
guys to do that, right? I keep pointing it out. Thanks, B-Ball, for pointing that out. It's got Blackpool Tower in the background. Nobody would be fucking ridiculous enough to mess about with Blackpool Tower. No. The actual reason we went there was to show that you cannot claim to measure a 1 arc second accuracy if 1 arc second over that distance is 3 millimeters. Well, 2.5 or 2.7. We gave him a bit of leeway. Call it 3 millimeters. So look at the measuring rod there and just have a look. Measure your 3 millimeters on that, or to the closest 3 millimeters, whatever. That's what's claimed to have been done by a guy that may or may not live in Maine.
Alrighty, gents. It was a pleasure. You all take care. I'm off.
Yeah.
See you later, Jesse.
See ya.
Don't worry. Thanks for bringing this up.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah.
We'll do it again.
Glad your geometry's fucked.
Good night, Jesse.
You gave everything away, Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Well done, you.
Glad you're staying, Jesse. Rest easy.
Gave everything away.
Thank you very much. So what's everybody think about the horizontal being an equal elevation and level also being an equal elevation? Nah. Weird.
Well, see, you know that elevation means altitude or height above a certain thing, right?
Yeah. Even. Yeah.
Okay, so in an aeroplane or a helicopter, doesn't matter what the fuck you're in, a hot air balloon, a glider, doesn't matter.
Absolutely. Vertical distance, right? Vertical.
Yep.
Okay.
So we use a thing every day. Way back in the day, I can't tell you when, what year, what date, there was an agreed thing called the International Standard Atmosphere, which was 1,013 hectopascals of air pressure. In the States, they call it 29.92 degrees inches of mercury, sorry. And it was plus 13 degrees Celsius. And that is the International Standard Atmosphere. Everything in aviation is measured from that, calibrated to that. So if you take off from a runway at Gatwick in the UK.
Don't want you doing it, do you?
No, don't want you doing it.
I'm not. No, I don't. I'm not doing it to do any of that. Don't worry.
No. I'm not trying to be a cunt. I'm just trying to say that there's an international standard that all altimeters measuring height above the ground are calibrated to.
Height. Yeah. Vertical.
Yep, vertical height. So you have separation between aircraft. And what this goes down to is, we call it QNH in the southern hemisphere. It's called inches of mercury in the northern hemisphere. So we know from that calibration that the height of the runway that we take off at is, we change the QNH, the air pressure to that, the height of the runway that we're taking off from, because the air pressure changes every day. The pressure gradient changes every day. So that height, if a low pressure system's coming, that could change by a couple of 100 feet. And if the weather's bad...
I've got one here. Would you reckon with that? Is that all right? Where he's got the aeroplane on it, and it's got like the absolute, true, and the pressure one. Is that the one you're talking about? That datum plane.
I'll stand by, my live thing's all fucked up. Did you put something in the live stream?
Yeah. Is everybody okay? Can everybody else see that?
can see it.
It's got like the absolute, the true, and the pressure.
No, I can't see it. But all I'm saying is it's really, really simple. Is that if, let's say, we took off from London City Airport right now, and the air pressure was 0, then London City Airport runway, if it was right on the waterline, would be 0.
Yeah, it's got it on that picture. Everybody can see that.
Yeah, I
Dayton
can't.
plane. It's got the pressure one just below the true, which is the water.
I can't see that. Are you trying to say I'm a globetard because I can't find it?
No.
You know, I'm fucked if I can see it.
You talking about the illustration that Bev's just posted in the chat?
Yeah, that's
Right.
what
Yeah,
I'm-
which
Like
I can't see.
2 minutes ago. It's a
I
big
don't
white
know.
sheet. It's got a picture of an aeroplane, and then
I
it's
know,
got
mate.
altitude, true, and pressure
I
and
don't
the
know.
old
How
reference
this
to
bloke-
the Dayton plane.
as vertical columns. Yeah.
And then the altitude is above the land, and the elevation is the land, right? That's the way we make the distinction between.
Look, there's even a little airport with an aeroplane sitting below the control tower there. Look.
Yeah. That's why I thought Jazza would like it, because he was talking about taking off.
I wish I could
Specific,
see it. I
because
can
it's
tell
got
you.
pressure on it as well, because you like to reference it to pressure, don't you?
I'll tell you what, Jezza, I'll copy it, right, and I'll repost it just for you. There you go. Look. There you go. Can you see it now?
There you go.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That was a bit hot, Travis.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Exactly.
But do you not? How do you not get what I just said from this exact diagram?
That's what we've been saying all along, right? You obviously have the fundamental understanding of a square being formed with verticals and horizontals, right?
Oh,
Obviously.
dear. See, no, I think what the problem here is that you guys think that you know what you're talking about when you don't. So let's take this.
What?
Let's take the airplane, right? Let's take the airplane and jump it over the control tower onto that big flat bit of land.
Is that the aeroplane that you can't fly at the moment because you're drunk?
That's under absolute. No, I can definitely fly that. So why don't we, instead
course
of
you
using
can, Jazza.
that as an excuse because you can't handle the truth, why don't we put the airplane under the arrow under absolute? Why don't we do that?
I wouldn't. Don't do that. You'd crash it, wouldn't you?
Are
Crash
you
it. That's the
capable-
land.
No.
So don't be doing that with your aeroplanes. For God's sake.
He would have
If
crashed it
anybody's
anyway,
listening,
please.
if you
We'll
anybody's
take
listening, you are pilots. Don't take this
We'll get an
advice of this
engineer.
man to put your
We'll get it.
aeroplane underneath the land. It would be very
Also,
dangerous.
don't drink
Listen.
before you go out flying.
Listen, we'll get it. A licensed aircraft engineer. We'll take the wings off. We'll put it on a trailer, and we'll move it to that big bit of straight land before the cliff under absolute. Are you capable of visualizing that?
Of an aeroplane underneath the land in an elevation profile.
I know you're capable of being a dumb fuck, but are you capable of visualizing? You just made this. You put this up here. So
to show everyone what the difference was, the way you were talking about, and where the pressure, because you talked about it, Jazza.
And yes, exactly. And I'm just trying to explain to you that you got it all completely wrong. So I'm just repositioning the airplane to make it slightly more easier. That hopefully you'll get it, but you probably won't.
Repositioning the airplane under the land
to an easier spot for you to get it.
Well, there is one there. There's one parked already. Like sort of that height. Or do you want to put it underneath? Sorry,
but you don't understand where it's parked right now. So I'm trying to make it easier.
It's under the control tower, Jezza. It's under the control tower, the one that's parked up. I understand where it's parked up. It's under the control tower. And it's probably, by the looks of it, it's not far off of the same elevation as where the arrow is pointing to, where it says absolute. You see where it says absolute?
Yeah. No, I do get that.
And then that's right. I was talking, Jezza. And then you've got an arrow that points down to the ground. Okay. Now where the aeroplane is parked up on the one side of the control tower, where that absolute arrow hits the ground, it doesn't look far off the same elevation. Really?
It doesn't look far off, but according to you guys, that's far enough away to cause some conflict.
What conflict is it causing? Because I must admit, right, I had to step out. I had to step out for a moment just then, right? So last couple of minutes, I've not really been listening. So if you could run it by me as to what confusion is being caused here, because at the moment I see this illustration, right, and it gives absolute true, and yeah.
It was when I pointed out about the square.
Yeah. So
he got a bit nervous.
I don't get, Jezza, by moving that static stationary aeroplane, the one that's not flying towards us, I take it is the one that you mean, right? By moving it from one side of the control tower to the other side of the control tower, right, where the elevation is approximately the same, what are you gaining?
Well, it's not approximately the same. That's what your distorted vision of this whole conspiracy is telling you, that looks the same, but it's
not a conspiracy. I swear I got this off the internet.
Hang on, Jezza, whoa, back off. Jezza, back off a second, right? So what you're saying there is, if I extend that, you see the horizontal line that comes off the aeroplane that's in flight, you see that one? If I extend that horizontal line across the top of the control tower, right, and put that absolute arrow from that horizontal line down behind the aeroplane that's on the ground in front of the control tower, is that not absolute pressure anymore?
No. What I'm saying is the distortion between the bottom of the absolute line on the right-hand side of the control tower is just about right in the middle of just below the propeller of the airplane on the other side of the control tower. They are not the same height.
It's an illustration, Jezza.
I know it's an illustration. That's why I asked.
Jezza, that's why I'm asking the question. That horizontal line that the absolute pressure is taken from, being off the tip of the wing that is of the aircraft that is in flight. The illustration. Jezza, please. I was talking, Jezza, right? If you extend that horizontal line and you put the absolute pressure indicator on the other side of the aeroplane that's in flight and drop it down behind the aeroplane that's on the ground, is that no longer absolute pressure at that point?
It has nothing to do with the aeroplane in plan view looking at us.
Oh, come on. This is
not a
fucking boring, Jazza. Yeah. Are you the best they've got? I mean, come on.
It's not my fault you don't understand shit. Dude, it's not my fault.
Jezza, you're boring. Bring in the next one, please.
All right, I'll go have a real quick smoke. You move that aeroplane under the absolute zero onto that level ground before the cliff, and then we'll fucking talk, and maybe you guys might be able to learn something.
Jezza, it makes no fucking difference, you muppet.
I know, because you're not going to learn anything.
What the fuck are you asking us to do it for, then? It's only about the arrows for the absolute, the pressure. No. Yes, it is. That's what that picture is. You got triggered, didn't you, when we mentioned the square?
He did.
No, that's how you don't.
Is it because at the bottom it said plane? Did that
they always get triggered when you mention a square.
Dude, just
elevation. Elevations have a horizontal baseline. Freak the shit out of a group of people, don't they?
Yeah,
crazy.
Dude,
and Jezza,
hang on.
Jezza, you need to, Jezza. Well, you go and have your smoke. mate, my son, you need to go and get your glasses because those two lines are exactly the same. See, look, I've just done a pretty red line to demonstrate my
Don't
point.
be drawing straight lines. Fucking hell, they
Oh,
get triggered
no,
by
that's two straight lines, two parallel lines in one picture.
Perpendicular. Fucking hell as well. You don't draw fucking right angles on them. Don't draw the right angle symbols on that.
They're going to be freaking out.
Do you reckon that'd be all right with you, Jazza? If he extends that line, could he put the little right angle symbol on the absolute, the true, and the pressure? Do you reckon?
Well, see, if you guys...
Should I give that a go, Bev? What do you reckon?
Hang on. I'm going to see what happens. What's some magic happen? Are you ready for this, Jazza?
Hang on.
How to trigger people with geometry.
Flat earthers can't listen because they can't handle the truth.
Yeah, all right.
I'm not a flat earther, Jazza. Well, I mean, carry on. Go on.
No, you are.
Carry on with your bigotry.
I never...
It does not involve me. Carry on.
I never mentioned the airplane in the air. I only used the arrow of the absolute with the arrow down for a reference point.
Right, and are you going to move that arrow?
I never said it had anything to do with it. I just said move the airplane.
You just wanted to move the aeroplane.
So you could see, in terms of pressure, that level ground and the cliff down to the sea. That's a fucking reference point.
That's the absolute.
It's not my fault you don't get that.
Get what? That's the absolute, the one to the land.
It's not my fault that you don't understand that's what I was saying. Go back to school. Holy fuck.
There's a... Dear, oh dear.
It's all right. It's that straight line.
Yeah, if you can't play nicely, don't play at all, Jezza. Blimey.
Would you prefer a different colour, Jazza? Can we ease your pain with a different colour?
It's funny you should say that, Bev. Having a bit of a different colour. Look, I've even... There you go, look. The ones on the water, that's going to trigger the fuck out of them.
Shit, you've shown parallel. Oh, look at that.
Oh,
that? See that understanding of the perpendicular there? Crazy, innit, Jazza?
Oh, fuck. No, I'm going to go kill myself. I'll be back in 5.
It's all right.
Proper triggered him this morning, Bev.
No, it's all right. I'm going to bring myself back because I'm a disciple. Watch out.
How do you deal with that, though, mentally? Being serious about it.
I'm totally being serious. It's I'm talking to 2 kids at kindergarten that think they're right from drawing with crayons.
No, but I mean the perpendicular relationship of those arrows, those lines, according to that thing. I mean, it does say at the bottom this standard datum plane. You missed that one, Deeper. You could have put that one up, yellow or something.
Yeah. No, I'll pick that one up. I'm just got something else going on at the moment, you know. Standard, what? Yellow, you reckon? Yeah. Yeah,
Jazza,
we can
you
do
all right?
Yellow.
You all right with yellow?
I'm good with anything. Go for it.
To the standard datum plane. There we go. Look, a nice little yellow. That's a bit difficult. That one. It's a bit fiddly.
Yeah, it's a bit low, isn't it?
Yeah.
Perhaps should have clipped the picture.
Oh, hang on. Silly me. I did do exactly that, and I can zoom in on it. There we are. Look.
I see. I just see Globus just a few minutes ago put up a thing about he obviously doesn't know what perpendicular means on a sphere. That's nice. I love that.
What is? You saying there is a difference? There is a perpendicular on a sphere? Wow.
Absolutely.
Wait, go on then, teach us.
Is there a perpendicular on a bicycle tire, on a mountain bike tire?
Oh, didn't we have this conversation about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, Jezza? And you lost. Yeah.
No. I didn't lose. I just succumbed to your dumb fuckery because you didn't get it.
Well, what's a perpendicular, Jezza?
It's not up to me to tell you. You went to school, you claim you went to school and learnt everything everybody else did, but I don't think you did. I'm going to have a smoke. I'll be back in 5.
Okay.
Yeah, take your time, Jezza. Take your time, please.
I quite like this.
Learn some shit.
Okay, I'll try while we're here, right? Just so everybody knows, Jazza.
I can have another perpendicular there and a perpendicular there.
So this is the definition 10 within the definitions of the fundamental basics of mathematics. Everybody should know this.
I think I've got them all there. Have a look. What do you reckon?
So I'll just do this, right?
Yeah,
the definition of perpendicular, right, is this is the first time that perpendicular was mentioned. So this is literally what perpendicular means. It says when a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another. Each of the angles is called a right angle. Everybody knows what a right angle is. And the straight line which stands on the other is called a perpendicular to it. So everybody knows what perpendicular is. And then DP's got this picture here now showing exactly what perpendicular is. Everybody knows that.
Oh, I've just found some external perpendiculars as well. Look.
And everyone also, looking at this picture, you would be able to say, if that line there is vertical, you could then say that one is, and that one is, and that one is, and that one's horizontal, and that one's horizontal. You could literally say that. You could do that. Because everybody has the fundamental understanding of geometry. Well, I'd say everyone.
Oh, Jesse demonstrated that he purely
Jesse's lost it. Yeah.
Yeah. He does not have that basic understanding, that fundamental understanding. But fair play to Jesse. You know, he gave himself up this morning.
He's willing to stand up and say it. Same. Yeah. Blue Marble Science did the same. Like these are Blue Marble scientific methods that they're employing, and they're just full of stolen concepts, fallacies, fallacious logic. In fact, no logic at all. Reductio ad absurdums most of the time. That's why we laugh. Funny. You're not going to change reality from it because reality is reality already. Everybody knows these basic concepts. Just nobody wants to talk about it, strangely enough. Awkward, I'd call it.
Or for them, awkward.
I thought awkward for anyone. Nobody wants to talk about it.
Well, I mean, I'd quite happily talk about these geometric principles with, say, you all day long, you know? It's quite straightforward.
Yeah. Yeah, imagine a square made only of horizontals and verticals. Just imagine it, can you? You go like, yeah, of course you can, because horizontals are fucking parallel and verticals are parallel. Yeah. But then there's a group of guys that go, no. Like, why? Well, they are perpendicular, yes. And they are straight lines.
But no. It's just crazy.
Mainly boomers as well, but I mean, I don't know. Could do an idea of age range for the hardcore.
Easy. I don't think I'm quite in the boomer range though.
Thanks. No, I don't want to send Jazza drinking more. Discuss the position that they've put poor Blue Marble Science in. He's come out with the stolen concept, the original stolen concept that we tried to tell Wally about. We tried to talk to Jesse Kozlowski about. We tried to talk about the guy from Maine that may or may not be from Maine. Sorry, I nearly made a false statement there. Who knows why they've put Blue in that position?
And Jesse Gordon's followed him down that path as well.
I think it pushed him rather. Jesse's just the local mouthpiece now.
Yeah.
It gets harder and harder to say these things with obfuscation tactics. Simple truths are a bit hard to take sometimes.
I've just sorry, Dawn. I got to shout you out on this one, Dawn. Dawn's just DM'd me. Does this look familiar to you, Bev? The makings of something. Hang on a second. For some reason, Discord's. Are you having a problem with Discord copying and pasting at the minute?
Yeah, it's had that bug for a bit. Use
there we go.
Control paste or whatever.
Yeah. There we go. Does this have the makings of something by Dawn from about 2 years ago? 3 years ago, possibly?
I don't know. It looks like a guy with a little hat. Could make that into a nice little top hat. A cheeky chappy. Yeah, it's the equipotential angle of adjustment. It's coming big. It's going to be massive soon, right? Blue Marbles took them down a road that they're going to have to just follow, right? This new scientific community that have just exposed themselves, equipotential angle of adjustment is going to be massive. George, God bless his soul, Blue Marble doesn't even know about RBD face. He's unaware of it. Yet he said, literally, that George was just joking. It wasn't George's final work. It was George taking a piss. So everything George said either is or isn't true, according to Blue Marble science and their contradictory understanding of shit.
And what Dawn is laying down there, he's laying down the foundations of a piece of work that he completed like 3 years ago. Because there it is, ta-da, in its completion.
RBD face.
And the Dornagon.
Oh, fuck me. Talking about lack of understanding of shit, you've managed to draw a tangent.
Shout out to the
perpendicular
equipotential
line.
angle of adjustment.
Where does that perpendicular line point to?
Oh, you best ask Dawn. He's the one that drew it.
Oh, all the perpendiculars at the center point of a chord will go to the center of the circle. That's Euclidean principles, I guess. Is that what you mean? I like it.
Yeah, and if you turn that round, can you? Obviously, you can't think in 3 dimensions.
Who can't?
Obviously, you can't, because if you
Of course
did,
you can.
then you'd totally understand that what you've
So
drawn.
book 11, Jazza. That's a conceptual thing from Imagineometry. I mean, it shouldn't even exist in like that form. We shouldn't be helping you out with it. It's like it's within Imagineometry, right? So you can't actually think that, because that is obviously, because it's drawn, it's a Euclidean. So you have to imagine something like that, but not that, because this is Imagineometry you're delving into the realms of now.
What's book 11?
What's book 11? Solid geometry. Like the geometry of reality, 3-dimensional geometry. The one where the sphere is born.
Oh, so if you've drawn a circle, right, and you've got a perpendicular line pointing to the center, right?
Perpendicular to where?
To the center of the circle.
No, perpendicular to the center. No, that doesn't exist.
You're right there, Jezza.
There's no such thing as perpendicular to the center. Are you sure you should be doing this? You've had a few drinks, haven't you? I don't want to be
I think he's a bit confused here, Bev. Perpendicular to the center. What are you talking about, Jezza? Do you want to step back and clarify your thought process here?
Have you got a tangent to the surface of the circle?
Is that perpendicular to the center?
No, you've got a tangent to it, which are perpendicular. Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, the point at which a straight line touches the outside, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at 90 degrees,
And at that point,
if you follow the top of your line down, where does that line intersect the circle?
Always at the centre. Euclidean. Shout out Euclid. Radius. That defines the radius, doesn't it?
Oh, so that means this would be an extension of the radius.
The straight line.
Yeah.
Hang on. If you're capable of thinking in 3 dimensions,
right angles.
That's
right
cool.
Then you times that by 360 degrees, and you've got a sphere with a tangent pointing to the center.
Whoa. Times what? Times what by 360? The tangent.
Oh no, sorry, 180.
What? The tangent.
Times
the circle.
180.
Either way, left and right.
Which one are you timesing by 180? What are you talking about?
I'm not your kindy teacher. I'm not teaching you anything.
I know you're not. Like, I was just confused at what you just said.
It's a perpendicular centre point that he's timesing by 180, I think, Bev.
Or 360.
Or 360, yeah.
Which
I
one?
think he's confused himself a bit here, I think.
180 left and 180 right. What does that equal?
Is that from? Are you timesing the tangent or the centre point? Which one are we timesing?
Anything.
No, are you dividing it by something?
I'm not timesing anything. I'm unconvinced whether you guys are being just straight out fucking dumb as fuck or you actually believe this shit.
To believe the shit you're spouting, Jez. Not in a fucking million years. No way.
I'll tell you now, Jez, I think you're pissed, and I don't think we should be talking to people like you, Jez. I don't know.
If you decide to crawl out at the bottom of the bottle that you're in currently, Jez, and want to have a reasonable conversation, then come back when you're sober. But at the moment, you're just not making any sense to yourself or anybody in this room.
No, I'm not making.
Do yourself a favour, Jezza.
I'm not making any sense to you or any sense that agrees with you.
No, you're just not making any sense, Jezza. Your 381, your 360, 180 degree centre point is what? Perpendicular to where?
And I corrected that. How do you not understand that?
Go on then. How did you correct it?
I said 180 degrees left and right, either way.
To your perpendicular centre point.
To make a sphere
of
the circle.
To make a sphere of the circle, you're 180 degrees to your perpendicular centre point. What the fuck are you on, Jezza?
Fuck me.
Yeah, you're off your cake, mate. You are out of your tree.
I may be out of my tree. I may have got my maths wrong, but you guys think that the fucking Earth's flat. And you can literally go outside. You can do this shit all day, every day. And you come up with this. This is why I said,
Jezza,
are you guys fucked in the head?
Jezza, right? The one thing has been demonstrated perfectly fine this morning, right? One thing and one thing only, and that is it is a total waste of fucking time talking to you.
Okay, perfect. I'll take that. I'll take it. Perfect. You just said that it's a waste of time this morning.
Yeah, talking to Jesse and you.
Yeah.
Exactly. So what time is it in the UK? 11 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well done.
Oh, guess what?
Well
guess
done.
what? Guess what?
We time zones. Yeah. Wow.
You've been up all night drinking.
Yeah, drinking.
Yeah. So how does this? How
do we know that?
How does the sun only light half the flat Earth?
So you want to run away from the geometric principles? You know absolutely
no.
fuck all about, Jezza.
No, because
now you want to
talk about it.
Now you want to run off in the weeds, and well, if you want to talk about time zones, talk about time zones with somebody who actually cares about time zones, Jezza, because I don't. Bev, do you?
You don't, Bev.
Well, Yeah, we know that you're drunk, Jazza, and we know that you don't live in the UK. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah. What
Absolutely.
time? What time is it for you in your time zone, Jezza? Is it almost time for bed for you? Is it time to go and tuck yourself in shortly?
You should be able to take a guess, like I did.
Oh, I really don't care, Jezza.
Because there is a sphere, it's not flat, so you should be able to take a wild guess.
So
Brilliant.
time zones.
Well done,
time
Jezza.
zones only work on a sphere. Yeah, of course.
So
Jezza.
hang on.
Time.
So Bev.
Time,
So
yeah.
what's
If
your name?
time, then globe. This globe. Love it, Jazza.
If time, then globe. Can you form that into a logical argument, Jezza?
That is fully formed. That's it. What else do you need? This globe.
Yeah.
I sincerely hope that you two guys aren't as fucked in the head as you sound.
You got a Todus Bollens going on there, Jezza, with your if time then globe.
A Todus Bollens?
Yeah.
I'm going for a couple of sticks and the wop wops.
Yep.
Yeah. Of course.
Along a creek.
Logic is confusing. Here's another T-shirt. Think logic is confusing? You might be globe.
It's actually funny that you said that would be a thing for a T-shirt, because a guy from New York messaged me the other day. A quote that I said was, "You don't have to be paranoia's little bitch."
Nice. It's a big seller.
Yeah, it's selling out. I'm taking a cut.
Nice.
Yeah.
I hope you get a lot for that.
Yeah. I'm sure you will, Jezza.
Yeah, because the majority of the people in the world aren't fucked in the head.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Are you one of those people that isn't fucked in the head, even though you're currently in the bottom of a bottle? I'm
not currently in the bottom of a bottle, but
all right. Do you reckon you can get your words out without tripping over them, Jezza?
At the top of it, it's just opened another one.
Sounds like it.
Is that your way of trying to prove yourself right?
Nah.
I don't need to prove myself right, Jezza. You do it for me.
No, but that's like punching. Okay, but that's like punching a 5-year-old kid on their way to school and going.
That's why I said we shouldn't really be doing this, DP.
Yeah.
Listen to him.
No. Yeah, I know.
All right, dipshits. We'll catch you dumb fucks later. Been good talking to you.
Did you notice, Bev? Neither me nor you resorted to like ad homs or insults. We just,
He was getting to be pretty abbreviated.
Yeah.
I was doing my best. I got to be honest.
No.
Especially after you made the tangent and the perpendicular line on a circle when you still didn't get it.
No, that was that was Dawn. That wasn't me. That was Dawn.
That was 3 deep penetration. I don't know what the fuck that is, but you got it, but you just don't get the 3D shit.
No. Do you not listen, Jezza? Dawn sent that to me in a DM, trying to explain the shit that you were talking about when you had your perpendicular center point at 180 degrees to whatever it was to form the sphere.
So okay. Euclidean.
It's fine. I'll tell you what, it's fucking hard work trying to remember that bullshit.
It went into the live text, and that's why I was asking you about it, because I thought that you saw it.
It was sent to me by Dawn.
Okay, well, I got it in the live text from 3 deep penetration. Whatever the fuck is that?
No, that stands that deep. What are you talking about? Jezza.
I see. You shouldn't be doing this.
No.
3
what?
Good for people.
3 what, Jezza?
3 Delta Papa.
Yeah. 3D printing. That's what that stands for.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. It was domesticated primate. That was my my previous avatar. But then I started doing 3D printing, and it was just handy to put a 3 in front of the DP because it's 3D printing. That's quite handy, that, isn't it? But then you get fuckwits like you and Chunky Butt Boy who think that there is something not right with that. It just shows how twisted you are, Jezza and Chunky, that you have to twist 1 number and 2 letters to form something that it's not. Jezza. It just shows how twisted you are. Doesn't say anything about me, because I know that is 3D printing, but you have to twist it to something other than what it is, which is just what you do with your 180-degree perpendicular to the center point to form a sphere bullshit.
Well, it's not bullshit, it's reality, but
of course it is, Jezza. At the bottom of your bottle, at the bottom of the bottle that you are currently in, it may well be well be your reality, Jezza, at the bottom of the bottle that you are currently in. But don't expect anybody else to join you there.
Do you think that everyone that hates me in the flat earth, do you think that they're going to jump on the flat earth bandwagon?
Nobody hates you.
No.
It's all right, Jezza. I think pity might be.
But
pity, yeah.
But, like Mr. T.
Okay, but out of pity, do you think they're going to go, oh, this fucking drunk glober's obviously full of shit, so the earth's obviously flat?
I doubt it. Because that's provably not true.
Yeah, who claimed it was, Jezza?
Yeah. It's all right. It's all right, though. It's okay.
Yeah.
Any way that you can try and deflect from...
But hang on a second.
I put a definition of the Zornagon in there. In the,
did you?
Yeah.
Hang on. You and Bev.
Two-dimensional, radiusless, sperry thought.
Are you guys? Are you guys?
Oh, I like that.
Are you guys the two dudes that do the flat Earth talk show thing?
What?
Nah. No. Do you think we could? Do you think we've got a future in it?
You're confused, Jezza.
Do you watch flat Earth talk shows?
I fucking love the shit.
I'll tell you what, Jezza. You're more obsessed. You're more obsessed with flat Earth than the flat Earthers are. That's incredible.
I'll tell you what. I've been watching Flat Earth since April 15th, 2015.
What, non-stop?
Wow.
That's like 7 years.
Like this.
Non-stop.
Sorry, Jezza. Everybody, this is the one of the causes. Please don't stay in this too long, or you might end up like Jezza.
Jezza, have you got that date again? Go on, the date one more time.
April 15th, 2015.
Have you got a time? Can we time stamp that shit?
The moment you turned into a flat Earth watcher,
and I found fucking Mark Sargent.
You found Mark Sargent. It was Mark Sargent that turned you.
And I thought, that boring cunt. And then I searched flat Earth, and then I come up with Eric Dubé's 200 proofs of the flat Earth, and I listened
straight onto a Dubé. Like it. Little bit of Dubé.
Do you know what?
Story.
Jezza, I've never watched a Dubé video.
I've never
amazing.
Done it
you're deeper into the flat Earth than I am. That's incredible.
Don't do it. Don't watch a Dubé video. I watched 3 minutes of one,
I've never found the need to.
Yeah, I'd never advise anybody to do that.
Never found the need to watch a Dubé video, Jezza.
He had the 200 proofs, and it's like, you dumb fucking asshole. You keep contradicting.
You went. There's no such thing as proof, didn't you? You went like, what? He's got 200 of them. No way. There's not one single proof possible ever.
I literally didn't have to. I just went, you are such a dumb motherfucker. You don't.
Yeah, because you don't have any proof, do you, Jezza?
That's how you do blue marble science.
How can something be proven to you, Jezza, if you don't have any such thing as proof? It can't be done, can it?
Well, it depends.
It depends on what.
It depends. Like, for example,
Come on,
no.
Jazza. Let's not get
No,
about this. Come on.
No, for example, if you
Like you don't have squares, you don't have proofs, do you?
no, Bev, for example. Sorry, I don't know your name, bro. But say Bev, if you went to Iceland, right?
What?
And
The freezer food shop, the frozen food shop, that one.
no,
Is there an Iceland near you, Bev? Do you go there?
no,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Why don't you listen to what I'm saying?
What, go to Iceland?
So you go to Iceland, and you go either
I've got a gluten allergy, so I have to watch what I'm getting. It's not much.
Oh, it'd be better if I went to Iceland than Bev, because I don't have a gluten allergy.
Well, anybody, like literally, this is open to everybody. Blue Marble Science, off we go. Let's tell us this experiment.
I need another smoke because I don't know if I'm talking to dumb cunts or what.
Well, with eager listeners of the Blue Marble Scientific Method for something. I don't know what you want to do, but yeah.
Okay, so
have your smoke.
Here's the most basic shit I could say.
Good.
I'm not going to Iceland. I have no desire to go to Iceland. But I gave you
any other frozen food market stores.
Yeah, there are plenty available.
Okay, calm down.
Plenty others available.
Yep. Obviously, calm down. And I gave you some money on Patreon to go to Iceland because you're only in the UK. It's not that much money. It's not that far away. It's only like 600 nautical miles. And I say, go to Iceland. There's only 400,000 people there. I say, go to a fucking glacier, carve me off a piece of glacier, send it back to me, and I send it to a friend that's a glaciologist at Canterbury University, and they go, this is from fucking Iceland.
It'd melt in the post.
Jazza, why have you been here for 7 years?
Obviously, you got to put in the right packaging, motherfucker.
And do you know what, Jezza, right? To fly to Iceland, we'd have to fly to Denmark. I'm pretty sure I'm right in saying there's no direct flights from the UK to Iceland. We'd have to fly to either Denmark or Charles de Gaulle in Paris, I believe.
No, a good mate of mine flies for Icelandair. He flies 757s, and they go into Gatwick.
Oh, into Gatwick, is it?
He's not a drinking buddy, is he?
Probably.
No. Shit, no.
Is he one of these pilots that thinks the world's flat?
No pilot thinks the earth flat. Any
good.
pilot
the absolute. They understand that there is an absolute, right?
And won't be flying.
And the absolute's different than the zero. Is it? Do you zero it? Or do you zero the absolute?
What are you talking about?
The pressure.
Oh, we going back to that?
Yeah.
Oh, should I go and get that illustration?
No, I mean, yeah, I know. It's probably been a while since you've been in the aeroplane.
There we go.
You don't zero anything.
There you go, Jezza. Just for
Did
you.
he just say zero, Jezza? Oh my gosh.
Well, where's the pressure then? Is there a zero on that pressure scale there? Where it says pressure and then true and absolute?
No, you're at the airport, and the airport chart says that the airport is 600 feet above sea level, and because the Earth's not flat, there's a pressure gradient, and it might be, instead of 1,013 hectopascals, it might be 1932, a high pressure day. So the altitude's going to be lower, read high, be low, and you have to adjust your QNH to the height of the airfield.
So that arrow there that says absolute is what you have to adjust to.
No, I was using that as a reference. I'm sorry you didn't understand that.
Look at all them perpendiculars in that picture, Ben.
Wait a minute, hold up. Who drew these perpendiculars in here very badly? But
They're amazing, isn't it? RC?
No, those straight lines. He didn't draw the straight lines. He drew the right angles.
Yeah.
Who drew them?
Bev,
What do you mean?
Bev, I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm pretty sure he just called you babe.
The arrows are still there, aren't they?
It looks like you're being
Nobody
bailed.
drew the arrows. You want me to get the original? Have you got the original there, DP? Just so he knows who actually drew the perpendiculars.
Nobody.
I don't actually give a shit because I'm not a paranoid asshole, so I don't really care.
No, somebody else said that though. Somebody else.
I did. RC.
There you go. It was RC. RC's the paranoid asshole. Sorry, RC.
RC's not a paranoid asshole.
Jazza, don't say that about RC.
I might
looks
be.
Looks like Jezza's being bailed out at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So go and have your smoke, Jezza.
Well, you've been bailed out by Bev all night. You keep calling on him, so.
When have I called on you, Bev?
Have you got my back, Bev?
Did I call on you?
I've been trying to do some simple stuff.
Yeah, I think we've pretty much had a discussion, don't you? I don't think I've called on you. You haven't called on me. Jesse was calling for his lord and maker.
Are you upset that they're perpendiculars there, RC?
I think RC's upset. I think RC
do you have a
upset.
concept of the vertical and the horizontal square perpendiculars like that?
There we go, RC. I've just reposted the original.
Yeah, I was just pointing out the fact that you guys drew those in there.
No, those lines are there.
Yeah,
there's the original.
The perpendiculars you drew in there, they're not.
No, they're there.
Perpendiculars.
Are you saying they're not meant to be perpendicular? Those lines there.
They're not.
They're
90
not
degrees.
Oh, they're not 90 degrees to what?
Those two lines that you were drawing right there.
There's three. There's an absolute, true, and pressure. Can you read that? Because that's the original. We didn't draw any of those. Are you saying
you drew
they're
on
not?
The 90, you drew on the 90.
Okay.
Degree.
Are you saying that those lines in that picture right there, where it says absolute, true, and pressure, they're not perpendicular?
Yes, you're making that up.
Okay. So why are they not perpendicular?
What do you mean why? Because they're not 90 degrees.
Okay. Would you say which one is off? Like, what reference have you got, are you saying, in order to say they're not 90 degrees? Because there's that line at the top of the thing there, and they're going, like, up and down.
That line at the top is most definitely straight and horizontal. When I put it into the graphics package, it is definitely a straight line, and it is definitely on the 0 degrees on the. I've got a ruler that's kind of a protractor as well. You can turn the ruler, and it gives you degree
standard
markings.
datum plane at the bottom as well, right?
Yeah,
you know what a plane is.
Yeah,
good job reifying a drawing.
That's you do know what a plane is?
It's parallel to the absolute, true, and
I've been talking
the horizontal at the top.
5 minutes.
Parallel.
Mm-hmm. They're the 3 different readings for the aircraft, right?
They're not.
RC should know all about that, surely.
Am I going to get a chance to respond, or are you going to talk over me?
Isn't he the man of aircraft?
Are you going to talk over me the whole time?
Come in to save you.
If you want me to, RC, yeah.
Okay. Well, you guys have fun by yourselves then.
Cheers.
Yep.
Good of you to drop in
and rescue Jezza.
I wouldn't want a piece of that either. I mean, it's the perpendiculars that just told you to trigger the shit out of them. But Blue Marble said as well in the debate that the elevation profiles all having a horizontal baseline and all the horizontals being parallel. That's somehow globe. Everybody knows it, apparently. Yeah, something about that. Yeah.
Say it again. Beb, can you say that again?
Well, he said that the fact that all elevation profiles show a horizontal baseline and all horizontals in all elevation profiles are parallel He said that has got something to do with it being a globe, and everybody knows it's an arc somehow. That's why we were talking about this now. It's come that obvious that they think horizontal. This is the reason they can't have a square being formed with horizontals and verticals.
This takes us back to what Jesse was saying.
Yeah. That's what we've been saying all along.
Yeah.
Coming back, equipotential angle of adjustment, which is just a fancy term. If anybody's not understanding that, it's bendizontal. Let's go. It's hard work to separate horizontal and level. Blue Marble did it with a picture. People have done it conceptually in the mind. It's fairy thoughts, like the Dornagon. But don't look at the Dornagon, because if you do, that's Euclidean. And it's just an idea for you to conceptualize something. The Dornagon. You can't ever actually draw any of this. It's all imaginometry. Keep it in your head. Everybody's made their own model. Don't ever try and bring it out. Talk about it. If you do talk about reality, people will call you all sorts of silly names. Say that you don't know stuff. They'll send drunk people to come and tell you that you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And call you fuckwits and all sorts of, generally, not very nice name.
Yeah, speaking about silly names, I'll catch you dumb cunts later. We'll talk next time.
Oh, no, that's a term of endearment, Jezza. We know that when you guys from down under call somebody a cunt, we know that is a term of endearment, and you say that to your bezies. We know that.
I know, and I'm glad you guys can translate that in the northern half of the sphere. So, yeah, we'll talk to you next time. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, thanks for popping in. Been a while.
Yeah, more water with it next time, Jezza. Nice one.
Yeah, we'll do. Learn some shit next time, and I'm sure we'll have even a better conversation. We'll catch you later. See ya.
See you later.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to try the vertical, horizontal, square question? Even just conceptualize it.
I think Jezza's going to pass out.
He didn't tell us why he was here for 7 years. I was trying to ask him. That's kind of a
doesn't know.
Stretch.
He's obsessed with the flat Earth. That's why. Why else would you hang around flat Earth for 7 years unless you're obsessed? I mean, he could tell us down to the day when he started with Mark Sargent and then moved on to who was that?
Obviously, a pivotal moment in his life.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah. Who was the other guy he mentioned? Mark Sargent, then
Double. Eddie Double.
That's the one. I mean, I can't help but feel sorry for these people that, they start off with a flat Earth obsession and it turns into their lives. I mean, obviously, it's all they've got. Jezza, Ruhith, he's another one. Then now, what's his name?
Just names of people. Then, like, in the greater scheme of it, the names of the people don't matter. I think that's what we need to learn. People's names don't come into this.
Yeah, but if they have no argument, they have no logical, fundamental, basic understanding of the geometric principles, as we've outlined with Jesse this morning, they have no argument, they have no basis for their argument, they have no logical backing for their argument, then all that's left is these characters, these names. Weird.
So what does everybody think about the idea of linking level to horizontal by using an equal elevation, i.e. contour lines? Mathematical concept of how they're made, how they're measured, how they know about it, about elevation profiles, about people seeing what's right in front of you. Or is it inconvenient? The conversation.
Well, I think we could have the conversation. You know, anybody with a reasonable head on their shoulders can have the conversation. But to them, they can't have that conversation.
Reality gets in the way of the false dichotomy. People get pissed off. You've got people that are forced into a corner where they can't have vertical and horizontal being parallel. In reality, even though they're the basic principles that everybody uses, it can't be true to a certain group of people. Even though most people just go their daily lives not fucking knowing about all of this shit. The moment you do find out about it, then you come under the onslaught of people like Jazza and B-Ball.
I must admit, I do feel sorry for B-Ball. He's just been sucked in with no... he can't reason it for himself. It's just sad, really.
Pass the paralogism to Parrot.
Yes, indeed.
A paralogism, for anybody unaware, is a faulty conclusion you've come to, but you accept it as a truth. You don't pass it on to people because you've accepted it yourself. You've sort of fooled yourself into accepting something that you're not perhaps so sure about. Loads of people have done it. Unaware. Holding contradictions that you get upset by people. I think that's what happened to Jazza. Mark Sargent pinpointed one of those contradictions that he held, and you can't get it out of your head once you do that.
Which one was that? Just anyone that Jezza...
Well, yeah, whatever it was that Mark
yeah.
Sargent said that day, it locked it in his mind. It was so pivotal. It must have been a contradiction, and he's been forever trying to sort it out.
And then he followed it up with a marathon session of Eric DeBay. Hilarious.
No wonder.
Oh, no, I don't know if you've ever done that, Bev, but I've never even done that. I find that hilarious.
I admired Blue Marble Science, becoming the body of Blue Marble Science. Big Blue. Willing to go on the line, right? He said all horizontals are not parallel. Blue Marble said that. That's what they have to say.
Did you hear what I got? Who's the other one? The Toon. The surface of water is planar in nature. The water level, the ends of the tubes of the water level constructs the plane. The plane is infinite, and the ends of that water level can be moved anywhere within that plane that it constructs.
Yeah, equal elevation.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is what you were just saying about elevation profile, contour lines. Yes. Absolutely.
All elevation profiles ever show an equal elevation, being a horizontal. So
surface water being planar, that gives you datum points.
All canal elevation profiles. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been doing it for quite a while.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it, really. But like Blue Marble says, if you take on the Blue Marble scientific method, you have to know that curves. There's an arc somehow. But I mean, like we've been saying, we're just pointing this out. People aren't aware of it. Most people, normal people, aren't aware of this. But you can't get away from the basic facts that level and horizontal, they're the same thing. Both perpendicular to vertical or plumb. Why do people get upset about it?
Oh, nobody's got upset about it, Bev. Nobody disagrees in here, so
I know.
Nobody's disagreed, so they all agree.
Can all just carry on with the basic facts of the understanding that that's the baseline that we use. And they go along with the fundamental concepts of logic, because that's how we form mathematics. Equilateral triangles and all of that sort of stuff.
Tiny
Side equals the other.
Tiny Bev, tiny Bev.
Sweet. Hey, is that you, Chris? Long time no see.
It's not me. This is your conscience speaking.
Really?
You know Christopher, do you, Bev?
Yeah. All friends.
Is it?
Yeah, he's from Gems.
Oh, have you noticed that all the troll network's been booted out of Gems? Funny. Queen of the Trolls, she's no longer there. Christopher, if he was a troll. Mark.
Would you say they've been booted out, or they just go out elsewhere? Because,
well,
I don't know if there's enough action for them.
Queenie got booted, apparently.
I got booted too.
You got booted as well. Does Jem not like his troll network anymore?
Jem's a pansy. Jem's a little prick. Jem basically turned into the globe equivalent of Nathan Oakley when he discovered that he could make money from Flat Earth. So that's why he allows liars and conmen on his server and keep the conversation going. Fucking twat.
You're not obsessed with Flat Earth like Jazza was, are you?
What do you mean?
Well, what brought you in? Was it Mark Sargent?
No.
How did you come into this then?
To laugh at cunts.
Well, what was your first idea of to come into this arena?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't remember.
I'll tell you what, you'd have had a comedy hour this morning with Jezza. Jezza and who was that? Who were we speaking to before Jezza? Was that Jesse Gordon? It was absolute comedy hour, Christopher. You would have loved it. You would have been rolling on the floor laughing.
He's talking about the horizon above eye level, like literally higher than the crosshairs. Crazy. Yeah.
Sounds insane.
That's flat Earth shit, that, isn't it? That's some proper flat Earth shit. That's beyond flat Earth. Isn't it?
Absolutely.
Flat Earth is just say it rises to eye level. He went, we go, no. Goes past that. Fucking higher. Like Brucey.
Yeah.
It was fucking cold. I get back to my flat. It was fucking like 10 degrees in the thermostat because I was away at the weekend, so I turned the boiler off. Fuck me. Really cold.
Morning, Chris. Morning, Dumb and Dumber.
Oh, Chunky. Glad you could make it.
Which one's which? That's the hard thing.
What about a square? Can you have a square made up consisting solely of horizontals and verticals? In reality, obviously, because that's where horizontal and vertical is.
That was aimed at you, Chunky. That is your cue to talk now.
Sure you can.
Sure you can. There you go.
Making dance, a monkey on a spinning ball.
There you go, Bev. Sure you can.
Apparently, Queen was Queen of the Trolls was DMing people about this server, and apparently you're not allowed to do that because Jem's a totalitarian prick.
You're not.
She said
you're
that
not complaining.
she said she posted an invite for another server in Jem's server, and that's why he booted her. But take it how you will.
I don't think that's true. I could be wrong, but I don't think that. Not from my understanding, it's not. He was saying that she was using my members to DM them another link to a different server to lead a revolt. I'm not going to let someone lead a revolt and DM my members. I know it's pure impression, but it'll
Chris,
serve.
you said you didn't want to be there, so why are you upset that you're not there?
Good point, well made, Chunky. Good point, well made.
I'm still allowed to criticise the place. Like I criticise Flat Earthers like any other fucking scammy fucking Flat Earth.
Yeah. But you found the cream of the crop here, Chris. You got them. You got the two best ones right here.
I know, right? Well,
they're so flat Earth, Chris. They don't even know they're flat.
Oh
Earth.
no, I'm aware.
Well, you just gave up your globe, Chunky. You don't know that you gave it up, but you did. That just shows how
it was
bigoted
just
you are.
It's a mulligan. You'll have tricked him. Let him have a mulligan. Let him double check that.
I don't think he's
a really small square.
He hasn't actually properly thought it
really
through.
Small.
Yeah.
How small?
Small.
Not infinitely small, but close.
Not infinitely small, but close.
That's the largest square that you can have,
and it can't get any bigger than that. No bigger than infinitely, almost infinitely small, Bev. No bigger. Fucking hell, Chunky, you're a muppet.
But squares are scalable, right? You do understand through geometric principles that a square is like a scalable thing.
Oh, don't tell him that, Bev. He'll have a meltdown.
Well, but you can only, in reality, if you're talking, it's not. So it's not if you want one that's got vertical and horizontal sides. You can have a square of any size in reality,
but you can't have verticals and horizontals. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So that means can you establish a horizontal?
Yes.
Okay. So you could have a perpendicular at each end of the horizontal, right? Would you not call those perpendiculars vertical?
Not at those 2 points, unless they're really
perpendicular to the horizontal, right?
Not unless they're really close to each other.
But the horizontal is a line, right, from A to B. And at A, you can construct
am I coming through, Ben? Do you hear the words I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just trying to confirm. The line A,
you
B.
Keep asking the same question. How many times do I need to tell you? Pretend I've told you that many times, plus one.
Yeah. Okay.
What about 23 miles, Chunky?
What about what? How long?
Straight line.
That is not almost infinitely small.
Straight line. No, I'm just putting a distance on your infinitely not small straight lines.
In order to construct a square, we can start with a straight line, right? Let's call that one horizontal. How big can we make that horizontal line?
As big as you want.
Okay,
as big as we want. Right,
at each end of it, right? The end points. At each end, the end points. Can we construct a perpendicular to that line?
Sure.
Right. And it's a horizontal line, infinitely long.
Yeah.
So the perpendicular to that horizontal line, surely, will be called a vertical.
Vertical.
From my perspective, yes. From the perspective of if we're constructing it horizontal from my point, yes.
What point? We just had an A and a B. Is one of those yours?
If you call it the center point of, or
no,
any
it's
point,
just A and B.
If I'm at any point along the line, it's horizontal and vertical to me. Yes.
So yeah, any point along that line, perpendicular, will be vertical because it will be perpendicular to that horizontal line. No, not you. The line AB.
Yeah, the line doesn't give a fuck about you, Chunky. You're not important to the line. The geometry is important to the line, not you. Not you. You have absolutely no bearing on the line and its geometric relationship to each other.
So
the lines,
so
sorry,
they're
their
vertical at where it's horizontal.
Yeah. The geometry doesn't give a fuck about you, Chunky. You are irrelevant.
So the entire line is going to be horizontal, isn't it? You can orientate a line indefinitely horizontal. You said it. That's what you said at the beginning.
There's a point that it's horizontal at. If you're
the entire line will be horizontal. Come on.
You're talking about reality? So you're talking
Yes, I'm talking about a horizontal line. Yes.
In reality.
Yes.
Not on a piece of paper.
Well, on a piece of paper is reality, right? That's also reality. That piece of paper that you talk of, that's reality. So yes,
if I draw
a horizontal line.
So if I draw a square on a piece of paper on your table, that's horizontal and vertical?
No, the table would be orientated horizontal. I think, like this one, I think is. Yep. No point higher nor lower at any corner. A horizontal plane. Everybody knows what a horizontal plane is.
Good job at not answering the question at all.
What was your question? Go on.
Did you not hear it? Were you talking before I finished?
Perhaps I might have been. Yeah, I was trying to clarify the earlier point.
I wasn't talking, and I didn't hear it, Chunky. So off you go. One more time.
If I draw a square on a piece of paper on a table that is perpendicular, a square, is it horizontal and vertical lines in that square?
That square would be constructed of horizontal lines, wouldn't it? Only if you were to stand it up, put it in the horizontal and vertical positions, right? You understand that? The horizontal plane is perpendicular to the vertical, right? And the vertical, all the verticals are perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
A boring motherfucker you are.
Mm-hmm. It's true though, right? I mean, it may be boring, but it is definitely true.
You've got your little shtick, you've got your little fucking thing you think's undebunkable, and then you just like to wind people up with that. That's okay.
No, I'm not trying to wind anybody up. I'm just saying that these are facts.
Over 2 years, Chris. When this record broke, over 2 years. They read through a children's book of geometry and they struggled with the definition.
So what's different? Tell me what's different.
What's different about what?
About what
your argument 2 years
want
ago?
To say? No, about the fact that you can't have a square constructed of verticals and horizontals. Yet it seems as though everybody understands what it is.
Yeah, they're horizontal or vertical to the point.
Which point?
Where it's horizontal. The point where it's horizontal, the line where it's been constructed.
So the horizontal plane that it's constructed on has a corner, and all points to that horizontal plane are perpendicular. They're called verticals.
And that horizontal plane is parallel to a plane that intersects one point on Earth. Or on a perfect sphere, which Earth is not. So what's the point of that? If you could construct such a thing, what would that get you?
Well, they do. Literally, they do construct that all the time.
Who does?
People who construct things. Architects do drawings of buildings. Yeah. Yes.
Building
All
and construction,
horizontals are
building and
parallel.
construction work, Junkie. You should know this.
Yeah, they give it to people to construct.
Uh-huh. And all horizontals are parallel in all of the elevation profiles that they do.
Why is that? Because they remove the curve on those elevation profiles?
Because, well, I don't know. What do you say?
Right.
I'd say the horizontals are parallel. I say horizontals are parallel.
No. Horizontals at a point. A horizontal at the point where I'm at right now will be parallel to all other horizontals at this point, but that's
how many horizontals at that point do you imagine there could be?
Well, you could have an infinite number of parallel horizontal planes at a point.
What?
From a point.
Sorry, I'm not understanding
you can construct a horizontal plane at a point, and then you can make an infinite number of parallel horizontal planes from there.
Brad, what's the difference between a horizontal point and a vertical point?
Nothing. It's at a point. Not a horizontal point, a horizontal at a point.
Okay, so how big of a horizontal plane can you construct?
As big as you want.
So you could construct a horizontal baseline of any sort of length, of which you could have perpendiculars at each end of it that would be perpendicular to the horizontal, i.e. vertical.
And parallel.
Yes. From the reference point of where the plane was created, yes. But if you went to the ends of that line, those wouldn't be horizontal anymore, if that was your reference point. So
Just
again, how is this relevant to reality?
What wouldn't be horizontal?
Horizontal plane.
It wouldn't be horizontal to the first yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be horizontal.
The point at B wouldn't be horizontal to point A.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so the line, the entire line,
do you want us to keep talking, or do you want the answer?
Yeah. Well, the entire line AB is horizontal, or is it not?
From a certain point, it's horizontal. Okay. Is the horizontal created from the middle, or one of those two endpoints?
From A. We go from A to
is
B.
Where it's horizontal. Okay. So at B, in reality,
orientation.
Go on, at B. Go on.
At B, if you generated another horizontal, it would not be parallel to the horizontal at A.
So the horizontal from A to B would not be the same even. It would be a different line from if you were to go from B to somewhere else. Could you not go from B to A with a horizontal line? Again,
No,
back
you could
again.
not. If you generate the horizontal from B, no.
Right. So
you've been told this before, Bev. How many times does it take?
The line AB. Let me get this. The line AB is horizontal from A, but you can't go back from B to A with the same horizontal line. It's different somehow.
If you generate a horizontal at B, it won't be parallel. No.
It's already the horizontal, isn't it? It's the end point of the first horizontal that you established.
At A is horizontal, not at B.
Okay, wait. So let me just clarify. Okay, so let me just clarify. You've got one plane that's AB, and then above that, we'll call that A prime, B prime. Okay. So we've gone from A to B, and now we're going to elevate above B, which is B prime, and then go back to A prime. You're saying those are not going to be parallel?
No, I didn't say that. That's not what he said. He didn't talk about a line above it.
What you said. I'm trying to clarify because I'm listening to you. So I tried to steelman what you said. So now correct what I said.
I say if you go to B and construct a horizontal line, it will not be parallel to the original AB.
It's the same line, isn't it?
Where is this new line?
Reference point.
Where is the new line?
At B.
B is just a point.
Yes, that's right. So that's where it's at.
AB is a segment.
Yes. And B is a point, an end point.
Okay, but If you then start at B, where are you going to go for your new segment? Where's the new segment? That's what I'm trying to understand.
You're going horizontal, which will not be parallel to AB.
I didn't ask you where it would not be. Come on, fuck, man. Where is the new segment?
We'll call it C. And starts at B.
Sounds like he dropped out.
Up for me, I didn't even hear his answer.
No, I don't think even he heard his answer.
Fuck you!
What? So the new line is BC. Travis, got it?
Is it moving away from B? Like, is it extending, or is it tracing back toward A?
Whatever you want, but it will not intersect with A.
Okay, but we weren't talking about intersections. We were talking about parallels, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
They're not. BC is not parallel to AB.
Of course it's not. If it's an extension, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You can go in either direction. You can call it a line segment of a photo line, so a line that's infinite. The two lines won't be parallel. Okay.
You can only, in my opinion, you can only describe two lines as parallel if they're adjacent to each other.
Yeah, and well, fine. Though they won't be the same line. Then does that make you feel better?
Of course. Why would you talk about the same fucking line? One segment cannot be parallel to itself. That's absurd.
Okay, great.
Well, I mean,
So
is that what, like, is that what,
no, that's Bev circular logic. He talks about something that's so ridiculous and useless. You'll get
I'm talking about what
semantics.
I'm not talking to Bev. I'm talking to you. And what you're saying to me, in my opinion, is absurdity.
What's up, guys? Bev, good to see you.
Now, can I just summarise what I think Chunky has just said here? He said that line AB would be horizontal, but line BA would also be horizontal, but not the same horizontal.
I said BC, not BA.
So what about BA?
BA is horizontal to at A. Now we should make it easier by talking about plane.
No. Wait, hang on. No, you're talking about lines, right?
Yo, let him finish, though. DP, let him finish, though.
Horizontal
DP,
is a
can you let him
line,
finish, please?
not a point. Hang on, I'm just clarifying something for him, Jeremy. Horizontal is a line, not a point, Chunky. So please continue.
I never said it was. I said at a point. So if we construct a horizontal plane at A and move on the Earth to point B and construct another horizontal plane, those two planes are not parallel unless, there's only one. There's always
you're
parallel
confusing yourself.
planes.
Come on, man.
There are two parallel planes.
You're stumbling all over yourself.
Travis, what are you doing, dude? Travis, what are you doing?
If the two planes are antipode, they will be parallel. Other than that, they will not be.
Why have you assumed something underneath the plane, Chunky? We're just talking about planes and planes being parallel. Why have you gone to the assumption that there is something underneath these planes? Excuse me.
I said in reality on Earth. In reality, if we're constructing a plane at our feet, there is something underneath it. It's called the Earth. capital E.
So you have a belief that horizontal planes intersect?
Well, what I pointed out was I have a belief that there's Earth beneath our feet. What part are you confused about?
So you have a belief that horizontal planes intersect. It's either a yes, I do have that belief, or a no, I don't have that belief. It's not difficult, Chunky.
Horizontal planes generated at different points on the Earth will intersect, yes.
Okay. Did you have a slight smile on your face when you said that, Chunky? Because it does sound absolutely fucking ridiculous, doesn't it?
If you're retarded, it will sound ridiculous.
Horizontal planes that intersect. Jeremy, is there any need for the ad homs there? I mean, you were quick enough to jump on me. He's just
as he interrupts
and ad homs.
Yeah.
I didn't say he was retarded. I said it would be funny if you were
Jeremy,
retarded.
if the moderation's going to come one way, please make it fair in all directions, yeah?
Yeah, he's server muted. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm done, Jeremy. He thinks that
all right.
he thinks that horizontal planes intersect. This is a ridiculous notion. Absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Jeremy, can you give me fucking the ability to post pics, please?
You want to do?
Sorry, what do you need?
The ability to post pics in the text chat, please. That'd be great.
Oh, don't give Christopher the ability to post all his gym photos.
Why? Will you get all hot and bothered if I do?
No, dude. Wait till everyone sees them.
Yeah, you will.
So what I said was DP is two parallel planes generated at two different points. Or sorry, two horizontal planes generated at two different points will not be parallel unless one specific example.
Well, yeah, you've said two horizontal planes. You know, the word horizontal means they are parallel, Chunky. You don't get this,
Generated,
do you? You don't
more
understand that two horizontals will be parallel with each other. Horizontal being a position in free space, Chunky.
No.
This basic concept escapes you, and it is just bizarre that you actually think that horizontal planes or lines will actually intersect with each other. You have no proof of this. You cannot measure the intersection angle between two horizontal funny bunny quotation mark ears there. You cannot measure the intersection angle. Yes. Sorry, Bev, one more time.
Equipotential angle of adjustment.
You cannot measure that angle, Chunky. You have no practical demonstration of this being demonstrated, measured, well, yeah, you can illustrate it, and that's the best you've got. You've got an illustration.
No, they can't, DP. You've not learnt about imaginometry yet. They can't illustrate it. It becomes Euclidean the moment they do.
In reality,
well, there you go. You're lost there as well, Chunky. You can't illustrate it because the minute you do, it becomes Euclidean. Wow.
In reality, Dippy, the two planes generated are reference to plumb lines, which has to do with gravity. So we're not talking about Euclidean geometry. We're talking about perpendicular to the
straight line.
Gravity.
It's a straight line.
No, it's a plane. A plane is a plane, not a straight line.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that the when they do the zenith, what was it? The zenith angle. What is it? Yeah, that's not Euclidean geometry. Then that's what you're saying now. Then, Chucky, you said it's not. You said it's not Euclidean. So therefore, that reciprocal zenith angle thing that you claim is part of your globe religion is not Euclidean. Is not Euclidean geometry, Chunky.
You seem to mix up.
You're really confused.
You interrupted me again. You seem to mix up the words from two different sentences.
No, I'm just clarifying. I'm just clarifying what you said, Chunky. That's all.
Generating a horizontal in reality is perpendicular to the vector of gravity. Next sentence, reciprocal zenith angles show that they are not parallel.
Which isn't Euclidean, obviously.
I didn't say that. You added that. Why?
It's obviously not, isn't it? I mean, if you've got two two verticals that aren't perpendicular, then two verticals that aren't parallel, then it's not, is it? Really?
Because who cares if it is or it isn't? It's reality. In reality, they're not parallel.
It's not though, is it? Because all the geometry we use in reality is Euclidean.
Really? Why is there such a thing as non-Euclidean geometry then?
Well, we don't use it in reality to measure our
imageometry. We know what
our real space, do we? You know, we don't measure non-Euclidean geometry to measure, or we don't use non-Euclidean geometry to measure the Euclidean 3 space that we live in, do we, Chunky?
No, we
don't.
We don't
absolutely.
Use geometry to measure
you saying about your reciprocal zenith angles not being Euclidean geometry, you've just fucked yourself, Chunky.
Can I ask, you guys seem to like to throw around words like Euclidean geometry and reciprocal zenith angles. Like, if I went on the internet and got like just a basic Euclidean geometry question, would any of the two of you be able to do it?
It's Chunky that's
Thanks. Go get one.
It's Chunky that's brought in the reciprocal zenith angles. It's me that pointed out that it's not Euclidean when they start claiming. It's all right, Christopher. You can talk through the middle of my sentence. It's me that pointed out that it's not Euclidean geometry when they start using them.
I'm aware. Right.
If it's not Euclidean geometry and it can be used to measure something in reality, then your claim that only Euclidean geometry is used is false.
What do you claim to be measuring, Chunky? What do you claim to be measuring with your non-Euclidean, Euclidean-ish measurements?
I didn't claim it was non-Euclidean. You did. The name of what I'm measuring is in the title. Reciprocal zenith angles. That's what's being measured.
Mm-hmm. Using perpendiculars.
Mm-hmm. They just don't get
using
it, do
vertical lines
at
two different points.
3DP and Bev, if I go, would any of you be willing to do this? If I go and get a fucking I'll Google, and this is going to give you like a little head start, but we'll have to do the working, so it'll be funny. If I go and get a basic Euclidean geometry question, will one of you be able to solve it? Or a pair of you? Like,
will you be able to solve it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Will you, though?
So where are you getting it from?
I don't know yet. I'll just pick one.
From where?
From the internet.
Oh.
Will it have anything to do with a square?
I have no idea. I don't know yet. I've not looked.
Because you do realise that the problem here is that certain group of people can't have horizontal and vertical being perpendicular.
Couldn't care less. Like, I just couldn't care less. But I do care to see if you're capable of doing it. Like, I would like to know if you actually can do any geometry in a basic level.
Well, do you know what, Christopher? I don't really give a shit what you want to know and don't want to know.
Well,
you know, it is perfectly out. That's right. You can talk through me while I'm in the middle of my sentence, Christopher.
No, I got
it. You don't have to listen to me. Right? It's perfectly clear through the course of this conversation that both me and Bev do have a perfectly sound and fundamental understanding of at least basic geometric principles. So you can go and get your test all you want. I don't give a shit, Christopher. You know, who are you to be testing? Who are you to be testing anybody, Christopher? Really?
If it's a question asked of a 15-year-old,
hold on, Chucky, man. Like Jeremy, when he said that, like I fucking stopped talking. That mute was unnecessary. Who am I? I'm no one, but you seem to be claiming you are aware, you're familiar with the way you speak anyway. leads people to believe that you are actually familiar with the things that you're talking about, that you're familiar with basic geometry, let alone basic Euclidean geometry. I challenge you to, I name you a liar. I don't believe you. I think you've not got a fucking clue, and you just pick up a few sound bites here and there, and it sounds good to your flat brethren, and you and Bev are fucking managed to get it down to like a little fucking thing where you think, oh, look at all these big words, and we're fucking so smart, and we're debunking the globe.
Yeah,
blah, 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 blah.
all right.
You sound like a right maker, bro. I'll let you go.
Carry on with your monologue.
I'm almost done. In reality, you just use these words. You don't have any understanding of them, and if you do, take this opportunity to show us wrong, and I will bow down and call you master.
I don't need to prove anything to you, Christopher. I don't give a fuck what you do and don't believe. I don't care. I know that I understand the basic geometric principles that we talk about here. I know this. I don't give a fuck if you think I do or don't. Yeah, and you've said that we talk about these geometric principles with an air of confidence. Yes, we do, because we know what we're talking about. And when the question comes up time and time again, we say the same fucking thing because it's the truth.
Right. So if you are familiar with these things and you do know what you're talking about, then you won't have a problem with me posting just a simple, basic Euclidean geometry question for you to solve.
I don't have to prove anything to you, Christopher. Who the fuck do you think you are?
Who do you think you are?
Can I answer, Chris?
Go ahead.
I have a much more basic understanding of geometry than these two fellas, and I could probably answer it, but not definitely.
Go for your life, Chunky. If you wanna shake your tail feathers, Chunky, go for your life. I'm not a dancing monkey for this clown, and I dare say Bev isn't either.
Oh right.
If I was as confident as Dippy was, who likes to use ad homs, then I would definitely be able to solve it. But I'm going to go with I probably will be able to solve
it. Yo, don't call names. We don't do that here, please. Then it just devolves into some weird shit show of grown men calling each other names.
Started it, guys.
Yep.
See, the problem is, Chucky, though, I obviously I'll have to Google it, and then I'll have to make sure I get one with the answers that are on the PDF, which often isn't the case. I've looked at two now, and the answers aren't in the PDF. Also, it gives them, or even you, room to. I don't think you would do this because, if I don't think, Chucky, I think you could do it.
Get one without the answers, Chris.
And the thing is, though, even if Google
one without the answers, then
yeah, sure. Even if you Googled the answer, I would insist on the working. Right, that's all. If you can't do the working, then you can't do it. So. Yeah, okay. I'll get something.
But Chris, you just admitted that you wouldn't know what it is. So how would you be able to know that you insist on the workings? You wouldn't understand it.
Bev, this is just these two. They're just plumping each other's feathers. Yeah. You know, they're patting each other's pillows and fluffing the duvet for each other. Just let them go at it.
Because if I posted it right and you knew how to do it, Bev, and you
well, that's nice of you to say.
I would understand. I'm pretty confident I would understand it.
This is me actually sending the all.
Oh, that's a shame, Chunky.
Harsh things to me that I'm choosing to ignore. So, This is not us pumping each other's tail feathers whatsoever.
Yeah, it
Chris
is.
does not like me, and that's fine.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
You're fluffing each other's pillows and plumping the duvet up for each other. But it's fine. You carry on. You know, if you feel you've got something to prove to Chris, Chucky, then you go for your life. You prove what you need to your master. It's fine. But
you can't have a triple-double without the sixth man and the cheerleader. So,
like, dude, that's coming from you. Like, you're fucking Bev's cheerleader. Like, what the fuck? You fluff up his.
Chris, you're really not up with current events, are you?
It's just horizontal, though, DP. I mean, like, I'm not the controller of this horizontal and vertical being perpendicular like they seem to think I am. It's basic common knowledge, right? There is no gatekeeper. There's no master to it. It's simple shit that you guys have to deny. Simple as that, really. I can't make it any more basic than that.
Yeah, and between us this morning, Bev, we've got them denying all sorts of shit. Funny as fuck.
The thing is,
I honestly don't care. Like, I just don't care. I just like to expose people who pretend to know what they're talking about, and they clearly don't, because they're not willing to do even a basic. Like, I'm looking at fucking like first and second year. That's like, I don't know, but that'd be like grade 11, 12 in the US. Fucking geometry questions here, and you are fucking not prepared to try and solve it. I mean, that speaks
literally, though. Come on, Chris. We've heard this morning that a horizontal line AB won't be the same as a horizontal line BA. Fucking ridiculous, man. I mean,
who said that? Who said that?
You did, Chucky.
Who said that? No, I did not.
Yeah, you did.
I said BC.
No.
I said BC. Try again.
Well, okay, then. A horizontal line AB, right? And then we go back from B to A. Can we go along the same horizontal line?
You said a horizontal line generated in reality on Earth.
Yeah, at A.
From A.
Yeah,
to B.
To B. Yeah.
And then I said a horizontal line generated at B.
Yeah, back to A.
Will not be horizontal, or horizontal plane will not be parallel. Correct.
Yeah, well, it'll be back to A again. You'll be able to go horizontally back to A again.
No, the problem you guys have is you try to.
That's what I said. That's exactly what we said. It's fucking ridiculous. Don't say you didn't say it and then repeat the fucking very same thing, saying that you did actually say it.
I did not say it. I said BC or plane at B.
Okay, right. So we're going to clarify again, right? You go from A to B along a horizontal line. Right? And then at B, you're going to establish a horizontal line and go back to A. That's possible, right? AB equals BA. It's just the same line from different ends. And if it's horizontal one way, it's horizontal the same way because it's the same fucking line.
Oh, dear. I just don't get it, Bev. They can't get it.
I think they show up here for the audience because they know that we already know the truth. So they're just arguing with us so that when someone comes and listens to this show, they'll be like, fuck, it is flat.
Yeah, it's flat. It's fucking flat. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. It's flat. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, you heard Jezza this morning. He's spent the last 7 years listening to Mark Sargent and watching Eric Dubé. He's done more on that side of it than I ever have.
Who are Jezza? Like Jezza? I don't know who you mean.
You know, Jezza in the bottom of the bottle, Jezza that was in here this morning.
Jagaconda.
Yeah, that's the one.
Drunk helicopter
the helicopter pilot.
Yeah.
Drunk helicopter pilot.
Is he a helicopter pilot?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I hope not. I hope that.
I hope not commercial.
What's this stuff I'm hearing about? Like, did Emma had to choose between you and Bev? DP.
Come on, leave the drama out of this. Go somewhere else.
Right? Can I just? No, hang on. I would like to speak up, right? Because all I've had is men, instead of going on about the argument and other stuff, they reduce me to being a female and being about my sexuality, right? There is more to females than that. Stop being fucking a bunch of dicks.
There are. That's very true. You know.
Yeah, they can also make sandwiches and do dishes. I'm just kidding.
That's just, people are saying stuff in chat. I'm just curious. That's all. I'm just a curious cat, and that's.
Well, ask your questions in chat. Don't bring it up here, man.
Absolutely.
All right, man.
Anyway, I don't know if anybody saw.
Nice diversion there, Christopher, away from you and Chunky being cornered as you were.
What? I'm sorry.
By basic geometric principles.
Yeah. I wasn't cornered at all. Any claims to any geometric principles whatsoever. I don't care. I don't care.
There is an angle at ABC, that's for sure, and it's not zero.
Yeah, of course. You got horizontal.
Are you putting C on the way back from from B? Horizontally.
Sure.
Okay.
Horizontal from B.
Okay, so you go from A to B horizontally, and then from B to C horizontally.
Horizontally from A to B, horizontal from A, and then horizontally from B. So you have to listen to all the words.
Yeah. Go on. You can then go to C.
Yes.
Forming 3 points. That's the equipotential angle of adjustment, exactly as George explained it. Why is Blue Marble saying that it gets fucking dismissed? No, George
is George here?
Soul.
Then why the fuck are you talking about him, Bev?
Because he's the one that told us about the equipotential angle of adjustment.
Yeah,
that's what we've been saying all along.
Saying that?
It's the.
Do you have him recorded as saying that?
It's the look. You've just formed it. A, B, C. An angle. Horizontal, made up of two horizontals.
Two horizontals with an angle in there. Oh my life, Chunky! You are a trooper this morning. You've got two horizontals with an angle of intersection. What is it called, Bev? The equipotential angle of adjustment. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Yay!
Do you have him on record saying that, or do you have a post?
We'll be going over it. We'll be going over it. RBD face for the win. We're going to have to go over it. I mean, we did have. Go on. It's already out.
You're going to discuss a dead person.
No, the equipotential angle of adjustment.
So why would
you discussing?
Hey, Brad, Copernicus is dead. We can talk about.
Yeah, we can't talk about Einstein. We can't talk about anybody. We're fucked.
What they did was published. What George did isn't. So they're just making claims about them.
He did a presentation. What do you mean it wasn't published?
Yeah, everything was published. So you're wrong there as well, Chunky.
It's already out there. It's on video. Yeah. George came over and did a presentation. RBD face.
Yeah.
If you don't know what it is, it's exactly what you've explained.
And the equipotential angle of adjustment was thoroughly. Sorry if you're talking through me, Chunky. The equipotential angle of adjustment was thoroughly discussed in that presentation, I do believe.
You have to go over and watch it. We will be going back over it again because I consider it George's final work. Nobody seems to have known about it. Blue Marble Science considers it a joke. He's making a mockery out of it. He said George was just doing it as a complete and utter joke. That's a bit disrespectful, but hey, you'll be able to hear exactly what respect we gave to George. Rule 1 was invented. So we could respect George. Yep.
Didn't he get Brian Mullen fired?
Don't know.
Filthy lie.
You watch out. You're not allowed to speak about him like that, I don't think. So your persecutors going after you in the chat.
Yeah, they're just trying to get away from the fact that all they've been talking about in the text chat is anything they can to do with my gender and my sexuality and my dating history.
Not really relevant, right? Get down
It's
to
not
the
relevant
brass
for
tacks.
it's not. I'm telling you, this is why women don't hang around
It is
here,
usual,
because
though, right?
They get treated like this.
It's
All
not
the women
relevant,
get
but it
this
is
shit.
usual.
It's a diversion tactic because they
Yeah,
can't
because they
face
don't have
the
an
argument. Yeah, absolutely. And I have to apologise here, Emma. I do feel responsible for partly responsible for putting you in this position. So I do apologise.
No worries, it's not your fault. You're not the one doing it. But people should start being called out for it. Otherwise, it's just going to be my tiny little voice trying to stand up for all of the women that come in, if they ever do.
I think they only do it for a show to show everybody else, to make them not come in, right? I mean, they're not going to stop doing what they do. You speaking up about it will make them do it even more because they think they're triggering you.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I enjoy spending the day just making fools out of them. But yes, you're right, DP. They don't have any argument at all.
Well, we've known that since for as long as we've been in this argument, we've known that they've got no argument. And Chunky, Christopher, who else was it? Jezza and Jesse. 4 of them this morning have come with nothing and left with less than nothing.
Oh,
I mean,
Christopher
wants to give us a fucking geometry test.
Listen,
Who the fuck does this clown Christopher really think he is?
I don't care. Like, I couldn't care less what the fucking your fantasies are. All I was pointing out is that you use these words. You know your audience are listening, and they think that you somehow are making sense because you use these big reciprocal zenith angles and fucking blah blah blah
that's
blah.
nothing to do with us.
That, but you don't have a fucking clue, or else you would have went, yeah, go on. No, I'm still like, dude.
Hold on, guys, one at a time, please.
Then what the fuck, man?
Christopher, that reciprocal zenith angles is nothing to do with us. That's Chunky. If you've got Christopher, if you've got a problem
Hold on,
with
DP, he was right in the middle of his thing now.
Well, if he's got a problem with reciprocal zenith angles.
Go ahead, Chris. Finish it up.
Thank you, Jeremy, for being even-handed. That's not what I'm saying, man. Like, I don't care. Like, it's nonsense what you're talking about. But the only thing I care about is when people start throwing around big words that sound fancy and it makes people think that they know what they're talking about. To a very, very, very limited extent, you may do. Only to get yourself out of a corner, maybe. But when push comes to shove and you're given a fucking like a basic geometry, let alone Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry.
Pure projection there from Christopher.
Sorry?
Pure projection there from you. Well done.
Yeah, just repeat it over again. Let's clear the floor so he can try and attack.
Say it over and over again. Repeat that mantra to yourself in the mirror.
Can I just clear one point before he does do that, right? He mentioned reciprocal zenith angles. This is nothing to do with us, Christopher. This is your boy Chunky there who's brought this into the conversation. Nothing whatsoever
Blue
to
Marble.
do with us.
Blue Marble's done it on the back of
what I was saying is it's Chunky that's brought this into this conversation, Bev.
Yeah.
Not us.
Right, but you did go ahead and say things about Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry as if you know a thing about it. If you did, then you'd be like,
yeah,
"Oh, go ahead, bring on your
definitely.
questions, do it."
You can only know of Euclidean geometry. You cannot know of non-Euclidean.
And to
cannot be known.
And to point out that the basic and the fundamental principle of the reciprocal zenith angle measurement, funny bunny ear bracket things, is non-Euclidean.
Don't care.
Then you must know the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry. Surely, Christopher. To be able to point out that difference, you must know the basic fundamental principles of either one. It's right if you talk through me this time, Christopher. You must know the basic and the fundamental principles of both sets of geometry that you are referring to know that one cannot be used with the other, sweetheart.
How many times do I need to tell you? I don't care. I do not fucking care.
Christopher, I have a question for you just real quick, man. So look, so you were trying to level against Bev and DP the use of the word or the phrase reciprocal zenith angles, right?
No.
No, you did. Yeah, no, you did. Right? You
right.
said
you got an example.
Hold on. I wasn't. Listen, man. I wasn't even finished. That was my intro. Okay, let me finish. So you leveled against them a criticism saying that they were trying to wow their audience with their big words. Once it was pointed out to you that they didn't use that phrase, my question to you is this: was Brad trying to wow the audience with using that big phrase?
If I asked Brad,
No. I didn't ask you for extrapolation. I said, was Brad trying to wow the audience by using a big?
No.
Oh, so how did you determine that he wasn't? But when you were trying to use that phrase, hold on. How did you determine that he wasn't? But when you were using that phrase against DP and Bev, they were.
Because he was willing to take the question. He was willing to solve the basic geometry question that I was going to pose. The other two weren't.
No, the other two aren't your dancing monkey. They're not bending over for you. That's all.
I'm telling you my reasoning why.
Brad seems to like to bend over for you.
Okay, so there you go. I've given you my reason why.
Well, also, I mean, there's no accountability here. Previously, when the other guy was talking as well, and Bev and everybody was trying to point out to him, hey, no, this is the case. You've just, laid this thing out, and this is exactly what we're talking about. And he tried to say, oh, you want to talk about a dead person, trying to appeal to whomever's feelings to, again, detract away from or deter you from the main point. And they're like, no, what's wrong with that? And you can't talk about Einstein, this, that, and the third. And then it was brought up that, no, those people have published their work. And then the retort was, well, no, we're talking about something he did in a presentation. And then I didn't hear anything after that. I didn't hear, you know what, let me be reasonable. I apologize. Fuck it. The pushback I was giving was unjustified. Whatever. It is what it is. Fuck just disappears and is probably going to come back and be just as unreasonable as he was then. And that's what, I mean, can people just stop doing that? Take accountability for an argument if you're trying to put it forth. And if you're cornered, caught wrong, just be that. Stop trying to wiggle your way out of something that feels uncomfortable because it's not out in the open. You think you can just secretly lie in front of everyone and say you didn't say words that you said, and then try to justify it, saying that this person, now I'm talking to the previous guy, this person was trying to solve this little math problem and these people weren't. That's disgusting.
Good point. Good point. It's time. It's time. What up, Eli?
That's the reason why I gave that answer. Like, why I don't believe Chucky is trying to. I don't think Chucky is trying to impress anyone or trying to frustrate anyone. I'm familiar with Bev and his fucking tactics. I know that's what he does. That's all he does. And Chucky is an otard. He tries to argue against the nonsense that Bev and his followers put forth, and I don't, and I won't.
Christopher,
What nonsense?
The thing you fail to realise, Christopher, is that what Bev says and the things that Bev puts out there have a basis in geometry. They are fundamentally proven to be true.
You know what?
What truths have you got that are provable, Christopher?
I'll buy that when he demonstrates a basic understanding of geometry.
It's done every day, Christopher. Just because it goes over your head, and excuse me, I am still talking. Just because it goes over your head and you don't understand it, or you don't like the answers that you are given to the questions that you pose, because you don't understand them, doesn't mean to say those questions aren't answered and answered truthfully.
I've not posed any questions. I don't care about your fucking bollocks.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Because
what the fuck? You are just being a troll then, aren't you?
I'm not being a troll. I'm pointing out when people are just trying to...
You're just being a troll.
Why are you interrupting me when I didn't interrupt you?
Because you're a troll.
You're just fucking...
no, relax. No interrupting, please. Come on, guys.
So I don't believe you or Bev have any understanding of geometry, basic or otherwise. I think you have your little feel, and that's it. That's as far.
Can we hear this personal crap again?
Yeah, keep the faith, Chris. Keep that faith.
That is just an opinion. That is just his opinion. And
about another person. Who cares about that?
Who gives a fuck about your opinion, Christopher? Who cares about your opinion? You are proven wrong every single day when geometry is used within the workspace, is used on building sites, is when Euclidean geometry is borne out to be horizontals, perpendiculars, verticals, all day long, Christopher. All fucking day long. You don't like it, that's not our problem.
This sounds like one of those cases where, like, the guy's at the gay club and he's like, I'm not gay. You're wrong. Like, why do you keep coming back?
Mr. Isa.
Yo.
What's up?
Probably gets free drinks.
Yeah, man. Like, yo, Bev, man, you're so right on the money, dude. I hear you lay these dudes to waste so often. And, it's like I think the greatest example is like gas pressure without a container. How do you know we have gas pressure without a container? Because we have gas pressure on Earth. That's their answer. Like, that's how we know it's inevitably you can have gas pressure without a container because we have gas pressure on Earth. Fucking retarded.
It's a little baffling to me too that somebody would be calling Bev out and 3DP on here as well, and not knowing that they have a YouTube channel where they talk about these things all the time, and they prove themselves to be true, and they have a very good knowledge on the subject. In fact, I think Bev was a surveyor, and just starts calling them bullshit. It's just saying.
The point is, no, I have to correct you there. I've never been a surveyor. I do have a surveying certificate, right? I've studied it. I have a qualification certificate, but I've never been a surveyor. Right? Just for anybody out there that likes to say and make up lies that I say I have, I've never been. I've never said that.
All right, my bad. I picked it up wrong, but I listen to your YouTube channel a lot, and it's quite obvious that you and the panel know what you're talking about because it can all be proven to be true, and then someone comes along and says it's nonsense. It's all bullshit. I don't understand how he does that.
And that is just an opinion that he's putting out there. He has not backed himself in any way. All he's done is put an opinion out there, try to poison the well. is what he's doing. So if anybody's listening on the YouTube, because we all know that this goes out on YouTube, so if anybody's listening on YouTube, then all he's trying to do is poison the well and put that little bit of doubt in somebody's head. When me and Bev, we do know what we're talking about when it comes to these fundamental principles of the geometry.
Yeah,
it's basic as fuck, really, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't take anything. It's not. It doesn't take a genius to understand what a straight line is.
Go ahead, then. I put questions in the chat. Solve them. Go ahead, solve it.
Yo, pay.
He's done nothing but add hum and ask for dancing monkeys. I don't know what his deal is.
Good that you know that the sign, that's definitely Euclidean, right? Brilliant. Can you see the X and Y graph? It's perpendicular. That's what tells you it's Euclidean. So you could orientate one of those horizontal and the other one vertical. So you could literally make a square like that out of horizontals and verticals, exactly like the graph that you've said.
Go ahead.
Right? So it's obviously possible. No, we'd like to say we just do the fundamental basics. Everybody understands X, Y, perpendicularity.
You can answer these questions.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that then. Yeah, I said like it's Monday morning, like Monday daytime now, dinner time.
Lunchtime. Is it lunchtime?
Yeah. Dinner. I had dinner. Don't have lunch. I'm not that posh.
Oh, mine's just going to be a toasted cheese and ham sandwich, so it's not that posh, but
can't do that. Jealous.
What, you can't do toasted cheese and ham sandwiches?
No.
What's that?
Can't do cheese and I can't do bread. And I think the ham might be a bit of a problem as well now.
Do you know what I've started?
Modern times.
Do you know what I've started doing, Bev? I've started baking my own bread. It's fucking gorgeous.
Somebody had said that. Potato. Have you ever used potato flour?
No.
I might have forgot that.
Do you know it's really good to bake your own bread?
Oh yeah, I used to do it.
Yeah.
I tried, but I found it very hard. I bake scone, but bread, man, I've tried and I just cannot get it right.
I tell you what, it doesn't last half as long as the shop brought stuff because you just keep nibbling at it.
Oh man,
better while it's warm, isn't it? Doesn't get a chance to cool down.
Oh yeah. Half of it's gone before it's cooled down.
Yeah, and a stick of butter. Stick of
butter.
Oh man,
hot fucking homemade bread, boy. Yes.
Yeah.
Is there anything better? Like sometimes I enjoy the bread more than the meal.
Yeah. Dude, I'll put like a half a stick of butter on like one piece. Fucking love that shit.
So the butter's dripping.
Ah, so good, dude.
He has some bread with his butter.
Yeah, man. Fresh baked everything. Fresh baked. Yeah.
Still, when I still went to church, we had a smaller congregation, and I would make the bread for communion.
Nice. Would you make it unleavened?
I would make sourdough.
Ah, that's good as fuck. I like sourdough bread.
Yeah, you can. I've looked into this as well because you can make the sourdough and you can keep it alive in the fridge. So you can, once you've made one lot of sourdough, you kind of break it in half and use half of that sourdough, and then you keep the other half alive in the fridge, and you can feed that, and it kind of you don't have to make any more sourdough. You just keep.
Yeah, for real though, what the fuck is yeast, bro? I mean, like keep it alive and shit. Like wow, so wild.
What they call the starter, right?
Like what a cool thing, you know. It's interesting, like if you try to look up the history of like bread and like the history of cheese, it's like they don't know. They don't know where it comes from. They just propose like I don't know. Somebody made a mistake and found it out.
Yeah, like, did everything have to just come about by just a mistake or just people trying just random things? Because this is some complicated shit where, like, if people were just trying random things, I don't know how they would even come up with this stuff.
Like you fell over and like somehow your jar of yeast leaked. I don't even know.
That's a question I ask myself all the time about a lot of things. How did they come up with that? Because there's so much, you have to put this in hot water and put this in cold water and use this ingredient, that, and how did somebody figure that out?
Yeah,
Amazing.
I used to like bug out on the idea, like being like if you're in the city where it's like just like New York or something, like in the heart of the city, it's like I remember brother talking about one time how like they used to think that it was like just created all at once.
So I was. Am I sorry?
Oh no, he's back.
I was doing stuff. So do we have solutions? Yay!
Yes, we do. They're $9.99 a month. You get along with a Coriolis protection from freechancoriolisInsurance.com. Would you be interested?
$8. Hello, Easter. Not heard from you for a while.
Oh shit! How do I know thee?
Fuck it! I used to go on your server like back a while ago. Like,
oh no way, bro! Fuck yeah!
Yeah, dude.
Oh, good man, good. Welcome back to the fucking show, brother.
I was on your server with.
Welcome to the show.
Oh man, he died. He fucking died, man. I can't remember his name.
Jibby of them? Jibby?
Ah, yeah, it was Jibby, yeah.
Yeah, Jibby Jedi, bro.
Yeah.
Big up Jibby Jedi forever, dude. I love that kid.
Yeah, we were talking about it was the hexagon on Saturn. Was it Saturn or Jupiter?
Oh, for like the fucking the video hexagons or just
like in the poles.
Right.
Was Jibby? Wasn't he a mod on 24/7?
I don't think so, man. Jibby was his
That's
own
definitely Jedi.
Jibby was on Google Hangouts from back in the day, man. He's actually like old school, one of the funniest fucking people. He's one of the first people who came up with the thing Flat Earth Mafia. Like and like dude, he was just one of the OGs in this shit. And he's in the newspaper for doing his thing. He did some he's just a really cool motherfucker. He was from Vermont and
what did he do?
What do you mean?
Being in the paper for?
He was doing a test. I forget. Maybe Snack is here. You might remember. Snack would know maybe better than I do. But there's a newspaper article on him. I forget his actual name, but for so long he was like hidden and this that. And then it was funny because I was there when I don't know if you guys know a dude named Hitchhikers to the Galaxy. It used to be this one cat that was out here. He used to control everybody. Still around probably.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It's like they doxed Jibby. And Jibby was like, I'll never forget I was on the call. Jimmy's like, thanks for not putting my info out there. Jimmy was just such a cool motherfucker, but he was so savvy. But yet all of us flat earth weirdos are savvy in all kinds of ways. And fucking, it was just cool to watch everybody interact. And Jimmy was a hardcore, just spoke his mind, was unafraid, like didn't give a fuck, especially at the time when everyone was getting labeled all this crazy shit and getting scared by these labels. Because back years, I mean, people forget, it's like a couple years ago, it's like somebody outed you or tried to like call you out as some kind of derogatory term. It's like it had an effect.
I remember speaking to him on the.
Whereas now everyone knows it's like some leftism bullshit, But Jibby, man, it's fucking awesome, dude.
I remember speaking to him back in Google Hangouts on YouTube before Discord was kind of a thing. I remember on.
Yeah, I mean, back when like really our only way of communication was we used to link up on Google Hangouts, and that's what. Big up Chris, man. I didn't know. I big up anyone who's been in this conversation for so long because you're one of the smartest people around. You know what I mean? You fucking got it. You got access to the internet. You know how to use it. Fucking, you're on top of this conversation whether you like it or not. It's fucking like I think Flat Earth is ultimately a return. Snack put it so well. It's a return to the stalemate about the shape of the earth. And then you've got this third party that half of the people trust and half the people don't. Either you trust these third-party science people, or you question them. And the scientific method says that you're supposed to question them. It says you're supposed to be an enemy of all that you read. I don't know. It's just, But then also the ballers come and they don't like the idea that flat earthers would be like misled into like some kind of whatever, which to their credit isn't, is to their credit. Because, some people are on that, like, well, Mark Sargent should, blah, 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 blah. And I think it's all a psyop. So they're trying to come in and say, hey, yo, what the fuck are you doing? You're falling for this psyop. And we're like, no, you fell for that psyop. And then, like,
we've all fallen for something, haven't we?
Well, it's just the return. It's the return to the stalemate of the discussion of the shape of the Earth, and the philosophy that necessitates either direction. That's what I think, anyway. Like outside of that, like you're just arguing whether or not somebody did something or not. It's like no, I don't know. It's just like a third party, and that's not supposed to be allowed into the scientific discussion because it's a third party and it's supposed to be distrusted because that's what fucking scientists say to do.
It's hard to argue against the ideology.
It's like, yeah, right. Well, that's the thing. It's a philosophy at the end of the day. Either you're the center of the whole show or you're just some fucking piece of mold on a rock floating through space somewhere made by fucking monkeys. I don't know.
Welcome to the show.
Right. You know what I mean? But to me, it's like, why? It's like that. You ever heard the postulation from C.S. Lewis? Like the whole, like, if it's like, it's that idea that, like, I'd rather be, it's better to be a Christian if there's no God anyway, right? And like, you know what I mean? Because if you're an atheist and there's no God anyway, or if there is a God, you're fucked. But if there's a Christian and there is a God, you're in luck. And if you're a Christian and there's no God, at least you lived by a certain set of morals. That was his argument. There's a book. It is Mere Christianity. It's a great book. But yeah, it's philosophy. It's ultimately philosophy, and it's also a question of trust. These guys come in butthurt. It's like saying, like I used to say it all the time. It's like telling somebody their girlfriend is down at the bar sleeping around. And they don't fucking talk to their girl. They hate you.
Yeah.
They hate you for telling them about their girl down at the bar. They're like, oh, not my little sweetheart. You're like, bro. You know what I mean? And they're like, oh, fuck you. It's like, okay.
Never get in the middle of a couple's argument because you'll always end up the bad guy. It's one thing I've learned in life. Not profound, but it's true.
That's also why I think there's like something gentle about the conversation that has to be had, especially the flat earthers, like newbie flat earthers and shit like that. It's like, I always think like there needs to be like a soft landing is what I always felt. Some place where you could actually rationally go through these ideas and be like, holy fuck me, this is crazy ass shit. And deal with it in a way that is positive versus like self-destruct, burn down the system, become an NPC for the other team. That kind of thing.
Just for the record, just so you know, I would tell my buddy if his girl was messing about with him. So if you become my friend, I've got your back. Don't hate me.
Okay. Well, it's like some people are like willing to understand that, and some people aren't willing to like some people get it, some people don't, and like some people aren't gonna. I don't know. But then also you can't disrespect the other side. I mean, like we can if we're talking shit and having fun, but then like you can't get your feelings hurt at that point.
Yeah, it's not nice being a snowflake. You don't last very long.
Well, yeah, I used to say it too. It's like I'm the original snowflake. I'm real fucking sensitive, bro. You know what I mean? Like, if you started talking to me somewhere, I might fucking, get all triggered and shit. Whatever.
Oh, you poor thing.
I'm sensitive.
Do you want a blankie?
Right, exactly. Like I need like conversational blankies and shit. Like I need to, and if like it's not flowing that way, I get fucking triggered.
What do Americans call it? Retainers? You know the dummy that putting, the dummy in people's mouths? Is it a retainer?
Mm.
Do you want a retainer?
There's retainers, but then there's the binkies or whatever you call them. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's called a pacifier.
Oh, a pacifier. Yeah. That's another name. God, there's so many names for it. Retainer, pacifier, and dummy.
That'd be a good like fight name, the pacifier.
I'm gonna go with the dummy. I'm the dummy.
Captain Caveman.
Any new songs, Asa, or are you just chilling, bro?
Yeah, I've been writing a bunch of songs. I just haven't recorded anything. I don't have a. I used to have a cool mic where I felt like I could make an okay recording. The mic I have now, it's like I got like some kind of signal weirding out. But I'm trying to actually learn how to do it on my phone. They got GarageBand for your phone, but it's so tough. I got a pair of headphones that I use, but
well, phones these days are pretty good, aren't they? Recording wise for you guys.
Well, I mean, I always thought how cool that you have like in your hand, like especially when I was in like I don't know, like you have this device in your hand that can do all this shit. Like you can make a whole movie on your iPhone, basically. You know what I mean? You could iMovie and you just edit shit, do the audio. I think that shit's so cool. I used to be really into that shit, or I guess not really into it, but I was interested in like low budget, low tech. You know what I mean? Storytelling and the idea. Like it's funny. I got a couple of. Actually, I wanted to make a YouTube channel. Well, actually, I made this. I was making fun of my girl because she watches all these murder mystery shits. So I made like a sock puppet murder mystery. Uh, like one of those girls that does like reads a murder mystery. You know what I mean? And then I did like reenactments with the fucking puppets, like with the socks on my hand. Like, oh no, da, 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 da. So stupid and just funny. I like doing that kind of shit. Like, I used to like doing that kind of like she had an intro video that I made with the sock. Like she's all like looking out the window, being sincere. It's just fucking hilarious. Because I started thinking I wanted to do like a comedy YouTube thing where you have like it's like imagine this would be the idea. Imagine you go on YouTube to look up flat Earth, and there's like 10 live discussions going on, right? In the YouTube feed, all on flat Earth, because it used to be like that, right? And the place to be was YouTube live or YouTube. You'd YouTube flat Earth and then go to the live selection, and it would show you like a bunch of channels, and it'd be like Free Chan, fucking a bunch of other channels. I'm trying to think of who would be on, like a bunch of other channels, and it would be like live, interactive people. But the board, there was only so many people to a panel, so people would make another channel to have their own panels and talk and stream. And so I wanted to make a show where it was like somebody was tuning into that YouTube live thing and then going from channel to channel to channel. But like each channel that you're going to is a fictional YouTube channel that I would then make a YouTube channel for, so that you could go and look up, like, it'd all be sock puppets. Like, like arguing the flat Earth, you know what I mean? On like the individual screen, like they're actually called. You know what I mean? So it'd be like fucking hilarious if you did it right. You know what I mean? Because you're like, no, man, you can't have gas pressure without a container. And then, you know what I mean? You get the angry baller in. You know what I mean? He's like, you're fucking stupid.
just hands with socks with big fucking eyes on them.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, how about this, bro? Not even eyes on him, dude. It was so crass. That's my idea. It was just so crass and stupid.
Oh, just budget.
Just low fucking, but like, I mean, maybe you could put eyes on it, but like, you don't even need to. Like, just the sock. And it's just like, and maybe I guess like if you did the crazy baller, you could try to put some hair on him or something. Like I don't know.
Oh fuck, man, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I thought it'd be fun as hell to do. Because then you make channels for all those made up channels. Do you know what I mean? And then you could actually do videos for each one of those channels. So like, let's say like Jim and Susie's Flat Earth Paradise, where she's like, I just love amaranth. You know what I mean? Like, and she's just like, it's like, it's Jim and Susie, and he's like, I know what you mean. And it's all like NPR'd out, but they're flat earthers. And then like, you go to another channel and it's like, some angry flat earth dude, like, Jim and Susie, and they hate, or, like Tim and Sally hate Jim and Susie. And so like they're constantly doxing each other and fucking each other. And it's like two YouTube sock puppet channel accounts going at it.
A really angry puppet.
Oh,
A really
can
angry
you
sock
just
puppet. They
expand on
call him
that?
Christopher.
Because that's what I think happened with like Flat Earth. Even dude put it well a long time ago, like the Breakfast Club theory, where the idea of like had all this group of people that were together, but they ultimately, and like the idea being that like, you know, they all kind of speak to a certain sector of society, and so everyone kind of gravitates toward their particular favorite character in the group, and then instead of being a cohesive group of people that could actually maybe like influence something, all those people in the Breakfast Club break apart, start to hate one another, you know, start hating each other. And now you've fractured the whole group. And then as time goes on, each fucking individual member of the leader of the Breakfast Club goes crazier and crazier down Crazy Street, so much so that each group is so far divided because of what their allegiances are.
You know, that's strange because I just recently, this week, I've been thinking about I have to rewatch The Breakfast Club because I think the last time I seen it was the late 80s or early 90s. That's probably something we should watch again.
Yeah, it's actually like I don't know who the guy was again. I want to say Jesse or something. I forget the guy's name. But he hated Flat Earth too. But he made a good point. And you know, he was calling out at the time like Oakley and Subarats and Steer and the whole shit because they were all together at one point and it all broke up and then everyone was all divided.
God rest Antonio, eh?
Yeah, man. Do you remember that? Jed Skeptic Media still got it in his channel.
Yeah, Jed's fucking cool, man. You know, he's Jed, I mean,
fucking, it's the secret piss drinking hangout where you see Oakley Subarats with Steer, Martin fucking.
See, I like Leaky though.
Is it Leaky? Yeah.
I don't know. He's my actually. I always say he's my Flat Earth guru. Like I fucking love Leaky, man. He's just such a. I don't know. There's something about him that I just like that I don't give a fuck where he's from.
He's got a great happy vibe going on.
I just like him, man. I don't just like that dude. And,
no, he's good.
Yeah, I just don't know what it is. He's always been who he is, and he's just cool. I don't know. I like him. But anyway, I used to.
He took some abuse too at the start of the whole thing on the YouTube.
Well, real quick. I'm not trying to accuse anyone of these things either, because like people are also nuts and people go do crazy shit in their lives. But you know, like at the same time, like I mean, Jed was one of those people trying to call it out, but it also felt like the haters were kind of orchestrated too. It just felt really weird early on. And that's why I thought like I wanted to kind of demonstrate that with the sock puppeting, you know, with the actual socks. You know what I mean? Because they're called sock puppet accounts, right? So it even works better. You know what I mean? It's like the socks and Jimmy and Susie hate Tim and Sally and they're at war. And then you got like, you know, hippie Jim, you know what I mean, over on a mountain talking about how flat it is. And, you know, he doesn't eat fucking anything and he's a breatharian, you know. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
I like the sock idea, man. We should.
Like you got like, you know, your ranty character over there arguing about Ken Burns and shit. You know what I mean? Like just you could go in all directions, and then you could make the YouTube channels for each one of those socks, which I think would be hilarious because then you could make the individual. You could actually really. But dude, it's like I'd almost want to get paid if I was going to put that much time and effort into this fucking thing.
Make some money, bro.
Because the editing is like, you know, where it's at, and the fucking. I mean, really, it's just like you can do it with any subject, but Flat Earth is just hilarious in a lot of ways. And I think also Flat Earth is like a mind virus. Like as soon as you say Flat Earth, whether it's a negative or positive, something like turns on in people. And they either have to go start studying about the shape of the Earth or they have to start getting angry about it.
Oh, man. Everything is triggering.
Cool.
We need a safe space for everything these days.
Pretty cool though. I mean, just what it is.
So, Christopher, are you there?
Yeah.
You did a really good Jim Panda impression there earlier on.
I did.
I enjoyed that. Can you do a Rumpus impression?
Oh God, no. No. I don't think so.
How dare you? How dare you?
You otter, moron. I don't know. I can't do it on demand, man.
That's a good one, though.
That's a good one. That works. Thank you very much. I forgot about the otter.
Yeah, that's cool, Chris. I'm glad come across you again, man. Forgive me for not,
No, it's cool, man. Fuck, it's been a while, dude.
Yeah, it's been so long. Fucking, I mean, shit. Yeah, it's been so long since I've done anything like with Flat Earth Core, anything with the shit. I come on these guys' channels now.
See,
that's
Chris,
what I like. Hosting them is a bitch, bro. Like, ugh. You know, hosting.
Sorry,
yeah. No, you're good.
Sorry, man. No, fuck, I was overstepping you there, bro. I was just saying. I was going to say to Christopher. See, all you have to do is imagine that every other flat earther is like Isa, and then talk to them like that. You know what I mean, bro?
I don't like. I started this thing for a laugh, right? It was, and then I started taking it seriously in myself too, and then like some people that are even present in the chat now, you know, they showed me that fucking I was doing that, and then I realized like it doesn't. This is what someone at my fucking door.
Yeah. You what now? You come to some kind of realization. Did mommy just walk in and bring you your lunch in the basement? I'm just kidding, bro.
Yeah, man, probably busy.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's something I like too. Is that the idea that like, I don't know, like I like being cool with a lot of the ballers that are cool, because ballers are, you know, people are people, man. They're fucking, you know, fucking smart motherfuckers. You know, and it's like
even flat earthers can be assholes.
well, that's what gets me. It's like, you know, here's my thing, especially with like censorship, right? Because this is where like, I guess what kind of like made me more sympathetic to the ballers in the flat Earth discussion was that early on, like in a flat Earth kind of place, like a hangout or a live stream, it's like the ballers would come in, like Jem would come in and he'd be like, "So I heard that the Earth's a spinning ball," you know, and the flat Earthers would just go nuts on him, like, you know what I mean, and they'd mute him or they'd kick him off the chat, or you know, I mean, stuff like that would happen. And I think that's what kind of drew the ire of some of the ballers, but it also happened to a lot of flat earthers getting, you know, labeled such and such. But I always thought to myself, like, flat Earth is like the minority shouting into the wind of society, right? And you know, they're trying to shut us up. You know what I mean? So like when someone who ideally is the microcosm of what you're doing, like, you know, granted, they're just one person coming into a room of like 30 or 40 people or 100 people or 1,000 people, but there are one or two people that are coming in against that. To shut them down is hypocritical, because you yourself are turning into like the world and asking for a voice. So when someone comes into your little corner and shouts at your thing, like, I want to be heard, let's say on my grand scale of what I'm talking about, let's say against the quote unquote against the fucking mainstream. So in order for me to achieve that, I would think it would be incumbent on me to show the same type of leniency to someone who maybe looks from a minority where I presently am. So like the minority always has to at least get their idea across, at least get it entered into the arena. And that's what I think we help do. free chain and all these like kind of, because a lot of people were trying to just shut the balls out of the conversation. That's why the lines have been driven in the sand. And that's what everyone else is kind of waking up to, this war that was already put before them. Like, this person's your enemy over there, and this person's your enemy over there. Let's go. And you could be all Krishna about it and be like, fuck it, let's go to war. You know what I mean? Or you could be a little more rational about it right now because we're not at war and it's just a discussion about the shape of the earth. But like,
it's two ideologies arguing against each other, or well, one of them.
Like, it's like the idea of like, this is, I don't know. I always felt like it took me a while to learn. Flat Earth is not the hill to die on, in my opinion.
Hypocrisy is the new normal, apparently, from what I'm seeing. It's just they're just so hypocritical. They're pointing fingers. They're calling people out for rigging elections, but they're doing the exact same thing. In the geopolitical sense, it's just incredible the hypocrisy that's going on in the world today. It's the new normal. That's my catchphrase now. It's not orange. It's hypocrisy.
Oh, it's really old, man. Jesus.
That's really what.
I think just to address even the chat, the guy was like, "We're not getting shut down," and this, that, the other thing. I mean, like, it's not that we're getting, like, we were, and we still are to a bit. Like, you know what I mean? I was demonetized. I was, you know what I mean? Like, there's still like $1,000 AdSense owes me. A little over $1,000, but $2,000 probably. From super chats and shit that I never took out. And like, so it's like they just cut me off. You know what I mean? Like, what else? Like, they definitely did. The issue is our arguments, not even our arguments, but our offers in response to the Globe offer, are so good that it keeps winning in the minds of the people, and that's why the people can't run away from this. And this idea is winning. It's like when Flat Earth makes a move, NASA has to react because they have to combat the intellectual severity of the argument that was just made by some quote unquote flat earther, i.e., like rockets don't fly in space, so now the moon is in Earth's atmosphere. Like, we move and they jump to how high they need to go to fucking deal with what we've done. And the other thing too is to DP and Bev, you had me thinking earlier, if they're still here.
It's like an exercise in scrambling.
Well, like, what was I going to say? It's like, oh yeah, it's like their goal, like our goal, right, is like to come out, talk about an idea well enough so as to change maybe one person's mind. Their goal,
yeah, that'll do.
Their goal is to come out and make sure that you only change one person's mind. So when at the end of the day you've changed that person's mind, the other guy has gone, what you think to be ballistic or whatever, he thinks to himself, he's won because you've only changed one person's mind. And you think you've won because you've changed one person's mind potentially. And now you're at a stalemate because you're both looking at each other from across the aisle like, haha, I got you. And then you're like, the other guy's like, why the fuck do you think you won? You know what I mean? I know what you think. Like, essentially, you're playing for the same goal. I know, it's just interesting to me. It's the same goal, and then everyone thinks they've won, and nobody's really won, except for, I think, us, because we get to talk to one person. And that's how this is going, one by one by one. So these eyes can't be shut down because they're too interesting.
It's funny what you were just saying, Issa, about their argument changing. It's like we give them the next step in their argument.
Yeah, I mean, they have to adapt. Think about it.
Before
you know it, it'll be there's helium-3 and fucking, it's just gonna be like, that's how the space program works, and you know what I mean? I don't know, like, before you know it, though, like, they have to deal with it. And the problem is, it's like, it's 6 years out. Now, we're 6 years ahead of the fucking thing, man. Like, right now you gotta look like this. Think about where you were 6 years ago, and that's about where society is maybe coming into realization. Like right now they're like dealing with the idea that like, you mean our government reached out to Twitter to silence people? You know what I mean? That's where they're at right now. You know what I mean? So like, it's just intriguing to watch because like they're gonna have to manage that. And I'm actually all for the globe for the profane, bro. Because you have to. Because who dare us? Like, who are you? Who am I to take away that moment of awakening when you realize you're not spinning? You know, who are any one of us to take that away from somebody? That moment of revelation where you stand alone against the world and blah, 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 you know, all that fucking psychological shit that comes with this. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think anyone has the right to take that from somebody, and I wouldn't want to take it from somebody. In a way,
it's a glorious moment.
Right.
So I would like to say, right. So when I was looking up those questions, right, I went for one that didn't look too difficult, but like I looked at it and I just saw sign and all that, and I don't really understand it. I'm not been around it recently to refamiliarize myself with it. And then after I posted that, I looked at it for a couple of minutes. I went, that's just asking really basic questions about the graph, and you two couldn't even fucking answer it. Like, what the fuck?
Sound like a very angry man, Chris.
Were you talking to me there, Christopher?
Oh no, I don't think he was. He was.
Yes, you
Christopher, I made it perfectly clear before you even fucking posted it. Neither one of us are your dancing fucking monkey. So do yourself a favour, wind your fucking neck in.
Yeah, Christopher, can you entertain a thought without having an opinion? You think that's plausible?
Can I entertain a thought without having an opinion? I mean, like, if you have a thought, then it's generally, it's generally formed by your opinions. Or if you don't have an opinion on it, then you tend to make them so the thoughts formed. I mean, it's kind of how thinking works.
Where are you going now?
Can you entertain a thought without having an opinion? It's just meaningless drivel, really.
Well, okay. So the reason why I asked that is because you seem to have a very belligerent approach towards people that have an opposite view of you. Anybody who doesn't agree with your worldview,
my view. What I don't like, right, are two little fucking twats on the internet.
No, listen, you can't call people twats. I mean, that's just starting off.
That's not
conducive or intelligent.
So, okay, these two fine chaps on the internet.
That's better.
Thanks. And then they have their little thing, and they like to reel in like what we would call an otard, right? Someone who will chase down every little thing that they point out and try and answer. Usually they do answer it, right? I mean, they usually do. And their goal is to frustrate and use their little shtick to do that, and then to make themselves look like they are winning an argument. The argument is nonsense, right? The Earth's not fucking flat. This whole, we don't say the Earth's flat, we know it's got topography, but you are. You just don't want the label. And Issa brought up labels earlier, and this is just a new form of not wanting that flat earther label, when in fact that's exactly what they are.
Okay, so what is going on in your life?
Hang on. Let me address that, because that is aimed directly at me.
Go ahead.
Okay, Christopher, all you have to do is go out and prove the geometry wrong. That's all you have to fucking do. But you can't. You can't do that because the geometry. Excuse me, Christopher, you're talking straight through me, and you're telling me that you don't care. Well, the basic principles of Bev's channel are geometric. So if you don't care about the geometry, then stop fucking whinging. Fuck's sake.
That's the thing, Christopher. What is going
to
on in your life that you have to come on
to know about geometry when in fact they fucking don't.
Well, why
Go
are you so
prove it
angry?
wrong, Christopher. Go get off your fucking arse and go and prove it
I'm
wrong.
not interested in doing that. I've told you, I'm not even time.
Stop your fucking whinging then. If you've got no interest in proving it wrong, Christopher,
I have an interest in proving
wind your fucking neck in and stop your fucking whinging.
Yeah, go
you
to the
moaning
park.
old cunt.
Yeah,
I've
go
done
to the
that.
park and take a
told
couple
you
of
don't
deep
know what
breaths,
the
bro.
fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, all right.
Go to
I've
the
got
park.
more of a clue than you do, Christopher. That's for sure.
If that was true, right, and you obviously have been, using these terms non-Euclidean, Euclidean, and geometry this and geometry that, right? You've obviously been I've not, right? I've not been around. I've not done fucking high school geometry since, well, surprise, surprise, high school. But you couldn't even answer basic questions about a fucking graph.
I'm not your dancing monkey, Christopher. I don't give a fuck about what you post in the chat here. I don't care. I really don't care. I'm not here to dance for you. You've made it quite evident that you're just a bigot.
Yeah, that was the other thing, Christopher. You said the Earth is obviously not flat. So I would like, if you wouldn't, you don't have to. You could just tell me to fuck off. But you can have a couple of proofs there why it's not flat.
Yeah, man.
Why it's round.
I'll entertain this for a moment.
Right.
I'm not going to do it with Bev or DP, but I'll do it with you. The South Celestial Pole. It's that simple.
That's it.
Yeah.
Right. So so South Celestial, Northern Celestial, things going on up there. Yeah.
So, P-Mac, something he's never fucking seen is proof
I have seen it.
to
I have
him
seen it. I was very
of
young.
something he's never fucking seen.
It's
ridiculous.
I have seen it.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I was very young at the time. It doesn't matter if I've seen it or not. The entire Southern Hemisphere sees it every night. So basically, I usually preface this by asking for a representation of the flat Earth, right? But they won't give me that. So sometimes they'll give me an approximation, like an A map. They'll say that's the closest thing we've got. But other than that, we don't know, right? It doesn't matter. Any representation of any flat Earth, you're going to run into problems with either the North or the South Celestial Pole. Specifically, if you have a couple of observers in the Southern Hemisphere, one in, like, say, South America and one in South Africa, and they're both looking south at the same time, and it can be night there at the same time. So don't tell me that it can't be, because it fucking can. And they would be looking in opposite directions, not opposite, sorry, different directions in a flat Earth, but they see the same thing. They see the same circumpolar constellations around that apparent point in the sky. That can only happen in a globe. You cannot explain it on a flat Earth. That's what I go to.
So I'm going to state the obvious here. I'm going to state the obvious here, which you've probably heard 100 times before. By looking at lights in the sky, you can prove the Earth is a ball.
That's right.
That's just ridiculous, bro.
Why is it ridiculous?
What? How are you?
Because sailors have used it to navigate for fucking centuries. That's why.
What?
Because sailors have used it to navigate the fucking ground for the sea, the surface, for millennia, centuries. That's why.
So you do understand that that we have to have a dome above us in order to hold the gas pressure, or do you have a counterpoint?
Look, come on, you asked me what my main evidence of.
Let me address your point though. Can I come in for a sec? Instead of jumping off the gas pressure, like, yeah, check it out though. What about if in return we offer this? The globe model's understanding of the stars came from the Babylonians, who were flat earthers, right?
I don't agree with that at all.
That's
I don't believe
history.
that's true. Like, I mean, like, even if
you don't agree with history,
I mean, okay, you have to cite it for me.
well, like, Sure. Hold on. Give me a minute.
Cool. But even if that's the case, our current modern understanding of the stars does not come from the Babylonians. It comes from our own, people making their own observations since, I don't know, like Copernicus and Brahe and fucking Galileo. Like, come on, that's not based in Babylonian cosmology.
But you think that by looking at the lights in the sky, that proves that the Earth is not flat? I don't understand the.
That's correct. Because, how can you use the stars to navigate the surface, the seas in particular, but you can't use it to determine what the surface is? Like, of course you can. Like, of course you can. It can only work on a globe. It cannot work on any variation of a flat Earth. And whatever we want to map the continents that correspond, that have some fucking basis in reality, you can't do it.
Sure about that?
Go ahead, please.
No, I'm just asking if you're sure about that. How sure are you? Why are you saying that?
Oh, I'm very sure.
Why?
Okay, then if you do have a way to present a flat Earth model,
doesn't sound like you're very sure now. Now you're saying, oh, well, maybe you have a way.
No,
Why
Well, if you do, I would absolutely be willing to visit it.
Are you as sure as the geometry you didn't understand when you posted it this morning? Are you that sure, Christopher?
I never made any claims to know anything about geometry before I posted that. I made that very clear. I made that very clear.
Now you are making claims to have an understanding of that very geometry that you made no claims to have an understanding of when you posted the geometry problem this morning.
I'm not pulled into your little fucking web of lies and gaslighting nonsense. Like, I'm
Christopher, why are you so angry, bro?
The Irish fella.
That would be me. But you're very angry, bro.
I'm not angry at all. I think this all fucking very amusing.
You are a wee bit. But yeah. So I just don't understand your approach or your demeanor or the way you talk to people. It's very belligerent. It's very.
I mean, I've not talked to you like that, right? Like, I'm not talking to you like that, am I?
Well, no, but I've heard you talk.
I don't have any experience with you, right? You seem cool, like you seem reasonable. You don't hear me talking to Issa like that. I'll talk to fucking people like Bev and DP like that because I know their game. I know what they're out to do.
But hang on a minute, Christopher.
People.
This is the first time I've ever had an interaction with you, and you have come at me with this hostile bullshit from the get-go, Christopher. I've never spoken to you before. Not once have I spoken to you before. And all you've done is come at me with this hostile fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it's been very hostile.
Okay.
Perhaps if you maybe changed it a little bit, put your point across in a different way, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like you did ask me though, like, I mean, like, why can I'm curious as to why you think you can't use what you call lights in the sky to navigate and then determine the shape of the surface that you can see these lights in the sky from. Like, I don't understand why would you think that's
I'll tell you why, because I don't understand what it is. Okay, from a very young age, I've looked at the lights in the sky and I've thought to myself, what if they're just pinpricks in a dark fucking expanse? What if what they're telling us is not true? I had these thoughts since I was a kid.
Doesn't matter what they are. It does not matter what they are.
Nobody cares about your thoughts, right?
Wait. Just real quick. Did a flat earther here claim that you can't use the lights in the sky to navigate with? Did somebody say that?
No.
Why do you think we said that? Why do you think that was the claim, Christopher?
I did ask, why do you think the license? Yeah, I didn't say that.
You said it doesn't determine the shape of the Earth, but he said, why do you think lights in the sky can't be used to navigate? But I don't think that's the claim, right?
Hey, just for the record, I just want to put into the verbal record here. I just posted some stuff in chat where it says here from Wikipedia The origins of Western astronomy can be found in Mesopotamia. The article goes and shows how Mesopotamia, or whatever, and all Western efforts in the exact sciences are descendants in direct line from the work of the late Babylonian astronomers. That's all.
Okay, cool. That's cool. But our current understanding doesn't come from them directly. And I would also like to show us
No,
how
my
the
point was
Babylonians.
The Babylonians were flat earthers, and
Where
they're
they
the
go?
ones
Where they
who helped the
go?
Western develop their understanding of
Where
the stars.
Yeah, it was all based on a flat Earth, all of it, cycles, all of it, all the stars and everything were used when people understood that their reality is like it seems instead of the opposite, right? They didn't have to believe it was flat. They just assumed it was, because why wouldn't it be? It's the way that the Earth is. It presents itself as stationary to all of us and level. So we didn't have to have a belief about it, I guess, at that time. But now they call it a belief because they threw in this whole ball belief that your reality is the opposite of what it actually seems to be. Then that's when all the belief thing about where you live comes in. Then just accepting it as like reality is as it seems, that becomes a belief? I don't think so, no. That's the loss of a belief.
So, I mean, I just did a cursory Google search. In ancient times, people believed that the world was flat, mostly false. Like, I'm just reading what it says.
Did you hear what I just said, though? They didn't have to believe, but go ahead. Yeah, I'm just reading. Did you get my point, though? My point is that they didn't have to believe it was flat. It was just the way it was, right? They just assumed that, why would it be round? That doesn't make any sense, right? That never came
I mean, the Globers were in here telling me a week or two ago that not everyone on the King's panel thought that the Earth was a globe when Columbus went to sail to America.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, clearly.
Okay, I mean that's all. Like, I don't like getting caught up in and then having to go branch off into all these different things.
Well, stop trying to represent a bunch of liars, dog, and it doesn't happen.
My point was that the South Celestial Pole,
right there.
My point was that the South Celestial Pole is sufficient evidence for me that the Earth is a sphere, right? Now, I am absolutely willing to look at any representation of the flat Earth model, which you don't have, by the way, that will adequately explain the existence of the south and north celestial poles.
All right, I'll put one in the chat right now for you. Want to look at it? The southern stars debunk the globe. Sorry, that's actually the best debunk for the globe. So that doesn't work for you.
It'll just get a hand wave dismissal, new perspective. Stuff like this always does, because they can't think outside of their paradigm. They're not capable of putting their paradigm to one side and thinking completely outside of that paradigm. They just can't do it. There is a mental block within these people that prevents them from doing that, which is exactly what they have to do to even look at the stuff that we present to them. So, of course, you answer their questions in a way that suits your understanding as the way you see the world. But because it doesn't answer the question within their paradigm, and it's not the answer to the question isn't tailored towards their belief, then to them you haven't answered the question. It's just ridiculous.
Okay, can you go ahead and answer this question, DP? Can you present a model of the Earth not as a sphere that adequately explains the existence of the south and north celestial poles?
Yeah, I just put that in the live stream
New
for
perspective has just done that for you.
I mean,
this isn't necessarily the way I would think about it, and this is a good thing about the way we look at things. Is that what new perspective has just put in the chat for you may not necessarily be 100% the way I feel about it.
Look, what am I looking at here? What is this?
You got southern and northern stars. They're two sets of stars. They're funneling in on themselves through the celestial equator. One goes clockwise, one goes counterclockwise, just like we observe. We have a celestial equator, They funnel through, they go parallel to each other, they go off 180 degrees separate from each other, which we really can't observe because we have to get out past Easter Island far enough to actually see them separate. But the Milky Way stretches out.
Look at the state of your sun and moon orbits, though. I mean, that's not what we observe.
That is exactly what we see. See how the star trails there?
Not with you're going to run into serious problems with the sun and the moon there.
See, they can't step outside their paradigm.
And also, look at the distance between. Look at the distance between South America and Africa. Look at the size of South America compared to South Africa. Do you realise that South Africa? I mean, sorry, not South Africa. Africa.
More than the proportions.
Do you realise the continent of Africa?
Christopher. This is about the concept to begin with. The proportions of the land masses may not be completely accurate, but you know that your globe map actually has Australia smaller than America when Australia is bigger than America. So all the proportions on a globe map are wrong anyway.
That's a projection map. The actual globe itself absolutely doesn't. So now you're going to have to appeal to the globe.
As far as the actual continent placements, they're not accurate. But the globe map, the
continent placements aren't accurate, but that accurately that's an accurate representation of your flat Earth that adequately explains the north and south.
Just like the globe.
This is absurd. It's nonsense.
Christopher,
I know, hand wave dismissal.
Hang on, new perspective. Right. Hang on. Christopher, you are not going to learn anything if you talk through everybody. You're not going to even get the basics of an understanding.
Why
right?
And
you claim, well, there you go, you're talking through me right now. And you claim that you haven't heard anything that leads you to believe this, that, or the other. Well, there's no wonder if you talk through everybody.
Dude, he posted that. I began to question it, and then someone else talked through me.
Well, because I was trying to clarify for you that it's about the concept, and you have to admit the Glober's big claim is that there's a southern and a northern star rotation. One goes clockwise, the other one goes counterclockwise, but not really. It's only because you're upside down on the ball that the other one seems to go counterclockwise. Correct? They all go the same direction in your model.
Clockwise and counterclockwise are two objectively different directions.
They do.
Look, I asked you to represent a flat Earth model that adequately explains the southern and northern celestial poles that also has the continents that correspond with reality. You did not do that. You've also
didn't say anything about the continents. He's changing his story.
Hold on, he's right in the middle of this thing, guys. Yo,
hilarious.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Let's go one at a time. Everyone gets 30 seconds, and don't start talking till the next person's done. Maybe we should have a code word for when people are done talking. I feel like that would make it easier. Do we need a code word?
How about cognitive dissonance? We'll use that phrase.
Just done would suffice. Like, okay, so I'll say this again. I asked for something that accurately represents the continents that correspond with reality, that also adequately explains the southern and northern celestial pole. What you posted there was just presents a whole host of other problems. Now, I'm sure you'd like to explore these other problems so you can get away from this, but I'm not going to do that. I'm done.
Okay. I'm happy to hear your critique, but the point is this is a concept that's viable, and it's also possibly completely observable that we see these stars separate from each other. And if that is the case, then the globe's done regardless. And I would also say if you can observe both the northern and the southern stars going counterclockwise and clockwise in respect to each other at the same time, then you're not upside down and right side up on a globe at the same time. The globe's done also. So the continents and their proportions are already off on your globe model. They're already totally misrepresented, admittedly, because they have to stretch it out and make it smaller so it'll fit your little globe, right? But it's already not accurate. So if you think that's reality and it has to fit that reality, it never will, because that's not reality.
Only for a projection map. When you take the globe in itself on its whole, it doesn't have those problems that you mentioned.
Yeah, it has a lot of problems, though. Do you know about those?
I'm not really interested. Like I said, I don't usually do this. Like I was just entertaining PMAC earlier. He asked me why I thought. He asked me
Chris,
why.
are you Chris
One second, man.
MC XXX from
Yeah,
back in the day?
yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I remember you, brother.
Oh,
just fuck.
The penny drop.
Right on, because I remember the last time we were talking, I was asking you if we knew the weight of Polaris, and you were saying that we do.
Yeah, I think I don't, but I think astronomers do.
I just remember that. I just remember that. Right on, man. That's cool. Good to hear you, man.
Hey, man, I don't want to kill your beliefs, man. I think that we kind of offer a free therapy here. That's pretty much what this is, because you seem almost like on the edge of a nervous breakdown. Like if we're right, you're not really.
I mean, like, that's fine, but you're not right.
Can I get some of that free therapy?
Yeah, it's our service. It's our duty. We have to ease you into it, and you're not going to ease into it very well if you're just like, turning things down and then saying, "Oh, well, I'm not interested in what you have to say about the globe model problems because that's my reality."
Well, look, I started this by saying, like, I'll do this briefly. He asked me for why I think the Earth's a sphere. I gave him my reasons, right?
Well, you give me one reason. Yeah, one.
That's right. That's right. That's all I need. All I need.
If it's good enough for you, bro, you're gonna need more therapy, though. That's for sure.
I kind of like last night. We were having there was a conversation, and you guys, or I forget what it was. We were all talking about the like, what is the base presumption that would have led mankind or leads anyone to think that they're on a spinning ball? Like, what is the base? Like, what are the observations that would raise the suspicion to man that he's moving? Like, what would that be?
How about one thing one thing about your experience that has nothing to do with the interpretation of the sky?
Probably with motion and water. Probably motion first, then water. If you can't prove motion, you
if there was motion.
Yeah, if you can't prove motion, you go shit.
Right. So we're asking Christopher, what's the one thing about his experience that tells him that he's on a spinning ball, besides the experience of interpretation of the sky or anything else?
Yeah, good point. I love flat earthers, man. They're so fucking. It's just so down to earth.
Or even like, what would the first, like, let's say, like, early man, whatever, like, without technology, what would raise their suspicion to make them think that they are spinning?
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, that's just, I mean, it's an interesting thing to think of.
I mean, that's probably why, like, the early cosmology didn't have the Earth, spinning, as you say, which it's a gross misrepresentation too of saying that the Earth spins. It implies like it's spinning like a spinning top. It doesn't. It rotates very, very slowly. Like it's like fucking, what is it, like 1 degree every I forget. Like it's once every 24 hours. It's 2 times slower than the hour the hour hand on the clock.
You can spin slowly too, though.
But you see, that's the way you have to think of it, as slowly, right? We all were kind of tricked into thinking it was slow because it's one rotation every 24 hours or 15 degrees or whatever you want to call it. Still 1,000 miles an hour, literally 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. That's not slow.
That's not how you measure rotation, no.
I know you don't measure it that way, but that's what it is, literally. Just because you put it in RPMs doesn't make it any slower. Just because you think of it as a clock, and that the hour hand would be twice as slow, if that clock were as big as the circumference of the Earth, the tip of that hour hand would be moving at 1,000 miles an hour, literally, and all globers have to admit that.
Yeah, so that's right. Your problem is that you don't grasp the scale. The scale has become confusing for you.
I mean, so what if it is? I mean, so what? Like, my point is...
Well, now you're saying so what, but that was your big point.
No, my point was that when you say spinning, it's an attempt to misrepresent just how slow it actually rotates. At the equator it's going 1,000. At the poles it's going nearly 0. So what? Like, but my bigger point actually was to touch on what Issa was saying was saying about the early cosmology didn't have the Earth spinning. It had it at the centre of the entire universe, and which rotated around it. It's just, it's as we progressed that we realised that this wasn't the case. So like and again, this spinning thing is just another detour from whether the Earth is flat or a globe. Like,
wait, now you just took a detour from your whole argument. You said, so what if it's really fast, even though my claim was that it's really slow? So what? That's what you said.
I mentioned that, I specifically used, and by the way, that's a misrepresentation. My point was what Issa was bringing up. He said about early man and how they would determine whether or not we were spinning. Well, they didn't. That's what I was getting at.
Okay, so it is really fast, but not slow, right?
I've already stated what I was saying. I was talking to Issa's point.
All right. Well, it kind of spins like a top if it's going 1,000 miles.
He's trying to draw a distinction between the terms rotate and spinning.
That was, it was a by the way.
Well, that's the semantic thing that he clinged down to after he
It
realized
wasn't a
that
semantic thing. What you're doing is a semantic thing.
Okay. If you say so. I know you are, but what am I?
Go on.
That's funny.
Yeah, fucking hilarious, highly original.
Well, some of us are.
Some of you are original. No, some of you wish and think you are.
Sorry, you said hiding intelligence too there.
I mean, this explains a lot why people, are flat earthers. The sincere ones, anyway, which are few and far between, in my experience. They think that they've uncovered this massive conspiracy that makes them feel special, that they've uncovered some massive lie, and also gives them an excuse.
Isn't it funny how most conspiracies have actually come true? Like false flags and shit like that there, and people rigging elections. Those are actually true now. They're proven facts.
Yeah, don't talk about no politics, the election shit, please.
Okay.
You're talking about little tiny things between, compared to a global conspiracy of epic proportions that would require the cooperation of every fucking country on this planet, even whilst in a state of war, world war.
So you think that within a confined space, human beings cannot control one another? There could not be a...
Oh, what I said.
What? Sorry, what? You think that within a confined... Well, maybe not a confined space. Just think of it as a universe. But on this planet, as you put it, you think that there is impossibility that a certain amount of individuals can control this planet. You think that's impossible?
I find it highly unlikely when converging.
Highly unlikely.
Can still agree to maintain a global conspiracy, even when they're at a point of surrender. It's fucking insane.
Quick question.
Yep. Go.
Go ahead. Quick question. Go ahead. Quick question. You're on the air.
Is that? Oh, sorry. Is it? Do you believe that the price of food in every country is fixed by a group of people? Would that constitute a global conspiracy in your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, so people who are controlling the price of food globally, that's very possible to do. It's been done. Matt Damon made a comedy about it.
Yeah.
So it's conceivable that they also could control a bunch of other things and make people believe a bunch of other things, correct?
Which puts the idea of it's not possible into the realms of possibility. It's absolutely possible. It's actually happening.
Right. Well, that's my point. Whoever was saying that a global conspiracy with every country is, oh my God, how inconceivable. You didn't say
my
word.
point. Yeah.
But that's global conspiracies happen all the time, every day.
Oh, he left. Christopher left. I think we might have proven him wrong some strange degree.
He was on the edge. He needed to leave before the breakdown happened, I think.
Oh, he literally
yeah.
left the guy who just said
Well,
that.
shout out to Chris. He's one of the ones that ain't scared to walk up out of gems and stand on his own, too.
Oh, fair play to him.
A lot of them dudes you won't even see come up out of there.
He is a little bit pissed off with Jim, isn't he?
He seemed like a nice guy. He seemed like a good guy. He's just a true believer, maybe.
Seems like he had it in for me and Bev, and I've never spoken to the guy before.
Oh, he's a prick. I can't stand that dude, but shout out to him anyways for trying to come stand on his own 2 feet.
He's a prick, but shout out to him. That's so funny. What a prick. Hey, you're still a prick, but shout out to you for having some balls.
A prick with some balls.
That was funny, man.
That was hilarious earlier, by the way. I was laughing my ass off with you and Jess. You and Bev going after Jesse was the funniest thing I've heard in a long time, man.
That was so funny. Yeah.
So you know the perpendicular and horizontal is what I'm going to use to make my square, right? That's the only kind of lines I'm using.
And then he completely gave it away. He said that you can't have that perpendicular to the horizontal relationship over that distance. He gave it away and then said that he needed it to do what he claimed to be the measurements within that picture. It's just incredible. He gives it away with one hand, but then claims that he needs it with the other.
Right. They have to.
Yeah. It's the double speak that they have to do.
That's why they're going to need therapy.
Mm-hmm.
It's torture.
Yeah. Lucy's ready and waiting for him. New perspective. Lucy's ready and waiting.
5 cents. 5 cents an hour.
You need some of that chemotherapy from Spurs.
There you go.
That's too much, man. 5 cents an hour. Fuck that. Bastard.
We're doing it for free, man.
I'll take that.
There we go. It's like the longer you hang on, the harder it gets, right? The more you go in,
Wait a minute.
the more you go in front of flat earthers claiming that they're just completely wrong, and then get shown that they're not necessarily completely wrong and run away. The more that happens, the harder it gets, I imagine, because it's like, wait, I could have just said they were right to begin with, because it's obvious they are.
Your girlfriend would say, "Hey, you see, the longer you leave that thing out, the harder it gets. Would you please stop it?" Oh my God.
So that's what she said.
That's what she said. The longer that thing hangs out, the harder it gets.
Good morning, everybody. Those were some good questions. Simple questions. I was impressed. I was like, I could use those on my friends. The simple, when did, like Issa said, when did we, Issa said, when do you think that we first realized we were on a spinning globe?
Right.
And the answer is, like, without NASA, we probably wouldn't have. And then I'm not sure who it was. It was Globe Flat or something about the food prices. That was really good. Those were like good basic questions.
That was new perspective, yeah.
Oh, that was new perspective?
No, I was asking him what direct experience has he ever had that would tell him he's on the globe besides the interpretation of the sky?
Well, also no. He said that a group of people running the world is an impossibility, but you sort of by an analogy proved that fact wrong. prove what he was saying wrong.
Food prices.
Yeah, there
I
are
think
people do.
Well, I'm sorry. No, but I think more basic questions like that can get because my brother, sorry, I'm just waking up. My brother is one of those that it's too big of a conspiracy. And
Exactly.
and then what about the
there's a
stock
rebuttal
market?
to those canned responses. All those canned responses of what you just said. That is yeah, we need to. You can immediately throw out 16 different global quote unquote conspiracies, and it's like, bro, they're making comedies about it. They're making comedies about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One night there was a guy named Eggshells in here. One night there was a guy named Eggshells in here, and he's like, "You know how many people would have to be on this?" I was like, "Not that many. Let's go through it." And he was literally struggling to come up with more than, a couple thousand people after I helped him and gave him the astronauts that went into space. Like, you can't come up with more than a couple thousand people that actually need to be in on this. Who do you think they really tell? The janitor at NASA? The secretary? The guy that builds the screws for the fucking
that's how they make it real. That's how they make it real. They don't build the screws. They have companies hired out to make the screws. So that way everyone's uncle has a guy who knows someone who works at a factory that built the Z-top screw for the ISS. You saying that guy's a liar? You saying he didn't build the screw?
Remember Skylab? Skylab they put up in the 90s. Nobody
That's
has
right, yeah.
actual. Yeah, Skylab, wasn't it? There's actually no proof of its construction or how it fucking got up there. It was there. That was it.
Same with the ISS, right? Yeah.
Same thing.
It just popped into existence. There it is. Oh yeah, we have the drawings of how that happened.
Hey, here's an animation.
Right.
Enjoy.
What was a really good one? Carlos came up with a good one in here yesterday. It was okay. So, what would you think of the first guy that went to the top of the Mount Everest? Right. He's filming himself. You see all the details in real life. About halfway up, though, the whole documentary about it cuts to a cartoon, and it shows him going up the rest of the way and putting the stick on the top. The accomplishment is like it's just a cartoon version of him halfway up. What would they think of that if that's the way it was presented, like the moon landing and all these other launches where it cuts to CGI?
Do you think the average person knows they use CGI? No, I don't think they do they?
Well, it's just that we're conditioned. Every single launch after the rocket takes off from Florida, it cuts to a graphic of some kind every single time because that's all they can do. So we're so used to that. Well, that becomes normal. Well, that's how the professionals do it.
Yep.
And it's on CNN. So why would they lie to us about it?
Right.
That was a good question by Isa too.
Yeah.
You mentioned there when you came on there.
When did we first? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a good question.
I was going to say on that point, when we're told they supposedly started leaving us on the ball, that was also before they had the whole gravity thing worked out and how it would work with us being upside down relative to right side up and all that, and how hard would it have been to convince somebody, well, now you're upside down relative to where you were earlier in the day, but we don't really know exactly how that happens, but we're sure it's involved. We're sure we're spinning,
I mean, the more you think about it, honest to God, people living in Australia and you picture the globe and how they're standing and well, apparently there's a gravity thing pushing against them or whatever. The more you think about it, the more ridiculous it fucking sounds. It's like something from a
laughable.
Well, it's laughable. It's not even provable. That's crazy.
Well, but that's how it's all you need is one piece of good magic.
Magic, yeah.
But that's the point, right? If you think about Santa, if you think about how ridiculous that sounds, but as long as you account for elf magic, the whole thing makes sense. So as long as we all are pretty sure that dark energy is a real thing, and dark matter is definitely totally a thing, then yeah, this whole thing pretty much makes sense.
So
if you're
people,
taught
yeah,
that the craziest concept is an absolute fact from a kid's, from the time you're a kid, then it doesn't seem crazy because it's just like the craziest thing is an absolute fact, and the most obvious thing is absolutely stupid. That's how we were trained.
which is something that I suppose I shouldn't mention, but Christopher was talking to DP and Bez earlier on, and it sounded to me like he was just, they were saying like, these are the facts, this is something that's provable, it's objectively provable, and he went, well, that's a pile of shit. Yeah, anyway,
that's exactly it, PMAC. They argue these things like we're speaking from a position of ignorance, but the position of ignorance is theirs because the things that we say are provable, they're demonstrable, and they can go and do it themselves.
Yeah,
so
that blew my mind.
the position of ignorance that they are projecting onto us is theirs because they won't get off their butts and go and prove it to themselves.
It's a projection thing.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
So, Blaze, with your brother like an academic type?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
That's why they're mostly dismissive. No, he's pretty smart. But so I started thinking, Fuzzy, it's good to hear you. You were the one that said about the groceries or the food.
Was he?
So,
Sorry, no. Carry on, sorry.
And so it would be really good to have a couple of more, big conspiracies like the media companies. How many companies own
right.
the
This is
the
a threat
media?
to our democracy.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Yeah. This is dangerous to our democracy.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's
They
just
all
show them that video. If you can literally show someone that video, if they can sit there and justify it or deny it in any other way, they're either in just that stage of grief and denial, or they're clearly not someone you need to be talking to about it because they are never going to get it.
They can't see it.
What video?
Tell them to look up Operation Mockingbird to begin with. That's where that all got.
Right. Yeah.
But there's a video
I'm
where they
just saying
all
we need to
repeat
have
the
more.
same thing.
We just need to have more, like boom, 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 boom. What do you think about this? And it's clear. What about the stock market? I mean, do you think? Well, that's not probably a big enough one.
Well, did you hear what they were talking about in the video?
What video? No, I just got on.
It's they were just referencing it, like the one that they show all the different news stations reporting the exact same word for word story.
Yes.
Okay.
You've seen it, Blaze. You must.
My brother's coming around. My brother is coming around, but not to the shape of the earth yet. I have to.
It's tough. It took me a year and a half of looking into.
Took me 3 weeks, but only because I researched the researchers for me, because I was like, I can't understand that stuff. And so
that took me 2 weeks, so I beat you.
Here's another. When they say it's too big of a thing by NASA's own admission, Gene Kelly wrote it in his book, saying that he's unable to tell whether or not they're doing a simulation or a mission, a real mission or a simulated mission in the control room, because they're given the same feed or data, whether it's live or a simulation. It's the same. And they literally, so it would literally take one person in a control room to be in on something, or not even, because you have to. That's how easily it could be compartmentalized.
When they say
when
they say there's too many people, it'd have to be too big of a conspiracy. You know how many people? Let them start listing people. Like, all right, let me know who, and they'll have problems just getting to a couple thousand, let alone these billions of people that they think it would have to be.
Yes, I agree. When
I did it with a professional glober. That I don't know if he's a professional glober, but riding on eggshells. Your average person isn't going to be able to come up with, even 1,000 people probably.
I think there was like a study about that, wasn't there? Or there was a video a couple of years ago about something like that. Does anybody remember that?
What was the study on?
About how big of a conspiracy something would have to be in the world to get something over on the people. I don't know. I'll have to look it up, try to find something.
Well, it's like, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but it makes me think of it's easier to fool a man than to convince him he's been fooled.
Mm-hmm.
But also, when you're talking about rockets or something earlier, or whatever it was, like your brother, the whole thing about them referring to someone as like I'm no rocket scientist, people will say. Well, the joke there, I think the joke there has always been that rocket scientist is perfect to refer to because they're smart enough to build the rocket. They're just not wise enough to realize it never goes to space.
Well, and that's a good one. So, but check this out. So somebody was talking about, I think the other day, who's the one, maybe I heard it someplace else. Who's the one that said that we can't talk about politics and religion and family?
No, the election. No elections. Don't talk about like anything about like.
No. I'm not talking about in here. I'm talking about in general. When people get together, they always say, "Oh, well, you're not supposed to talk about religion and politics, and all that stuff." And when you start to think about it, like, who is the one who's they? Who said that we're not supposed to talk about it? Maybe because we don't talk about it, we're in the mess that we're in. I mean, it's all part of it. But
it's kind of the rule. It's kind of the rule when you go to like a bar, like, yo, don't talk about politics or religion.
But who made that rule?
Because people get in fucking fist fights over this. This is some serious shit, and people will punch you in the face for it. And when you're drinking,
well, this is not a bar.
Maybe now. No. I'm not talking about in here. Of course, I understand we have to be a little censored in here. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't preface that right. No, but I'm talking about, like, maybe if we would have continued talking about it, we would be talking together, and it's us versus them, and them being, the central planners. At some point, I think we fell for, we shouldn't talk about that because that's how they got it to be divisive because, my candidate, my beliefs are better than yours and stuff. But maybe there would have been a time when we could have worked through those beliefs and kept our republic. I don't know. It's just weird, hearing globies that just are relentless. They just want to stay and defend them. They don't even know that there's a them. They just, and they're never going to be one of them. It's just weird.
Well, at least you're using the proper pronouns. It's them. Them there, Zer, mix.
I'm going to totally say that next time when everyone asks, who are they? Who's the them that you're talking about? It's trying to like say that either the well, I won't say it, but yeah, I'll just say, I'm just trying to use the right pronoun.
Oh, that's funny. Yes, right. Exactly. Because I've had people say that to me. Who's they?
I mean, what are you today?
Exactly.
I was them there yesterday. I'm them today. Oh, good. So can I just call you them? No, that's going to offend me. Oh, I'm very sorry.
Those behind the curtain.
Listen. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying those behind the curtain. These people.
Yeah, don't look. Don't look.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that brilliant too? The new czar. I suppose we're not supposed to talk about politics, but I'm not really. I'm talking about a transgender person. Can we talk about transgender in here? I don't know what we can talk about. What can we talk about? The shape of the earth. So this guy that thought he was the shape of a woman, and he was caught stealing a baggage at an airport like a month ago. Lipstick, women's dresses, and everything. You didn't hear that? Okay.
No.
Oh wow, where you been?
Here.
This, you need to get out more.
Actually, I was out all weekend.
Out in the fresh air, getting some good oxygen.
The beach. And I'm telling my buddy, the sun was setting. I got to see 2 sunsets. I live in Florida, the Gulf of Mexico.
There's 2 suns in Florida?
No. So we were watching 2 sunsets, Saturday and last night.
Oh.
And so the sun is setting. I'm like, I have this one buddy that I send stuff to all the time. And he's like, it's very possible. I just don't know. But I don't know if he can handle it. I really don't know if he could handle it because he's in recovery, like from drinking.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother.
Sometimes, yeah, but he sends me a lot of stuff. He is vaccinated, unfortunately, but he sends me stuff all the time about exposing vaccines. He sent me, no, I think I sent him died.
Say jab, please, instead.
Oh yeah. I'm so sorry. Anyway, let me get to the first thing. So look at the sun. I go, how does that work with the moon right there? Because the moon's really close. Like you could just really see both of them in one.
It's like massive, right?
Plants. And he goes, I don't know, but it doesn't seem like that should really be working right now. So, what you guys are doing in here is planting seeds.
Yes.
And those really good, poignant questions were fantastic that I can use. I want to come up with some more. I want to come up with, I think Fuzzy said 16 more that I could just go boom, torpedo those.
I'm trying to think of some, but the name of that movie from Matt Damon is The Informant.
Yeah, people love movies.
We're talking movies, then watch the movie Network. That's the media, that's the one with Matt Damon. I mean, it's decent enough. Made by a director who's good, and it's a good movie made. It's a well-crafted movie, but it talks literally. They're making a comedy about a subject that's literally the world's food prices being fixed by a core group of conglomerates.
Right, I haven't seen that one. Did you see the one with Chris Pine where he played Secret Service agent? I can't remember what it was called. That was
just on.
What's that?
Just on what Fuzzy said real quick. There is, you got the Bilderberg group, just these corporate leaders and political leaders that get together every so often and, decide how things are going to go. And as far as the recent uplift in prices, everything's gotten more expensive recently and they want to blame inflation or something because we print off all the money. But these companies are just, I saw it in a Senate or Congress hearing. The companies are just making more profit. Their prices went up or whatever. They're just making more. Their profits are up.
$1 trillion. I think wasn't it over $1 trillion? The pharmaceutical companies profited last year. Over $1 trillion.
Yeah, and Amazon and Facebook and Google.
All your stuff for the grocery market, the shit at Walmart, all that stuff. They're just making more money. Their profits.
We're just hamsters on a wheel, bro. Making money for the man. Yeah, so the whole thing has been quiet, so we have to refer to it as the Jabba Dabba Doo. But anybody see the video that was put out there the other day called "Died Suddenly"? Anybody?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's pretty.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Pretty harsh.
They're pulling things out of cadavers that are just shouldn't be there. Like long strands of shit.
Yeah, I couldn't watch it all the way through. It was.
It is kind of it's hard going.
Mm-hmm.
But it is strange. Like on the feed, you see people die suddenly, like a 23-year-old, a 43-year-old, American football player, and some artist or something. It just dies suddenly. Bang. Everybody's just fucking dropping around like flies. That's you know what? I'm glad I didn't get the Jabba Dabba Doo. I'm really glad because in the first when it first started, the thing that set me off was that there was dancing nurses and doctors and shit in hospitals, but we're supposedly in a pandemic, but with no bodies piling up. So yeah, I suppose you have to move on from that. But it is a bollocks.
Why would they have ever piled bodies up?
Well, there was okay. Good question. There wasn't actually any evidence of hundreds and thousands of people dying due to a pandemic. It was like basically what the flu does to you every year. And it was so bad that the nurses had time to make dances on TikTok. That's how hard pressed they were. That's how bad a pandemic it was.
Well, I'll tell you right
now. That's not really a great argument because if you'd have gone to the trenches in World War I, you would have found soldiers in there cracking jokes and having a laugh with each other, even though they were 200 yards from 100 enemies that wanted to kill them.
Yeah, they weren't making TikTok videos day in, day out, were they, Mac?
I bet if they had TikTok, they would have been.
Fucking ridiculous analogy.
My wife is actually.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's not.
My wife's actually a nurse.
War. It's a Sorry, Jeremy. It's a pandemic. People are dying everywhere, but nurses have the time to make TikTok videos.
Yeah, I think even when you're working on wards, you get breaks.
Not only were they TikTok videos, they were choreographs.
Choreographed.
Well, my wife's a nurse, and they're definitely taking care of way more patients than they were. Like when she first started being a nurse, she would take care of maybe 4 or 5 patients per shift. So she would clock in, she'd have 4 or 5 patients, and that 5 would be like a lot of patients. They're doing 10.
Yeah,
Each nurse is doing. Each nurse is. Hold on, man. Each nurse is doing 10 patients right now per shift. So they're seriously overwhelmed. I mean, you always get a few minutes here and there. You want to do how long does a TikTok take? 2 minutes. Anyways,
that's immigration, bro.
If you change the numbers, I'll be done in a second. If you change the numbers from the C deaths, I don't even want to say the word, but the deaths that we had from that and the deaths that we usually have from the flu, I mean, those numbers were just interchangeable. But we didn't have any. We had no flu deaths.
Hey, Jeremy, link us up with the TikTok your wife was in.
Stop trying to dox Jeremy.
She didn't make any TikToks like that, but
oh man.
Yeah, and the thing is that of course they're gonna increase the numbers if you're telling them they're if they're getting the flu that is something else and they're about to die, right? So they instead of staying at home trying to treat themselves, they'll run into the hospital saying, "Hey, I think I got
Hey Jeremy, what's the reason why there's 10 patients per nurse? Do they have a statistic right now?
They're short on nurses. I don't know.
No. I'm saying, like, is there an overarching cause for all of those patients? Like adverse effects to something in particular, maybe?
I don't think it's more patients. I think it's less nurses.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Like there's like some weird nurse shortage or something going on.
Oh, there you go. That's because why your wife has changed from 5 to 10 because there's a shortage.
It's
because of a pandemic.
Your wife was a 5, now she's a 10.
I'm saying nothing.
Is it because of the adverse effects of the Jabba Dabba Doo for the nurses? They have taken.
I have no idea why there's a nurse shortage. or it could be maybe there's a slight nurse shortage and a slight more amount of patients. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's nurse shortages though. Are definitely a thing right now.
No, I think it's also the fear mongering, man. The fear mongering has drove a lot of people. Usually, people will try to stay away, especially for some oh god, I'm sneezing or coughing or. But now since they made that, it's part. You might have the whatever.
You know what happened? You know what happened from this? Anybody that could retire, retired just now. That whole thing, because they're like, oh my god, there's this crazy thing going around. I don't want to die from being and having to interact with all these people. So over the past couple of years, like when that thing first started, anybody that could retire was like, fuck it, I'm retiring.
I'm gone, bro.
A lot of old people that were in the workforce, that could have retired but didn't, but now they did, and we're have a shortage. Like there's a lot of nurses like that. Even people at my work did it.
Shortage of nurses, not due to a pandemic. I mean, there's a shortage in the workforce. What I see recently, people don't want to work; they want to live off the government food stamps and everything else they can get.
Well, that too, but I do think part of the problem with the shortage in the workforce is what I just said about, people were like old people just retired. They're like, fuck it, I'm not going to risk coming in contact with this many people every day. I'm just going to retire and be safe at home.
Take my pension and fuck off.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's understandable.
Like a lot of nurses were older nurses that were making great money that could have retired, but they didn't. And then this came around and they're like, fuck it. There was people at my work that did it. I had this sweet little 70-something-year-old lady working with us. And, this thing came around and she's like, I'm old. The old people were the ones that were getting it the worst. She's like, fuck it. I'm just going to retire.
I suppose we should say, just to reiterate, that it probably is a thing. I believe it is a thing. There is a COVID-19 bug that probably was made jabba jabba do in a lab, but it doesn't come from bats. But anyway, that's another topic for another. Maybe I should go to a COVID-19 fucking jabba jabba do server. But
stop saying the C word, please.
Sorry, man. Jab, the jab. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But I think. Okay, let me put it this way: what I think the world is going through, just my opinion, right? By the way, in the last 2 years, since 2020, this jab thing and this Russian thing and this war, it's like they're keeping the entire world in a state of MK Ultra. Like everybody is feared about everything.
Oh, you got to have an enemy, absolutely. Yeah, they've been doing this the whole time, bro.
Shit,
no. Nothing changed. They've been doing. It's just been a different thing every time. So they had us all worked up over swine flu before this, and then fucking whatever before that. Like this shit's been going now.
That's right, bro. Jeez, I forgot about that. Yeah, swine flu, bird flu. It's a state of perpetual fear, which is the best way to control people, is to keep them in fear. I think.
Disarm them. If you want to control people, the good way would be to disarm them from any weapons. Then you want to have the men acting like running around thinking they're girls. That'd be a good way to, because it's just a good way to control people. You get them all unarmed. You get the manly men thinking they're girls now, and they want to wear skirts and prance around and do their fingernails instead of being manly men.
Hey, I'm on day 64 being a woman, okay? Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
I'm telling you, this came up yesterday or the day before or something, and I've talked about it before, but We're literally in the middle of the mouse utopia experiment. That their civilization went to zero. They couldn't even populate after a while. Unlimited water, unlimited food, a huge amount of space, and it just all went to shit.
Nah. I think the world itself generates itself. All food and water you want for like ever. But what you just said there.
In the mouse utopia experiment, the women weren't raising the baby mice well. The men were fucking the other men.
What?
They had cannibalism was going on. Like we're like halfway through the mouse utopia experiment.
Is that from a film or a book or something?
It's from an experiment.
Okay. I need to read that. Because I haven't heard of that.
It's YouTube. Yeah, YouTube at mouse utopia.
It's a very interesting story. Well, experiment.
Sounds good.
The best mouse experiment though was the Hope experiment. That was the fucking. I think. Well, I mean, the mouse utopia one was good too, but the Hope experiment was fucking fire.
When they had left the mouse swimming for like 15 minutes or something.
Yeah,
that's a really good one also.
How does that work out? So, give me cliff notes.
All right, if you throw a mouse in water, right? If you throw a mouse in just like a bucket of water or something, it'll tread water for about 15 minutes on average before it gives up and just dies, right? However, a mouse in a bucket of water, closely, this right when it's about to give up and start drowning, instead of letting it just drown, pull it out, dry him off, let him get a breather, and then throw him back in a bucket of water. Now he'll tread water for like 60 hours or something. Like it's insane the amount of time that the mouse will now tread water before it dies.
Wow. Fuck me. Mouse lives matter, man.
And of course you got people like that running around saying, oh, this is unethical to do this. They don't want you to know that, there's mind over matter. And it has definitely impacts on the physical world.
Can you imagine
being one of the?
Sorry, can you reimagine being reincarnated as a mouse? You're like, fuck me, there's like big birds want to fucking shut me down. There's people putting me in fucking cages and fucking experiments. I mean, can you imagine coming back as a mouse and going, I'm fucked. I'm fucked here. I'm a mouse. What chance do I have? Anyway.
You can become a cook like Ratatouille.
It'd be the worst thing to be reincarnated as a fucking mouse. You must have done something bad in a previous life. Nah.
What if you're a happy mouse though, and you live on a farm and you have tons of mouse babies, and could be good, could be better than some situations as a human. You could grow, you could be born in Ethiopia or one of them countries where they got a fat belly with flies stuck to their face.
Oh, Christmas dads, I love them.
Would you rather be a fat mouse that has a giant silo of corn and grain to eat out of, or a human that's starving?
Mouse. Would you rather be a clever mouse or a dumb mouse? Which one? Take your pick, bro.
I can't believe that we're not fixing the world crazy right now. Just in case reincarnation is a thing. Like, what if you're Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, someone who could really straighten up the whole world and make sure nobody's in poverty or struggling or none of that shit, hungry, homeless? You can end everything. All these guys between them. Wouldn't you do it just in case? And they still have enough money left over. It's not like they're going to be. Wouldn't you do that just in case? Just in case reincarnation is a thing. Just what if it's a thing? You could be like, all right, I'm gonna be straight if I come back reincarnated. Do that.
But what if they're not getting reincarnated? And they
still have enough money left over, bro.
What if they're what?
doing like you know how they talk about clones and stuff. I don't really subscribe to the idea, but there's a potential that they could be like shifting into different surrogate bodies.
I mean,
like for
maybe,
thousands.
That's kind of out there, isn't it? Surrogate body.
I mean, people die and they get.
If you think about like the in the Bible, I forget the verse. We fight against not flesh and blood, but principalities. That one.
No,
yeah.
talking about like demons and shit, right? Demons don't need clones to inhabit because they have you to inhabit.
I have some info that I can send people on, and we should probably change the topic really because I accidentally brought it up about what's in the tests and what the guy Bread Rising just said. I'm not going to post it here. If anybody wants that information, they can message me. But give me a few minutes because I gotta go do some stuff.
You DM that to me, Kelly?
Yes, I sure will. Oh, sure. Yep. But just give me a few minutes. And it's from the governmental stuff, but I'll send you also something from Stu Peters where it had me go look up some information. I was like, don't do the test. I'm sure you guys know this. Don't do the tests.
What's in the test?
What test?
The thing that we're not supposed to be talking about.
The jab test?
Contest. Yeah, the contest.
Don't do that. And if you have, don't worry about it, whatever. But just give me a few minutes. It's really intriguing. I was like, this stuff just never ends.
Please, I have to tell you now, you didn't hear about this now, you didn't realize, right? But you have to find a documentary called Died Suddenly. It's on Twitter.
Yeah. I've seen it. Oh, yeah. I sent it to my buddy. I sent it to my buddy, and he's just like flipping out.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. I don't know. I don't think we should talk about this because, we're so vulnerable here. And I'm really sorry that I brought it up. That, I guess if we weren't.
It's just a jab. It's all right. It's just a little jab. It's not going to hurt.
Yeah. Well, there was one that took me down a little bunny trail about Watch the Water. And that it was like venom stuff was in it. I don't know that it's in that one, but my goodness, it took me down this bunny trail that they're already using venom in like for heart, for so many things. I did so much research. I have a little like filing system on it. It wasn't like they're just using it just in this thing. They're already using it. And then I ended up on this statistic, this website or something that they said that there's going to be more increasing in snake bites. It's like, what? That seems pretty random. Like, how would that even remotely happen? How do you predict there's going to be more snake bites? I mean, are people going to be living in the deserts? Like, where are snakes? Like, are you going to release more? So it was really interesting, but a lot of people didn't like that one.
A human population is encroaching on snake territory, venomous snake territory. If the answer is yes, then you're probably going to have more snake bites.
Right. But is that the case?
Well, that's been the case since the dawn of mankind. We've always encroached into more dangerous animals' territory.
Oh, okay. So now suddenly in 2022, 2023, that's going to be happening.
Yeah,
come on. Are you a Glober?
We're pretty much.
Are you just
probably reading reading a blog for snakes.
Snakes on a plane.
Never seen that film. Maybe should watch it.
I think I've stepped on a snake like 2 years ago in my backyard, and I had a whole bunch of friends over for Shabbat, and I'm in flip flops and I'm like walking. And I'm like, I mean, I probably screamed, and the poor little snake was probably scared, terrified too. But that's like one of the worst things that, I don't like snakes. So anyways, but I'll send that information about the cloning situation and those tests if anybody wants, but I'm not going to post it. But I'll send it to you, Noah. But
cool. Wait, is the test about cloning? Because
can you DM that to me, Blaze? It's Brett.
Oh yes, I sure will.
Thank you,
in
driving.
a little bit. Yes, that was a good point that you brought up.
Is that relating cloning to the tests? Is that what it's about?
The technology, and they even used PCR. I mean, I kind of got distracted, so I did a little bit, and I have a yeah.
I don't know.
So I have to.
I don't know if I really believe in cloning.
Well, didn't they do that with sheep?
Yeah,
already?
I don't think they did that shit.
Well, I heard. I haven't verified this, but in a video of a virologist, she says that don't worry about. They can't really change the DNA from like people existing, but from the beginning they can.
DNA is like a fingerprint, so you can't.
And add to it. Yeah. They're all Frankenstein, so.
All Frankensteins.
Well, can I ask you this, you guys? So, how do the Globies explain the sunset and then the moon, like right there, fairly close?
It's a hard question.
But how do they defend it?
What is it you don't understand?
Yeah, what needs defending?
Yeah, right. This guy, a paid guy, right on schedule.
Yeah.
Big guy.
Big guy. Bastard.
I need my money. I need my money.
Back up, man.
I don't know. Really seriously, Blaze. What is it you don't understand about it?
Well, I mean, so we're supposed to be spinning. The Earth is supposed to be spinning around what exactly?
The sun.
Everything.
You're orbiting, or we're rotating and orbiting
Do you
the
guys go
sun.
to the beach? Do you go to the beach at all? Do you? Okay, and then
I've spent. Oh, I don't know, maybe 2,000 or 3,000 hours on the beach and boats fishing out on the ocean and things like that.
Okay,
Do you see what the water does? Do you see? Do you see?
But the moon's out right there too. So what are we doing around the moon?
The moon's orbiting us.
The moon orbits us.
Yeah.
No, just stick to water, please. You're doing well.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Some people don't want to know.
What is crazy though? No, Blaze. What is crazy about it? Let's talk about it. It's not an issue for me.
Do you trust your senses at all? It doesn't. Why do you think that people believe in a flat earth? We just want to be different and be ridiculed. I mean, these guys, my friends in here, they clearly know.
Do you think I'm doing this for my health?
They clearly know your model. You keep coming back here, and I'm glad that you are, because you're a nice one. But I mean, like, these guys know their stuff, and you're a model. You do know that they're intellects as well, because I heard somebody say that it was the Globies that were the intellects. Clearly not. Because my friends in here, they do.
Were you just asking, like, if we orbit the sun, then if the moon orbits us?
If
you were confused about how that works.
Oh,
yeah, we haven't addressed it directly.
I would, if I was you, I wouldn't talk about intellect personally.
I know. No, listen, I'm the first one to say that I'm not someone that can defend the Earth from that standpoint. I go beyond. I research the researchers, so the good news is you don't have to be a major intellect to realize the shape of the Earth. I mean, that's your first problem right there. You're a white coat little freaking cultist.
And who does he think? Who does he think he is? Who does he think? Who does he think he is? Telling you not to be the one that to be talking about intellect.
Well, we're going to go up in a hole, man.
When all that he's doing is reciting off of their prayer book. It's incredible.
Yeah,
Return of the Mac.
Really,
you're just a troll. Just a troll.
Yeah, I think we should stay away from challenging each other's intellect. Maybe we could just kind of focus on what's going on.
Well, let's make this clear. Let's make this perfectly clear, right? It wasn't Blaze who challenged anybody's intellect, but Return of the Mac's retort was to challenge Blaze's intellect.
Yeah,
that's just the level. That's just the level you lot stoop to, and it's plain to see for everybody.
If I can just speak, I would challenge the intellect.
What happened to him?
What?
No, he cut out. Obviously, somebody didn't want him to be heard.
It's another Glober.
A higher power
I don't
cut
think
him
any
out.
muted him.
A higher power cut him out.
Thank you, Father.
Yeah, it's that was.
Since it's an unwarranted hostility, I don't know what's going on here.
Well, it sounded like Blaze was just asking a normal question.
Yeah, I was trying to answer it.
Yeah, Return of the Mac kind of interrupted your explanation and just started berating and assaulting her.
Mm-hmm.
Insulting, I mean.
He did.
That's what he thought.
And that's okay.
Yeah, this type of shit just makes the globe look bad. Like, I don't understand why you guys don't disavow your own people that do this type of shit.
Yeah.
Like, I constantly get reprimanded by Jeremy when I'm acting like a fool. But when the Globies act like a fool, all the other Globies support them, no matter how badly they act.
And look who's left the chat now. Look who's left the chat, right? He's got picked up for his behaviour, and the only thing he could do was leave the chat, was leave the VC.
Well, that's what they do.
Yeah.
It's done. His job
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like, if I'm acting a fool on here, 3DP or Jeremy's gonna be like, no, I'll stop acting like an idiot. But when Globers come in here and act like that, you guys all support it. It's crazy.
Well,
doesn't like morality and truth trump whatever side you're on?
Whatever message he was trying to make, it's really good that certain people picked up on that, myself included, that you should not behave in that manner. You should not talk to somebody else, whether it's a man or a woman, in that way. That all right, you're free to do what you want, but we picked up on that. It was in some kind of fucking disguised attack against somebody's intellect, which is not welcome to. Or maybe, yeah.
No, nobody should from our side and their side. I listened to a debate the other night, and kind of our side, I don't know. We don't need to say sometimes all the time that it's a fairy tale or
we don't need to call people names in order
exactly, because it is an us versus them, and we're trying to help our fellow humanity to just look, are you guys curious? Because it was really funny because I was at the beach on Saturday and I went to go to the restroom. Next thing you know, there's a line of 10 people. And I looked down, there's this little card down there. And I just looked down and I just like, oh, let me pick this up. And it was a tract. It was a tract from like a Bible believer. I just thought that was the coolest thing. And I took it to my brother who declares he's like atheist, agnostic. And what did you say?
Atheist, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. But he you can talk to him and he really respects my belief and everything. So I went to a buddy of his and I said, hey, I said, look what I found, because he's supposed to be a believer. He goes, that's really cool. I go, I'm going to go tell my, show my brother. I go, what do you think he's going to say? He's going to say, and my brother's friend said, he's going to say, get the hell out of here. I go, really? He goes, oh yeah, he's not about that. I go, you really think my brother's going to tell me to get the heck out of there? And then I took it to my brother, and he looked at it, he smiled. And then, so he read all the scripture that was on it, and he kind of like tested me about it a little. And then, you know what he said to me?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, he just goes, that's what I love about you. He goes, you're curious. Not many people are curious.
What was the scripture on it?
Oh, I have it. It was so awesome. It says, I'll take a picture of it. It says, it's green, and I just saw a few find it. It was at the corner of my foot. My foot was on it. And it says, narrow is the way that leads to the truth and life, and only a few find it. Man. And then I'll post it here in a second. So I just saw, my foot was on it. It said few. I probably saw half of it, but like my foot was literally on it. And then, then I was like, I read it. I was like, oh, this is great. And the two guys down was like, what'd you do? Win the lotto? I looked at him. I go, yeah, I hope so. And then, and he was a gay guy. And then I read this girl goes, what was it? A verse from the scriptures? I said, yeah. And he said, oh, cool. How cool is that? And I was like, so he was really sweet about it. The little gay guy. It was really, I don't know.
Why does the path never is a way that leads to, yeah, man, I'm getting goosebumps.
So are you guys curious as well? Like, that's who your friends and family would describe you?
No, they would describe me as a savior.
Aw.
Yeah, it's true.
Do you help people out all the time?
Yeah, for the past 10 years, yeah. That's what I do.
That's nice.
Thank you.
That's really nice.
But what's really nice is the message was on the long as the path, or wide as the path, and narrow is the way that leads to, that's
narrow is the way. It is narrow.
It's very narrow.
Even if you're just a flat earther and still trying to figure out the creator, who our creator is.
And even if you're not, there has to be a creator, because
has to be.
Shit doesn't just come out of nowhere, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then where'd the creator come from? Don't say infinite regress fallacy.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll find out when it's all said and done after the 1,000-year millennial reign. I'm okay with it.
It's a mind-blowing question, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's certain things that I'm okay with not knowing. I'm okay with not knowing exactly the shape of the Earth. All we have to know is we're not spinning like we're being told. I'm okay with that right now. I'm okay with not knowing exactly how the creator existed. What he created is mind-blowing, and his word is fantastic, and it's supernatural. And it's called the living word for a reason.
Well, at the same time, there are people that would take offense to that or have a mind-numbingly. I don't think.
What do you mean? Take offense with what I said about what?
Well, some people, like atheists and agnostics, will take offense against somebody saying this is a great place, it's a beautiful place. I mean,
well, you're right.
Have you seen it?
It's
not that great.
Well, if people make it
good job, God, but you could have done better.
Well, I mean, at what point do we accept some responsibility?
Every point.
Exactly.
Right. We do have to accept the responsibility. I mean, listen, as much as we're against the New World Order, which I don't really hear people even talk about it anymore.
It's become
it's a foregone conclusion. That's what it is.
It's unsavory.
It's coming.
It's coming. They're going to get there regardless what we think.
For 42 months, buckle up. And the only thing that's really going to help us is knowing what we're supposed to do scripturally.
Have you guys seen the parallels between the 8th Imam and the rider of the white horse?
I don't know.
Is it a religious thing?
Basically, like, there's supposed to be some 8th Imam who comes and, like, conquers a quarter of the world for Islam.
Right.
It's like,
want to
we're drawing direct parallels between that and one of the seals of the apocalypse or whatever.
I
so
really
basically this 8th Imam is like one of the first seals that's going to be broken during the end of the world, and like Islam is going to become a lot more prominent and take over a lot more shit.
You do know that
I can see that because, like, on one side we have a bunch of fucking LGBTQ fuckers, and then I think it's gonna form like a perfect dichotomy with Islam, and people are gonna be like, you can either choose LGBTQ or Islam, make your choice. And I think a lot of people would choose Islam in that case.
It's going to be a deception.
Yeah, that's my next point. I think it's going to be it's going to be a really big deception. It's like people are going to be fucking begging and screaming to get into it or something. I don't know. I don't think it's Iman. I don't think it's the Catholic Church. I don't think it may be some kind of religion or something, but it's not what we think it is.
Yeah, that would be too obvious, right?
Too obvious.
You mean the first seal? There's like a bunch of different seals, right?
1 seal, 2 seal, 3 seal, 7. I don't care, bro. Whatever seal you want to put down there, go ahead. You know what I mean? It's just a book. There's imams, and you're talking about Muslim.
So you don't care about the Book of Revelation?
The only thing I care about is people around me. That's basically it. I don't think we should be spending time. Well, I suppose no. I'll say nothing. I don't think it's good for your soul to be thinking about things that you can't fucking control. This world is going to do what it's going to do. Whatever they are planning, it's going to happen, unfortunately.
Right, but the scriptures tell us.
Isn't most things you think about what you can't control? Like, oh, look at that car. It looks nice. You can't control that. Oh, look at the city. It has fog. You can't control that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I do think about some things that I can't control all the time. You're right. And then I realized, why am I doing that? And I stopped.
Well, we may not have control over it, but we may, it would behoove us to understand what's coming so that we could navigate through what's coming.
Yeah. Like, what is it? Even though the outcomes of wisdom and ignorance are the same, i.e., both die, it is still good to have wisdom. Just like having a light or darkness, it's still good to have light over darkness.
When you
die, you to just ignore anything that you couldn't control as a human being is just choosing to be ignorant on a bunch of subjects just because you can't influence them.
Here's the thing. When you die, does anything that you thought of or think of or used to think of matter? When you're dead.
What do you think matters?
I try not to think, though.
You try not to think.
I try not to think, yes. Because thinking hurts.
So you just have the philosophy that ignorance is bliss.
You're close. Yeah, that's pretty good. No, but not ignorant, bro. I understand what's going on around me. I see the world as it is, right? But I don't think it matters. It's a nothing burger, if you want to put it that way. It's a nothing burger. It doesn't matter. I'm here for like 50, 60 years, and then I'm gone. So are you. nothing really matters. And anything you think about, where you're sitting here thinking about what the shape of the Earth is and who says this and who says what, it doesn't fucking matter.
There's going to be a resurrection. So what if it does matter?
Well,
but you're a nice person. It sounds like you help people, so that's good because we're all going to be judged. Believers,
yeah,
not believers.
Can I just read a? Can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever is wise seeks to learn, but fools are satisfied with their own ignorance. So I would dissuade you from following this philosophy.
That's nice to hear. Thanks for that. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're all gonna die, right? I'm sorry to bring this up, but it's a bad point, but we are. So, what I suppose what you've done in life determines what you would do in another life, or something, or maybe you're just gone, or what. I believe. I actually do believe. Right here's my statement. Kosho is actually going to live for another 600 years.
Boy.
Yeah, it seems kind of scary, but I'm excited.
You're excited.
This guy honestly believes that he's gonna be in like a computer or what?
Huh?
What are you saying, Kosho?
Oh, that's the other thing.
I'm in a computer right now.
Yes, you are.
No, I mean your consciousness. Like instead of your consciousness inhabiting a human body, do you honestly think?
Did I hear Kosho make coins there? It's a online game. Right into your
Inhabit
bro.
a computer and live for like 1,000 years in that computer? Kosho loves AI and computers. Like Kosho, do you honestly think a human consciousness can inhabit a computer?
I'll say it like this, because we had long discussions about this in Gem server with Scott Veach and stuff like that. I personally don't think. I think that if, let's say, somebody like you or me is going to have a consciousness that's on a computer or can be transferred digitally, then there's sort of that debate in Star Trek, like when they teleport people, if they're actually teleporting people or if there's just a new copy of that person, but the consciousness that you have now would be dead. So it's kind of it's not exactly the way you would think of consciousness being in the computer. It's not like your consciousness will be. It's not like you will experience that.
It's a copy. It's a copy, basically. It's a copy of your
Kind of,
brain,
yeah.
but it's not you.
Yeah, the main
Yeah, I
thing
agree
is
with
that
you there.
you won't be experiencing it. Yeah.
That's my view on it too, Kosho. So I have to agree.
So you were just trying to bring the prestige back into the discussion, man.
Kind of, yeah.
What do you?
Yeah.
Kosho, what do you think about like those human computer hybrids, like cyborgs, or like say you have a human brain and then it's hooked up to like a computer brain, and so it's kind of like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's going to be for the next 50 years. Let's say 50 years. We will have experienced people who adapted with machines, like put machines in their head, and conscious, and we'll also have consciousness that completely started as artificially.
Isn't that fucking crazy, Kosho? Neuralink, people putting things, take a little bit of their skull out to put a Neuralink in their head. Isn't that a little bit crazy?
I don't think it works like that, but it's not that crazy.
What do you mean it doesn't work like that? What they do is take a little bit of your skull out, and they put a little fucking receptor in there with anodes and diodes and all kinds of shit connected to your brain. This is what Elon Musk is doing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they take a piece of your skull off so they can get access to your brain. Right.
Yes.
And they add, right. And then add the...
Don't you think that's crazy?
Not really, no.
No? You would...
No, transhumanism.
Yeah.
Transhumanism is the future. I'm fucking excited. Let's go.
Yeah, Jeremy's going to be
excited.
excited.
Bro.
He's going to
That's
be like...
just because you want a bionicle eye.
Yeah, exactly.
I need a bionic eye, and there's other things
or
too.
Cock.
Yeah, the cock, that's right. Yeah, he needs the cock as well.
All right, I'm just kidding, bro.
This kid, no, but honestly, I have another friend who's got one eye, and I think that'd be cool for fucking people like that. Like if you imagine that not only will they be able to see with an eye, but it'll be like it'll have other features. You know what I mean?
That's good.
Scroll through it like if you could scroll through it like the Predator, scroll through modes you'd want to see in.
Yeah, I mean anything. I mean, there's tons of shit you could do with that shit because you'd have it like a camera, yeah, and then you can have it also like, like a digital overlay or something like that, like all sorts of shit.
You'd have to have it hooked up to your other eye so you'd have a monocular vision, though.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it to be fucked. Yeah, it would kind of get blurry.
I could have recorded all the times I was with women and stuff. It would have been awesome.
Yeah, there was a fucking Black Mirror that. Did you not see that Black Mirror?
No, I don't watch.
Was there a Black Mirror episode like that?
Yeah, exactly like that. It's one of the first ones.
Talking about Black Mirror.
Oh, really?
Yeah, where the dude, they all have basically record they can go into their recordings. Like basically everything's recorded.
Maybe I remember that. Maybe I do. I don't know. I didn't think it had to do with somebody's eye, though. Are you just saying that it was something like that topic?
Well, no. It's like you're if it's recorded through your eye and they have to access it through their eye, but it's like anybody can access it. It's kind of like if like they had access to your cell phone, basically, and it was always recording, and so it's like I think this dude
is always recording.
This dude was like had stored, or I think it was the girl. She had like stored memories of sleeping with some dude or something like that.
There is, if anybody hasn't seen Black Mirror, you should at least go watch the episode "Hang the DJ." That is an amazing episode.
I'm going to do that right now. I swear to God. People are telling me about this shit. I don't know how good it is, but I'm constantly hearing it. Hang the DJ?
Hang the DJ, yeah.
He recommended that one, and I saw it with my girlfriend, and we both liked it. It was good.
Hang
that memory your girlfriend post-show.
I'm here.
See if she
no, I'm not. I can't remember what season it was. I think it was season 1, but I don't remember.
I don't think so. I think it was 3 or 4 or something. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, I'm not trying to download Netflix. Could you just tell me what that episode's about?
Basically, it's like
to go.
I won't give any spoilers, but it's basically it's like a dating service, right? So then you get paired up with this girl, or you get paired up with this guy. So they try to match your personality, and then the dating app tells you how long the relationship's going to last. A day, 3 years, 10 years. And then after that relationship ends, you start another relationship with someone else, and then they try to figure out how to then finally get you to the right person that you're going to be compatible with.
So what the science fiction is doing is actually predicting the future as how the future will be.
In that episode?
With Black Mirror, yeah.
He's in general.
Black Mirror
or just like, Black Mirror in general is kind of like
Black Mirror, the whole show. The whole show PMAC of Black Mirror is basically them taking scenarios with technology that's being developed now, kind of like making worst case scenarios of what it will be in like 10 to 20 years.
Yeah,
it's like preconditioning.
Yeah, the truth can always preconditioning. The truth can always be found in science fiction because that's where it lies. Do you remember when Captain Kirk was opening a device on his thing in his hand, and he was talking to something in orbit around the planet or whatever, and it did it. And do you remember when he walked through a door and the door opened?
Yeah. That's the cool thing. Science fiction since the 1800s has always had a positive feedback loop with actual science, because science fiction writers are fans of science, and scientists are science fiction readers. So it just kind of
None of this is an accident.
It makes sense there would be a positive feedback loop.
Yeah, there's positivity. There is absolutely positivity about science fiction. It's just where the future lies.
Or maybe it's that human beings just will have a lot of potential, and by controlling what kind of language and what kind of culture they have, you can produce extreme results.
Well, yeah, I suppose at the same time, if you take things into consideration and put it all in your mind, you can project and postulate a possible future about things. That's
like every society had like a priest class, right? And you could say that this modern Western society's equivalent is all the scientists and science fiction writers. Basically, priest class jobs to tell you what this reality is, what's possible in this reality.
And that's what we're trying to figure out.
It's the highest class, other than royalty, right? Because you'd have.
It's a feudalistic society. We are still living in a feudalistic society. People don't realize this, but they have to. It's a feudalistic society. The rich get richer. They tell the middle class to blame the poor for their woes. It's feudalistic.
And they tell, and the Democrats, it's poor people blaming middle class people. Republicans, it's middle class blaming poor people.
Stop! You can't talk politics here.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
I just said don't say anything about the election being.
That has nothing to do with
the election.
elections.
Right. Okay, sorry.
It's basically we can't talk about voting and voter fraud in here. That's what we can't talk about. But I can generalize about liberals all I want all day. It's just whatever YouTube doesn't want to censor, right?
All right, I got that right. So, does anyone else here think that Biden got 11 million?
That's specifically what we're not supposed to talk about, you idiot, you fucking retard.
That's what we're not
just explained that to you 3 seconds ago.
Okay, all right, hold on. No, that's not necessary. But PMAC, you literally just said
I just
that's
explained
the thing
it
to not talk about. I know.
Like, fuck, I'm sorry, Jeremy, but sometimes it's just so frustrating to literally say something.
I was thinking the same thing. You literally, PMAC, that's the thing to not talk about specifically, please.
You want to hear something funny? I watched that interview with, let's just call him a guy wearing a mask on Alex Jones' show. Anyways, and I was sort of, I don't know, I don't know what I was thinking, okay? But I was real excited to talk about it. And so I went to the gyms. And long story short, I ended up betting Scott Veach a gold ounce, 3-1, that he's going to be president in 2024.
You think Kanye?
You think he's going to win?
You think Scott Veach is going to be?
No, I bet Scott Veach that Kanye West was going to be president. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure Kanye and like Alex Jones are literally just there now to make anyone who has any conspiratorial perspective look like a fucking idiot.
That interview,
I would vote for Kanye at this point.
I said that you would
just to see what he's gonna do, huh?
Like a lot of people would, yeah. You, I mean, I don't know.
That's
maybe for the reason you said. Only for the reason you said would I do it. Otherwise, there's no reason I think he should. I'm very afraid of that. Like, I'm more afraid that's going to happen than I am. It's not like I want it to happen. It's just I can see the pattern. There's a very similar pattern to Donald Trump, except for slightly more powerful. Even.
Like, what do you think the president can even do? The guys with the black suits come in, and then they shut that shit down if it gets too crazy. Even Putin called it out. He's like, yeah, they can talk a lot of talk, but they can only do, because Putin's been through a lot of U.S. presidents.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Do you know the story about Hitler?
Been around a while.
You ever heard of that guy Hitler, Adolf Hitler? He was he had a popular uprising, and it was sort of a minority. It was sort of like a fringe part of the society, like they were, angered and stuff. And so I think he was the chancellor, and there was also what was it, prime minister, chancellor and prime minister, one of the two. So he wasn't really the, you know, basically they allowed him to win because they thought that it was basically just of impotent power, because there was another executive that was had the power, right? So that seemed to be the case, except for he was able to. What was that? What was that day called? The Night of the Knives or whatever it's called, Night of the Long Knives, where he killed all his political enemies and then took control of the whole country. So it just depends on who has power and how they what they decide to do when they get it. That's another story. The reason I think that Kanye will get elected was the same reason Trump got elected, because I saw the pattern, and the more infamous he becomes and the more politically ambitious he becomes, the media is not going to do anything except for try to make him look worse, and it's going to backfire in their favor and his favor.
I told myself I would never vote, but if he's actually running and I could vote for him, then I will vote. That's crazy.
He ran last time.
Yeah,
His name was
you know
on
who
the
would
ballot?
Yeah, his name was on the ballot.
How's that even
I remember
possible?
that.
I think on certain ballots.
Yeah. Actually,
Yeah, certain states.
my mic. Do I have that delay thing going on or no?
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
I did surgery on my AirPods. I'm not sure. It looks like I'm not lighting up sometimes.
I got to be honest with you. I was because I heard there was something going on yesterday, Jeremy, and I had to be frank with, because I know people tell you that there's a delay sometimes, and sometimes there isn't. Sometimes there might be, but oftentimes it's just interrupting. So I wouldn't take it.
Yeah, no, I know.
I wouldn't take it to like it's always.
Well, I did do surgery on my AirPods. I like pulled this little screen piece out where the microphone's at and the little cloth piece or whatever. So I mean, somebody said that was causing the delay. So I don't know if I fixed it or if it's still there or what. But
that was retarded then. But you guys are going to say something. I got something to tell you about your AirPods in a second. But what you just said was retarded.
What do you mean?
It was off. If there's a delay, it's a software thing, dude. It has nothing to do with the fucking cotton in your AirPods, dude.
Are you sure?
Yeah, Jeremy, I very
sounded-
seldom hear you delayed. I just hear, this. You back off. You'll hear someone talking and you'll back off, and it'll go quiet, and then you'll come back in, and they come back in. It's just a matter of timing.
I don't know, man. Because even on the what's that?
There you
I
go.
was gonna say, like your
That was such a good demonstration of what Left Lane was just talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was really awesome.
Basically, your AirPods after you worked on them yesterday, they do sound louder. I don't know if that's anything you did, but it sounded louder.
Your mic's fucked up now, Numpty.
No, it's just
You're
fucking
like
4
fading in and
morning
out or
here.
something.
That's right. He's in Hawaii. I forgot.
Yeah, it's fucking extremely early, so I can't talk loud, or my neighbors will get
It's Numpty with the delay. He's the only one that's been cutting you off.
No, but that's the only reason I say something is because I noticed that I think because it's been said to you so many times that it's like you're gonna believe it that that's the case, and so you're always gonna give everyone else the benefit of the doubt. But honestly, I think that may be a slight problem, but it oftentimes is actually not the problem at all. It's just usually interrupting. Yeah.
I don't know. That delay shit was happening all the time, and I don't know if I solved it just now. So see.
Didn't you check on YouTube and then like see there's not a delay?
Sometimes there's not. Sometimes there is, though. I did go back and check once, and there was actually a delay. And I can just see myself not lighting up sometimes. Like the instant I start talking, I turn green. Sometimes it doesn't.
So here's the real problem. Go ahead, Numpty.
I would say that's the same for me. Sometimes I say something and like literally my shit doesn't light up green and nobody hears it. And I could say like whole ass things like multiple times and it doesn't even receive what I say. So I don't think the lagging is just Jeremy. I think sometimes other people lag, right? And say like if I lag and me and Jeremy are having a convo, maybe Jeremy thinks that it's him that's lagging, but it could be me.
Yeah, but it's not even a lagging thing. It's specifically an earpods software thing, especially when you're using voice activated, because there's specific settings that it basically, if you use push to talk, when you push to talk, it will allow you to come in crisp because you're telling the fucking system that you're trying to talk. Whereas when you're
picking
using
up
voice
grammar.
activated, it's waiting for you to come in, and it sometimes might have a hard time hearing you. And if you're not loud enough, you might not even come in fully at all.
Isn't that something that Discord should think about? Shouldn't people like light up green and their mic light up green? Wouldn't that be good? Like you see a green mic, stop talking.
I'm just saying, people. I did this thing where you pull the little cloth piece and the screen piece out. People said it fixed their problem. So,
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, that probably has something to do with what I was talking about too, because it probably helps that
yeah.
it pick it up easier. Yeah.
Gosher, you're still a ball earther?
Ball earther? Well, basketball earther. That's right.
You dunking basketballs?
That's right, dude.
Yeah, every day, all day.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I was like looking at the FE, and there was a time I was into like the FE women and stuff. And there's only
You're not
problem.
into FE chicks anymore.
Well, no, I have a girlfriend, and she's basically FE. But regardless, regardless.
Wait, your girlfriend's a flat earther?
Wait, hold up. You can't just go by that.
This is Kosho's fantasy made up in his fucking head.
Kosho's girlfriend is an FE? Oh my goodness.
Dude, she's been in here and she's sided with the flat earthers. I mean,
how do you two exist?
Kosho be debating her at breakfast.
No, not at all. I mean,
he's in the middle of hitting that. He starts debating her.
I was pretending I was a flat earther for a little bit. I show her the videos all the time.
You were pretending just to get in their panties.
Yeah, he was pretending, and now talking about the ether.
Fucking sneaky bastard, you Kosho, you sneaky bastard.
And probably your pickup line was like, "You ever heard of the ether before?" She's like, "What's that?" Oh,
I mean, I'll tell
the
you
earth
guys,
doesn't
I don't even
move.
care.
What is that?
Yeah, you know the earth doesn't move because of Michelson Morley, and then that's how it started out.
I was with my girlfriend for like 10 years. When I told her about flat earth, I was like, she was worse than some of the Globers in here. I was like, damn. Because she's always drinking. So she couldn't even comprehend the idea. It was like, I got really annoyed and we broke up.
Damn.
Y'all broke up
with this chick
because of the shape of the earth?
Kosho.
No,
really?
we broke up many times before I brought that up, but we just break up all the time anyway. But she didn't comprehend the idea. She just wasn't.
That doesn't sound
so
healthy.
you guys are gonna get back together again, right?
It's one
only if she's an FE. Yeah.
Electric. So you and your girl are gonna get back together, or what?
Only if she can.
That sounds unhealthy as fuck.
We're getting kind of personal, but I don't care because I think you guys are cool and you guys are my friends, I guess. But we've been on and off for years.
You're gonna marry her, bro. You're gonna marry her. It sounds like it's gonna happen, bro.
Yeah, I mean, don't let the shape of the earth keep y'all apart, man. That would be kind of sad.
Yeah, right. Exactly, man. I think this goes way beyond the shape of the earth. Like me and her, we connect about things that don't have to do with the shape of the earth. Like we agree about astrology. We agree about a lot of random stuff, like them lying in the media.
You'll bring her around.
Don't let a hump keep you apart. Get it? I said hump.
Kosho's going.
That wasn't funny.
What the hell, bro?
That wasn't funny at all.
I can't believe Kosho has a thing for FE girls.
I can't believe he's going with a flat earther, man. That's crazy, man.
Oh, he's been trying to get with a flat Earth chick for years now.
But he's gotten.
And the
He's
funny
gotten
thing
with
is,
the flat Earth chicks. So.
the funny thing is, Stacy was in Texas. Was Kosho, but Stacy ended up flying to England to get with another flat earther instead of, she had Kosho right there. But
no comment.
You must be a good-looking dude, bro. You good looking.
All sick right now.
How do you know all of this stuff, Jeremy? God damn.
Because I'm not a noob. That's why I know all this.
Psychological damage.
The fan fiction area.
Yeah, get out of here.
There's someone that's just talking over everybody. Whoever it is, he sounds drunk.
Kosho, you know we're gonna fucking ride this shit.
That guy, the guy talking right now.
Yeah, P-Mac, are you drunk?
He's
He sounded okay earlier.
Standing up though a little.
No, but he's just talking over
was doing
everybody.
good
It's like
earlier.
you can't hear it.
I was going to tell you to stop drinking about an hour ago, P-Mac, because you were at a nice level.
So we've got you to blame, do we, Jeremy?
Jeremy's hot micing while asking a question. P-Mac, are you drunk? And he answers, "Hey, sure." I think he's drunk. Nothing wrong with being a little
asking a question.
It's better than some people in here that are stone cold sober, thinking they live on a freaking spinning ball in space.
Yeah,
These two guys
Kosho.
think they look out over a horizon that's falling away from their feet, yet it rises to their eye level. Explain that
That's me.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, now the horizon doesn't rise to eye level?
No.
It does whatever you tell
just kind
me.
of appears to. Yeah.
It just kind of appears to. That's what I said. Yeah.
As you rise, it drops, right?
Right. As the earth falls away from your feet, the horizon appears to rise to your eye level.
That's perspective.
Yeah, I know it is. Not earth curve then, right? Perspective is hiding earth curve?
Showing
That's
us.
basically what he's saying.
I don't know.
Perspective is hiding
he sounds
earth
drunk
curve.
now.
We just petered out.
I
It just sounded
understand
like he was like, I can't be bothered.
Word curvature.
Perspective is hiding earth curve.
Isn't there a
That's what they
slightly
said.
bit more?
It's an utterance of frustration.
Yeah.
Isn't there
It
slightly
sounded
bit more
like, it sounded
sky
like
than
a
ground?
balloon deflating.
Isn't that the argument that the ground appears to curve away because there's more sky than ground?
No, the ground doesn't appear to curve away now. It appears to rise to eye level. That's
I think
perspective.
it's
It
another.
was just explained to me like I was dumb. That's perspective.
But
the very thing I was explaining.
I have this weird idea right now that, like, I guess Globers would say that there's more sky than ground in your perspective, which would mean it's curving away. Like, is that something we observe? Like, you put something at eye level and the ground is actually, it's not at eye level. That's the thing, right?
That's correct, yeah. If you go up a mountain and you look down at water level or anything that gives you horizontal, the higher you get, the clearer it'll be that the horizon is below you, which shouldn't be the case if it's a vanishing point.
If you go up a mountain and look at the horizon, does it appear to rise to eye level? Or are you looking down at it? It doesn't.
Nope. No.
I'll take that bet.
It doesn't.
Sure, I'll take that bet.
Sure it does.
You should go on a mountain, man.
I've been
I've been on a mountain, yeah. You mean today? It changed yesterday? I need to go up on a mountain today and see the horizon rise towards my eye level? Because it
You might
changed
just need to
yesterday?
measure it. You just
It's
might
not
need
going
to
to
use
rise
a better
to eye
method
level.
to measure it.
I'm on tall buildings all the time.
Okay, all right.
Then
So it only happens at ground level then? It's a ground level effect?
No, it's not a ground level effect. This is why we make altitude adjustments when we need to be really precise. But it's tiny. It's like an arc minute or two at average bloke's height.
Oh, it's
it
not
just
tiny.
becomes more exacerbated the higher you get.
I would agree the higher you get above the horizon, because you're always above it, right? If you're a 6 foot man, you're 6 foot above the horizon. So as you get 30,000 feet, you're further above the horizon. So it is going to look differently. I'll give you that. But you can't tell me that the ground, you can't tell me that the ground is curving away from my feet at 8 inches per mile square in every direction, yet it appears to rise towards my eye level because of optics. But when we go up on a mountain, that's Earth curve.
I mean, it sounds like you giving. It sounds like you giving me your reasons that
making
you
a straw
believe in
man.
flat Earth. That
No,
the Earth curves weighted
Yeah, it's a
on
wonderful
per
straw
mile
man.
squared. And
No matter how high you go, the horizon still appears near your eye level. When
right.
you're like
No, go
1,000
drop
feet
it
up
below
or
it.
100,000 feet up,
Observably so.
you will see
To
it
rise
continue to gradually
towards your
rise
eye level.
towards your eye level.
Yeah, towards your eye level. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Does it
not
equal it?
happening.
Does it get to eye level though?
Why would it?
Does it get to eye level?
Why would
Because
it?
sure, I can answer that. If the horizon is not the edge of the Earth but the vanishing point, then the vanishing point will always be at eye level.
No.
That's why you need to claim. You've gotten so used to saying the horizon rises to eye level. You've forgotten why you're saying it. You're trying to explain away the fact that the horizon should be the angular resolution limit of your eye, i.e., the vanishing point.
I didn't say that.
I'm saying it. I'm speaking now.
Yeah, but you're
The
putting words in
horizon
my
rising
mouth there, fella.
You're just throwing mud around.
Yeah, you're putting words in my mouth saying I forgot. Like I said something
you've
wrong.
forgotten. As flat
Why
Earth,
don't you just make your statement?
Hey, Rakia,
not
come
you,
on, man. He's
Rakia.
pointing out what you didn't say. Is what he's saying.
No, yeah, he's saying Rakia
This
said
is what.
this, and then he's going ahead and misquoting
I'm sorry.
Rakia.
Okay, I don't mean
He's
that. I
strong
don't mean
manning
that.
Rakia instead
I
of just
don't mean
making
that.
his
Then let me
claim and
correct it.
refuting Rakia's previous claim.
Right, you weren't
He's
invited.
instead
Sorry.
putting words in Rakia's
because
We
what he
don't
said is
need
right.
4
Why would you
people.
argue
We
against
don't
this?
need 4 people.
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
need to be called out. It can't
You
just be
don't
you
need to
and
rescue
Rakia
him this hard, man.
it
He's a
can't just
big
be
boy.
it can't just be
He can
you in
answer these
left
questions
lane. It
now
can't just be
himself
you
now.
in left lane.
I am a
Come
big
on,
boy.
guys. Come on, guys. Come on,
It can't
guys.
just be you in
Okay.
left lane, just contradicting what Rakia says, and then
I
putting
tried
words
to
in his
jump in
mouth
and correct
and
you. I
having
tried to be
left
a
lane
big
in
boy,
there.
and you said that you wanted to continue, that I was interrupting you. I only interrupted or stepped
Well,
in.
I'm
I
not
really
talking
didn't
about you
interrupt.
personally. I'm not
Well,
talking about
when
you personally. So
okay,
shut up. Let me
you
finish.
just right after
You
what I
flatter.
said, you came in and said
Shut
that,
the
but
fuck
it's
up,
not
you
about me.
dumb
Calm down,
fucking
dude.
Yeah,
obstinate
riding
bitch.
in and acting like he runs
Jeez.
everything. Like, calm down, bro.
He's just not listening.
And
That's what's
4
going
people
on.
are talking over me.
No, you're just waiting to talk. You don't care what anybody's saying.
No,
Yeah.
guys, let
Let Riding
you.
finish
You're
his
done
statement,
talking.
please.
Let me
You're done
finish the
talking.
fucking thing I said. You don't need to all filibuster me. You don't need to rescue him this hard.
After we all heard
He's a
you put
big
words
boy.
in his mouth.
So
Yeah.
flat earthers, I'm correcting what I'm saying. Flat earthers generally sound like they've forgotten why they were claiming the horizon rises to eye level. It must, if it is the vanishing point. If the reason the sun sets and the reason things appear to go over a curve is because they're reaching the angular resolution limit of your eye, as the floor comes down to meet your eye, just as the ceiling comes down to meet the floor. All of that stuff. The whole point you used to have to say that was because you said it was the vanishing point. If it's not the vanishing point, then it can be anywhere. It should be roughly where it is. But it's not. It is observably below your eye level, meaning it's not at your eye level. That's it. It's that simple.
Yeah, I hear you. That's a very surface level argument for the globe. If you ask me, you're not counting like observer height. You're not counting that you're never going to perfectly have your eye level with the horizon, in my opinion. So there's just a bunch of things that you're not taking into account.
That's what vanishing points do. That's
Yeah,
why
but that has a
drawing,
distance. That has a distance equated to the viewer height with the distance to the vanishing point. But if you go beyond that distance, other effects take account, right?
Which ones do? Tell me about them.
Well, just how we see. We can't
Just
see
how we
forever.
see.
Yeah, we can't see forever. Yeah, you don't have to repeat it, man. Just calm down. I'll go on mute when it's time for you. You're smart enough to know that. Yeah, so.
Sure, go for it. Have you finished? I thought you were telling me. Is the thing gone dead?
He's waiting for you to be done so he can start his statement.
After he interrupted me, he's going to have this much of a hissy fit. After I got talked over for 4 minutes and I said 2 words to go, yeah, I agree. He's going to have this much of a hissy
trying
fit.
to talk through people.
You're the children.
His internet connection made a drop. Okay,
That's
sounds
what
You're the
sounds
child,
like
bro.
outside.
Rocky got a phone call, I think.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah, that does happen actually. Yeah, his chat
Hang on.
immediately just cuts
Well,
out.
if you heard what I said, like you would
I didn't. I
understand
wasn't
that you're
listening
not
to
taking
you. You were
everything into
interrupting.
account. Like there's atmospheric lensing and refraction happening closer to the ground than the sky. So like the farther you're looking, the more it's going to happen to the ground. There's like all kind of arguments I can make for why we're seeing that slight dip, where it's
What do you
not
think
at
about?
exactly eye level. I hope you're understanding why I'm talking about this, man.
Yeah, I'm hearing what you're saying. What you're saying is there could be other effects like atmospheric lensing that could be affecting what we see, that could make it a hump or a dip. Sure. What do you think about our arguments that include
because
atmospheric
an
lensing?
illusion would just be a change in the position of the image. So like you can't say that it's not possible that refraction and perspective is causing the ground to appear slightly lower than your eye level.
That's true.
The
That's very
argument.
true.
Okay,
Yeah,
like I hope you
I
understand.
agree with you 100% on that.
Yeah, let's
What I would say is,
all discuss
what I would
a visual object and claim that it's physical, and then debate what it is. When in the first place,
physical object.
all it is a visual object. Nope.
The ball is
You
a
have no
physical
proof.
object. There's water.
You have no proof. You have no proof for your ball, and you have no proof for your
There's
horizon.
water.
Your ball is an
I'm not trying to
imaginary
prove a
object.
ball or
Hold
horizon. I'm trying to just get you to agree that there's water. It's physical.
Hold up. Your
There is a
ball,
horizon.
your spherical Earth is an imaginary object, and your horizon is a visual object.
This is
The
the
ground
dumbest
beneath your
interjection I've
feet.
heard in
The ground
days.
beneath your feet
For real?
is a physical object. What you're doing, bro, is you're confusing visual and imaginary objects for physical objects.
Okay.
When in fact
So
they're
I'm
not.
standing. Let's say I'm standing on a salt flat. The ground under my feet, according to you, is physical. The horizon is not. Where does it go? Let's say all I can see is the salt flat.
Where does
It's
what
so
go?
big that all I can see.
You just said where does it go? What is it?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to that. I'll get
Be
to that.
specific.
Where does it go from
What
being
is
physical
it?
under my
What is
feet?
it? What is it? No, you just
Ground.
said where does it go? Don't
Fucking
use the
hell.
word it. Be specific.
Fucking hell, man.
No,
Are
don't
you
say
okay?
fucking
You on
hell.
crack?
Have your guy.
Let
I'm
the
gonna
man
have him
finish his damn
explain it.
statement. God
No, he
damn it.
can't finish. He can't finish it if
Wow.
he's just using words like it and that.
Something else. What's
Yeah, he
wrong
can
with
finish
that?
it. He can finish it, and you can address him when he's done.
With
What's
a
wrong
salt
with it, bro?
flat. Let's say there's a salt flat.
Yeah, waste
Let's say
my
there's a
time
salt
then.
flat under your feet. The thing, the it that you're asking about is a salt flat. I'm saying I'm standing on a salt flat. I already said that, and you're like, what are you standing on? A salt flat. It's still a salt flat. Got it? Salt flat, far as you can see. The ground under your feet, according to you, is physical. Great. The horizon you're saying is not physical, it's optical. Where does it go from being just salt flat under my feet? I can stomp on it, it's salt. At what point does this physical object become just visual? Where?
It doesn't
10 meters,
become
20 meters, 100 meters?
It doesn't. It does not. It does not.
So is
The
the
physical
horizon
object.
physical?
The physical object keeps going. The visual
Sure. So
object
is the horizon
the visual object, the horizon, is overlaid on the Earth at whatever distance you see the horizon at. The horizon is a visual phenomenon.
it's
Not a
overlaid?
not a physical object. Sorry.
Isn't it a physical object? Tell me what the horizon is.
No.
Describe the horizon in
No.
words.
The
Okay.
horizon is
Describe
something
the
that you
horizon in
see
words.
around. The horizon is something you see all around you. It's a visual
Looking at a
phenomenon where the
table.
sky meets the ground. Where the
Thank
sky
you. The
meets the
sky
ground.
meets the
There
ground.
is no
Is the
horizon on a
ground
table.
so
There is no
I've got a
horizon on a
question
there
for
is
you.
no horizon on the table.
What?
Okay. Is
He
the
just
ground
mentioned a table. He just
is
mentioned
the
a table. So I was gonna correct him before he went on about a table, because there's no horizon on a table.
There's no
on the
physical.
ground? If the horizon is as you say it is, Noah, the sky meeting the ground, is the ground a physical object?
Mm-hmm.
The ground is a
Yeah, it
physical
is, isn't it?
object, yes. But the
Okay.
visual
So
phenomena
when you are saying
of the sky
saying
meeting it, the visual phenomena of the sky
Mhm.
meeting it is not a physical object. You speak as though it is, but it's not. It's a visual phenomenon.
No, it's not.
That's all you're
the visual
describing.
phenomena, could we describe it as our view from that place?
No. What? Wait,
So the
that was
horizon
what
is
you
our
just said was
view.
the least specific thing I've ever heard in my life. So no, you can't describe
Okay.
anything with that statement.
The lights are bad.
Is the horizon our view of the ground and the sky from that place? So if we're standing up a mountain, our horizon will be our view from that place.
What?
You're
Where we see
you're gonna
view.
need to rephrase that statement, because
Hold on, why are you rephrasing this so strangely? Like, what are you trying to make sense?
Yeah,
I like
eggshells.
it.
It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple.
I don't want to go near there.
Pretty simple, eggshells. You're
Is it our
standing
view
on the
from that
ground,
place?
right? You're standing on the ground. The ground is a physical object that you're standing on. You look
Okay.
out and see the horizon. The
Mm-hmm.
horizon is a visual object. If you ever went over to wherever you
What's
saw
the
the
visual object?
horizon, if you went over to wherever you saw the horizon, you would see the horizon at a different location. Not because the
Exactly. It
horizon
wouldn't
moved
be our
away,
view from that
but
place.
because the fucking horizon's not a physical fucking place. It's a visual phenomenon.
And I'm saying, could you call it our view from that place? So your view from this place, you've got a horizon. It's where the physical object, just the same as I see
It's
a
a
table,
visual.
I see the edges of the. Let me finish. I see the edges of that table, and then I
Let him
move to a new
finish
place.
when he interrupted you no more than 4 times while you were speaking. But let him finish.
God damn.
Where were you, Left
God
Lane?
damn it.
Did you just interrupt to make a point
Yeah,
about
Yes,
interrupting?
I
where
just
was left
interrupted
lane?
you
Where was left lane?
because
That's a
you were
Dern.
interrupting him the whole time he was speaking because I couldn't hear it. I
So
know this.
you interrupted to make a point about
Yes,
interrupting.
yes. I
Yes,
want
mate,
to
man.
make it known that Left Lane has goddamn
We got it.
cut in. Okay, so we
We
got
got
it
it,
now.
man. We got your
Okay,
point.
good deal.
Interrupting
Good.
is a dickhead thing to do. You won. You proved
Yep.
this point, man.
There you go, man. Where you at,
Fuck,
Left
that was
Lane?
good. That's what I call a Dern, where you're doing it right now. You interrupt to talk about interrupting. That's a Dern.
No, I
Doing it
interrupted
right
to
now.
prove
He's
a point.
Derning.
No, I
No,
interrupted
It's
not to
about.
interrupt
I
you.
think it's about left lane
the point
because
was
left
to
lane
Dern.
never says anything when the
See,
Globers
this is
act
what I don't
bad.
understand. People just talk right through each other this morning. You guys
So you
aren't
joined
listening
in
to each
to
other.
Good
morning.
Okay.
tell us about everything's
100%.
doing okay.
Anyone
Fine.
criticizes moderation is going to get muted. Period.
Yeah.
So I
So
would
even the
just call the
person having the
horizon
convo.
our view from that place. If the ball is smaller, our view from that place would see further around the curve. Our view from that place shows me what it is. There's a little bit of bendiness, but the case you're trying to make, it sounds like, Noah, is because either the horizon is exactly 100% in every way that I could imagine where I think it should be if the
What
Earth
do
had
you
no
mean?
atmosphere, or
What
the
what are you
horizon is
talking about?
This is what I'm saying. Your case
You are
is. You can
totally
argue
on
against it.
the weeds. I don't even understand what you're talking about. All you had to
Or
do is respond to me with a point
What do you
or
mean,
a
bro?
refutation. You're so far into the weeds that is unintelligible what you're trying to say.
I know that's because you
I have to
interrupt.
agree with him.
So your case is either the horizon is exactly where we see it, or there's no useful information that can be gained from looking at it. It's either
The horizon
100% or
does
it's
not have a
0%.
location. It doesn't have
Right,
a
that's what
physical
I'm saying.
location. It's
This
a
is
visual phenomena.
No,
It
I feel
doesn't
like you're trying
exist.
riding. I
It
truly
doesn't
feel like you're just trying to
exist.
muddy the position. Like you
no. I'm
heard what we
saying the
said,
horizon's
and now you're
probably
trying to reiterate
He's
it in a
literally
strange way. It's like I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, he's
I'm
literally
pointing out
running
how
around
silly.
and mucking around with the weeds because I literally stopped talking for 30 seconds just to try and listen to what you were saying, and it was just total nonsense. Like, make your point and make it fucking intelligible and easy to understand.
Sure.
Hurry up.
Your position, the position that you're making, sounds like it is either the horizon is exactly where I see it, or it's just this magical phenomena that I can gain no useful information from. And I'm
No
saying that
magic.
isn't
I never said
unnecessarily.
magic.
I
never said
right, but
magic.
you just
So why
sure
would you
not
ever
magic then.
mention magic? Oh, yeah, there you go.
Sure, I beg your pardon.
So how about
Can
you
you wait
restart?
till the end
Because you're
first?
not steel manning me. You already
I'm
got
not.
it wrong.
Okay, yeah,
It's a
fair call. I'm
visual
not steel manning
phenomena.
you.
It doesn't have a physical location because it's
Does it have a
visual. That's
roughly
why when
physical
you go
location?
over to where you see it, it's in a different location all of a sudden. Just like the end of a
Well, that's
rainbow.
just silly.
You go to the end of the rainbow and guess what? The rainbow's in a
I
new
know. That's
spot.
how
There ain't
silly
no
it is.
pot of gold. You go to where the
I know.
horizon is and
Nobody
guess
thinks
what?
the
The
rainbow's in
horizon
a
ain't there
specific
anymore. It's
place.
at a new location because it's a visual object, a visual
You
phenomena.
deliberately pick
It is a not physical, so it does not
a
have a
silly
physical
thing.
location. It has an
Can
apparent
we stop
location. Thank you.
interrupting? I mean, Noah's talking and someone's just chiming in over the top. Come on, man.
That's me. That was me who was speaking before Noah started.
Oh,
But
Yeah,
Noah
when you were straw
interrupted
manning
to
me and
make
saying
that
that I
point,
believe in magic, saying that I'm talking
which is
about
fine.
magic, the most
So then you deal
ridiculous
with
thing
it.
ever. So I had to correct you, but I don't think you
Sure.
understood
Okay.
it,
So
even
so
though it's
your
the
two
fifth time I'm explaining it.
so your two positions are then if I try to steal man, which I think is a fair criticism.
One position.
I think your position rests on two things being the case, and that is it's a one position. It just seems like it's an either or proposition that you're presenting, which is either we know everything about the horizon, it's exactly where we should be, or it's a visual phenomenon, And if we go over there, it'll move place. So essentially the conclusion, it sounds like you're drawing from that is, therefore we can gain no useful information from it and we should ignore it entirely.
Okay, so I'm going to have to correct you because that whole part after you said in conclusion and then started talking, everything from that point onward has no bearing on anything I said, and not even like it doesn't even sound like anything I ever said. At no point did I say that we can get no useful information. I didn't say anything about that. That's all words you came up with. It's all concepts you came up with that couldn't possibly be what I was saying because I didn't use any type of term like that.
Cool.
My whole position, the entirety of my position is that the horizon is a visual phenomena, not a physical phenomena.
What do you think the world is?
You globers attribute physicality to a visual horizon and then draw fucking ridiculous conclusions off of it. Plato watching fucking boats set over the right. Plato and Aristotle and fucking Pythagoras, all of them, they all did that. Okay,
they said boats go over the horizon.
They looked at a visual phenomena.
You gotta let writing respond. Okay, let him respond.
Well, I can't make my fucking point.
No, he can keep going. I don't mind interjecting. I think just let's have a conversation. Yeah, go for it. So boats, Aristotle saw boats going over the horizon. I've seen that too.
Now you're going to distract from my position because that was me explaining.
I'm saying carry on.
Because you said when did people do this? So I said back in ancient Greece, and I gave the names of the fucking guys that did it. Okay.
Yeah,
what they did is they looked at a visual phenomena. They were there with their loincloths or whatever the fuck, their fucking togas, and they looked at the visual phenomena of the horizon, and then they said, how about we philosophize that that's actually a physical thing? It is a physical thing. Things are going over some physical.
Do you think it's philosophy?
What would be the implications of that? Well, if it's physically curving, then we live on a ball. See, what I'm saying is I'm going all the way back to the root, all the way back to the stem of the fucking guy with the toga looking at the ocean, and I'm saying, no, sorry, sir, that is a visual phenomena. What you are seeing is not physical. You're prescribing physical attributes to something that's visual. Thank you.
What is visual? These guys wouldn't have had an idea about light traveling to your eye. They would have had no idea about refraction. So then you're saying, like, well, I'm sorry you guys missed the fact that it's a magical phenomenon. For them, it's just all physical. And they
Why do you keep using the word that I've corrected you on multiple times? You keep using the word magic when I have not fucking mentioned it once. And I've corrected you like 3 times. This has got to be like my 4th time.
Please don't have a tantrum about it. Okay, Noah. Don't have a fucking tantrum.
I'm not having a tantrum. You just seem to not be able to understand correction when it's given to you.
Fair criticism. I'll stop calling it magical. These guys have no reason to think there is a visual or optical, whatever you want to call it, phenomena in the way. They just see boats going over the horizon. We agree on that. And we agree that if we lived on a curved
So you think
surface,
water actually rises to your eye level?
I didn't say any of those words. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, did old people in loincloths, as per
Yes, they knew that mirages existed, yes.
Did they see boats go over a horizon and make a assumption that was a physical object with physical curvature getting in the way of them seeing the boat?
Allegedly.
I don't have an idea about paths of light. Sure. That's a phenomenon I would agree with now. And now you're saying, Noah, there is a visual phenomenon called
the horizon.
Yeah, let's just call it a mirage.
No, let's just call it the horizon. Let's just call it the horizon.
Right. They didn't understand the horizon, which is where the physical ground under their feet goes away. But if they move their feet, they get a view from a new position. It looks different. I feel like that's a basic concept. Your view from this position.
Do you know what a visual? Do you know what a visual or optical object is? It's an object that has no physicality. It's an object that has no physicality. So, like, if I look at a TV screen and I see the Avengers fighting Thanos, the Avengers and Thanos are not physically there. They're only there visually and in my imagination. They're also imaginary objects, but in no way are they physical. There is no physical Thor. There's no Hulk. They're not fucking there. Or if I see a horse galloping on my TV screen, that's a visual object. If I see a rainbow in the sky, I can't go up to the rainbow, hold it, test it, whatever, because the rainbow is not there. It is a visual phenomenon, just like a
Can you
hologram,
explain?
just like the horizon.
So
A
when you
visual
see your
phenomenon is
car,
an object that's not physical. You claiming that the horizon is a physical object is fucking ridiculous. It's
I'm
like saying
not.
a rainbow is a physical object. Do you think a
I'm not.
rainbow
I'm
is a
saying it's your
physical
view.
object?
I
It
don't say it's a
definitely
physical
isn't.
object. No, I don't say either of those things. I don't think a rainbow is a physical object. I think it's a great example of how things
There
move
we go.
depending on your view from
I
that
agree with you.
position. I don't
I
say
agree.
that the horizon is a physical object. The idea that if I went out of this hut where I'm in right now and walked up to any English-speaking person and said, "Is the horizon a physical object?" they wouldn't say yes or no to me. Do you know what they'd say, Noah? The fuck you talking about? Your horizon. If I said, "Is the horizon your view from that position?" Where the ground meets the sky, if I use your bit, is it your view from that position of where the ground meets the sky? They go, yeah, it's that thing. Nobody in the world says it's a physical object. What happens is when you get stuck in flat Earth, you try to pick positions that globers must necessarily hold, but they don't actually even think about. And then you twist it into a weird way where the horizon is a physical object or it's not, which is not. It's just your view from that position. And then you go, if they've got to hold to this dumb position that no globers ever said until they came into this debate, if they've got to hold that dumb position and I can defeat that dumb position that I picked, that I'm trying to put in their mouth, I don't think the Earth's a globe because 8 inches per mile squared, but I do think things go over the horizon. I don't have to stick to that particular number and that particular bandwidth and prove to you that refraction exists to go, it looks like things disappear over a hump of water. Yes, regularly, all the time. If they get far enough away, they will definitely disappear over a hump of water. Could that happen from refraction? Maybe. But they always, if they get far enough away, get obscured by a hump of water. Do I think that might be a hump of water? Yes, that is a conclusion I reach, and Aristotle and Plato and millions of other humans have reached. They've gone, maybe that thing that looks like a hump of water is just a hump of water.
Not millions of other people have reached. Other people have been told that's what Aristotle thought, so it was already implanted in their mind so that when they saw it, they would interpret it the way they heard it. So no, you can't say that every single one of us has gone out there and drawn that same conclusion empirically ourselves. That's not true.
I didn't say everybody has. I said millions of people
You said
have, and I think that's an
millions.
accurate
Right.
statement.
Come on, man. Come on, Harry.
There's 7 billion people. There's 7 billion people alive. You're telling me 1 million people haven't come to this conclusion? I'm sorry to tell you, man. Everybody comes to the opposite conclusion to you. Everybody does.
On their own, right?
I didn't say on their own. You added that weirdness. I think that somebody can sail around the world but not know the inner workings of NASA and still come to a reasonable conclusion about the size of the Earth
change the
and the shape of
goalpost
the
right
Earth.
now. Right. Okay,
No,
Harry.
we're just saying, do have millions of people come to the
You're
opposite
trolling now,
conclusion to
man.
you? Yeah.
You're trolling now.
7 billion people, man.
Basically, my point still stands because he just said, I look at a fucking visual phenomenon and I ascribe physicality to it. That's what
we don't ascribe the
riding on
physicality
eggshells.
to it, though, do we?
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do. Eggshells.
When do we? How do we?
Riding on eggshells just admitted that he looks at a boat and he sees that the boat goes to the horizon, a visible object. Visual phenomenon occurs where a hump of water swallows the boat. And he just admitted in his own words, yes, I and millions of others do ascribe physicality to some visual hump of water. It's what he just admitted. So he's fucking proving my point. What they do is they go and look at a visual phenomenon.
We see a hump of water and think it's a hump of water.
They ascribe physicality to it. This is exactly. Thank you. Thank you.
You've nailed it. Yeah, we see a hump of water and we think the hump of water we're seeing is a hump of water. That's the thing. You've nailed it. When we look out and we see a hump, yeah, it is pretty.
Okay, well there you go.
Yeah. So we see a physical object that appears to be a hump of water, and we go, it's probably a hump of water. You absolutely nailed it. When you were trying to say how this is stupid it is, the physical water we think is physically humping. And you were like, you see physical water physically humping, Noah. And then the next thing you said is they assume that means it's physical water actually humping.
You just see a visual object and you ascribe physicality to it. You do not actually see a physical hump of water. You do not actually see a physical hump of water. No. You do not actually see a physical. No, only at the horizon do you see this physical fucking hump of water. So no.
Yeah, that's what the
If the
horizon is.
visual, no. The way you were describing, oh, I see a physical hump of water, and it's a visual hump of water. No, there is no physical hump of water. All
Right.
you
If the Earth's
have
flat, you're
is
right. But
the
what your position is,
the visual, and then
should just let you make it.
then you ascribe physicality to it. And it only occurs at the horizon, where just so
100%.
happens
Yeah.
the sky and the sea meet. And at no other point does it ever. It never actually does meet, does it? Clouds never
Well, at the
actually
horizon, that's definitionally what the horizon is. Yeah.
fucking touch
The horizon looks like a pool of water pumping away from it.
But it's a visual flat rainbow. It's a visual phenomenon. And so you literally come in and you straw man me by saying, "Oh, look, physical object that looks visual." Like, no, it was never physical to begin with. It was always a visual object. What you're seeing is not there in reality, right?
Of course, but the only way you get to that position is by saying the Earth's
just like
flat.
when you look in the distance and you see a mirage, where you and it's not there. It's a visual object.
I mean, the only way you get there, like your position, you've just made it again and again. I can't believe I've got to present it back to you. Is you look out, you see what appears to be a hump of water, and you assume that what that is a hump of water, and you don't
And then you go
understand that
over
it's a
there
visual
and
object.
there's
A
no
visual
hump.
object that if you went over there, it would look
Go
different.
over there and there's no hump. You go over there and there's
Well,
no
there
hump.
is, but the horizon
Just like I
moves.
go
It's
up
your
there and I see a rainbow in the clouds. I see a rainbow touching down in the next valley over.
yeah, and then I go there and
Drive
it's
over to
different
the
because
next
my
valley, and guess what? The rainbow isn't there. Just like the hump
guess
at
what?
the horizon. It's a visual fucking object. What don't you understand?
Yeah.
You ever drove over to
Because
the
my
horizon and
view,
seen the hump?
Hold on. No, connect.
Oh,
my view from that position is different. Yes, everybody is aware that my horizon is my view from that position. You're the one who has to make it physical, which we don't say, so that you can attack a position.
you're the
that
one who
horizon
makes
is
it
physical.
physical. What?
Hold on,
No,
real quick.
no, it's
Let
my
me jump
view
in
from
because I
that
want to.
He's
position. I told you.
my position so bad.
No,
Like he's
Noah.
saying things that I
It's
specifically
my.
saying things contrary to
Look
what
at
I
him,
said,
man.
and then ascribing
You are
them to me. When I
no.
he's saying
That's the
specifically the
opposite.
opposite of
That's the
what I
opposite
said
of
and
what just happened.
ascribing it to me, bro. It's crazy how you could not
That's the opposite.
understand after it's
Yeah,
repeated to
yeah.
you like 20 times. You couldn't understand what was fucking told
Y'all
to you
Can I try to
20
get in?
fucking times. Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
Travis, but I don't want to hear
Numpty, y'all
left
try to
lane.
let each other
I don't want to hear
finish.
left lane or riding fucking straw manning me. I want to hear Travis.
Okay.
No, I'm not straw manning. I'm just saying it's audio
You are
chaos. We can't
fucking the
hear what
worst
anybody's
moderator
saying.
ever. You just let fucking riding do whatever he
Okay,
wants because
where
it's a
did he
Glover.
go?
I mean, I felt like you interrupted me to say this, but what I was describing was
Yeah,
my position. I was saying,
Numpty's out
hold
of
a
the
position.
conversation. He criticized moderation.
Calm down.
I don't hold a position that the horizon is physical. I said it. Nobody says that. I call it my view from that position. I don't say the horizon is physical. And then Noah came in to say, no, you must say it's the horizon is physical, which is exactly what I'm saying the flat earthers do. And then he told me I was strawmanning, which is strange because I was presenting my belief about what I do not believe, and he's going, but you have to believe that. Like, that's the really good straw manning, right? Telling me I've got to hold a stupid position. Nobody except flat earthers talks about a physical horizon or says any of this stuff. None of us think about it this way. We all think about it. We all think about it as can I just introduce this term to the conversation and then I'll sit back a bit? Your view from that position. Can we all say it together once? And then I'll duck out of the conversation. But we now call the horizon, the Globers call it, your view from that position.
Okay,
and as your position moves, your horizon moves. That's it.
Okay, a couple of things. First of all, if your side doesn't...
Thanks for the shitty moderation, left lane. And thanks for letting someone straw man me for a minute straight. Fucking pussy. It's gotta be the worst moderation I've ever seen.
Are you feeling
There you
hurt?
go again. Yeah, there he goes again. Yeah, damn. I don't
He's
know.
gonna get muted again, man.
I tend not to mute people,
baby.
but I try really hard to to facilitate the conversation just by saying, y'all please come on and y'all please don't interrupt each other. And it's not biased. I don't say numpty stop it, and I don't say eggshell stop it. I just try to get everyone to get along. And I get criticized for being biased, and I'm sick of it.
So I'm going to try to make the points that I was thinking about. So first of all, Harry, what I would say is this, that we are very often given an analogy that if you have a wall in front of you and then you move your position on that wall and you see the car behind the wall, that is what the horizon is doing. Okay, so whether or not you want to acknowledge that means that you have to consider the horizon as a physical obstruction, okay, whether or not you get to that point, I don't know if that's ever going to be possible. Now, secondly, and this is very key, because you're only describing one side of the coin, which is what Andrew Thomas Young does. He only describes one side of the coin. He draws you diagrams for obstruction due to refraction, and he increases the distance between him and the target that he's diagramming. Okay? That's what you're describing. When you change your position, then the observation changes. My argument has been from the very beginning that I have filmed the same obstruction and I'm not moving. Okay? That completely changes the discussion, because the only thing that can be the variable that I don't have any control over is refraction. So if I can't see my target one day when I saw it 3 days before, the only reason I can't see it is refraction. We then have to understand that is going to have to come into the discussion when we do see things in other scenarios, in other situations where those same refraction phenomena occur. We have to evaluate that information the same way.
Yeah, I'll add to that if my mic is okay. We can see the sky appearing below an object in the distance, knowing that that's not reality. That's not its actual position. So it has to be some type of miraging or refraction, whatever you want to call it. And then when we see the opposite effect, as in the water appearing higher than the distant object, we say that's Earth curve. I just don't even get that. I mean, that's dishonesty to me.
Pleading. The other thing that I was
so what it sounded like what you just said then, Rakir, was we see something that would be impossible on a flat Earth, right? Which is the horizon, the water below eye level. The sun. Sorry, the sky. Wasn't it the sky below eye level? Is that what you said, Rakir?
No,
dude. What is right? Do you have an issue, man? Maybe not even get in the conversation when I'm in it, because your brain doesn't function too well when it's in it. I'm not being ugly to you. I'm just if
you sound mighty ugly, but I'll step out. That was awful. I'll leave. Sorry. No, I'll take your feedback and I'll leave. But don't try and pretend to yourself that wasn't
I didn't say leave as you clipping me. I didn't say leave. I said maybe exit the conversation when I'm in it. Like when don't address me, because you seem to have something going on with the way you interpret things with me. So you're fine with everybody else. Yeah, you make good points. But what I did say was I didn't mention I really didn't even mention the shape, if it's flat or whatever, because often the ocean isn't flat. It has waves and things. So that would be affecting it also. But when we see things where the sky appears to be under them, like hotels or ships, we say that's mirage. We say that's the sky mirroring down on the water or whatever. But when we see the water appearing higher, as in it's rising towards our eye level, and it's higher than a distant object like a boat or a building, we say that has to be Earth curve, and it's not mirage. I say that is dishonesty. Or some type of bias or whatever. You can't say one without the other.
So isn't that exactly what Noah just got done doing? Saying that he's excluding the possibility of these things appearing to go over a curve? That it just looks like that, but you don't understand that it's a visual object?
I'll be honest, I didn't hear Noah, but I heard Travis, and I know enough on my own. I don't have to go to anyone, and I've seen them both myself, where it can't be physical earth curve or hump water, as you'll put it. It can't be because, well, it could be, or it would be a real tiny earth. So with the radius given, it wouldn't be a hump of water obstructing. It would be some type of optical, or how we see a vision thing, not physical obstruction by water.
So just real quick, Harry, did you hear my first point that I made about the wall analogy?
Make it again for me.
So the reason why we might say in a conversation that a ball earther would have to say that curvature is physical. It is physical obstruction. The water is physically obstructing, is because that's how the argument is presented to us when they say, haven't you ever seen a wall? Haven't you ever gone up higher and then seen over the wall? Well, that wall is physical. So we are going against things that we've heard people from your side saying either means you need to debunk your own lot, or you need to get on board with your own lot.
I guess my position on it is there can be wibbly effects, but the thing that seems to be consistent for me is things get far enough away and they always go over the curve. So if we're saying there could be bending this way and that, what I would expect to see this way and that is like sometimes the Earth bends up. And even when the Earth bends up, in my view, if things get far enough away, they disappear bottom first. They are resolvable left to right, but they are no longer resolvable top to bottom, and they appear to dip over a ball. Your argument about a bit, just sorry, a little bit last bit. If your argument is like it could be an optical phenomena, I would expect it to go either way, and I'd expect other things to line up with it. It sounds like what this is an excuse for why it looks like things go over a ball.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait, let me respond, Harry. Okay.
Right.
First of all, you completely ignored my question to you and went on to something else. So, is this intentional? Because I think it is. From the very beginning, when I've had interactions with you, when you do this, I think you're doing this on purpose because you're not stupid, Harry. I gave you a specific challenge. Your side has given us a presentation to consider the curvature like a fucking wall, physical wall.
Right.
So either you need to correct your lot and say, stop doing that because it's not physical, boys, or you need to get on board with them.
Well, I don't know why we're not on board with them. I think I am. There might be a bit of wibbliness, but the horizon is always...
No, stop. You said it's not physical. You spent a lot of time denying...
No, I said something really clear, Travis. I said I don't think it's physical, it's not physical. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. What I'm saying to you, and I've said so many times so clearly now, is it's my view from that. Sing it with me now. Everybody who remembers my last words, say it now. None of you. It's my view from that. Nobody. My view from that.
No. See, I'm not following.
Position.
I'm not falling
Position.
I'm not falling for your banana in the tailpipe trick here. Okay, you're
it's not a banana in the tailpipe trick.
You're still.
Do you disagree? That my horizon,
red herring.
The juncture of the sea and the sky is, in my view, from that position. Does that not satisfy a pretty fucking good description of what the horizon is?
Is it physical obstruction for an object beyond it?
Did I just say to you, I don't think that makes any fucking sense. It's my view from... Sing it with me now, boys. That position. So if you want to talk about physical, you can put that into your fucked up weird worldview.
You're the one that brought
I've got to calm down.
Wait, fucked up weird world. How?
Listen to this.
So
Let me hear this. Let me hear
it
this.
doesn't make any sense. Nobody outside this debate says physical obstruction.
I just
or
told
is it
you
the
you're
physical
wrong.
horizon?
I just told you you're wrong.
What they say is, I think, something similar to the juncture of the sea and the sky, in my view, from that position. And if I said to them, do you think if you moved position, the apparent horizon would change? They would go, yes. And I would say, do you think if you went up a hill, the horizon would be lower? And they go, yes, because my view from that position changed. And they'd all be aware of that. They wouldn't say, is it a physical obstruction? They would just go, yeah, it's where the curve of the
You're
Earth
doing it again.
looks off
Wizard
into
Harry
space.
at his best. Wizard Harry
I
on
mean, I'm just
display
describing
right
the
now.
horizon. Okay, I'm describing the horizon in my terms. Do you want to use my terms or not?
I was using your terms. I was addressing your specific words when you were arguing with Noah about the physicality of the hump of water.
Sure. Yeah, I think water's a physical object, and it's my view of it from that position. I think I'm looking at a physical hump of water.
Is it physically obstructing?
It's what it looks like. That's what I'm telling you. I can tell you what it looks like. It definitely looks like a hump of water that is physically obstructing things. If they get sufficiently far beyond it, they look like they get obstructed by it, yes. Stars don't. The moon doesn't. The sun doesn't. It still gets obstructed by it, but doesn't seem to need to get physically further from it. Just sort of goes dump into it. I don't need to get that. Doesn't work the same. Well, it does exactly the same thing, doesn't it? It doesn't slow down. Just boom into that horizon. That is my view from that position.
Well, start making observations where you don't move and see what happens with the horizon and targets that are beyond it, and get back to us.
Okay, I'm not going to do that because I'm literally traveling around the world by motorcycle right now. So staying in one place to continually look at the horizon to see if it continues to be my view from that position. No, I'll pass on that, thanks.
Well, then you're going to have to trust people that have done it over and over again that are telling you. I'm not sure why you felt to jump in there with a moan.
Right.
So, yeah, people have done it. And because they're not traveling the world on a motorcycle, they go to the same place, set up with the same equipment, same focal length, and are telling you and showing you with video and pictures that the objects in the distance that are stationary appear in different places. The sky and the ground appear to be at different elevations.
Sure. And what should I do when I have that information? You said I should trust them. Is that the gist?
You should. Well, if you don't want to go do it yourself, then yeah, you're going to have to make a discernment. And if you're smart enough, you would say, yeah, it's probably the atmosphere causing that optical view on different days. That would be the logical thing.
So I should trust somebody else who's gone out. Should I go out there and trust somebody who's gone out there and done it and taken photos and videos?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I think that's probably what I do. Yeah.
So
I just think more people have done it with better methods and taken videos, and I trust them more.
Well, that's up to you. But I mean, the video doesn't lie. It shows. You can have people show you they're in the same spot with the same focal length, showing you objects in the distance that are stationary, appearing to be at different elevations on different days, even in the same video. Like even Stanley, people like that have shown time lapse of things appearing to rise and fall just due to the atmospheric conditions changing. I'm not sure why you deny that.
I don't deny that. No. I'll happily say that happens. But that's why I say when things get sufficiently far away, they always do just one of those two things. Do they get obscured from the bottom up, or does the hump of water appear to rise in the middle, which can happen due to refraction? Absolutely, nobody's going to deny that. But it's wibbliness. There's usually other artifacts that tell you that it's wibbling, like other things are wibbling. And then sometimes it flattens out the Earth. The eye pulls up the stuff in the back, or sometimes pulls up the stuff in the foreground. Sure, it does that.
Yeah, that's what I was just fixing to bring up. Foreground and background can be different. So it seems like we're on the same page now.
Well,
so
except
would
my
that
position
happen
still
over a flat
remains.
plane?
So my position still remains. Things get sufficiently far enough away, and that wibbliness in the middle isn't able to hide Mount Rainier, for example, Rainier, however you say it, right? Like that mountain is fucking huge. Excuse my language. And it doesn't appear there's wibbliness. It appears to sink into the earth. It appears there's a hump in front of it.
Yeah, appears is the key word there, but you'd have to. You'd have to measure. I mean, that's the whole thing, right? You trust your eyes.
You trust your eyes. Yeah, right.
Oh my God.
Should I trust my eyes on this?
Oh, whatever,
Or
dude.
should
You can
this
do
be an
whatever the hell
obstacle?
you want. It seems like you can say and do whatever you want. So, I mean, I'm not anyone to stop that. That's cool. I mean, it's not a coincidence that me and Travis automatically jumped in and said, you trust your eyes when you said it. I mean, that's a little strange for a Glober to say, actually.
Isn't it? Should we trust our eyes or not? Because it seems we sometimes switch positions.
Our eyes have limits, don't they?
I don't know.
You don't know our eyes have limits? I mean, seriously, are you just here to troll, or you don't want to give your opinion?
What eyes have what limits? Like my eyesight is worse than it was when I was 30. That's for sure. 10 years has been unkind on my eyesight. But
Okay, so age has set the limit. Does distance set the limit of your eyesight?
No, I don't think so.
You think you can see forever?
It does. I've seen no evidence to the contrary.
You think you can see forever?
I just said I've seen no evidence to the contrary.
Okay,
But
why can't you see a star on the horizon? Why can't you see a star on the horizon?
I don't think I can see everything. I don't think I can see through things. Here's how
that would be the limit, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be the limit?
Well,
not being able to see through certain things like a thick medium.
Maybe, sure, yeah.
Oh, okay, so you do agree that our eyes have limits. That was easy.
Well, I mean that doesn't mean that all because
I'm just saying that was easy. Like it only took like 4 sentences.
Sure, can I respond?
Sure, you can say you agreed with me that our eyes have limits.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, good. That was my initial question when you couldn't understand what it was. Go ahead.
Right, but now you won't.
Hey, let him speak.
Hell, Ricky. I think yes, we can't see through things, but here's the way I reason it. My eyes can see a distance. I know they can't see no distance. And the further I look, the more I keep seeing things, unless you are right, they have limits. They can't see through things. They can't, but I don't know of any limit. And to me, it's going to be like perspective and the inverse square law. I get that things get too small to be resolvable, but I'm like, I've got object permanence. I'm more than 4 years old, so I've worked out they're still there even when I can't make them out. But I think, in my line, things just need to be sufficiently big or sufficiently bright, and then they can be very, very far. And if we just dial up and down those numbers, I don't know of any reason why it should continue to behave at a sort of inverse square rule, trigonometric rate thanks to perspective, and then suddenly stop doing that. If you've got a reason why my vision should just behave normally and then stop just magically at the horizon because it happens to look like a ball, like that's the only reason, isn't it? It's because it has to look like a ball. Your vision has to get to your horizon and it has to stop because everything beyond that horizon tells you it's a ball. You see things disappear over it. You see the stars get into it.
No, that's
you
not
see
true.
ships sail over it. You see people navigate on it. Everything that happens beyond your horizon proves it's a globe. So you must.
That's not true.
Okay, wait. Let me just jump in real quick, Harry. Come on, man.
While your vision suddenly.
You're kind of monologuing, Harry. Come on, man. So just real quick, Harry. So in the past 5 years of making these observations, I've never thought it looks like a ball. If I was going to be forced to say anything, if I was going to be forced to say anything that it might look like, I would say it might look like an A-frame, a really obtuse A-frame, right? Because it angles up. Excuse me?
What do you mean by an A-frame? Which part?
I was just going to explain it to you. Okay, an obtuse A-frame. So it's going up at an angle to the horizon, which ends. And then it's going to go down the other side at that same angle. So the thing that I would say that it's closest to me, if I was going to say it's doing anything, that's an A-frame Earth.
It's perspective.
All right. So it looks like a hump, but a hump with corners.
No, I didn't say a fucking hump. No, I did not say a hump.
No. Would you say an A-frame would be a little bit like a hump with corners?
Nope.
Okay.
So
something going up straight, flat, then having a corner, and then going down away from us. Sure. I mean, that's basically the same thing I think I see. I just don't think it has corners. I think it's just got a curve.
So
But you can
if
sail
flat
around
earthers
and then
agree
use
that
celestial navigation.
if flat earthers agree that our eyes have a limit, is there a limit on how much curve can we see? Can something be so gradually curved that it looks flat?
Only as a concept.
Good question.
Only as a concept. What we want to see from you is a measurement of deviation from horizontal. Still waiting for that.
Yeah, the method and tools used, I want to go do it myself because I trust people that go out and do it. But if they come up with the flattest of flat, like they've come up with the perfect horizontal and no deviation from that, I would question that even more if they come up with a curve or a convex, because no measurement is perfect. So you have to use discernment. But I would want to know what tools and methods they use to create a straight line segment and extend that straight line segment over static water is not hard at all. So it just needs to be done by multiple people to verify it. That's how I'm so adamant. I know. I don't need someone. Yeah.
I think the method you used wouldn't differentiate between them. If it's the one that I think it is, I don't think it would differentiate sufficiently between them.
Well, that might be, but that's probably because you don't use them on tools on a daily basis, or any optic. Because if you use any optic on a daily basis from the same position, which you've already said you don't, and are not going to do that because you're traveling, you would know that these things deviate greatly over a daily. I have one that deviated over 6 days where you can't even tell it's the same object. Travis has videos of objects, boats, and oil rigs being totally distorted within the video. Like you can see it. It gets distorted so much you can't even tell what it is. There's certain parts of the ship that's out in front of the ship that we can't even tell what that is. So the atmosphere is obviously doing all kind of crazy things to objects in the distance. I don't even know how people even say it's not.
So to my point earlier, with a curve that is so gradual that it looks flat, you answered only in concept. Okay, we answer it's only in concept that we can't look indefinitely, or there's a limit on how far we cook. It's only in concept. You have to show it first.
Well, you can show yourself that.
Yeah, that's not that hard. You know what?
I mean, why do you need me to show you that you can't see forever? You don't believe in light?
Okay, then why do you need me to show that there's a gradual curve that is so gradual? Yeah, then do it.
No, I don't need that. I'm telling you, there's not a gradual
I don't need that either.
I don't know why you're yelling through me when I'm telling you I don't need you. I don't even know where you came up with that. I say it's flat. It's flat to the point over static water that you can't measure any different. And that when you look, but hang on, I'm almost done. But when you look out over that static water, that horizontal plane, and your angle gets so acute, like it gets so small that things start getting smushed together, foreshortening and distorted. Your brain is not interpreting the information of where the sky meets the ground. Then you can't use that as reality. Like that's an illusion that's being caused by the atmosphere. It's called a mirage.
How do you know?
Well,
how do you know about the vanishing point? So the two questions I have for you is: how do you know that your vision stops at a certain point, and at what point? Is there a number on it? Is it in meters? Can I have it, please?
Yeah, I don't think our vision stops at a certain point. I think our vision, we can only see as far as the conditions allow us. That's why I don't say we see too far. You'll never hear me say that. I say we see as far as the conditions are allowing us on that day.
So with the perfect conditions to see the furthest, can we see infinitely?
No, absolutely not.
What's the point at which it stops?
Seems to be on most days visibility is around 14 miles over open ocean.
14 miles and things are not visible anymore, or things start to disappear over the horizon more?
Both. Depends on the conditions. Sometimes they're above the horizon. Sometimes objects are loomed up and you can see them further and further. Sometimes they're sinking, so they're obstructed, or the foreground is raised up more than other days. So things beyond that perspective view, that vanishing point, are going to appear obstructed more and more out into the distance. Sometimes things are magnified where they appear closer than they actually are. Sometimes they appear to shrink into a dot. Sometimes they do things in between. It depends on the conditions.
So what about the moon, let's say? How far away is the moon?
I have no clue. Why do you want to go to the moon?
No,
See, I've done this for years. You take me to the
because I
moon.
want to know.
You can't prove anything. Yeah,
I
you can
think I
measure
can see
distances
forever.
to a ship or a rig. You can't measure to the moon and be 100% sure.
Right, but I'm just asking you guesswork because you're talking about the terminating vision, and so I'm talking about things you can see and how far they might be. I feel like it's a really logical series of questions. How far do you think the moon is? If you think you can't see forever, then you must be able to, the moon must be inside whatever limit you set. I want to know what that limit is.
No. Oh, no, we're talking about seeing things horizontally over the surface, over the marine layer. Yeah, right. You're switching things up. Nice try, but I will say as you get above, I will say this, if you will allow me. Yeah, I will if you will allow me. So as you decrease that angle, like you you open up that angle and you get above the surface of the earth where the medium is more dense, and you get into that less dense medium, and there's less turbulence, there's less heat distortion, there's less of all the other things that cause you to have limits at the surface, then of course you're going to be able to see further. And when you add the fact that it's a light, even on the surface, you can see an oil rig light during the night. Further, you can see an oil rig during the day. Surely you already know this. Surely you don't need someone like me to explain that to you. I'm not sure why your question is formed that. Surely you already knew.
No, that wasn't my question. No, that wasn't my question. I'm aware you can see light.
You asked why you could see a light higher in the sky above the surface.
Well, I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, the moon's not a light. It's got shadows on it.
It's not a light. Okay, it's reflecting light. I'll give you it's reflecting light. Yeah, it's reflecting light then. Oh, okay. So you can see reflected. Let me restate then. You can see reflected light up in the sky. Further, you can see reflected light at the surface. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah.
I certainly think there's going to be. I would agree with. Yeah, I would certainly agree that there is like a foggy layer
that was a
down
yes
on the
audience.
surface. Yeah, I'm saying yes. Do you need to do that, man? Do you need like the yes? I think there is a good case to be made for as you look horizontally through a foggy layer, you're going to get weird stuff. But if you look straight up through it, you're only looking through a tiny bit of it. Sure, I think that's a good case to be made. But the question is not revolving just about where the horizon is, but is there a terminating point to your vision? Because to me, then let's go to the light, right? I'm used to seeing headlights on a hillside. I know the Dingo Gate they're coming through. We've driven there. It's like 80 k's away. It's so far, but we're very, very, very high up, and it's very, very, very high up, and we look through a valley at one another. And you can see car headlights. Now, I know from that distance, the car headlights, the beam between them is certainly not resolvable. There is not clearly two lights to me. It is a light. And it sometimes winks in and out of the trees. I know that's not resolvable. I know that's below the angular resolution limit of my eye, although I never would have put it in those terms before the flat Earth debate. But I can still see it, and it's like 80 k's away. Right? So sometimes if there's a hump or we get above a lot of our atmosphere, particularly up in the mountains, it gets better, then yeah, there doesn't appear to be a limit. And a limit is necessary because if we're on something flat, the horizon should always be the vanishing point. A bit of fogginess, sure, but the higher up you get, not only does the angle get better, but you're no longer it's no longer as bent either. It's no longer as foggy. You can make it out really crisply. That's why they do those long distance photos there. Clearly you can see further. So things appear to be going over a hump. And this is all just a long excuse as to why things appear to go over a hump.
Yeah, there you go. Now you're saying silly things. Before you were sounding reasonable, but as soon as you said hump, that's where you lost it. You went off the rail.
Yeah, like you called it like you called it a obtuse A-frame. I think we can agree that it looks humped.
No, it doesn't look humped. It doesn't. No.
Well, like an obtuse A-frame. I call that a hump with corners. I know you don't, but I do.
The slope, you might want to say it's sloping.
Right, but then it slopes, and then it stops sloping, and it slopes down again, right?
Well, that could be a possible interpretation of the observation that you're making. However,
That's
like
what an
I
obtuse A-frame looks like.
Okay, yes, but and I can show you these different observations, like Rakia said, on the Chesapeake Bay. I can show you these targets displaced, and I can, like the other day, I got so much footage. Like I would have to do this video. So there's the channel marker 17 is out in front of me, and last week the channel marker was above the water's horizon. But this week, the horizon was above the channel marker.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, like I said, I think that wibbliness up and down both happen.
Okay, so in the one, it looked like an A-frame, and the other one, it didn't.
What did it look like in the other one?
Just an extension of the distance.
Was there still a point at which things were dipping down over the edge of it?
No, because the most resolvable image after that was the 9 mile away topography. So it would have just been a tree line 9 miles away or more, 10, 11 miles away, maybe.
Fair enough. I mean, it sounds cool. I like that you get out there and do these things.
Well, I'm going to say it
I
again.
just think that the methods.
Well, yeah, but I'm going to say it again, that your appeal to the fact that you change your observation, no one's questioning that. My challenge is for everyone else to consider, if I can produce the same observations while standing still, I think you're going to have to start to reconsider your interpretation.
We've talked about this before, Travis. If what you're doing is a test, and I've asked you for a criteria for falsifiability, that's the only thing that's meaningful to me.
My claim.
Like, can I test it? Can I test it in a way that it could fail? And last time we talked, you can take a photo from the same position. You could show something in different positions. But what I need to know is either the actual position of the object or what would constitute for you a bad result, a Travis is wrong result. And it didn't sound like you had one.
Okay,
and that means
so
you can do a test that will only ever show that Travis is right. And if a test will only ever show one thing, it's not a test.
What's my claim?
That I forget how you put it, but the last time we talked about it, I've asked you what your control is.
Well, don't ask me what my control is. What's my claim?
Well, that's the question. What's your control? I mean, tell us the claim and the control.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not falling for your reversal of burden where I'm going to have to answer your question because you can't answer mine. So as soon as Harry, okay, that's fine. As soon as you show me on your side anyone addressing your challenge to me, I'll follow suit. How about that?
Well, I don't know what that means. I'm not. What do you mean?
You
I was trying to find out from you what your test was, and now you want me to talk to the other Globe team?
Yeah, you're requiring me to do a test that your side hasn't even done. So you just swallowing their load. No.
No, I don't know if nobody else cares about the horizon. I don't know how many times to say this, man.
No one else cares about the horizon.
Nobody else does. Okay, Ruhif does. A couple of people, but nobody outside this debate does tests on the horizon because nobody else is debating where it is.
That's because they're taking it for granted. Right. Hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on. That's because they're taking it for granted where it is, right? So whenever Sean G responds, don't say exactly, listen very carefully. When Sean G says, oh, this is where the horizon is, and I say, how did you verify that? He can't, right? So there's a failure on
Sean G about that.
I'm just telling you that you're placing a burden on me that your side can't even carry isn't fair.
I'm not responsible for Sean G. What you need to accept with this, I think, is if the Earth is a globe, that also somewhat gets rid of this idea that us globers are some organized group with a group chat. And we could just be a bunch of bored, skeptic dickheads, ortards, as they're called in GEMS, who turn up to argue with people. We don't have a group chat. I'm not in charge of what tests other people do. Sometimes we'll collaborate because we're in interesting places, but most of the part we're just a bunch of weirdos all over the world who love having arguments but are on the other side of this one. So I'm not going to be able to answer for what Sean G does because he and I, we're not in a WhatsApp group. I know you all think we get checks, but you just need to imagine that if the Earth's a globe, nobody gives a fuck about flat Earth and none of us are getting checks. We don't care about one another. We're not organised. We're not successfully anyway. We're not proving globe. In fact, I side with Ruhif. I think us turning up here keeps flat Earth alive because somebody's discussing it and people turn up and they hear the things. So I'm sorry that Sean G didn't do a test you wanted to do. I just wanted to know what your test was and what were your failure conditions.
I just have observations. I'm describing these observations. I can see the shoreline 6 miles away, absolutely clear and pristine. If
How
you
do
were
you know
standing
it's
there
6 miles?
Okay, that's a red herring. So let me just say without knowing how far away it is. I can see the shoreline, the boat dock, so that Howard, if you were there tickling your toes in the water, I'd see you right there, straight down to the shoreline. So that's my control, right? All I'm doing is making observations.
How do you pick that one as the control rather than the one you take the next day where you can't see the dock? Which one do you decide is the control?
Because the one has obstruction where I can't see something, and the other one has something that I can see. I don't understand why you're asking a question.
The real question is what's more important, tests or observation?
Tests. Tests are the most important thing, and what you're getting is a change between two things.
The answer is both. And flat earthers only want to do observations, and globe earthers oftentimes concentrate on tests, but they have to be combined to make sense. So just an observation doesn't matter. Just a test doesn't matter. Armchair philosophy doesn't help us.
Okay, thanks.
I think a test matters. Just the test needs to be falsifiable. It needs to be able to yield two different results. One is I'm wrong.
I'm fine with tests as well. I think, however, it depends on one's claim. Okay? So my claim doesn't have anything to do with being strictly an experiment where I have an independent and dependent variable per se that I can manipulate. Okay?
That's silly QA shit. You just need to, in my view, for your test, you just need to know what is the zero refraction day. How do you pick it? You could just do it with weather.
Who says that? You show me the science that describes the requirement the way you just did. Zero refraction. What the fuck is that? That doesn't even exist.
It doesn't have to be. It could be something else. Another control I've thought of for you in your absence is getting a mapping software like a drone and or Google Maps with a 3D model of the environment and going, this is my control because it's a simulated environment, so I can delete refraction and just go, where are the actual physical objects in relation with one another. But what you need in your test is to know exactly where the things are. Otherwise, you're just going, this dad's bending a little bit, this dad's bending a bit more. And then you get to pick your answers out of that noise. Whereas you don't get the question of what does it look like when it doesn't bend at all.
You're talking about LiDAR scanning, Harry, aren't you?
Yeah, LiDAR. Your idea with the LiDAR, sailing LiDAR along the shore could do a really good job of that.
I've been looking into LiDAR scanning, but along a canal, not a shore.
Yeah,
27 miles. 27 miles, Harry. That'd be great little LiDAR scan, wouldn't it?
And match it with an optical one. That could be interesting.
No. You don't need to match it with the optics, do you? Why do you need to match it with an optics? It's an actual real life scan, Harry. You scan what you see. You scan what is there. It's perfect.
I like it.
Absolutely perfect.
Where would you set your LiDAR up? Where would you set it up at?
Where would you set it up? Wherever you're going to scan. Where would you set it up? Left lane.
I would set it up in the middle of my observation, looking both directions.
No, you just set it up at one end and work to the other end, left lane? Why would you set it up in the middle of a 27-mile scan?
You know
and
that?
then
Yeah, I'm
work
sitting
from
there
the middle
thinking
to
about
one
it.
end and then go back to the middle and work to the opposite end? Why not just set
So
it up at one end and scan all the way to the other end? Sorry, Travis, I didn't mean to.
I
come
think the
in
LiDAR is
on your-
mobile, isn't it?
and
Doesn't it read
it
and
seems
pick
that
up as it moves?
riding on eggshells took that as his
What the
sign
hell?
to bail out. He started talking about doing this kind of scan, and then I brought up the LiDAR, and he just bailed out. Sorry, Travis.
Maybe he had to start traveling again. Who knows?
Maybe. Sorry, left lane. Did you have something to say about the LiDAR?
No, nothing. Nothing.
No, I didn't think so.
Sea level LiDAR seems like it would be a problem. Still using light.
Yeah, you didn't think so, so you just talked over me while I was trying to speak.
Sorry, did somebody say something?
Well, I said that I think LiDAR would probably be a problem doing that in the noisy area that's near the horizon.
27 miles. Which part of that do you think isn't going to be near the horizon at some point? No, surely the whole lot of it is at somebody's horizon, wouldn't you say?
Mountaintop to mountaintop? No, it can be quite far apart.
Now you're confused, Moyok, man. Now you're confused.
Anyway.
I would have to look at the way LiDAR gathers its information, like Google uses LiDAR on these mapping cars that drive down the road and
do it.
Mapping things out. I think I don't know. Do they use other information, other inputs?
No, you don't
form
have
their
to.
images.
You don't have to. There's what they call an EMU, or IMU, which they use in conjunction with LiDAR. But you don't have to use GPS when it comes to LiDAR. It is a completely standalone system. So there you go.
Oh, okay, I get it. So you're talking about using LiDAR like on a car, or an airplane, and just taking measurements and seeing if you can combine them all together into a 3D map of the world.
Your mic's really shit, Moyok, man. It's really high pitched. Are you in the bathroom or something?
Nope.
I hear him, Bob.
So we're talking about LiDAR measurements as if you're driving down the road or in an airplane and just making a 3D map of the world. I don't think that has precision to map it out at any given instant in time.
You're joking. That's a 2 centimeter accuracy at 500 meters, which when you get to a closer range becomes absolutely millimeter accurate, better than a auto level, I would say.
For 200 meters, you're talking about 3 millimeters of drop. So your precision is never high enough in order to do the job. As you get closer, you get higher precision.
You're not
but
listening.
The precision required is higher.
You are not listening to what I'm saying, Moyok, ma'am.
Well, actually, I am.
It's a 2 centimeter location accuracy per point at 500 meters. And as that 500 meters comes closer, as you get closer to that point, the location accuracy of that point within the point cloud, there is no inaccuracy. It's scanned 480,000 times a second from a distance of 500 meters in front of you to a distance of 500 meters behind you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, imagine how many times that single point is scanned to place it in that point cloud, Moyok, man.
That's wonderful. Still
thousands of times.
Still not accurate enough. As far as I'm concerned. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think that's accurate enough, or probably is not accurate enough.
Well, who cares what you think, basically?
Well, I mean, the description of you're talking about the accuracy is not near accurate enough.
How do you take it that I've described the accuracy?
You just talked about how it's millimeters.
Can you feed back
as you get closer, and centimeter accurate as you get up to 500 yards? Those are both inadequate for measuring the shape of the Earth.
500 meters.
Okay, 500 yards and meters is it close enough?
2 centimeter accuracy location for each point. Okay,
yeah.
And as you get closer to that point, it is scanned 480,000 times a second. Not each point is scanned 480,000 times a second. It scans 480,000 points per second. As you're coming up on that 500 meter distant point, it is being scanned again and again and again and again and again and again, and that centimeter accuracy comes down to a pinpoint precision accuracy within the point cloud. And then as you pass those locations, it is scanned again and again and again and again until it is 500 meters behind you, where the accuracy is back down to 2 centimeters. So that point has been located within that point cloud to an accuracy that is very, very, very close.
Okay, well, let's go with very, very, very close, and tell me exactly what very, very, very close is. As far as
I'll tell you what, my Ockman, right? There's loads. There are a shitload of different LiDAR systems out there. Now, I've been looking into them. I've been doing some really heavy, deep diving into LiDAR systems. And I've found a couple. Okay. Now, you can do the same. I'm not going to sit here and spoon feed you stuff that has taken me weeks and possibly months to figure out for myself. If you want to know, get on Google, start researching LiDAR, because that's what I've done. I wish you luck.
Yeah, I'm very first one I came to here. Curvature correction of oblique images is similar to that of NIDAR images. The oblique images correction, blah, 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 correcting for Earth curvature.
Do you want to post that?
That's interesting.
Because
that's interesting.
Yeah, if they're you see, that's if it's linked to GPS. Now we all know that that GPS is it's a reference system. It's not as measured datum system. It's just a reference system. So what they would do is take the LiDAR scans and reference it to the GPS. So if you could post a link to that one that you've just read there, left lane, that would be really beneficial.
Let me see. Share.
But it's ones that with the independent IMU that you're really looking for.
Text one. I've never done that, but there it is.
You've never done what?
Shared a link off of a web page into Discord, but
that's quite easy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You just got to go punch the buttons and see what happens.
Yeah, copy and paste. It's all good.
Well, it's sharing, but not copy paste.
So, Left Lane, what are they doing with this? They taking the LiDAR measurements and then conforming it to a sphere?
Yeah, I didn't read enough of it to understand the entirety of it, but it's an entire document talking about correction for Earth curvature.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with LiDAR, though, is it?
Yeah, it is. It has directly. It is about LiDAR directly.
Where does it say LiDAR? Where does it say anything to do with LiDAR?
That's what the article's about.
Positive imaging plane. Reconstruction 3D models through integrating vertical and a blank imaging.
So it's not a physical thing.
Now, there's a bunch of information in it.
Oh, there you
Context
go.
one,
Look, it
context
says
two.
object point cloud coordinates could be calculated using direct georeferencing obtained from the direct orientation data of GPS INS system. Okay, now this is linking the LiDAR directly to this georeferencing system. Okay, now the LiDAR doesn't need to be linked to this georeferencing system, and then it gives you the scan as scanned, and not the mathematical calculation, which it says there obtained from the direct orientation data. So it's reorientating the data of the LiDAR scan and orientating it to the georeferencing data. Okay, so that part, you don't have to have. This georeferencing system is just the mathematical calculation that maps it to your geoid or your spheroid, which we all know is a mathematical calculation.
That's what I thought. That's how they determine that it's a globe. The information is not directly indicating a globe because that's not how the measurements are set up.
No, the measurements are Euclidean. It's all done on the Euclidean plane. Yeah, exactly. So, but the georeferencing part of the system, you don't have to use it. It doesn't have to be used. And to get the as measured scan, you don't use it because the georeferencing part of the system is just a mathematical calculation that, hey presto, references it to a georeference reference frame.
Yep. No, I agree.
Yeah, you agree. I'm glad you agree.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, the LiDAR stuff is, I've been looking into it for a while. I've started a buy me a coffee campaign. If anybody fancies giving a donation. Looking at getting a LiDAR system. I want to rent one for the weekend first and do some preliminary scans. Build some models, print them off. See where we go from there. And then I'm looking at buying a LiDAR system and scanning not just one stretch of canal, but a few stretches of canal.
How does the LiDAR thing put things into relationship to the device? Is it using a gravitational vector or the up and down vector, buoyancy vector, whatever you want to call it? Because you've got to somehow orient that thing in free space, that device.
Well, it's got an IMU in it. They call it an EMU, but it's an IMU. You should have a look at them while you research.
Integrated what?
IMU.
Oh, okay. You don't know what IMU is. Okay, I gotta look it up. No
Yeah, I do know what an IMU is, but you want me to
clarify?
Well, what is it?
It is. Give me a second. It's not on at the forefront of my memory at the moment.
Oh, okay. Then I'll look it up.
Do. That's funny. I had the webpage open earlier this morning and was reading about it, so I'm sure it's here somewhere.
Well, first word is integrated. It's a MEMS IMU, but I'm still not finding where they describe the.
Yeah, it was just a Wikipedia page, so I'm sure if you open Wikipedia and just type IMU, then it'll give you exactly the same as I was reading earlier this morning.
Funny though, I mean, just look at this. I'm new to this, and I'm figuring out the pieces of equipment that are necessary to do the test.
What, you're new to Wikipedia?
No, I'm new to LiDAR.
Uh-huh.
I understand the concepts, but loosely. But I'm now trying to figure out how you actually would do the mapping.
Oh, I'd look into it if I was you.
It looks like they're using MEMS accelerometers to determine position.
Yeah, like I said, I'd look into it if I was
Or
you. It's
orientation.
really interesting stuff. I've quite enjoyed the stuff that I've learned about it so far, and that's just
But with
like
that MEMS IMU, the system has no capability of measuring sphericity.
But no, because it's all done in a Euclidean 3 space. It's all done with Euclidean geometry. It's done from a plane, and everything is as measured from that plane.
Right, but if it was a globe with varying gravitational vectors, there would be no way to discern that with the current LiDAR system. That's why they have to do a calculation for it. Now you can say that's because it's not a curve, but if it was curved with a gravitational vector, the LiDAR could never show it.
Well, you see, that's why I want to determine the surface of the water, of the body of water that I will be taking a LiDAR scan on is planar by trying to measure your claimed drop of the level line over the first mile. Now, if we can determine that the first mile is one plane, or the surface of the water is planar in nature, then all we will be doing with the LiDAR scan is extending that plane a further 27 miles. It's right. You can talk through me, Moyok man. It's okay.
No, I was trying to talk with you.
That scan will just continue. The first mile, as established, as being planar. Then the scan just extends that mile, because you are starting at the beginning of that mile, scanning that mile, so that mile becomes a planar segment with the 27-mile scan. So it's all in the same plane. It's quite easy when you think about it.
Except for the fact that the device that they use to determine orientation of the LiDAR device is a MEMS accelerometer, which will adjust orientation based upon the gravitational vector. Hence, you will show planar. It will show. There's no need to even test it. You will show a planar surface because the device is incapable of testing on a globe.
Well, that's where your shitty software comes in, that you have to model it to a geoid. It's funny, that, isn't it? That all the measurements will be planar, and you can't get around that. They will be planar. The surface of the water, as measured in that first mile, will be a plane. You can't get around that either. So extending that first mile measured planar surface of water over the further 27 miles, it's end of story for you lot.
Yeah, if I took just a globe and instead of using a MEMS accelerometer, I used essentially a pointer to the center of the globe, and I moved that LiDAR around, it would yield a map that was flat.
Yeah, it's kind of like daisy chain surveying. You're just surveying around the curve. You won't really detect the curvature in those measurements.
You don't daisy chain around the curve. You project a horizontal plane. Lane. You project
it'll come out flat.
Plane.
It will, and it'll come out flat. Your imagery will come out.
Yeah, but then your level line, according to you lot, will drop away from that horizontal plane. So which is it? Will it come out flat, or will your level line drop away from that plane? Which is it?
I don't think that what you're talking about would define that.
But of course it will, because you're starting off with the horizontal plane. You are measuring the drop of the level line, being the surface of the water, from that horizontal plane. If there is no drop of that water, being the level line, from the horizontal plane in that first mile, and then you extend that mile by scanning that mile, and making it the first mile of your 27-mile scan. So that first mile becomes the shared planar segment with the 27-mile scan. It's end of days for you lot.
I think if a LiDAR, just say we had a perfectly smooth 24,000 mile sphere, and that LiDAR went all the way around at 10 feet above at 10 or 20 feet above the ground, it would just produce an image of a 24,000 mile flat plane.
But we're doing it over water. So
well, water,
that surface of
difference. It doesn't matter.
The surface of the water should drop at the same rate as
it doesn't know that though.
Curvature of your Earth.
Yeah, you're talking over him. We were just complaining about that with you.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
He does that all the time, like fucking literally all the time.
Oh, stop crying, McDonald's burger.
So we should say stop crying whenever you complain, right?
But you do boohoo away that, don't you?
Yeah, Return of the Mac's the worst one for boohooing. He says the least and cries the most. It's hilarious.
Makes no sense at all, but
What's funny is that you think that there should be something that would show up on a globe on this. It's if the drop to the horizon is, let's say, 3 feet in 6 miles, in 3 miles, and now it's just for example purposes. Well, actually, let's do 8 inches every mile. Now, if I move forward 1 mile, it will still be 8 inches per mile. It will always keep on adjusting that number. Mm-hmm. So from a LiDAR perspective, it will always show the same answer.
Yeah, these things are flown in airplanes, right? Which fly at the same elevation above the ground, don't they?
Nobles is here as well. Afternoon, Nobles. Welcome to the party.
B-ball. It's B-ball.
Don't they fly over at the same elevation above the ground?
They can fly at all sorts of elevations above the ground.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what you're expecting to see with this LiDAR.
Well, why don't you research into LiDAR then, B-ball? Why don't you do your own research? Yeah. Well,
I have a little bit. I'm just
why don't you do some more?
Yeah,
it's not capable of doing what you want. So I mean,
I'm curious of what do you?
It's more than capable.
What do you think it's supposed to show? What do you think it's supposed to show, though?
It's more than capable of doing what I want it to do.
Well, I mean, just that link that I posted, that link that I posted, the very first thing I looked at says it has to correct for Earth curvature.
Only if you tie it into that, what was it you linked there? I've forgotten. The geo modeling bullshit software that you're talking about.
Only if you want to model it to the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah. Only if you want to take the data, twist the data as measured data, and model it to your geoid. You know, your geoid is a reference geoid, and you reference the data to the reference geoid. That's why the reference geoid is there. So you can take as measured data and then reference it to a geoid to come up with your reference geoid, which is what you think you live on.
Where do they get that reference geoid, though? Where did they come up with that?
It's a mathematical model, Nobles. Don't you know that?
But where do they get it from?
It's a mathematical model.
Where did they get it from?
It's B-ball.
Nobles, it's a mathematical model. Don't you understand that?
Yeah. But where did they get it from?
They probably pulled it out their asses, the same as you do with your claimed 14-mile observations.
What do surveyors actually say about the geoid? Where do they say it comes from?
The geoid? I've never spoken to a surveyor about the geoid. What do you think surveyors? What do you think surveyors say about the geoid?
I think they say. Well, I don't think. I know they say that it's actually been measured, and that's where it came from.
Oh, of course, yeah. They've measured curvature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know that curvature cannot be measured from standing on the outside of the ball.
That's your claim, of course.
No. Well, okay. If you think it can be measured using standard surveying techniques, talk us through it, Nobles. Talk us through it. How do you do it?
Surveying expert.
How do you do it? No balls.
Essentially, measure
How?
from
No,
three triangle.
Moyok, man. Your name
Are you
is
trying
not.
about the
Listen, I'm not gonna
Your
jump
name is not Nobles. I'm talking to
Yeah, that's
Nobles.
not my name.
It's
That's not
okay.
my
You're
name
not in
either.
charge of
So you can address me as my actual name, and I'm
All
not
right.
gonna jump through hoops for you because you're the surveying expert here, right? Aren't
You
you?
scared little bitch, run away.
You
Yes,
talk so
Nobles,
much
you
about
are.
it.
You're talking over.
So
Okay,
I'm
now,
curious. I'm
all
curious
right,
to
hold
see
on.
like
Give me a
exact.
second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Go ahead.
He told you not to. At first, he wasn't telling you not to address him that way, but now he has. So next time you do address him as no boss, I am going to read you. You understand?
Yeah, fine.
All right,
Fine, but I'd like him to say to all of us, or tell us all, how the curvature, because he claimed it can be done. He has made this positive claim that the curvature can be measured using standard surveying techniques from standing on the outside of his claimed ball. He's claimed this can be done. So, Earth is life. Over to you. Tell us how it's all done. Please. Thank you.
And I'm going to respond in the same way you would respond, and I would say, go ahead and research it because it's out there if you really want to find it.
Oh, he claims it can be done, and yet can't tell
Yeah,
us
it's
how
out there.
how it's done.
Well, I
So
tried
now
to
here's my
answer you, but
question.
you stepped on me, so that's fine. You can.
Well, it was up to Earthy's life to
Doesn't
step
matter.
up.
Somebody
It
can
was
answer.
Moyoc, man. You can carry on
Can I
talking
ask a
through me. It
question,
was
please?
up to Earthy's life to step up to the plate, but obviously
Right.
he just hasn't got the balls to step
Yeah,
up
I know
to the
you like to
plate.
hear yourself. You like to hear yourself talk. So here's my question: what do you think lidar is supposed to show?
Why do you think I should answer any of your questions when you can't answer my first simple question that you made the claim for? Why do what gives you what gives you that? That's right. I am talking Earth is life. You can continue to talk through me if you wish. Now, what gives you the inkling that I will answer any of your questions when you can't even answer the first one that I asked you?
Because I think that
And you can keep running away. Earth is life.
Come on, man.
So being the surveying expert that you are, or that you claim to be, you should already know about these things. But I'm guessing that parts of surveying you kind of have to deny.
Have I made a claim to be a surveyor?
Well,
No,
you talk so much about it.
I don't think I have made a claim.
You
No,
reference,
actually, I know. You
reference
can
it all the
continue
time.
to keep talking through me. For goodness sake, man, can you not control your own tongue? Are you
Just
that
go ahead,
immature
man.
that you just have to keep
Go
talking
ahead.
through people? And can I have
Fucking
some
hell, man. Just get
Can I
on
have
with
some
it. Just get on with
moderation
it.
here?
Yeah, get on with it,
Yeah,
people.
I would have finished my sentence, Left Lane, if this idiot hadn't kept talking through me.
Well, they do have a point. Let's get on with 3D. Thanks.
I can't be bothered because he just cannot stop running his mouth off and talking through me. I can't be bothered to have the conversation with him.
Well, okay. Right. Well, don't
Okay,
talk to them then.
You don't have to spend a minute explaining why people won't let you talk. Just fucking say what you're going to say.
And who the fuck are you, you silly little man?
It doesn't matter.
My lawyer.
It doesn't
I would be disappointed if you got muted for offending people because I was trying to respond to you for a little bit, but
Kosher, you got muted?
You're kind of low, Kosher. We cannot hear you.
yeah, no, I'm trying to get my computer
No
back.
way, bro.
Just don't get muted before I get my mic set back up. Hold on.
Who's getting muted?
Zip a tip. That's actually pretty good, man. I'm laughing my arse off at that. Right, moving on.
Yeah, what are we all going
This lidar. I'm curious about this lidar thing. Explain it to me. How it's supposed to show that
Yeah,
the
well,
Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how you claim curvature is measured using standard surveying techniques from the outside of the ball, but you never answered that question, Earth is life.
You could just measure drop from
You can
horizontal.
continue talking through me and running away from the question that I asked you, as you have been running away from a debate that you challenged me to over 2 years ago now. Earth is life.
Okay.
You have just kept running and running and running and running because that's all you do. Run away.
It seemed like
You're a silly little man. You're
Run away, man.
bringing that up you keep bringing that up as if that makes you feel. Does that make you feel big and bold when you bring that up?
You are
Does it make you feel?
insignificant. Earth is life.
Does that make you feel
run away
more of a
from
man?
debate challenges
I'm right
from
here.
over 2 years ago.
God damn it.
Jesus,
Over 2
give
years
it up,
ago.
man. Get over yourself, man.
Just keep
Get
running.
over yourself.
Keep running.
I'm right here. What do you mean? I'm right here.
You keep
Okay.
running, Nobles.
Can you
So
debate?
again, explain
He
Don't you
why
guys
can't
want to like
debate.
take this? Don't you guys want to take this to like grams or something?
Say something.
He can't
Do we
No,
have
debate.
there's no need having a conversation with him because
Earth is
He
life.
can't
you already
debate.
see,
Why
you
can't we
already see his
know
attitude,
each
right?
other?
No
Don't
point.
talk to each other. How about that?
Earth is life. Go and talk to 3DP and tell him something. Debate him, please.
There's
Yeah,
no
tell
reason to
me
debate him.
something. Earth is life. Really, tell me
Yeah.
something. Tell me
Right.
You
something
think I'm
I
wrong?
don't know. Hey, who?
You could measure the you can measure the shit
Who
here
said?
by
Is
measuring
good
depth
one?
from
Hold on.
horizontal.
Earth is live is actually trying to speak, but you're talking over him.
I got a good one for
Yeah,
you.
that's
Just quickly.
3D.
Oh, go
3D.
on,
3D.
please. Go on,
3D.
please.
Can you wait until he finishes?
All right then. Okay.
You could measure drop from horizontal. That's one way.
Sorry.
Drop from horizontal.
What? Well, hang on. I
You
got a
could
phone call.
measure.
I got a phone call. Right.
Okay.
Drop from
Right.
horizontal. What?
You know when you look through the crosshairs and you see something that's taller than you, but it's falling below those crosshairs?
Drop from that doesn't make sense,
Yes.
people.
I know. It wouldn't make sense to you, of course.
No, because a measured drop from horizontal is an
Yes, a
elevation
measured
change.
drop.
elevation change. You know that, don't
Really?
you?
Is it? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But when
Yeah.
we're but hold on, I'm not done. But when we're over water, right? Is
Look,
that building below the water?
stop eating your mic and try speaking clearly.
Did you not hear what I said?
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah,
Okay,
I did.
but when
He
we're-
talked
but
about
when
the
we're
building
over-
being below eye level.
Well, now you're talking over him, left lane.
But when we're over water and we see the building below eye level, now we have to either believe A, the building is below the water, or B, it's at some sort of lower elevation over water.
Hang
we
on,
know
hang
it's not
on.
at a lower elevation on
Or
the
there's
beach.
or C, there's an optical effect over distance over the marine layer.
Okay,
Don't
of
forget about
course,
that one.
Lakia has
Well,
to
hang
jump
on.
in, of course.
Are you using surveying tools over water?
Yes, I'm using surveying tools over water.
That's
How
not a
would you
very
leave
wise.
out optical effects over the
Okay,
marine
here we
layer
go.
over distance?
Here we go.
That's
Why
not a
is he
very
over
wise.
talking as soon as I open my mic? B-Ball has over taught me twice. Why would you leave that out? And then when I bring it up, say, oh, here we go. Like it's something made up. Would you like to address it? How far are you viewing through these crosshairs, which the crosshair is only a couple inches away from your eyeball? What's the distance you're viewing over the marine layer?
10 miles, as we've talked to it, as we've been over this many times.
And you're saying there's no optical effects over those 15
What
miles?
distance?
Yes, there's optical effects.
What distance was that, Rakia? What
Why'd
did
you
he
leave
say?
it out? He said 14 miles, I think.
14 miles. Really?
I wouldn't go 1,400 feet. This guy's going 14
miles.
I think it's 16 miles.
It's a long ass way, bro.
And what was the
One at a time, please.
What was the measurement on your measuring rods, people? Over that 14 miles.
We didn't have to measure the building going below the crosshairs because it was clear that it was going below the crosshairs.
You're not measuring anything. You're viewing an optical effect.
I
You're
wasn't
not
finished.
measuring.
I wasn't finished.
Yeah, but
I
you
wasn't
said,
finished.
it seems like you are.
All
So you
right.
say
Let me know when you're done.
okay, I'll let you know when I'm done. I'll go on mute. You're not measuring anything when you look through an optic with a crosshair in it over 14 miles in the marine layer. You're just observing what you see over the marine layer 14 miles. If you want to measure something, you have to use a story pole and get the difference in the horizontal plane and the elevation change of where you've set up and where you're measuring to with the story pole. But that's only a measure. That's only a.
Jesus Christ.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we're going to do an observation over water at 14 miles. We see a building, and we know that the top of each windowsill is 10 feet. And we measure up. We see we're hitting the 15th windowsill. We could come to some conclusion within some degree of accuracy that we're hitting that building at approximately 150 feet, right?
Isn't it 16 miles? Excuse me for interrupting, but isn't it 16 miles, the original B-ball?
No, it's 14 miles.
14, okay, I stand corrected.
And my elevation above the water is roughly 11 feet. So either the building is at a lower elevation in the water, or there's something else going on. And if you want to claim this for fraction, then you got to tell me what type of a fraction it is.
Something else going on. What are you talking about, bro?
Well, obviously the crosshairs shouldn't be hitting the top of a 15-story building, right? Obviously. If the water's flat and level, the crosshair should be hitting at 11 feet on the building. And I think Jesse has a similar observation with a water level. I mean, you guys love water levels.
Or did DC die? What happened?
Yeah, where'd everybody go?
Yeah,
Yeah,
for some reason everybody's
what happened
going quiet. Rakia was speaking, all of a sudden he went silent. Somebody else was speaking, then they went silent as well.
Did Rakia
Through
get
phone
muted?
call, this is what happens.
I don't think so.
It's a NASA agents that finally got through.
I think my mic is.
We got him, boys. We got him. Mission over.
I think my mic
We
is
just had all of the shills
What's
had a
going on
pay
with
strike until they upped our pay. We said we're not saying another word, and they straight away upped our pay.
That's right, Rock Strike.
Yo, Howard, what's good in the hood, man?
It's riding across the desert.
Oh, damn. Where you off to?
Is it a flat desert?
Yeah, it's flat, man. It's flat all around.
Does it look flat?
It looks flat.
It's flat.
Flat, right? Must be
It's
flat.
really flat.
It looks flat. It must be flat.
Can you measure it?
Gotta trust your senses.
You guys mind if I bring something back up about the LiDAR thing?
Please do.
I'm curious, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, because of what Left Lane had posted about the GPS, it's fundamental to what LiDAR is doing. Like they may use INS, like just the inertial. It's like this is the IMU. The IMU is basically for the orientation, but the position is gotten by GPS and the INS in conjunction with each other. So if without that, like they were describing, you're not going to be able to measure using a mobile a mobile craft, measure the positions on the ground. You're gonna need those position at all times. Otherwise, the data is not worth anything.
What I've seen, they use these LiDAR scanners in aircraft, and they fly over the ground, and the laser kind of scans the ground. I'm not sure what type of either curvature or non-curvature you're expecting to see just looking down at the ground.
Well, you would expect to see curvature.
Not if you're the same elevation above the ground the entire time.
Well, how wait, what? How high up are you?
I mean, however high the airplane flies.
Orbit? Like satellites? Or?
No, it's an air. They fly at a low, like a low altitude over the ground, and they scan the ground.
So satellites fly at a low altitude.
No, not satellites. We're talking about
Balloons?
lidar.
Oh, lidar. What's that?
Yeah, these lidar, their sensors are on a drone. The drone flies over the surface of the ground.
Yeah.
At any rate, I was thinking about it when he had said something about the GPS referencing the globe and the geoid and all that kind of stuff. I mean, technically, you could do a test like this and get its position without referencing the geoid or globe Earth, because you could, if you depending on what system you use, when it's analyzing all the data, it's collecting all of it, and then you post process it. You could use the XYZ coordinates for the position, which basically all it's doing is it's assigning each of the positions to each of the measurements. So if you wanted to instead use the raw data positions, like the XYZ positions, you could easily do that, and then there'd be no problem of referencing a globe.
So what, you get the XYZ positions and then you see where they fall on a globe, and if they map actual locations, or
No, basically, for any given all the post processing is doing is assigning the position to the measurements at that same time when it was at that position. So you could just set you can create a map, and the reference that you'd be using would be the XYZ positions. So basically the same coordinate system that GPS are using, like the XYZ grid. And then basically what you'd end up with is a picture of whatever it is that you captured. Like if the Earth were curved, it would show you a curved Earth, and if it was flat, it would just show you a flat Earth, because it'd be combining all those images that it took, all the measurements it took from each position as you recorded it.
So they went to the moon 6 times?
Completely different topic.
Well, couldn't
So Kosho, they'd be like what? Like in a 3D space? They'd be mapping that in 3D space?
Yeah, right. It would map. Yeah, it would map the position. It would map. It would take the map that you. It would take the images that it recorded and map it to the 3D space. Yeah. So let's say that it was flying level over the surface of the Earth in a straight line over the equator, and you used its the raw data GPS positions to post process it and find out where it was when it took those measurements. If you were to enter that into you wanted to view it to what the image that it took, it would basically make a circle that went around the entire Earth, because that's all that you'd be doing, assigning your measurements to the XYZ coordinate system.
Kind of like if you took the Earth and you put it inside of a box, and then like this is the way I understand it. Like you took the Earth, you put it in a box, and the distance from the top of the box down to the surface, the other side of the box, the other side of the box, and that would map one specific position on the Earth. And you take all those different positions, and it would just map the surface of the Earth inside the box, right?
Yeah, sure. That's one way of thinking about it.
What gets me? Why are you people still so trying to figure out shit and talking shit and about shit and stuff when it's not actually true? I mean, if you look in reality, the Earth is not a ball. Reality will tell you that it's not.
Well, this is how you would find out whether or not that's true.
How's that, people?
Hello?
By taking these measurements.
Wait, which measurements?
Okay, we're gonna do this again.
Yeah, well, I just had a phone call, so I had to go and take a phone call, and you were about to tell me something about the drop from horizontal being being your proof of what?
Well, you missed that part, so I'm not going
No,
back over it.
well, like I said, I did actually say that
Kosho.
I had to take a phone call. I did
Kosho was
actually.
just talking about
I did
LiDAR, so
actually.
you guys can have a.
I did actually say that I had a phone call, people. So, what was your drop from horizontal? Your elevation change? Was that a measured elevation
Well,
change?
Kosho was talking about LiDAR, so that's your subject. So if you want to have a
Was
conversation with him.
Kosho talking about light? So you're taking a mulligan here, yeah? You're gonna bow out and because you.
I mean,
you don't know what you're talking
we could go
about.
over it again if you'd like. We could go over it again, and you can just deny everything and tell me that I'm an idiot or something. We could do that again, or you could just have a conversation with Kosho.
I tell you what, we can just
about
save.
LiDAR.
We can just save time, people, and you can shut up.
Sure.
And then
No, I don't have to shut up.
That will save time. And then Kosho. What was Kosho saying?
I don't have to shut up just because you tell me to. You know, I have just a right to speak in here just as much as you do. So.
Well, you mentioned something about Kosho and Kosho knowing more about LiDAR than you do, so that would be your cue to take a back seat and shut up, people.
Okay, so
Kosho, what were you saying? What were you saying, Kosho?
I thought you were listening, so I thought I was letting you know that just as Left Lane was saying, the LiDAR, if you're using it on a mobile system like an airplane or something like that, you need to record its position in order to post-process that in the what they call the cloud data. So in order to do that, you need its GPS.
No, you don't have. You don't have to record its position, Kosho. It's not compulsory that you record its position. All it would do if you don't record its position is record that point cloud as an independent point cloud, not specifically located to any location. It's just generating a point cloud of what it sees. It doesn't have to be linked to the GPS system.
Yeah, well, if you only use an INS without a GPS, then you're not going to get an accurate accurate positions, because the INS can tell you how it's moving in that reference, but if it's not related to anything, then it's not going to give you, like you said, the millimeter and centimeter accuracy.
Of course it will.
No,
of course it will. You need to do a bit more reading, Kosho. Honestly, you do. Right, you do not need to reference. It's completely freestanding. It doesn't need to be referenced to any one of your geoid or ellipsoid reference systems. It's completely freestanding. It can be linked to your ellipsoid or geoid reference systems, obviously, but it doesn't have to be.
Well, it has to update so that it's calibrated. It's calibrated with that so that you can get accurate positions. Otherwise, things like the odometer and accelerometers that are in there, it's not gonna perfectly describe how it's moving. So as you change position, like 100 meters from one place to the next, it's not going to accurately tell its position.
It'll map what it sees in that Euclidean 3-space point cloud. Because it's not mapping that to a specific location, Kosho. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter in the slightest. It is still mapping what it sees in that Euclidean point cloud.
Yeah, but it's not going to. If it's not being updated, it's not going to continue to be accurate.
Updated with what?
With its GPS.
Position.
Yeah.
Well, if it's not mapping to anything, it doesn't need to know its position, does it?
No, because
exactly.
You get errors if you only rely on the INS.
Exactly. It's just generating a point cloud, Kosho. That's all.
Yeah, the point cloud includes GPS.
No, the point cloud doesn't have to include GPS.
Yeah, well, if you don't include GPS, then the positions, there's not going to be anything accurate about them.
Well, if it doesn't include GPS, it's generating a standalone point cloud mapped in the 3D Euclidean geometry that it's measured in, Kosho. Yes, exactly. Well done.
Yeah, well, how far do you plan to travel without using GPS and only using the INS, because it's not gonna stay consistent using only the accelerometer and the speedometers and that kind of stuff. It doesn't. It's not gonna accurately. Like, let's say you move it 100 meters, whatever. It's not gonna accurately locate itself.
It will generate that point cloud within the Euclidean geometry that it's designed to work in. Yes.
Yeah, not
over the distance. Yeah, it will be accurate. Just because it's not positioning itself to your geoid or ellipsoid reference frames, your reference models, just because it's not taking a reference from those reference systems, doesn't mean to say that the generation of the point cloud won't be accurate, Kosho. That's a ridiculous statement.
Yeah, I'm looking at the errors that are involved if you just use INS. So I'm trying to get a.
Well, drop a link in the text there. Let's have a look, see what you're looking at.
Okay, hold on.
No extremist. It sounds very back and forth to me. What are you talking about, bro? 3DP and
What was that, PMac? You meant you? I heard my.
sorry.
I heard my name.
Yeah, somebody said it's not agreeable. I don't know why I shut there, but it sounds very much back and forth. There's no back and forth, but it sounds very much back and forth between you and Kosho. I don't know what he's talking about.
Me and Kosho, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what's he saying there? Better to ask. Why does Beeble let 3DP badger him? No, oh look, Beeble challenged me to a debate 2 years ago, and he's been running away from it ever since. So he's just a coward to me.
Well, apparently you're one of those people who don't love back and forth, but here you are having a conversation with Kosho.
Yeah.
So, extremist, shut the fuck up, bro.
Basically.
You have to give me a second to post this link. My fucking Google Chrome is fucking up.
No, you're right, Kosho. You can just DM it to me later if you want. I don't mind. I've got to drop out. I've got to drop out in a minute anyway.
Well, I'm just letting you know. Well, I posted in here as well. Like I said, the things that I'm seeing specifically describe like a standalone INS, and it's not as accurate as you were claiming. It could be as inaccurate as a meter or so. I'm trying to see the range that it gets.
No, you're joking. The one that I've been looking at is 2 centimeters at 500 meters, which when you're on top of the target comes to millimeter accuracy. That 2 centimeters as you come up on the target, that 2 centimeters gets less and less and less and less and less, and then when you're right underneath the target, it's where it should be in the point cloud to the millimeter, and then as you pass the target, the accuracy goes up to 2 centimeters again at 500 meters when you've passed the target. So I don't know which system you've been looking at, Kosho, but it must be one of the. Is it from the pound shop or the thrift store?
Okay, so why would the accuracy change based on it being directly over whatever it is, when what we're talking about is the position of the craft? So it's the inaccuracy is going to be based on how accurate it's determining its position, right? I mean, unless you're talking about something to do with the sensors themselves, like the laser sensors, because that would be a totally different issue. I don't see why those would be inaccurate at all. But regardless, the positioning sensors or the positioning data, I think I don't know how you could get that sort of accuracy or that range of accuracy based on the INS.
Oh, you're talking about the actual positioning software, the software that's not actually needed when you do these scans. Okay, well,
So
fair enough.
You do need it.
No, you don't. No, you don't,
Of course you do.
Kosho. No,
Even if you're not using
do
GPS,
not.
you have to use INS. And with either case, you have to have a position for each for every set of measurements. Every point that you're taking measurements, you have to have a position. Otherwise, the data is worthless.
You just generate a standalone point cloud, and if you wanted, you could have a GPS system next to your LiDAR scanner, which would give you a separate GPS coordinate for your LiDAR scan as you're scanning it. You don't have to have it built in, Kosho.
In the point cloud.
No, you don't.
Post processing the data. The most important part for the moving LiDAR is its position. And if you're not using GPS, you can use INS, but it's not going to be nearly as accurate unless you.
Why when you're generating a point cloud, do you need a GPS coordinate for that point cloud? You only need that if you are generating a point cloud for a factory environment where there's moving robots, or self-driving cars, self-driving trucks, self-driving train systems, these systems that need to know where they are. That's the only reason you need these GPS coordinates. If you're building a standalone point cloud, you do not need to know the GPS coordinates. And if I wanted the GPS coordinates, like I said, I could have a GPS reader next to my LiDAR scanner, and that would give me the GPS coordinates that you feel are needed, but they wouldn't be part of the point cloud. They don't need to be part of the point cloud. Because like I say, the point cloud is generated within Euclidean 3 space and is done on Euclidean geometric principles. We all know that, yes.
Yeah. So what you're describing is using Euclidean space and it operating in this and taking points. Well, in order to do that, if with any meaningful, for the data to mean anything, it needs to know its position. So if you didn't use GPS, you could use INS, just the inertial navigation system or whatever it stands for. And it's basically just using sensors like the speedometer and accelerometers to determine its position change, but that's going to be that on its own won't be as accurate as using that in conjunction with GPS. But in either case, you have to collect the position in order to compare those data points to, like all the data you're collecting. Otherwise,
you just build a standalone point cloud, Kosho. You don't need to have a geographic location for that point cloud to be a valid point cloud.
Yeah, I'm not talking about geographic locations. I'm just talking about its position. Its position doesn't have to be GPS position, but in order to accurately record its position and its position change, you need to have some record of its positions.
Well, it would be zeroed for its orientation. Yes, of course it would. You need to zero any kind of these tools when you use them. It would have a zero datum to work from, so that would be its orientation forward and its start height, if you like, which would be its height off of the water. That plane would be set. So yes, it will have a start point and it will have a datum to work from. Yes. But it doesn't need GPS data. It doesn't need a reference system to work from. It will just build an independent 3-dimensional point cloud using the Euclidean geometry that they work within in the Euclidean 3 space that it scans.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm telling you though, those are positions that need to be recorded. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what those positions are in reference to.
Yeah, they're recorded in the point
It needs to
cloud.
have position.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
So if you're only
they
using
are
INS,
recorded in the point
if you're
cloud.
only using INS
Yes.
and you're creating a standalone coordinate system, you're only using INS to see how it's moving through that coordinate system. And that's not going to be accurate. And the accuracy is not going to be based on if you're above or perpendicular to whatever it is you're trying to record. It's going to depend on how far you're moving and you know what the you know the details of that movement, because you're only going to be using an accelerometer and a speedometer, things like that, to determine your position. So that's why it's not accurate. It's not as accurate as if you use INS in conjunction with GPS. INS alone is not going to give you any kind of accuracy.
Well, you know, so what you're saying, that the point cloud's not going to be accurate? Well, that's a load of tosh. That point cloud is going to be accurate, Kosho.
Like I said, I've seen somebody that said like within a meter. I think that was after.
Well, I'd say, like I say, Kosho, I've got stuff to do. I need to. It's dinner time here now, so I need to go and do myself some food. So if you can drop me what it is you're looking at, because you don't need to link this to any reference frame, any reference system. It is a completely standalone system, and it will generate that point cloud in a 3-dimensional Euclidean space within the Euclidean geometry it works within. And if you start from an established plane of 1 mile on the surface of a canal, it will extend that plane. It will use that 1 mile planar surface of water, and it will extend that plane. So it becomes a shared planar segment, and you just work off of that plane. It's really not difficult. And
Like I said, that's from what I saw.
the technology that it uses is really simple.
Right, and from
really
what I saw,
simple.
its inaccuracy for its position will be off by a meter after a kilometer.
Off by a meter?
Yeah, but if you just only use INS.
Well, like I say, if you can drop the whatever it is you're looking at, because at the moment we've only got your word for it. Not saying that your word's not worth anything, Kosho, but you know.
That's okay. You don't have to provide it for him. He wouldn't provide anything for us.
It's all right, Moyok, man. You can chime in with your 2 cents worth if you like. Yeah, Kosho. I mean, you can DM it to me if you like, or just drop it in the chat here, and we can all have a look at it. But the systems that I'm looking at are far more accurate than that. I can warrant you. People couldn't hang around.
People. What do you think about people? People.
I don't like them.
Yeah, they're fucking shit, bro. Can we just move them to the side and forget about the bastards? A hypocrite, bro. I don't know why you're saying insufferable twat and hypocrite. I don't understand why you're saying that. He just sat here for an hour and explained to you what he's on about. You probably are an insufferable twat. So anyway, anybody like people?
Without people, the world would be pretty boring, dude.
Yeah, you're right there, bro. Without me, it'd be boring as fuck.
Without people, you wouldn't be able to sharpen your skill sets. You wouldn't be able to learn anything. You wouldn't be able to create. And put it this way, nobody would be listening to you about anything. So people are very important and necessary.
You know what? I agree with you. People might hate people, but that's up to you. Because without people, you're no people.
Who's going to listen to your stories? Who's going to listen to the debate?
Exactly. If there was no people, we wouldn't have a debate, right?
There'd be nothing to debate.
Absolutely fuck all. Yep. I have to agree with you there, bro. I know. I do. But guys, if there was no people, at least there would be no contention. Nobody would have to argue about anything. Everything would just be as it is, right?
No, because you have a thing called media. And if the media is dividing the people.
No, wait, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. Media only exists because of people.
People wanting to control other people, that's why the media exists. But if you have an educated population against that very tool, then the media wouldn't have. The media only has its power based on how that kid or adult was raised into believing that media. So
That's
if you
what I'm saying.
you make a narrative where you're going to create media to be the source of truth, and you grow up thinking that that's the source of truth, that is the problem we're at. Society is there's no critical think when you hand over all authority to somebody else. You need to become a person, which means create your own understanding by doing your own research, and then thereby checking to see which is valid, which is invalid. And you can do that nowadays. There's enough information out there that you can go through.
Preach it, bro.
Figure out who's telling the truth, right?
Yeah.
Because there's no such thing as your truth or my truth. There is the truth, and that's it.
That's a truism.
Can I get a witness from the congregation?
Amen. But if there's no people, I shut Paul.
Hey, P-Mag, I don't think we've spoken before, and I've got to say it's been quite a pleasure speaking to you today.
Yeah, likewise, bro. Likewise.
Thank you. How's the book going, Data?
It's pretty much done. I'm just doing my final thoughts now on it, and it's the last chapter of the book, and that's it. It's pretty much good to go, but I'm just a little bit apprehensive of putting it out there. It's been a journey it's been a journey for 3 years for sure, but in total I think 7.
So have you got a title for it?
Well, originally it was Is the Earth Flat or Man the Psyop? That was the original title for it. But then I think just Flat Earth Data is good enough.
I think that's bang on. Flat Earth Data. Why not?
Well, the idea behind it is, of course, sharing the age-old argument of the Platonistic realm to the Hellenistic realm, the development of the armillary sphere and why, and the concession that every ancient made between the Babylonian to the Greek mind, which would be in the model format that in which you make, it's limited on based on how you perceive with your own perception. And these ancients, they're tiny little individuals, right? And you can look at the inference and the logical deduction of why the sphere model came to be and how it came to be, the motivation for it, and in the literature itself, the acknowledgement of how the model was made, which I've now concluded that technology has literally made the Earth flat. And that's really the argument: is technology has made the Earth flat. So the irony is that earlier mathematical models and all the new technology they built was developing the celestial sphere model, and then applying that celestial sphere model to the surface of the Earth, which works fine coordinate-wise because it's based on a circle. So you can use a circle both on a plane and a sphere. And so that unilateral transposing mathematical equation you can have can provide you a 3D spot in any 3D location, or a spot in 3D space at any location with coordinates. But on a grand scale, what they admit is section by section, the Earth is planar and stationary, but as a whole, they attribute it to being a sphere. So that whole the whole story there is it really unfolds itself into admitting, and then also, well, they don't hide it, first of all, but they admit everything. It's just the idea of who's using that argument and for what purposes. So, in other words, if you're trying to create an argument, you could pick the weakest point of the model purposely to see if other people would pick up on the flaw of that model. And then if you were to lie about your own very said model, obviously lie or make things up, and then that other person or their group would be like, well, they're lying about their own model, why would they do that? Then you're creating an argument, right? So it's an interesting exercise, because the only people that I've concluded that are interested in this debate is government, and everybody else is part of that willful idiot process of taking role in the government, the government agenda here to do what they're doing.
And you've kind of got to title it for the masses as well.
Well, flat Earth data is not for the masses. If anything, it would be just for that title alone would be for the people here in this little network, right?
Do you not think if somebody saw a book on a shelf called Flat Earth Data, it might prick an interest with them, especially if they've come across the subject but only from kind of the sidelines and not really looked into it? If they saw a book on a shelf in a bookstore called Flat Earth Data, then it would be a gateway to them to research it and, just pick up the book and have a thumb through it and think, yeah, maybe there's something in this book. And hey presto, they walk out the shop with it.
The idea was never for the reader. It was actually paying homage to the prior writers and the prior argument. Like, for instance, if you can create flat earthers by, I'm not interested in creating flat earthers or globe. It's more of telling the story as opposing, more of telling the story in a way that you have been told A, B, and C. How can you now you know this? What can you prove about A, B, and C, right? And it's more about being able to prove it's more being able to prove things rather than to know things. And in the essence of all of these earlier astronomers and mathematicians who built the model, they don't hide the admission that everything's taken from the horizon, which is a presupposition. And even Ptolemy himself says that without a presupposition of what the surface of the Earth is, they couldn't create the model. So it's an admission of first primitives of admitting that I'm a small little person, I have a field of view. Can I mathematically deduce a model from my field of view? And that's exactly what Ptolemy did. That's exactly what Copernicus did. That's exactly what Kepler did. That's exactly what Tycho Brahe did. They took coordinates and mathematical equations, but based it off of their field of view, right? I mean, there's no telescope invented at this point. The really interesting part about history is what that observation does. So that observation field of view, the observation that we have, our field of view, places us at the center of everything. And everything revolves around us in the center. So in the essence, that the armillary sphere was to take on the same interpretation of our optics, but put it into a model format. And what you have with the amelosphere is you have two opposing rotating shadows, which would indicate an equator line. So if you look at how they devised the equinox, the solstices, and things like that, it's interesting how their model always places them at the center of the sphere, and that the celestial bodies above is spherical in nature. And so they took that presupposition, modeled it in the amelosphere, and then has a way of emphasizing or has a way of confirming their suspicions that they are at the center. But then again, you go into modern times and we cannot be at the center, right? So it's just this really cool story, the development of the sphere. I mean, inherently, the sphere model is not bad. It's associating with the sphere model, what's been associated with the sphere model, which if you are, part of a troll group and you want to troll Christians, it's really easy to troll them with the 666. So if you show that this model is derived from the 666, when essentially it has nothing to do with demon or whatever, it's just the sexagesimal system, and you're quantifying that, quantifying everything based on a number system, which is just divisible. It's just, instead of using fractions, they use this 360 or 120 parts, or because it's just divisible more. It's easier to devise than it is than it is using fractions. So
if you think about the globe model, it's actually a lot cooler, right, than the flat Earth model. If you say model, like it's more amazing or more fantastical or whatever. Like, it would be awesome if it was a globe.
Well, there's no inherent evilness. Like when I'm reading the beginning times, if you will, from what I've been told, beginning times are.
Oh, I got you.
The Chinese and the Chinese and the Babylonians, and I believe some of the Chaldeans, they made many star chart formations and many observations and many measurements over thousands of years, but never ever, assumed the Earth was a sphere. But yet they had maps and they had systems and everything that worked fine. And then you have the introduction of the Greek mind coming into this arena, if you will. And what they said, that they took the logic and reason of mathematics and geometry and applied it into the spherical nature, which comes to two primitives. What we're looking at is either due to physical nature of Earth curve, or what we're looking at is an angular limitation due to optics.
Geometry.
Yeah, so it's just imposing on what we're perceiving to be, and
right.
If God was to make a system work and it was to be spherical, a lot of these ancient Greeks thought that the sphere was a perfect shape.
I get it, but anything away from truth would be not evil, but going in that direction. And then when people use that knowingly, that would be evil, right? Deception. Like deceiving on purpose is evil. So anything away from the truth would be a part of that deception.
If it's inherited, in other words, the teachings are inherited, it's not evil in the sense that you're only being taught what you were taught before, not knowing good or evil. You're just being, for instance, boats over the horizon.
No, I'm saying when you figure it out, like if you know you can't measure curved water and boats go over a horizon because of how we see, and it's not a sphere, but you teach it anyway, that would be the evil, deceptive part, right? And then you have a bunch of people like the guys that come here that just trust it and live by that, but they're not inherently evil.
Exactly. And see, the thing is that what they have to stand on is the ancients with the same argument. So that argument is thousands of years old, is literally, even when you're researching Ptolemy, let me just double check just running through the head here. Last I checked, there's an argument, the same thing, is that the sphericity of water as you're, on a boat, mountains and everything in the distance will, be obscured due to the sphericity of water. This is just really the argument in the ancients, and that sphericity of water is to do the spherical nature of Earth, right? So they're not talking about optics here or limitations, and this is why I know technology has made the Earth flat. Is because if you were to have those optics back then, the person would now conclude that that isn't a point of sphericity, it's a point of angular limitation, and the camera shows you that because the camera opens up that angular limitation, right? So that knowledge wasn't shared back then, so you have a presupposition of what you're visually seeing. Now, I haven't come across Chinese writing because I can't understand Chinese. I just haven't done enough of that to figure out their model, if whether they talk about optics in the way that we talk about optics now. And I find that that gap there in knowledge, because we have the wisdom now to know that the knowledge exists, but we have the wisdom to know that that knowledge that they had is based on field of view and perspective, as opposed to being the physical shape of the Earth. This is why there's an apparent position, an apparent junction, and why you can falsify the 1.22 or 1.32 with different optics, right? You can falsify that horizon line, and you can make it change its position, and therefore change the radius of the Earth. And I think even now, because technology has made the Earth flat, is that even Ruhif will have an argument that if he adds in his 7/6R, he'll say, well, the Earth looks flat. Refraction is making the Earth look flat.
Right,
But
it
we
makes
already
it
know.
flatter than what it actually is.
Exactly. So he
That's
said
why
yesterday,
they say refraction makes it worse for us. Like,
no, see what
I
he
don't
said
know why
yesterday,
they
which,
say that.
well, he said it was really comical yesterday. He said standard refraction is spherical, but then increased refraction, it's flat. And it's just, I think that's kind of comical. So the more refraction you have, the flatter the Earth gets. The standard refraction makes the Earth look spherical, right? And so I was like, okay, so you're gonna see farther, see more, and that has to do with your model changing radius size due to light bending over it. But what happened to the actual spherical nature to begin with? You can't take a sphere and flatten it, can you? Like in real life, you can't do that. So it's an optical illusion you're measuring there, Ruhif? Like what are we talking about
Yeah,
here?
they are.
Well, that's
They're
what I mean. That's
measuring
the
looming. They're
yeah. So that's the whole point of the information is not demonizing the. See, the problem is flat earthers have been trained to demonize the mind in that sense that if you're going to look at your field of view, can you deduce a model from your field of view? You can. You can totally take a 360-degree circle, put it into parts, and then measure those angles to the stars and use ratios to determine, times and distances. Of course, you need a size and all that stuff. But the Pythagoreans were working on that, way before anyway. So we live in a Hellenistic Pythagorean adopted world, which is mind-based in the sense that it's mathematically driven. It's mathematically verified based on its description. And when you look at those attributes, you can see, okay, well, it makes sense and it's applicable, but here's the difference between real true reality and the model is that there are lots of errors in reality. And the model has to compensate for those errors, hence why you have to flatten the Earth if there's more refraction, right? And so that you can't have a radius now be at a constant rate if you're having to flatten for refraction. So the inherent errors are the telltale signs that the model is false, in a sense that you can falsify the mathematics behind it. Then going, okay, it's just a model of what we see at this level, but once you change the level, the model changes, and another way to falsify it. And that's what these models have created, an illusion of accuracy, an illusion of precision. And that's what the average person believes. They believe that the model they presented is flawless. It works exactly what it is, but in reality, no, it's full of errors and inconsistencies. And when you can falsify the radius, when you can falsify angles measured to it, and they don't match up at different points, then you start to realize, well, the model has limitations. And if the model has limitations, that means it's not modeling reality. And when you realize it's not modeling reality, you go, well, what is reality? Well, it's not perfectly flat and it's not perfectly spherical. So what the fuck is it, right? And you start to think, well, okay, maybe I'm in a realm. And this realm is enclosed. This realm has obvious attributes that are associated with the human body when it comes to ratios and geometry and there seems to be instructions there, right? I mean, the way I'd look at it is God would give us the primitives to navigate, and he would want us to discover where we live. He wouldn't want to hide it from us. He would be more like, I challenge you, little human, go and figure out where you live, right? So we're going back to the primitives, or are we just going to acknowledge that a mathematical description can work, a mathematical model can work, but is that because it is what the mathematical represents, or we've devised the equations to compensate for what we think is happening? And I think it's more of the compensation of what we think is happening. That's how we created the model. And that's why when we change the radius, the model goes out the window. There's no more 3959. So it's a fascinating story, dude. I wish I would have gotten introduced to this stuff at a younger age, because I think mathematically, geometrically, just geometry in general, we would all have been smarter for it.
Hey, Dad, I want to ask something. The vanishing point, when we're talking about perspective, is that the same as your horizon?
I would conclude that vanishing point would be the horizon line. Yeah, would be all that information gone into the vanishing point. So reading that horizon.
I agree. And let me ask you, I agree with you. Let me ask you something else. Is there any way that the perspective, like, I think sometimes perspective when we're in the in reality, in the outdoors, let's say looking over a beach, sometimes the conditions affect how perspective is perceived. Do you agree with that? Like the water sometimes doesn't appear to rise towards your eye level. Sky is being mirrored down onto the water. Does that make sense?
For my own study of it, I've never not seen the horizon rise to eye level. I've pretty much just without any optics, without measuring anything from sloping land. Because what I've noticed as well, of course, is when you go through the argument, there's a lot of nuanced things that you can pick up, especially in optics, that you don't think of. Like a lot of times, the argument is that it doesn't rise to eye level, right? And they'll take a camera, they'll set the camera up as it's horizontal and then parallel to the plane, but then notice the horizon is below that point of position. And my argument would be most of these observations that claim this effect, the land is sloping down towards the water. So if you're going to set up optics parallel to the plane, but the land is sloping below it, well, then you can use the argument that it's not rising to eye level. Look, it's sloping downward, right?
The other thing is your eyes, how they see, and then when you get a lens, your focal length starts out differently. Like if you want the lens to show what your eyes are seeing, you have to zoom out a little bit, a third of the way or 20% or whatever is on a P900 at least. I don't know on other lenses, but am I still there?
Yeah.
I have one more question for you. Perspective, okay, making the water, let's say, appears to rise up, and then you have a boat going, from your feet out towards your vanishing point, and it's also appearing to rise up, correct?
This is what I've determined, that of all the research I have found, there is no, like, even asking optometrists this question, there is no particular equation for that apparent junction. What's inferred is that has to do with the parabola of the surface of the Earth, the rate of drop or rate of curve or whatever you want to call it. And that is associated to me as 1 over the distance squared. So light itself travels squared, and refraction is calculated in a squared root function. So if you're going to research this apparent rising of the ground, where do you find that material? Okay, so there are calculations using Euclidean and compensating for the slope factor, as they call it, in, let's say, computer programs or robotics and so forth. They have to account for this apparent junction, this apparent convergence. I know it as what they call it as egocentric distance. In other words, the observer or whatever.
Let's stop right there. Hang on, before we go too far. Now, what I was saying was the water appears to rise towards eye level, and then you have a boat going towards that point. It also appears to rise towards eye level. You agree with that?
Yeah, that's just the natural function of perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, it
reaches.
Okay,
that's good. But it reaches the horizon. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to get through it. It reaches the horizon. The boat does. Once it goes past that point, which you and I kind of agree that it's the vanishing point as well. Once it reaches that point, wouldn't it appear to be obstructed bottom up due to that phenomena?
Well, the whole phenomena is that objects in the foreground will obscure objects in the background. Now, if we observe the apparent rising, you know that it has to do with refraction of light. Well, we also know, that would be what we conclude now from having.
And that would be the foreground, correct?
Yeah, so the foreground would rise up and meet the eye before the background. And if that object is passing that point, where basically the angular limit of the object in the foreground has gotten to the maximum refracted point, if you will, any object passing that point will be obscured bottom up. But that's purely on the refraction effect. Now, in reality, we have undulations, and the true thing that's hiding it would be the undulations in the foreground. And the example I give, and I know that sounds maybe kind of silly, but even a thumb can block out a high rise. If the high rise is far enough, your thumb closer to your eye will block out the high rise. We know this. So
that's just the foreground. That's just the foreground obstructing something in the background, correct?
Correct. So ideally, even a 1 foot wave or a 2-inch wave 3 miles away, because it's refracted up into that angular point, will block bottom of objects. It would be just a normal side effect of having your foreground object reach that angular limit, blocking out objects past that point.
That would just be a 1 foot wave in the perspective view, though, right? Higher than like if your perspective is at your eye level, and then you have a 1 foot wave that's above it, that would just add to the obstruction past that vanishing point or perspective, that horizon.
Well,
that's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, see, the thing is that I know, at least in the oceans, for the most part, you have these frequency waves at 5 feet, 6 feet, 7 feet, depending on this is not always consistent. This is just what they say. You have when waves coming in, beating off the inlets, they'll create a pattern of waves, right? Kind of like waves. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, if you have 5 foot wave 3 miles away, any object past that wave, doesn't matter, you're saying, well, you're 5 feet, 6 feet tall, that 5-6 feet wave wouldn't block it. Yes, it would. Just like a thumb or a car in the distance will block it if it gets to your angular limitation, due to the refracting. Well, due to any refraction of light, you're going to see it, because light itself has just like that's why we have words like refraction and diffraction, is because light loses information through those processes or distorts information.
Well, I can give you a reality what happens out on the open ocean when you're in 5, 6, 7, 8 foot waves. When you look out into the distance to your horizon or vanishing point, which is to me is the same thing, it all looks flat. There are no waves.
Well, that's the foreshortening effect. That's the foreshortening effect.
It's all pushed together where it's all one level. And
exactly, and that's a fundamental thing with the refraction of light and the foreshortening effect. You can extenuate this, or I don't know if that's the word. You can exaggerate this effect with your telephoto zoom lens, and that's exactly why you get even more of this distortion. Is that foreshortening of light compressing, and you still have that angular relationship, the cone of vision, if you will, to produce that 60-degree field of view that we hone in on. We got 120-degree, 140-degree field of view, but we have a 60-degree cone that everything seems to converge into. It doesn't matter where we look, what we look at, we're always going to have that convergence. Now, the land itself is horizontal, hence the word horizon. And it's just understanding that what is causing the horizon, and going back to all the ancients, they acknowledge the two positions openly. It's just they have taught kids and us and society that it's absolute. But in their writings, even in their own writings, it's not absolute. It's more of, well, I'm going to presume that the horizon is the tangent to the plane, and I'm going to treat the horizon as if it's a tangent to the plane and not an angular limitation, not an actual optical effect due to you're a tiny little person on a massive, massive surface.
Have you seen my shrimp boat picture where it's about 3 miles from me? I'm at least 8 foot. I'm actually more than 8 foot. I'm closer to 10, 11 foot, but I just tell people I'm 8 or 9 just so they don't freak out. But my point is proven where the boat is in the the water in the foreground it's to my eye level, right? And the boat is beyond that, and it's just obstructed. I mean, there's just no other way to say it. Whatever phenomena is causing that, it's not physical water obstructing it, right? It's some type of refraction or miraging or how we see, or however you want to put it, right?
Well, light itself, like I said, you can mess around with light to show you that it has an angular relationship to information. So if the angle it becomes interfered with, whether through diffraction or refraction, the information is not going to translate through. And in the case of angular limitations, we know that we have an angular limitations. We have telescopes, we have sight scopes on guns, are all based on this linear distance and the angular to it. If we know there's a limitation to it, and we also know that water itself in the ocean, meanwhile, you could be riding an 8-foot wave, you could be in a swell, and somebody could be below that 8-foot wave. And because of optics and the foreshortening effect, it's all compressed into one. It could look like that boat is hidden for various reasons. Primarily, I believe it's mostly waves interfering with the bottom, because it isn't smooth, it isn't flat entirely. It has undulations that those compound the farther you go, and because of the telephoto zoom lens or the optics itself, you're going to have that exaggerated, foreshortening, compressed angle of light obscure any object past its limitation. So it's a combination of
I know it's not waves in this instance. Like, I have other videos where waves are hiding one boat and the other one's on the top of the wave and one's a little bit further away on the trough, and it's just like a drastic difference, right? This is not that. This is some type of optical phenomena.
It has to be a combination of both in the ocean, because I know the oceans, I mean, unless it's completely calm and there's no wind, maybe you might get a pretty good calm day. But just like a hardwood floor or a gymnasium floor that has hardly any undulations in it, just the small various amounts of undulations that may be in a floor can be enough to obscure objects bottom up.
Yeah, I agree with that. But a 1 foot wave with a 10-foot observer height isn't going to hide 25 feet. I mean, in 3 miles, it's just not.
Well, that's what you say, but at the end of the day, that 1 foot, if you were lower, let's say you were linear to it, straight to it, or parallel to it, at that 1 foot, then that 1 foot wave can block.
Well, I agree with that, but I'm saying I'm at least 9 foot, so there's no way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know. This particular picture is not that; it's an optical phenomenon. I'm trying to figure out what you think it is. Like, how is the foreground?
This is what I'm
talking
saying.
About wave heights, man.
You're still under the impression that the higher I go, a 1 foot wave 4 miles away cannot interfere with objects in the distance.
I didn't say that, but it's not going to hide what it's. You must not know the picture.
No,
because
I
agree that it would. It would obstruct some, maybe, but it's not going to obstruct like this. This is 100% an optical phenomenon. I was trying to figure out how the foreground appears so much higher than the background in this instance in such a short distance. Like, it's drastic, right? It's.
You're using a telephoto zoom lens, or you zoomed in?
It was a P900, and I was zoomed in.
Yeah, so you're first of all, those effects in general always, they always exaggerate.
Okay.
Like, for instance, if you took that telephoto zoom lens and you knew the pixel ratio, you knew how much you zoomed in, and then you took a photograph, you took that image out, and then you counted the height of the pixel of the object, the distance to it, you would, if you knew the distance to the object.
I know that, 3 miles.
Yeah, so you can actually take, like, for instance, if you wanted to figure this out to understand the air with telephoto zoom lens, is that there's a formula that you can use, knowing the height of the object, distance, and what pixel ratio you should get in your camera height. Well, if you knew the size of your sensor, how much pixels, and then you actually measured it, let's say in centimeters.
Okay, let's say we do all that, all right, and we get a value, right? And I go out on another. Hang on one second.
Well, hold on. But my point in telling you this is that once you took this information, you took the photograph and telephoto zoom lens, you knew the size and the distance of the object. You could therefore calculate the pixel ratio to see that it would translate the size. In other words, you would measure the centimeter of the boat in your photograph.
That's been done. Yeah, that's been done.
Okay, so if you do that, then you'll know that there'll be discrepancy between either the distance or the height due to the distortion of the lens. Is my point.
There wasn't any discrepancy. The approximate height of the boat and the approximate distance that was given were verified by the pixel count that I think Moyoc Man or somebody did it a couple of years back. But my point is, on a different day with the same lens, same camera, same viewer height, the same size boat can be viewed hull up, no obstruction.
Yeah, so then obviously weather related, so time of day. So we also know between cold days and warm days, there's a swelling effect that happens, which is more energy. Obviously, when there's more energy, you're going to probably have more refraction, or something is going to limit your visibility due to that temperature differential between the hot and cold, right? The way that I see it is that when you have as the water warms up, cold water condenses and warm water expands, right? That's kind of the idea. So if you're treating these two observations, and one's in a condensed or a colder condensed water environment, and one's in a expansive, expanding warmer environment, then there's you're making two observations based on weather conditions, and then again, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's just making an observations on weather conditions. And we know that when the weather is one state versus another, you're going to be able to have one state is clear visibility. You're going to see farther. There's going to be more accuracy in the measurements. My experience so far with telephoto zoom lens is that the longer the lens, the more distortion in the image, the more inaccurate you can actually I was surprised they could actually get the height of the boat at the distance in the image when you're talking about so much refraction phenomenon, right? I know firsthand, if I take a photograph of a CD or like a CD cover, and I physically measured that CD cover, and I know it's 7 centimeter or 7 inches long, then if whatever that is in centimeters, that if I take a photograph with a telephoto zoom lens and bring it into a program and do a pixel count on it, it's not going to be perfectly 7 inches in my photograph. When I count the pixels, it'll be off. And that has to do with barrel distortion. So when you're telling me that they can calculate that stuff accurately, I would.
Well, we were doing approximate, but the point is that the boat appears to be where it's supposed to be, floating on the water in the distance at 3 miles. The foreground, the water in between the viewer, in that 3 mile distance between the viewer and the boat, seems to be, I say ramped up, but it appears to be higher than what its actual position is. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you erase the water and just put water at the bottom of the boat where the bottom of the boat would be, it's in its actual position, like it's in a correct position.
Well, swells, right? Boats go up and down on swells in the ocean. So it's very possible that at the time of the photograph, there maybe is a certain wave frequency that it's at a certain height elevation that boat is sitting on. And then a mile over, there wouldn't be a swell there. Do you know what I mean? So the way I see waves, for instance, just researching them, there are frequency waves, basically. That's the only way I can assess it. I have to do more for the linguist or the language skills of it, or describing it. So if you have a boat pass, let's say you're at 4 miles and there's this frequency wave due to the wind, and there's a constant 8-foot wave here.
Well, a boat can ride on that wave 8 feet high above the surface. Could it not? Of course it could. So if you're analyzing,
no, it's
yes,
not going to ride on top. No, it's not. You
what are
can
you
go
talking about?
parallel with.
If there's a
No,
swell,
it's
if
not.
there's a well,
It can
just
be at the
like a
top of the
surfer,
wave.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. In Mexico, there's these constant waves in Bruja, Mexico.
Why are you fighting this point when I can't even explain it? Because I was
Yeah.
just I own my own boat. Okay, for me to be under power and try and stay on top of a crest of a wave, just a swell, is damn near impossible. You're going
It'd
to
be
slide
cool
off
if
to
you
one side or
could.
the other.
Yeah, wouldn't it be cool
Yeah,
if you
we
could
surf
surf your
waves
boat?
every now and then going with the waves. We get pushed by them and all that, but to stay on top of one for a long period of time is damn near impossible, I would say.
Well, I'm not saying that you're going to stay on top of one, but I'm saying that if there's a frequency there and the wave is pushing up there, then it just like a boat would rise and fall with the wave pattern.
I agree with that. It would rise and fall with,
Okay,
if you're
so there
going
must
in a
be.
constant direction, yeah.
Okay, so the way I see it and the way that it's explained to me, not that I've been on the ocean with a boat to try this, but if there is a constant frequency due to a wind pattern, okay, so the wind is constantly blowing at 60 miles an hour, it's producing this wave or this swell, if you will. Well, that swell, like, okay, I'll give you an example. Hawaii. Hawaii is a great example because Hawaii has a lot of these frequency waves that maintain a certain height everywhere you go. And this is why it's a great globe parent proof, is because they don't tell you that all these waves exist around the outer shore due to the wind and you have these constant wave patterns. That's why it's like a really good place to go surf. My understanding is that if that's a constant wave pattern, why wouldn't you be able to go along that frequency as long as the water kept up with its momentum and its exchange? The boat on its surface wouldn't be able to change that frequency, so therefore you'd have to interact with that frequency, and if it's swelling, you'd be pushed up, right?
Yeah, you would be pushed up, and then you go over the other side into the trough. Even under power, you couldn't adjust your power to stay like on a wave, like you're thinking of a surfer as good as you would in a boat, or a surfer would be able to do it more than a boat would. You're just getting pushed and pulled, and the power, you can't adjust quick enough.
But do you understand what I'm saying is that if the area is swelled, there's a big swell there, and there's a constant frequency of swell. And that's go look at Hawaii and what they talk about with these swells. Okay, so I haven't.
I lived in Hawaii for 3 years. I lived on
so
the
do you know what
island
I'm
of
talking
Hawaii
about?
and Honolulu. Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
you know
I
what
was
I'm
a
talking
captain.
about. Then
I was on the ocean with swells this weekend, and so
Okay,
that's
so you
how I know
understand.
you couldn't ride the top of a swell in a boat.
But there is still nonetheless this frequency. I'm going to call it a frequency swell because that's the only
I
way
agree
I
with
can
that.
describe it.
Definitely. A lot of times the waves are just a constant.
But not only that,
They'll give you a 4 seconds apart, like
sure,
4 foot
yeah.
wave, 4 seconds apart. That's its frequency.
Right. So what I'm saying is in Hawaii, there's these natural phenomenons that have to do with it's not swelling like you would it's swelling, but it's not changing the swell. In other words, it's at that height, at that push, at that convexity, or whatever you want to call it, constantly. And if you go, let's say you go farther out, you don't have that effect per se of constant frequency, but as you draw closer, you get your boat's now going into that frequency, and if that water, it happens to be swelled up there more, in other words, there's more convexity in that area due to the frequency of it, well, then you're gonna be able to see this bottom up obstruction more. This is my opinion from looking at the data and looking at the argument surfers, these frequency patterns that happen around.
I agree with you. The higher the swell, the more bottom up obstruction you're going to get. I would agree.
That's right.
If that's what you're saying. I agree.
Yeah. So if you have an object in the distance and it rides out, let's say you're going past that swell, well, between the point of the observer and where the boat is, there's a swell in between. Well, of course, that swell is going to block the bottom.
Yeah,
right?
That's physical obstruction, though. That's not exactly what we're doing. I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
Yeah, but that's not been disclosed.
Physical obstruction being bottom up obstruction. But I also think the higher the swell, the more optical obstruction bottom up you're going to get, because there's going to be more distortion. There's going to be more water vapor. There's going to be more turbulence in the air above the crest of the wave. You understand? Especially like some of B-Ball's footage where it's got white caps and the wind is blowing actually the white cap up into the air like a mist. You're going to have huge amounts of distortion then.
You literally, okay, so like I have video footage. I can show you a long telephoto zoom lens of this frequency, this wave frequency. I filmed it enough to know that it exists, and that this claimed 3-mile distance for Earth curve is actually being mostly obstructed by this frequency that I've filmed. In other words, I've filmed. I was in Mexico, and I filmed this crest, if you will. It looks like it's scooping up and then maintaining this crest, right? I filmed it many times actually. Through over the years, but it's never really discussed. And I think that happens more readily, more often than some optical illusion due to perspective.
I think you're describing shoaling, to be honest.
I think that's maybe what it is. Okay. So for instance, about 3-4 miles out, I have an observation where I'm filming over a distance of 10 miles, and I'm only 5-6 feet off the ground. I think maybe 11 feet tops. But I zoom in, and you can literally see this crest, this scooping of this frequency wave. So in other words, proceeding out in front of you, and then all of a sudden it scoops up, and then there's a crest all the way for miles and miles.
Shoaling. Yeah, I think that might be shoaling, because you get a beach like in front of our beach. We have 30-foot depth, and then we have 9 feet about a quarter mile out of a beach, like underwater beach, that's 9 feet deep, and then it goes back down to 30. So when the waves come in, they push up over that shoal, and the height of the wave, the crest of the wave gets higher. The average height of the water right there is higher because it's pushing over that shoal. So if you're on the beach looking out past that shoal, it's going to be obstructing things in the background because it's pushing up water.
Well, here's the thing with that calculation. So I have an observation of a high rise, or a resort, if you will, 10 miles. So I think I was in, I was filming Cozumel, I think, across from Cozumel, and doing the geometry, the globe geometry, the math of the hidden. The mathematics was somewhat, for drop or hidden, the mathematics was somewhat showing that at this building that's 150 feet tall, I was supposed to be like something like 90 feet missing or something like that, right? So if you took out you took that information and then applied it, it would be like, okay, I can understand there's hidden here, and it's giving me an approximation to what's hidden. But it didn't acknowledge the fact that I'm seeing this showling, like you described, or this frequency wave in between me and the building in the distance. So the conundrum for me is if there's this obvious pattern wave that is rised up, and it totally appears like it's rising and curving on camera and then producing a crest, there has to be a pattern of angular resolution that negates the idea of that wave, and it's just solely based on height and angle to the distance. That's what this is what the math has to suggest, other than I have to add in the wave and all these other equations, right, to give me an answer of why things are hidden. So I just find it's a conundrum, because I find it you can calculate perspective in this way, give an idea of what's hidden, and the idea is the Earth curve that's causing it. But at the same time, you can see that it's the wave that's causing it. It's not Earth curve. So it has to be a correlation to our angular limit and what we've deduced from a linear or horizontal pathway to be what's hidden based on the angular reduction due to distance. So if an object is going to reduce its size and distance, but I'm going to still see an angle to it, how much is it reduced in distance? Well, apparently there's a squared relationship with optics and a squared relationship with light. So, like I said, it's a conundrum, because if you were going to say that it's Earth curve, you'd have to negate the swelling of the wave. You'd have to negate angular resolution. But then again, the formula gives you an indication of what's missing due to angular limitation due to Earth curve. So it's an interesting thing to back calculate, right? Because there's no other calculation for perspective in that manner. Unless I add in the assumption of 5 arc minutes over 10 miles of refraction, then I can get roughly the same amount of hidden using the square root of the observer's height multiplied by 9.96 or 0.122. Just as a note as well, I don't know if you guys know this, but the 1 arc minute in reference to 1 mile, it was quantified as 0.96 in any of the refraction calculations. So to calculate the horizon based on refraction, you would use the observer's square root of the observer's height multiplied by 0.96. In the globe model, it's square root of the observer's height multiplied by 1.22 or multiplied by 1.32 if you want to add in refraction. So there's a really interesting argument to be had as what exactly are we observing? Are we observing Earth curvature? Or are we observing obstruction due to their angular limitation, which our angular limitation has to do with the refraction of light anyway? Question is how do you equate your nautical mile to your arc minute, or your mile to your arc minute? Because an arc minute to 1 mile is 5,280 feet, but you're supposed to have 6,076 feet for a nautical mile. So we'll stick with the 60 by 60 system, and then they determine the hidden that way. I think technology has made the Earth flat, man. That's what I think.
Damn, you killed the whole VC data.
What happened?
You killed VC, bro. People are leaving now.
Oh, that's not nothing new.
What, you killing VCs?
People leaving, I mean.
What about you killing VCs?
Well, you made a statement. You have to back it up.
You was kind of dead till I started talking. But I'm gonna stop talking.
Well, no, keep talking. Bring in a conversation. You got something to say.
I ain't got nothing to say, man. To be honest.
Why not? You're a glober, right?
Because I was listening to the conversation, and then for like the last 10 minutes, it was just you talking, and now it's dead. But it was nice when you and Rakia were going back and forth, but you just kind of took over.
It's not an easy subject to explain because there's a phenomenon there that has been quantified due to Earth curve, and everything else about that Earth curve has been ignored when it comes to reality. But the conundrum is that you still have a rough approximation of what's hidden due to the angular relationship, either a sphere or due to optics. So it's not an easy thing to explain, really. If Rakia has observations that are showing discrepancies when it comes to bottom-up obstruction based on height and distance to the object, that would probably infer that the calculation itself is falsifiable, and that it's only maybe valid for certain observations, and that when you put in more various elements, height, different weather conditions, then maybe the ideal, and that's what the globe calculation represents, as an ideal, is increased with air when more reality is involved. So maybe it's just like a layman's understanding of optics, the globe model itself, and then there's more valid reasons than the sphericity of Earth.
Yeah, you could get into the angles, the degrees, the this, the that, but you can just ask a simple question. Why does the boat appear to disappear only forwards but not sideways? When you look at it sideways, you can see it 5, 6, 7, 8 miles. Why is that?
Well, that's why it's called a horizon, right? That's because it's a horizontal surface. So that's why the object can go from left to right. And the only cylinder, the cylinder formula that we've grown accustomed to, is because, believe it or not, the argument back in the day that some people believed we lived on a cylinder. So if that was loosely translated into sphericity of the Earth, the argument stood that the Greeks thought, I think was it the Epicureans, I can't remember, but there was an actual cylindrical belief that the Earth had it took shape after, and therefore you have this boats going over the horizon, and it would have to be a cylinder because of such a short distance, 16,000 feet, 20,000 feet, right? And so you're looking at these ancients thinking that is sphericity, but in reality,
Yeah, but the ballers should answer this question, right? Not talking about
they live on a cylinder, dude. Is
that what you guys think, that you live on a cylinder?
Well, how else do they calculate 16,000 feet away to the horizon?
I hear you, bro, and it's funny, but let's hear them answer that. That could be a chapter in your book.
It's not. It's no. My book is it's done now. I'm just doing my final thoughts on it all, and I think it's a brilliant exercise in restarting the primitives. And I think youth need to get involved with the primitives. It just helps. I think it would help society a great deal. So I hope Flat Earth, in a sense, that Flat Earth stands for, not because the Earth's flat per se, but it stands for the ideas that it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And I think that's what Flat Earth should stand for.
Well, I'd like to hear an answer, maybe from Nate or somebody that can make sense. Kosho, why do we only see this obstruction forward and not sideways? That's a big thing for your sphere. Like, I mean, big. You don't have to. Me personally, if I was to argue, that would be my argument. I wouldn't go into angles or anything. Answer that question, any baller, right now.
It's the only way you can apply a tangent to the plane is if you assume perspective is to do with this.
You're a baller now. You're a baller now.
No.
Let them answer, bro. Give him 2 seconds to answer, bro.
I'm only just got back, but I can assume you're talking about the obstruction over the horizon versus seeing left to right curvature.
Correct.
Yeah, well, they're two totally different things.
How come? Doesn't your mythical sphere say that we have curve at... First of all, let me ask you, where does the curve start on your sphere?
The Earth.
I don't want to put...
The Earth is
on your sphere, when you're standing, where does the Earth... You're on the water, right? Where did this curve start?
It's curving the whole way around.
Everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how come we only see this thing in the forward direction? How come we don't see it in the sideways direction?
What you're seeing in the forward direction and what you're expecting to see in the sideways direction are two different consequences of the curve. So a consequence of the Earth being curved is that as it curves away from you, there's going to be a horizon, which is going to, depending on your height, which is going to dictate how much of the surface you can see. But naturally, anything beyond that is going to fall away from it, away from your eye level, right? So that's very different than what you're expecting to see sideways, which is just the natural curve of the Earth. Like you're expecting to see an actual angular, you know, curve going from left to right. So they're just two totally different things.
So Kosho,
Yeah, well,
if
that doesn't
if you're
explain anything, Kosho. That you just said that's what you expect to see. That's not what I would expect to see if, by your own admission, curve starts from that point all around. Then I would expect to see the same thing any direction I turn in the ocean.
well, it's like this example, Kosho. If you have an observer,
Here we go again. Data, what's wrong with you, bro?
Well, I'm
Why?
gonna give him.
Why are
I'm
you
gonna give
doing
an
it?
example. Give him an example so he can answer properly in this scenario. 16,000 feet away, you have another observer 10 feet above the surface of the Earth, but he's looking along the x-axis. So you have one observer looking along the y-axis to that observer that's looking along the x-axis. In your model, both of them simultaneously are measuring a horizon approximately 3-4 miles from their height. And at that 3-4 mile peak or position of vanishing point, that you can measure dip or drop. So your model would have to dictate simultaneously that two observers, one looking upon the y-axis, one looking upon the x-axis, would be able to measure dip or drop of curvature. And that's a distance of 40,000 feet in total. Do you think that's possible on your model?
You got to say that again, dude. The point, because the point
You
is
have
there's
an
two-
observer. You have an observer looking out along the y-axis to 16 to 20,000 feet away from him. That distance, there's another observer, but he's not looking along the y-axis. Well, he's looking along his y-axis, but he's along the x-axis of the first observer. And so he's looking out along that x-axis, which would be his y. And according to your globe model, another 16 to 20,000 feet away, there's going to be a curvature there due to horizon. There's going to be some sort of obstruction there. So I'm just saying with a distance of 40,000 feet between two observers looking in two different directions, you're saying that your sphericity of your Earth is calculable, which would mean that for that one observer, 16,000 feet away, it's dropping for him. And that other observer, it's dropping for him simultaneously at the same time. And that doesn't match reality, right? So just another way to falsify your ball model is just add in a second observer along the x-axis.
Yeah, but that's the same thing as looking at like the pool cue or a plank of wood. If you look at it, the reason why you look at it forward, straight on, is because you're going to be able to see easily if there's a bump or a hump or anything like that, because it's going to be pronounced. Because what you're expecting is that it would be flat and be obstructing anything beyond it. Whereas if you're viewing it side to side, you're actually looking for an angular difference, which is not very easy to spot. So it's the
See,
same in all those
both
scenarios.
observers' azimuths are horizontal. It's only along their y-axis they have features of a sphere. That doesn't match your cue ball because along all of the axis there will be curve. You see
Right,
that?
but
There's no horizontal on your cue ball.
I was talking
There's
about
no
the pool stick.
there's no horizontal on your cue ball. You see in both observations there is a horizontal uh, azimuth. There is no horizontal azimuth on your cue ball.
I was talking about a pool stick first of all. Second of all, I did drop a picture of a cue ball, and this is demonstrating again what the difference what we're talking about. One is the actual curvature left to right, and the other one is just a uh, direction in front of you where you're just expecting the horizon to be obstructing anything beyond it. And if you're
See,
viewing people perpendicular to each other, one person viewing that person's observation point to where their horizon is not going to be obstructed in the same way. You know what I mean?
You're missing the exercise. The idea is that none of the observers' azimuths are indicating a curvature. It's a horizontal path between. So, but if those both observers were to turn in opposite direction or turn towards the same parallel direction now, their azimuth would be equal to each other. There's no curve between them, right? Because their azimuth doesn't have any curve. It's only along the y-axis that you're measuring curve and at a distance of 16,000 feet. So you can't have curvature along one axis at a short distance and then have an azimuth or another axis have no curvature. It doesn't make sense. What it concludes It's an optical. The y-axis, if you were looking straight ahead of you and notice this obstruction, you would conclude that it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, with everything to do with optics. Why is that? It's because you can add in more observers and put them parallel to each other and have their azimuths parallel to the plane to one another. So if their azimuths are parallel to the plane to one another, then there's no curvature between the two of them, thereby indicating that it's an optical illusion.
That's only if you don't put them at the same distance. Because even if they're
No,
looking in
I'm saying
perpendicular
16.
directions,
I'm
even
saying
if they're looking in
16,000 feet
perpendicular,
apart,
even
right?
if they're looking in perpendicular directions, if their distance is enough to where they are going beyond the horizon, in one case, then if they're viewing the person, even if they're viewing them side on, they're still going to be too far away for them to be visible. They're going to be hidden by the horizon in both cases.
Two observers 16,000 feet apart do not have different azimuths. Your model they'd have to have two different azimuths on your model. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, your model that's not reality. I can take two observers 16,000 feet apart from each other. I can take four observers 16,000 far apart from each other in a square. All of their azimuths are equal and parallel to the plane. It's only along their y-axis due to optics. In other words, azimuth is part of your optics as well, but the way that we perceive our azimuth versus how we perceive that linear direction. The azimuth has to be parallel to the plane between all observers because there is no curve there. The only curve is along the y-axis. So along the x-axis of each observer in a square would be all parallel to the plane.
Yeah.
So if that is true reality, what are we analyzing? Well, we're analyzing perspective, which is not physical Earth curve.
Yeah, if you put
so Data, you think you made enough clarity after you interrupted my conversation 2 minutes ago? You think I can talk with Kosho now, or you want to continue clarifying what I said? Thank you. So Kosho, we're on the water, right?
Right.
I have a boat. I'm on a boat. It's 3 miles ahead of me. 3.5 miles ahead of me. I have another boat that's 3.5 miles to the right of me, right?
Okay.
What are we going to see there? Is one boat going to start disappearing and we're going to continue seeing the other? What's going to happen, you think, in reality?
You're going to see the same thing that you view forward as when you view to the right.
Yeah, that would happen in reality, right? Except that doesn't happen.
Of course
right?
it does.
No, it doesn't. When we go on the beach, and I'll show you a picture if you like, I have a video of it. You can see a boat going sideways further than 3 miles. The observer height 1.22, that crap, right? On your model? So how does that work, Kosho? How does that work?
And that same footage, do you see in the other direction, a boat going over the horizon at the same distance?
No, I have footage of a boat traveling sideways in my view, right? Going further than 3 miles, according to your model, right? Now, your model says that an observer on the beach, 1.22 is height, blah, 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 right? That should start happening at 3 miles, yet I do not see that. Why?
The entire time that the boat's in the traveling in front of you, is it within the range of 3 miles from you?
It's further. I can see it even straight ahead. I can see it traveling further than 3 miles in both directions.
Right, it's traveling.
But yet in your
further than 3
model,
miles.
but excuse me? There's no explanation for that, bro. It just isn't.
I'm reading cereal. No, I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
It's traveling further than 3 miles. That's fine.
Don't even make Kosho Jesus.
It's traveling further than 3 miles. However, it's not traveling further from you, right? If it was traveling further from you, it'd be going over the horizon.
Of course, it's traveling further from me. Of course, it is.
You said
in
it
a
was
sideways. Yeah.
You said it was traveling in front of you, like going sideways.
I said both. Both. Both forward and sideways. I have video of a boat further than 5 miles, actually. No problem. But the question here that I asked is, Why, when we go on the beach, we can see a boat, according to your model, disappearing bottom first, which forget about why that happens, right? We can get into that argument after. And when we look at that same boat, the same distance on the side, that does not happen. Why?
Because there's no expectation for it to be obstructed by anything going sideways.
Sure, there is. According to your model, the expectation is that you said it by yourself, a point all around is where your drop starts, right? So
Yeah.
that should happen all around that point.
Yeah, but that's only once it travels past, the distance where the horizon is. If it doesn't go beyond the horizon, then it's not going to be obstructed by anything.
So there's a different distance. So what you're saying here, Kosho, is there's a different distance forward to you, to the horizon, than there is sideways to you. That's what you're saying.
No, especially if you're on the water, it's going to be the same distance all around you.
So then why is the observation different sideways than forwards?
I'm not claiming that it is. I think that you might have seen a ship go sideways in your thing, and it may have at some point moved further away. But unless it moves further away than the horizon, which will be the same distance in all directions, it's not going to be. There's no expectation for it to be obstructed.
Sure, there is in your model. I repeat, and you agreed in your model. At every point in the water from that boat, it should drop equally from every direction. You admitted that. That's your model. But yet we don't. Sorry.
Nothing gets obstructed before the horizon. So after the horizon, that's true.
Yeah, who said anything about before?
Well, if
so you're trying to squirm away from
if
this,
it never went past the horizon, then there's no. This doesn't apply. Like I don't understand why you would expect it to be obstructed in one case and not in the other. If the horizon is some distance that the ship never went beyond, then it's not going to be obstructed, no matter where it is around you.
I think you're double speaking here, Kosho. That's not the issue. The issue is in your model that it does disappear in the forward motion and direction, but does not disappear in the sideways. You're not going to double speak away from this. You're either going to have to say that's weird, or you're going to have to come up with something else. You're going to have to come up with different horizons when you look straight or when you look to the sides. Which one is it?
Okay. If your ship is a point in the middle of the ocean, and your horizon forward is the radius of some circle, if you then extend that circle all the way around you, if the ship is within that circle, it's not going to be hidden. If it goes outside that perimeter, it'll be hidden. I mean,
right. So why? Agreed. Yeah. So why is it? Does it start in different different directions? Why don't we see the same thing? In other words, straightforward, we see it disappearing at one location, at one distance, but on the side, it doesn't disappear on the same distance. Hence, where's your curve?
You'd have to show that.
Is this a selective curve? Does it curve one way?
No. If it was 10 miles, let's say
cylinder
disappearing after 10 miles, then in any direction, if it went 10 miles away from you, it would start disappearing.
Yeah, except we don't see that.
Your observation doesn't sound like it's disappearing at all. It sounds like it's
everybody's observation. It's not just my observation. Everybody can do that, Kosho. I mean, you're backpedaling now.
No, I'm just telling you. You're telling me about an observation where the ship didn't go beyond the horizon, and you're saying that that's some sort of contradiction because it's going sideways. If it didn't go beyond the horizon, it doesn't matter which direction it's going. Its distance from you has to increase far enough to where it's beyond the horizon.
Still doesn't explain it, Kosho. You said it yourself. You have a point source. You have a radius circle all around. That's your horizon. When observed by one location, the forward location, we see obstruction at one distance. When we look to the side, we see obstruction not at that distance. Still haven't explained it, sir. Sorry.
Do you have this observation that you were talking about? I'd like to see it.
Montreal,
I'd like to see this observation. Yeah.
Azimuth is horizontal and it's dependent. Azimuth has to be horizontal. So if an object is moving along the azimuth and you can measure the distance, you can measure a greater distance than the effect that would happen along a y-axis. In other words, your y-axis is dictated by the horizon. you claim is Earth curve, which will show you bottom up obstruction or whatever you claim to be, but the distance that it takes to travel along the y-axis is not congruent with the distance that travels along the azimuth. And the
Why
issue
not?
is
Why
because it's
not?
horizontal. Because it's horizontal.
Yeah, but
And
you heard the
there's
baller.
no
So are
there's
you sticking up for Kosho now that for that scenario? I want to be clear. What are you
not at
arguing?
all. Not at all. I'm just saying that without a horizontal reference, you can't get an azimuth angle. And so if you have multiple observers looking at this one boat, they can deduce 4 different ways to look at this body traversing, right? But the main function of that body traversing is along the azimuth for each observer. And if you measured a distance greater than 16,000 feet, 20,000 feet, it wouldn't match the y-axis between the 4 observers. So there would be a conundrum here that Kosho would have to deal with, is that the greater distance traveled along the azimuth doesn't record anything except for a horizontal linear direction, and a circular path. But your azimuth will give you a linear distance between the 2 points measured. And if you can measure a greater distance between the 2 points, it's because it's horizontal. And if that's the case, add in another observer, add in another observer, and add in another observer, have 4 observers. You'll notice that they'll all have that horizontal relationship to each other, thereby showing you there is no physical curve obstructing anything, because you can get a linear horizontal measurement over distance. And that's only possible on a plane. You cannot do that on a spherical body. I mean, when you're a tiny little observer, maybe if you're a fucking 100-foot, 200-foot giant, maybe you can deduce more. But for a tiny observer on the ground, you have only these azimuth angles because it's a horizontal surface. That means you get a distance between 2 points that's linear. You don't get that when you analyze perspective. You get a drop from linear or drop from horizontal.
Is that clear for you, Kosho? Because I kind of got lost in that myself.
If you have an azimuth and you have a whole bunch of observers watching this boat move along its azimuth, and you can calculate from position A to position B, it's going to be a horizontal path between the 2 positions. That's what the azimuth would dictate. So if you added in multiple observers and they're traveling along, and all these observers see the same horizontal distance between point A and point B, the only way that's possible is to have a planar surface. You can't measure an azimuth with multiple observers if you have curving azimuths. They wouldn't add up. You wouldn't be able to look on the ocean and mark a target and then use your azimuth that's an object 20 miles away or 15 miles away from it, or let's say 7 miles from it. You wouldn't be able to get
you can say all that, Data. You can say all that, or you can just simply say what I said. You have 2 different horizon differences. You don't have to go and say all that, bro. Just keep it concise.
That's pragmatic though, or that's practical. Like for instance, you couldn't get an azimuth angle from multiple observers. Like let's say multiple observers were doing like a geocache test where they had to find they knew where point A was, and they only had angles and maybe some degree measurements to find point B from point A. That is only possible if it's an azimuth angle. It's only possible for all of those 4 observers simultaneously to be on a planar surface, to get this azimuth angle, to find wherever they need to go to point B from point A. That's a pragmatic example, or a practical example used that requires a base fundamental, which is horizontal. You cannot get multiple azimuth measurements without a horizontal surface from each point. Now you're telling me that on your sphere model that those azimuths would change 70 miles apart, would change by a degree. So it would be tilted a degree. That azimuth would be that's not accounted for. That's not put in the math. So what is he
Data,
saying?
I'm not disagreeing with you, but extra words for nothing, bro. See what I'm saying? Extra words, extra complication that is not needed. I mean, you can say all that stuff, yeah, but just clarify it at the end, man. That's it. That's all I'm telling you. Don't try to act smart that you like with big words and shit like that, because you lose a lot of people, man. That's all I'm saying.
But it's true. You cannot have multiple viewers simultaneously look at 2 objects, point A and point B, and have them have different azimuth angles or
I
different
agree.
azimuth.
You should just
Yeah.
leave it there. I mean, yeah, perfectly said. Yeah.
They'll have different azimuth angles, but it will be all come from the base that those azimuths are parallel to one another, parallel to the plane at all points. That is what the
Or
base mathematics says.
or you can just say in
No.
plain English, Kosho, are you saying we have two different lengths to the horizon?
No. Both of you. I'm gonna address this as quickly as I can. I gotta address this as quickly as I can, and then I'm gonna go away for a second. SE, I just told you that the horizon distance you can think of it as a radius, to which the circle that radius forms is going to be the distance in all directions that you can see. Anything within that circle is going to be not obstructed by the horizon. And everything outside it is going to be beyond the horizon. And to flat Earth data, what you say about the azimuth, you're always going to have you're always going to make a great circle to the North Pole, right? So if you're using the north for to create your azimuth, I don't understand what you're saying, that there's going to be people who are
You can make an azimuth between two locations on land. So if I'm a certain distance away from land and I have two known distances, I can do an azimuth angle between distance point A and point B. And another person who is a certain 20, 30,000 feet from me, 50,000 feet from me, can make the same azimuth angle and come up with the same information. It's because they're using the same system, which is both of those azimuths are parallel to one another, even if they're 50,000 feet apart. And it has to be that way, is because that's what maps would dictate. So if I was on an inlet looking at let's say a lighthouse, and I knew the height of that lighthouse, and I wanted to find an azimuth angle between that lighthouse and maybe another lighthouse, I could do that azimuth angle and find how far the section of land is between the two lighthouses. And then I could look at my map and go, okay, that section between that lighthouse and that lighthouse is that angle, and therefore it has to be consistent with that other guy that's 100,000 feet away. It cannot vary based on perspective. It has to have a base principle, and that azimuth requires a horizontal plane surface to do that. Equal altitudes of equal circles of altitude is necessary in calculating your azimuth, especially if you have two.
You're saying a lot of stuff. I don't have a lot of time for you to keep going about this. You're just absolutely.
If you have
wrong.
multiple observers, and they're 50, 60,000 feet from each other, are you telling me, Kosho, that their azimuths will be tilted based on Earth curve? Their center of mass is going to be diverging. Their zenith is going to be diverging. Are you telling me that's what they do? That's
why are you
a lie,
repeating
dude.
yourself if you're expecting an answer, dude? Why keep saying the same thing over and over again? I understand what you're saying. It's ridiculous. Okay.
What I'm saying is ridiculous.
Listen, dude.
What am I saying is ridiculous, buddy?
If you're using a person to observe a lighthouse and then compare it to some other object, and which one of those is it going to use as its azimuth? If you're making an angular measurement between these two objects, then the person making the measurements would be the crux of this angle. It wouldn't be either of those two objects. It doesn't make any sense.
If you have two known bodies on a surface of land, and you have a measurement from one, you're going to call it your zero, and you're going to measure your azimuth angle from that zero-based lighthouse to another object. That's only possible on a horizontal surface. And to have multiple observers simultaneously do it 50, 60,000 feet apart from each other, their azimuths, their circles will be parallel to the plane as each other observer along the surface of the Earth, because each of their view is horizontal. There is no need for dip, drop, or curvature. If that's the case, why is it only that your y-axis picks up curvature? It doesn't make sense. There's a conundrum there. And we know why your y-axis doesn't actually pick up curvatures, because it's an optical illusion due to perspective. But when you're measuring straight angles using an azimuth, you're not looking at perspective in the sense that you're looking at bottom-up obstruction. You're looking at the horizontal base that's created by the planar surface. And that's why you have these equal altitudes of circles creating azimuth angles. Without that, you'll have different diverging zeniths between all of these observers 50 and 60,000 feet apart from each other, which is not accounted for. They don't take their center and account for any divergence based on sphericity. It's a flat circle, and the azimuth is horizontal at all points.
Yeah, if you use the North Pole as where you're going to measure your azimuth to, like as you would if you were using celestial navigation and using Polaris to make circles of equal altitude, every northern latitude would be a circle of equal altitude. Those circles of equal altitude are circles, and they are on the surface of a sphere. So there's no
You keep
issue.
saying that.
You can
You
make
keep
those. You
saying
can
that.
make
You
those
keep
anywhere.
saying that.
I don't keep saying.
But
I just said it for the first time.
you keep
You've been
saying
on
that
for a
it could
long
be on a
time,
sphere.
David. I don't have time to
They're
listen to you go on for a
horizontal
long time
circles.
and then wait for
So
you to not interrupt me. I just need you to let
they're
me finish.
horizontal. They're horizontal
Don't
circles.
worry. Don't expect a response because I gotta go. Okay.
Horizontal circles on a massive planar surface. If you want to say that as encompassing a sphere in total, the application is if you're on a horizontal surface. That is the first primitives. If you want to conclude that it has something else to do with those first primitives, you have to first prove it rather than presume it, preassume it, or have a presupposition to it.
Nice clarity there, Data. I'm sure everybody is clear on the subject of water now and horizon.
So each observer has their field of view. You can deduce it from an x-axis or a y-axis. Last I checked, the azimuth is on your x-axis. So if you have a point in front of you and you look to left or right, you're going to have an azimuth angle. If you go a greater degree of rotation from left or right, that particular distance between those 2 points will be much greater than 3 miles. So according to the y-axis, the function of the sphere highlights curvature way less, at 3 miles, let's say, there's a tangent to the plane mathematically. But along your horizontal azimuth, there is no tangent to the plane, let's say. What you have is equal altitudes of circles on a planar surface getting the same azimuth angle, or deducing the same information by using the azimuth angle, which is required to be horizontal. So if I have 3-4 observers simultaneously looking at one object on land and looking at a second object on land, they would all have to rely on the fact that between those 2 points, it's a linear distance, it's horizontal. And that's the point of the exercise, is there is no curve along the horizontal x-axis or along the azimuth. And that's your
that
point.
wasn't the point of my exercise. The point of my exercise, Data, was to show the absurdity in plain English on a beach that everyone could see. They say a boat disappears that way 3 miles, but you can still see it that way. To me, that is 100 times better and clearer to what you just said. But that's just me, bro.
Well, people don't understand what azimuth is. People are new to the conversation. They don't understand what an azimuth angle is. I get it.
Yeah,
that's fine. But
that's
it's
my
up to
whole
them
point.
it's up to them to learn what an azimuth angle is. It will empower them to understand a little bit more of your argument.
Or you can just clarify yourself after you do that big spiel and break it down like I did, so the people that don't understand azimuth angles will understand it, bro.
Well, they got to do research. I mean, I didn't understand half the shit when I got in here either. I had to read, right? I had to be like, what is an azimuth angle? And then go research, right?
Data, if your objective is to reach people with a message, right?
My
Your
objective is to tell the
strategy
truth.
should. Sorry?
My objective is to tell the story and to tell the truth in the story. What you think out of it, this is the individualism that's required for being a human being, is the freedom to think it's a sphere, the freedom to think it's flat. It doesn't matter, right? That's the freedom to do so. The thing behind the freedom to do so is that your opinion or your belief can be changed based on the knowledge you get and the wisdom that knowledge becomes. So if you don't know anything about your model, don't know anything about your existence, hopefully flat earth is the first introductions to the primitives of how the model was built, how it came to be, and why. Because inherently it's not evil. I don't think any of these guys are evil creating the globe model. I mean, there's at least 34 Christians that I've documented that helped build the spherical model. And now, fast forward in 2016 to now, You have pagans wanting to tear down the globe model. So this is a repeat in history, not only when it comes to the Platonic period versus the Hellenistic era, but you literally have the fall of Rome start because of the Christians, and then the barbarians came and finished it off. Well, now you have the fall of Rome happening again, so to speak, and now you have the pagans tearing down the Christian statues. Now, who's going to come in and take over after that? Well, it's supposed to be the barbarians. So who's the barbarians to come in? This is just history repeating itself. You agree, right?
Yeah, that I agree. But don't you see what you just did right now? We went from horizons to barbarians. Like, don't get me wrong, but what I'm trying to tell you is you tend to ramble on. You're not concise, bro. Like I
I
asked you a
understand. I
question
understand.
and we ended up in barbarians now. How does that work?
No, you asked me if I'm trying to convince people or trying to no. What I'm not trying to convince people. I'm trying to tell the story and understand what the first primitives are. Anybody learning the argument of where they are and it's not what you know but what you can prove is a great position to be for somebody who is hungry for truth. And so that's what I was saying, because you're saying I'm not here to convince people. I'm not here to well, in the beginning it was more of like it felt like people were lying, right? So it's like, well, you're a fucking liar. Let's prove you wrong, you liar, kind of thing. So that arrogant or egotistical thing within all of us is really why debate flourishes, is wanting to prove the liar wrong or prove that he is a liar. I mean, without that motivation, you got really no argument, no debate. So when you come,
I think you missed my point, bro. My point is, first of all, what are you trying to achieve? If you're trying to bring a message to an audience, right? I believe the best way to do so is through clarity, clear, concise, simple, like not sophisticated words. I try not to use sophisticated words as much as possible.
I've never said anything sophisticated, bro. No, I didn't say anything sophisticated. I talk about azimuth angles. That's not sophistication.
Well, maybe I used the wrong word, like simple words, like non-technical words. Let's put it that way. Like
Azimuth is a very simple word. Azimuth angles, even, it's very easy to understand. Once you go look up azimuth angle, you understand it's derived from a circle. And once you understand that, you become more knowledgeable. So if we use words that we use words that confuse people, and it's on the person to deconfuse themselves, if you will. I don't know if that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you're not getting my point, but anyways, yeah, whatever.
Well, if you want to portray a message, you want to be in simplest forms. I appreciate that. That's pretty basic, and like you said in your argument, you can simplify it, which is fine.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, bro.
I guess I'm not a simple person, so I look for more. I look for more complexities and look for ways to understand complex things. And while I might not be concise, I can definitely shorten it and become concise. But again, it's how do you be precise when it's a conversation about refraction and diffraction, and then the argument of, like, your argument is, okay, well, if you're on a sphere, there should be sphericity at all axes.
Yeah. How simple is that?
Which is a fair enough statement. But then nail it to him and saying, well, because it's really just based on one observer. The argument is always reliant on one observer at one given time. Just like how Ptolemy created his model, just like Copernicus created his model, just like Kepler. It's dependent on one person's field of view. Of course, you get inherited or you get handed down the prior models and prior mathematics and prior observations and then prior presuppositions, that you build upon those presuppositions. And so that is kind of complex if you look at the history and how it was devised. It's definitely not evil. I mean, when they created the armillary sphere, it wasn't because they were evil. They had a presupposition that they themselves were at the center of the universe, and the armillary sphere was a representation of that. And one way of creating the armillary sphere, or the purpose for it, is to help build the equinoxes and build the solstices, which is to have a presupposition that the Earth outside of itself is spherical in nature, and that everything is wrapped around the center. And this is why you have the gravitational mass attracting mass. The birth of the Greeks created all this stuff, right? And this is nothing's new. It's just understanding how how a small individual can devise a model and why they devised the model. And then when you understand that, then now you can pick apart the model. You're like, it's just a model. It doesn't represent reality. And here's A, B, C, D, and Y. And that's essentially what we're doing now is we're saying, hey, the model has flaws. It doesn't represent the true nature, the true entirety of Earth, especially its size. And here's A, B, and C, Y.
Kosha, you still here?
Did
So
you
you
know
scared
that?
him away,
Did you,
Data.
yeah. Did you know that apparently it's been told that a lot of Russian troll farms are running a lot of these Christian channels. In fact, the majority of the top Christian channels in the United States are ran by Russian troll farms. Did you know that?
That's news to me, but it's hardly surprising. The Russians have some of the best hackers.
Oh, brilliant people there. I love the Russian people, love the Ukrainian people, love the whole thing. It's just the political nature of the world we live in and what they're deciding to do. But yeah, Joe Rogan put a note on that. Apparently, I was watching one of his things, and I guess they came out with evidence saying that that a lot of these Christian channels, promoting the end of the world and 666, and it's really fucking with a lot of Christians.
You see, I let this convo go on purpose just to prove a point. We're talking about 666 right now in churches.
I brought up a point for you, talking about Russian troll farms. You have to realize that they're trying to demonize the West, right? So they have to demonize the foundation of it, which would be to demonize the ball, considering all the Christians helped make it, right? And I'm just drawing historical correlations between the past till now, and might be deviating from the initial conversation with Hakosho, but it's important. You know some information now.
Kosha, you still there? Or you're dazzled and bedazzled by data? I think he said he was eating something, so.
He never gave you an answer. You realize that, right?
Yeah, and you were part of the reason why, Data. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. You came in to answer the question.
SC, if you ever want to have a quick one-on-one with someone, just let us know. We'll clear the floor for you for like 5 or 10 minutes or whatever you need.
Thanks, bro. Like nothing personal, Data. I mean, that's the way characters are, right? That's the way you are, man. That's the. I'm a different way. I tend to focus on one subject at a time. You seem to have like 3-4 different things in your head at the same time rolling.
Well, when I don't get a reply from a globe head, right? I mean, or somebody like Kosho to be concise himself, when you're asking me to be concise, then what kind of conversation are we having?
Data, to be honest, I mean, he's a French Canadian. I'm not sure what you're expecting, but you have to lower
Says
your
the French
standards a little bit.
American.
Je suis bien content de te rencontrer. Que je peux te en français.
Je te sois, Cajun French.
It's a pleasure to meet
French
your
fries.
pleasure to
French
meet your
toast.
acquaintance. That's all I know in French. Tried to say.
You did not
correct?
bad there.
Je suis bien content de te rencontrer. Je peux de en français. Something like that. I'm fucking it up at the end there.
Not bad, not bad, not bad.
After I flunked out of Spanish, I tried French.
But they got a strange kind of French down there. Them French Americans from Louisiana.
Called Zada Cajun, French Cajun, Cajun
Called
French.
Acadians, right? That's what they're called.
Yeah, they're French from original French from Canada. Yep.
Did you ever research? Did you ever research the Acadians and how advanced their society was?
That's what we're talking about. They love their creation. I knew that.
apparently they were pretty sophisticated when they I think they all went to, well, not all, but they moved heavily to Nova Scotia in Canada, and then from Nova Scotia they moved all down to Louisiana and all that places. That's why you have the jambalaya, I believe. It's an amalgamation of the Acadian Acadian influence.
Yeah, that's where they come
Louisiana.
from. Yeah.
Yeah, FA,
But after
jambalaya.
they got all messed up in the West and mixed up, then they went to Louisiana. So you got all the, which explains Rokia.
Imagine a Canadian saying someone else is messed up. Have you been to one of your libraries yet, sir? Or childcare? Ugh.
Well, we got good childcare here, man. Oh yeah, $5 a week, no beat. Got one of
Yeah,
the best child. Yeah.
they just allow men with their genitals hanging out to read story time. That's the only problem.
Well, that's a problem in both of our countries, I'm sad to say. Yeah, the latest one was in Vancouver. But yeah, a lot of that is happening in Florida. And shout out to your governor down there. He might be your next president. He's the only one fighting back. So shout out to him. What's his name again? DeSantis? DeSantos. Yeah, a big shout out to DeSantos.
Well, you got to love what Putin did. He's I think he's stepped up to the plate there and protecting his children and society from. See, I don't think that's Western thinking. I think that is the hijacking of Western thinking, right? To have this freedom of speech, freedom.
I don't know. It seems pretty. I don't know.
Well,
Seems pretty evil to me. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Sheer
Right?
evil. Sheer evil.
It has to be evil because it's removing three things: sovereignty, human rights, and the family. I should say it's perverting human rights in the family, and I think that's all intentional. But I think the West brought upon itself, though, right? As you remove God out of the West becomes more easily corruptible, and I think that's now we're seeing
Choices we have, right?
Well, since when I'm researching this shit, Flat Earth I'm grateful for it because it brought me down all this history and all the slow transition, if you will. It's no different than if you read about Platonic and then into Hellenistic. There was still a struggle academically, socially. There was wars fought over it back then.
Yeah, wars.
So,
Yeah, but they took out the Bible out of the educational system and inserted the opposite, right? Like, how do you do that? You got to let it all be taught, or none of it be.
This is how they got away with it, and I've been asking this. I asked this question among some people that are really well educated in the history of it. In the 80s, they had a mathematics. So what they did is they took the creationists to court, and this is in the United States. They had a formula. So the evolutionists created a mathematical formula describing evolution. They had paper upon paper describing it, all the mathematicals giving the description of it. So basically, they had an explanation of how we evolved from a single cell amoeba to da-da-da-da. Of course, years later, they have the Darwin black box come out and issues regarding, actual biology and the evolutionary theory from Darwinism and so forth. They won in court in the 80s to the point where creationists didn't have a formula for God's creation. And so the courts ruled in favor because they presented evidence for an explanation. And that was all they needed to show that if we were going to teach children, we needed to teach them the scientific way or the mathematical description. We had to show something concrete to them, and therefore creationists couldn't do it. The evolutionists could, and so slowly through court, they got in. I think it's called an injunction, or I can't remember the word they used. It's where you put an injunction because you got to stop teaching that because you're not teaching science, you're not teaching philosophy, you're not teaching mathematical description, you're not right. And they got away with it. So after the 80s, they started removing God out of the school and putting evolution in place. And then it literally started in the 80s. And here's the really funny part is, I don't know if you remember much of the 80s, but there was all these Christian groups standing up against artists and music and paintings, right? They weren't focused on this evolution thing. They were focused on, Motley Crue and Satanic Panic and all of these other things that were irrelevant to what was happening in the education system. They were trying to protect kids, but not really at the core of what they were trying to protect them from, which is not music, but ideology. So I think we're having a reverse of that now. What do you think? Do you think the Muslims, the Christians, and the Jews are going to slowly come together?
I'd rather talk about the water if kosher is still around. We never got to an ending of that one.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I'm really digging what the Muslims are doing. They're standing up against this agenda, and the Christians are joining them. What do you think of that?
What are you talking about?
So as we progress under this agenda that we have for transhumanism, which is the removal of the Godhead and gender and family, that the more that increases, the more I find Christians are joining with Muslims and Muslims are joining with Christians, because they have one common goal, is that they believe in God and they believe in family. And these particular two religious groups that I've noticed are coming together under one roof, which is family and husband and wife and traditional values, right?
Well, they were after the nuclear family for decades now, Tara.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
a whole
I
new
know.
thing, man. This is transgenderism. This is freakaloid land. We've entered into what I call Caligula zone. You know, when Rome fell.
Caligula, yeah, Caligula.
Yeah.
You know what's funny though is that is history is not, it's always repeating. It's slightly different, but slowly repeats. The idea that we're coming into a fourth industrial revolution requires like a nomadic, celibate incel type of individual, right? And the only way to get that was to, divide the family with the feminism first, right? Empower women, get the 9-to-5 job so the government could get more tax money so that they could fulfill this agenda even more so. But you remove God from it all, and people have nothing to stand on.
Never mind God. God has been gone a long time ago. Now they're trying to remove gender. In other words, in like 20, 30 years, bro, we're gonna witness population decline. There's gonna be all these freakaloids running around, men dressed as women, women dressed as men. And I'm not talking about gays. I'm not anti-gay here, right?
Yeah, no, I hear. I'm not into gay either. I'm just check this out. So maybe check this out. No, I'm. Everybody has the right to love. It's just privacy is key here, and class is another. Integrity and class and privacy are things that are kind of going out the window here. But you know what's really interesting about this flat Earth debate and previous years or in the past is that in flat Earth days, Babylonian days, if you will, before the Greek mind came up with the spherical model. You had all these gods. You had all these various gods existing, and tribes throughout the world would participate in all these traditions based on these various gods. And what's really interesting and parallel to what's going on now is you have a reintroduction of all of these other gods, and flat Earth shows up. So it's really interesting that back in the flat Earth days, you had all of these gods while the Earth was flat, and then the Greek mind comes in. Mind you, it's still, multiple god worships. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday are actual gods. You can see that we're going back to all the others. It's just crazy, the correlation between all these other gods, the way society is forming, and what it was like in the past before Christianity came in. Christianity changed the whole entire world, man, and it was through through Greeks writing that Neoplatonism too, the combination of all philosophy in Western society along with Christianity, put an imprint in the world, and it gave what apparently what we're told is it gave George Washington and the founding fathers a lot of strength to stand on to help build their new system. And what's really interesting is you had like people in the 1600s that were black in positions of power, 1700s positions of power, all in the United States before the abolishment of slavery. Anyway, it's a beautiful story. You guys should acquaint yourself with the history of it. And now we're going back to like flat Earth gods. Like, no joke. We're going back to the flat Earth gods. Which, by the way, has to do with one of the gods in particular. Ashthorn, I think, is the god's name. I could be saying that incorrectly, but that was a woman god, that had a temple, and inside that temple, all of their men dressed up as women and everything. So we're kind of, and that god is coming back, right? And then there's also the god, I think it's actually June, is this god Ashthorn, I think, is the god's month to be celebrated. And what do we have in June? We have Pride Month. And this is new, isn't it? Like Pride Month is relatively new within the last few years.
Yeah, our society is definitely changing, and I'm afraid not for the better.
Well, look at Moloch. Look at what they used to do to aborted babies back in then. I mean, back in the day, they were convinced to not abort their babies, but sacrifice their babies to this god. And what are they doing? Everything seems to be going back to when Earth was flat, and you had all these gods being worshipped by all these tribes.
Kosho, are you there? Kosho doesn't want any part of this. I don't blame you, bro. I'll stop hassling you.
So, SE Montreal, do you believe that that the Greeks are correct when they suggest that locally the Earth is stationary and planar, but as a whole it's spherical in nature?
No, I don't agree with that. No way of proving it either way.
Well, that's what the Greeks say. The Greeks say that taking Earth as a whole would only sensibly be spherical. But when you look locally, what's interesting is Ptolemy backs up the idea the Earth is geocentric and stationary. He gives arguments for it and why the Earth can't be spinning and so forth. And one of the arguments, of course, is typical, like if the Earth is rotating, the body itself is rotating, all the objects in the air would be left behind it, right? So Ptolemy comes up with the same argument as we're discussing now. But in his writings, he says that he's taking the tangent of the plane due to the sphericity of Earth, acknowledging that it's a presupposition. So even in his writing, he's honest enough to say that without this presupposition, I wouldn't be able to devise this model. I wouldn't be able to conclude that my presupposition is either true or false without having the presupposition to begin with.
So we're supposed to believe that some ancient Greek with a stick and a walker person pacing concluded that the Earth is a sphere. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
No, what it is that he does give you Gnomon proofs based on the lengths of the shadows from the sticks in the ground. He gives you ratios and so forth, and gives you arguments for what they mean. Hence, a shadow being cast to the north versus a shadow being cast to the south. If you had an armillary sphere and you had two of them, one would indicate separation, an equal point, if you will, because on opposite sides of that equal point, you'd have two different gnomon directions. And from that observation, they're concluding that it has to be spherical because there's an equatorial position. There's a middle point between that separates the left or the quadrants, if you will, from north to south.
Yeah, I call that delusional because when I'm at the center of something and I look, I don't see no such thing. So I don't care who said it. I don't care what his status is in the world. I don't care if his name is Aristotle or Plato or Einstein. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense.
Well, you can understand the reasoning, and this is why I'm going to give you an example. So if you look at Orion's belt is what we determine to be at the equator. And if you're north of the equator, you'll have one of the Orion's belt stars at the bottom. And if you go past the equator, you have one of the Orion's belt stars at the top, which would show an inversion. But it would be nonetheless the same true that if you had a middle point and you had something above that middle point, and you were to transverse either side of that middle point, that it would portray the same thing, that it wouldn't indicate necessarily a sphericity, but it would indicate a middle point that you would have to cross to see the opposite rotation. So it's no different than, or sorry to say opposite rotation, but inverted, pardon me.
I have a quick question while I'm able to, and you're someone I think is good at this stuff, but perspective, do you think something can be so far away that perspective doesn't apply?
Well, if you have angles to things and you're witnessing lights, well, there could be a lot of issues with that, right? Because you're looking at lights in the sky. So I'm not certain.
Let me give you for example. Let's say you can get to the zenith point of whatever, the sun or whatever. Just pick some distant object in the sky, usually a light, the sun. And you can get to its zenith point. It's straight up and down. It's right above you. And you move away from it. Do you think perspective will apply?
If the object is stationary and you're moving from it, it would have to apply. Your angle would have to change.
I agree. And that also, you brought up a point if you're stationary. So if an object is moving off away from you and then you start moving away from it, wouldn't perspective increase? Like happen faster? Like let's say it drops 1 degree, at this point, if you were going away from it and it was going away from you, it would be 2 degrees, right? For the same.
That's why you would have an equation of time calculation, right? You would have what you're recorded as and what the motion is, and then you would subtract the difference between the two of them or add the difference depending.
But that would increase the angle. The angle would get wider faster.
It would change. It would change your mathematical equation for sure, based on the fact that you're moving and the object that you're observing is moving. So yeah, you would. I wouldn't say double as fast because it would be relative on speed between both objects, but you would definitely be able to measure it because you would know that one observation can be quantified as a constant, and that you would base your movement based from that constant. So if you knew that it moved at a certain time and that you measured an angle at a certain time to it, and you subtracted that duration of that movement, but then had still that other angle, you most likely could figure out how fast and how far you went, right? From that initial observation, because you knew that it was moving and that you knew how to quantify the angle change, because it would move at a certain degree, right? Per hour or whatever, every 4 minutes or something. The Nomen thing is pretty cool. If you look at the argument with the Nomen and in Ptolemy, you can understand how they built the equinoxes and understand how they would assume the tilt.
Yeah, they would assume a tilt because they're presupposing a sphere. But in reality, there's no logical. In reality, there's no logical reason why you would think that the water is starting to tilt or curve or whatever. Because even if you see a boat disappearing, right, you can go to that location and clearly see that there's no curve there, there's no hump there, there's no drop there. So this is just doesn't make sense at all.
Well, that's the admission that the Greeks will admit to, and this is what I've always tried to get Globers to admit to, is that they themselves admit that there's a presupposition what they determine the horizon as.
Yeah, because look, Rakia could get in his boat, right? And I can get in a boat, and I'll start traveling dead on, straight ahead. Let's say due north, right? Straight course. And when he sees me start to disappear, whatever, he'll say, "Okay, stop." Right? Okay, boom. So to him, there's a drop there, right? Then I'll tell him, "Okay, Rakia, full ahead." He'll come to me, and he'll clearly see that there's no drop there. It's completely level water.
Well, this is the thing.
So
if you go back,
how could they even say? Hold on. Shit, I gotta take a call. Sorry.
See, the thing is they're honest in their writings. The Greeks, they're just straight up, whether it's Hipparchus, whether it's Aristarchus, or whether it's Ptolemy, they all are looking for something that they think is there, and they admit that it's a presupposition. And without that first thought of what it could be, then they have no model to build. And so they have that thought, and then they go and try to prove it. So like I said, it's like growing a horse to fit a saddle. You make a saddle, and now you got to go find a horse to fit the saddle. And in a sense, the saddle is the presupposition. And it's not like they're fallacious in their arguments or fallacious in their reasoning. You can understand that there's a phenomenon there that with the Nomen itself producing a shadow in the north, producing a shadow in the south. Once you cross that equatorial position, it's either going to be on a flat circle or a sphere. It's the only two ways that you can have opposite rotations, right?
Where does the sphere come in your mind?
The armillary sphere is the armillary sphere is coming from the birth, the idea that as the observer, he has to put himself at the center of the heavens. And so essentially the armillary sphere is a representation of that observer being at the center of the heavens and having all the bodies rotate around that center position. And in this case, when you take the armillary sphere, you point it at the North Pole or you point it at the South Pole, whatever, and you have these different opposing angular movements. It's nothing is new about it. It's just how are you going to model the sphere? Because they all thought the heavenly bodies was spherical. That's the first thing that all ancients thought. Like they were all congruent with one another in that thinking, is that the heavenly bodies were spherical.
Maybe that's how they got confused, observing the movement of the stars and assuming that they travel in an arc, Who
Well, they
knows?
had
But
they
I
had
can't see
theories.
why they would have figured that water curves. It just doesn't make logical sense. They were smart people back then. They weren't stupid. So there's no way that a shadow, them equating to earth to water curving, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, if you had a spherical nature to begin with, and a religious belief, like a lot of the Greeks thought that spheres were perfectly in harmony with God's creation, that the sphere was the perfect shape. If you have a religious belief, and then you notice something in the distance that's confirming this religious belief, it's not like it's not absurd that one would conclude that, but what makes it absurd is now we have technology to falsify that absurdness, or what we think is absurd, which in other words, if somebody has a presupposition to what the horizon is, and it has mathematical dimensions, feet and inches values, if you will, and you could falsify that, well, then it would be on the premise of how you falsified it. And the premise of how you falsify the horizon is the idea that it's not based in spherical nature, sphericity, but it's based on angular limitation to the human observer. And when you have that distinction, now the mathematical formula becomes falsified because it's not based on the sphericity, it's based on actual perspective. And that there, I think, is the clincher in the ancients being deemed sophisticated or knowledgeable. It's because they made a clear, concise choice to assume what the horizon is, and there's nothing deviating from that presupposition. And if they continued on with that argument, they would have to come up with other things to validate it, which they did. In other words, they said that if the Earth was flat, that you would have this angular relationship to things in the heavens that you don't. That the Occident and the Orient or whatever, the sunrise and sunset, it would hit everybody at the same time simultaneously, which these are the ancient arguments that they had, which are translated into modern day arguments, and the globes are still using the same thing that Ptolemy used as an argument. But the thing is, with Ptolemy, he tells you he's presuming that the horizon is the tangent to the plane, which is a mathematical description of a sphere. So they don't hide it. It's just very cleverly worded and expressed. And he even says that I'm going to express a mathematical description of the Earth, and here's how I'm going to do it.
That still doesn't make sense to me. Why intelligent people with a seafaring people that they have boats, they've went in the ocean, and there's no way that I don't see it. I mean, I just don't see it. Maybe a bunch of whacked out ancient Greeks came up with some cockamamie idea like Einstein, but a logical thinking person, I just don't see how when they had access to water.
Well, even the ancient writings, they claim that the Greek mind was spherical in nature, right? So everything from the atom to the religious belief that everything spherical is perfect in nature. I mean, you're looking at a deep held religious belief as well, right? And what the cosmo of the world is. And the geometry that they founded it all, they considered sacred geometry in the sense that the moon had perfect dimensions of, a square, or so I can't remember all the things they wrote about, but they used the sacred geometry first to map out their reality. I mean, look at the birth of Aristarchus and what he did. The sun was 9,000 miles wide and 1 million miles away, right? So you had these people devise these measurements using sacred geometry, which is essentially, based off perspective, really, and ratios. And a lot of the times, these ratios that they're used, I'll give you an example, determining. Some of them determined the distance to the moon using a dime or a nickel, and the size of that dime or nickel that they held up to their eye would match the body of the moon. And they would devise a clever ratio, which in this case it's a sacred geometry number 108, which is part of a isosceles triangle. So you had two corners at 36 degrees, and then the top peak of the pyramid would be 108 degrees. You find out that Christian Huygens, as well, determining the size of Venus, used sacred geometry, right, to determine that it apparently is the same size of Earth. So they're not wrong necessarily on how they're trying to gauge their reality. And this is why I say that technology has made the Earth flat, is because when you have an understanding of what you think it is, it's going to be founded in, well, your religious belief on it, your academics, your level of teachings on it. And I can't find where, Ptolemy worked on optics, but I can't find the angular relationship due to optics in his writings. It's just the tangent to the plane, which is a presupposition. So if you're going to discuss something, you're going to set it up for what you're discussing, and you're going to negate other factors. And it's not like they didn't talk about perspective. They mention it. They call it one's private perspective. And they also mention that all the measurements come from that one private perspective. Well, in Ptolemy's example, anyway, he mentions that. So it's reading past the lines at this point, or reading behind the lines at this point, is what makes the conversation confusing, because you're like, well, for a smart guy, why didn't he know that he was a tiny little guy on a massive body Earth? And there's no way there is curvature or horizon 3 miles away. That it is just perspective causing that, or their field of view that's causing that.
Yeah, so how smart were they really, or did somebody just make up that writing? Because that's not intelligent.
Well, they are intelligent to some degree, because you have to devise a system, and the sexagesimal system.
No, you don't. Why do you have to devise a system? Why?
Well, because you plant, you navigate, you plant, you basically you have to harvest food, you do ceremonies and traditions. And,
yeah, but you navigate on level water. You navigate on level water, don't you? So why would you devise a system where your water curves? It doesn't make sense.
Well, because in a religious environment, or in a religious upbringing, your religious belief is going to inspire your mathematics. It's going to inspire your just like the Christians in the early 1800s. There's 34 of them. I could go through the list with you that help with quantum mechanics, that help with Planck's, like the Maxwell's equation. All of these people that created all these equations were Christians, number one. For the most part. I mean, there's some German atheists and so forth that were part of it as well, but a majority of them had clergymen come from the Roman Catholic Church that ended up to be somewhat Christian. So it's not like it's an evil thing. It's just using a religious position to figure out where you are. And if you believe that everybody before you had a position, and you could look at their mathematical description and their formulas, and other people believed it, then it's not like you're wrong. It's not like people who believe in the sphere model are evil people, although that's what it may feel like when you debate them, because you feel like they're lying. But again, that's part of the division that comes along with primitives of thought, right?
Didn't the ancient Greeks believe they were in the center of the universe?
That's what their model depicted. Yeah, they couldn't. First of all, they couldn't create their model without the presupposition that they were at the center, and that it was stationary, and that all the bodies moved around them.
Exactly. That part makes sense now, until Copernicus came along, right? And changed all that.
Copernicus has other explanations by where he positioned the 5 other planets along the orbits. I mean, you still had a problem with Mercury, and what Ptolemy describes as the Earth having to be stationary, because if the idea that all these objects move around the center of mass, that each of these circles have a center point. And the problem with Mercury is Mercury didn't follow the rules that this object moves around the center of mass. In fact, it had a circle outside of a circle, which Ptolemy called a quant, which is gravity, Newton can't predict it, and apparently relativity could. But at the time, this is what Ptolemy uses as an example, is that if the Earth was rotating in uniform motion with the rest of the bodies, that these other bodies should play in uniform motion as well with this rotation, but they move independently.
You're talking about the 5 planets that they knew back then, correct?
Exactly. The 5 that I'm discussing that Ptolemy uses as an argument for why the Earth cannot be rotating.
Yeah, check this out though. check this out. They the Antikythera mechanism, believe it or not, had that motion built in, so they had figured that out already.
I didn't know that. I'm just going off of the writings that I've read.
I'm just letting everybody know. Yeah, they had figured that out already back then.
So they figured out that Mercury does not follow the center of mass rule, that they has its own particular path because of why.
Yeah, there's a special. I don't know if the Y part, but the Antikythera mechanism has a special gear. If I remember correctly, to put that motion in there. Is it a retrograde motion? I forget what they called it.
Retrograde is what they described it as. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was known even to the ancients.
Well, yeah, it didn't follow uniform motion, and if you have a body that is moving along and has influence on other bodies, well, if that body is moving, then it should directly affect the other bodies that are nearby it. That was the presupposition, and what it showed is that if the Earth was spinning, it had no effect on these other bodies. Therefore, the Earth could not be spinning, and that's kind of
well, that's all conjecture, because understand this, Data. All these observations were made during the Greek time, before the Greek time. And it's not like somebody invented that, right? That just happens. And everybody came up with their explanation. Doesn't mean anything, right? Newton said gravity, and
it's
they
just an
came up with.
observation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, the thing with an observation is you have size and distance, and then you have time, and all of those things in conjunction with each other, or in methodology with each other, will create predictions. So if you have a size, a distance, and time, you can predict, what this particular body is going to do at this particular time. And the idea is that wasn't uniform and all these other observations, right? And so you have to come up with clever explanations and clever theories of why they're not uniform, instead of having a presupposition that the celestial sphere that's rotating, that everything must rotate with it to have this uniform motion, is in itself a presupposition, and then you're going to fail at that, because who are you to dictate, because you observe things in uniform motion, they're to be in uniform motion. Again, it's just another man's conjecture of what is happening.
Yeah, they see lights in the sky, they observe the motions of the lights in the sky, and everybody has a story. It's as simple as you can explain it.
And it's not evil, though. That's the thing. And this is and I'm just speaking personal thing. I mean, I believed in NASA and all that shit, right? 7 years ago, let's say. And it wasn't until let's say the demonization of the attachment to what it meant to lie is the demonization that I experienced about the model. But actually reading about the model and going through the motions of everything's a lie, so to speak, you come to conclude there is no malice in the globe model intentionally. There's not. It's just everything attached to it beyond its actual model is what's being used to paint a picture that it's evil and it's wrong, and it's not. It's an overconfident group of men who think they can dictate where we live, and at the same time disavow that God exists. So that's, not the Greeks. The Greeks believed in gods and demons and all that shit. So it's not like modern man even acknowledges that. Modern man disavows God entirely and says science is the answer for it all. And that's the that's the bait and switch, if you will. So if you could take somebody like Plato or Ptolemy or Aristotle, they're not bad. I don't think they were bad, evil men. They had contentions, and they had arguments, and they had positions of belief, which were
Data, the whole idea that modern man says that science trumps God. I think, that's a conclusion you will come into based off of your limited experience of the whole entire world. Because I mean, when you leave North America, that statement doesn't hold true. When you go to the Middle East or like North Africa, their God trumps science easily. I mean,
I agree with you. Yeah, and that's a
yeah.
good point. It is directed towards the Western nations, and I believe that if you're going to subvert a Western nation, you need to pervert it, and you need to use its own system against itself, and that's what's been done here. And how you get away with it is you slowly remove God from the Christian, and the Christian becomes even more tolerant and even more malleable towards maybe outer influences. And eventually, over a period of time, that Christian is not even Christian anymore. And that's what's happened. The tolerance level of the Christian is you can do anything.
You keep bringing up Christian. What do you think a Christian? Hello, by the way. What do you think a Christian
Hello.
is?
In the foundation of the Son of God coming to earth and teaching us parables and teaching us how to treat one another, and following commandments and instructions is really what a Christian's about. And the removal of that comes very easily with riches. In other words, it's proven psychologically that the more the richer a nation gets, the more apathetic people become. And so when I say tolerance, the Christian has become so apathetic because he's in a Western country that he doesn't have a lot of pain and turmoil and suffering. And unfortunately, the catch-22 is that usually you maintain God presence within you when you go through a lot of pain and suffering. And not to say that the Middle East and all those other places maintain that connection through God through pain and suffering. I'm just saying through the richer the nation gets, the more apathetic people become. And those Western nations that society has turned into turned a lot of people into this apathetic creatures. And I don't think you can be a Christian and be apathetic. I don't think you can.
Well, I think there's a lot of people like that. I think that maybe I would say dig a little deeper. I used to be a Christian, and I don't think Christians are bad at all. I just kept digging. And my Messiah didn't come to start a religion. He just came to show me the way back to the Father, which Messiah had one doctrine, and it was the Torah. And, it doesn't, I haven't heard you. I've been listening in and out for the last couple of hours. And I think that if somebody wanted to call me a Christian, I would have to say, okay, who do you believe is the Son? Do you think that the Son is the Father is the Son? So it gets complicated. So I would say that also keep digging, because they want us. I really do believe that the adversary created us. It was the first case of identity theft crisis. Identity theft. Take Messiah's identity, slap a couple different titles to him. So when I heard you say that the early pioneers, the philosophers and everything, they were Christians, I'm thinking, yeah, sure they were, because in the Bible, when they do mention it, being a Christian, it wasn't a compliment. Because when you go back to the root word of Christian, and this is where I don't want to upset Christians, because I was once a Christian. And if somebody wanted to call me a Christian, I would be okay with it. But it has to be, there is a separate and distinct Father, a separate and distinct Messiah. So it's not so cut and dry, in my opinion.
See what I like is the philosophy. Now, being that I got into this, I wasn't really much into God or Christianity to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
But it actually turned me on to Christianity and understanding it. And when I came through when I went down the different streets and different paths of different philosophies, doesn't matter if it's Christian, Muslim, Judaism, whatever it is, the Torah, Bible, there is a congruency between what we're told and what is not told. In other words, it doesn't matter what religion you're into or whatever, you're going to be given a narrative about that religion. And that is usually brought onto you by institutions. What I learned about the Christian fundamentals is the philosophy behind it. And why I'd end up adhering to the Christian fundamentals is because the simplicity is under attack, and I've never seen anything more under attack than the simplicity of Christianity. That's what turned me on to it more, is the repulsion in society regarding it, the hatred regarding it. Now, granted, all Judaism, Muslim, they're all hated to some degree as well by other organizations and other religious beliefs. But again, I'm just going to go back to the philosophy. I could not find any better philosophy than Christ's teachings. Now, set aside the church, set aside the religious organizations that brought it to be. That to me is a hijacking of, like, again, it's the hijacking of Western society by turning Christians into apathetic, tolerant people, thereby leaving their own values behind. And
wouldn't that be worldwide? You keep saying the West, but wouldn't that be worldwide?
The West, well, it is worldwide. There's less and less Christians apparently, but the West is under attack for the principles that that came out of Christianity, and that's what made the West really unique, is because it had Judaic Christian values with Roman law, and that combination of Neoplatonism, if you will, did build somewhat of a healthy, free, independent society that prospered. I mean, you're looking at the West is considered the greatest of all time experiments, which gave the person the ability to pursue liberty, happiness, freedom of speech, freedom to worship whatever you wanted, was under that roof. And it's because what the Bible says to me in Christian, I can't speak for the Torah or the Quran, but where you find liberty is where you find God. And that's literally what's instructed in the Bible, is liberty. So does that mean that you get to do whatever you want? No, it means that the Christian who understands what liberty means, which means that you would fight for everybody else's liberty. And this is what you see evident in society, is you have running water in a lot of houses, you have electricity in a lot of houses, because essentially for this foundation to be built up, you had a lot of Christian men in the beginning wanting to do good things in Christ's name.
Are you familiar with Jesuits? Because you're talking a lot. I'm just going to try to.
I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
Yeah, the Society of Jesus. So
again, it's just a hijacking, right? You look at the philosophy of Christ. You can't. There's no other philosophy.
Yo, Data, I think she was trying to get in there, man.
Well, I mean, I appreciate. Thanks, Charlie. I think you used a very good word, hijacked. And I think at some point, the early church fathers, they were conflicted, fighting, and at some point, they began to preach a different gospel and a different Messiah. And I believe now it has been hijacked to a lawless gospel and a lawless Messiah. So, Society of Jesus, when you wasn't that the Catholic Church that created that?
Well, a lot of these Christians, earlier Christians, studied under clergy. And if you look at the heliocentric model, it's rooted in sun worship and other Babylonian religions and so forth. It's not new. First of all, it's not new, but it is focused, and that's the focal point, is the sun worship. And then you've got the ancient translation of the rising sun correlated with Isis and Egyptology and all that stuff. So you have these wonderful grand stories. But again, I'm just going to bring it back down to the philosophy of what Christ stood for and what he said. He said to love your neighbor with all your heart and love your God with all your heart and treat your neighbor as you want to be treated. It's a pretty simple instruction, right? But
there was more. You do know there was more.
Yeah, of course. But going beyond those two basic things, the idea that you were to inherit everlasting life in a paradise on a new earth and new heaven is also in a new body is also specific towards Jesus Christ's teachings.
Of course, I'm not denying that.
So I'm just saying, on a philosophical standpoint, I have not come across a better philosophy. And that's why I ended up adhering to it. Because Christ is also the only one that mentions that he would be attacked for his beliefs, and you would be persecuted for believing in him.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only philosopher that talks in that manner and only suggests that way. There's no other philosopher that I've seen in those works that predicts and suggests by way of life, following him, you would be persecuted in the man you are. And
Do you
if you
keep
look
the
around,
Sabbath? Do you keep the Sabbath?
Here's another thing between Sunday and Saturday. Also becoming, like I said, I wasn't really into God per se prior to flat Earth and all that stuff. So learning about how the Roman Catholic Church took authority and changed Saturday to Sunday, and literally in the writings themselves deemed Sunday to be the holy day, and because God didn't persecute them for it, the Catholics that is, or this particular Pope, I think it was.
But who said it was Saturday?
Well, this is because the Roman Catholic Church changed it from Saturday to Sunday. There's records
But and it sounds like you're a believer, and I'm so happy for that. Absolutely.
I'm just
saying I go a little deeper. So the shape of the earth, I can't really debate because I did come to it biblically, but I feel like I did sufficient research for me. But a lot of people in here know that I like the calendar, the biblical calendar, and we don't. Father didn't have a continuous 7 days, because if you go in there and you look, the new moon day reset the month. So new moon day was like a Sabbath day of rest. And I'm just saying it's a study. So I've been down that study. I'm not saying I'm right. I am saying it's a really interesting topic, the calendar, because they tell us that the crescent moon is the new moon, which makes zero sense when you start to look at when that came on the scene. It's from Babylon, and they have us looking down at shadows and horizons to figure out. They have us starting our mornings, our days at sunset, when we should. The Bible talks about at dawn, when you could see the third witness, which is Genesis 1:14-16. He put the sun, moon, and the stars up there for, his days, Moedim, months, his appointed feasts, right? So when I say in here a lot, they gave us the wrong calendar. Why don't we look into the calendar? Why don't we question the calendar that we abide by now? That's a thing.
The calendar we know comes from, the amalgamation of the Roman Empire.
Mm-hmm.
But do you know the difference between a stellar day and the calendar that was used, which is either 365 and a quarter or 365 and 2/4 or something? There's a slight discrepancy between those two calendars, but apparently there's a stellar day, which is 366 days in a year. Are you familiar with that? The ancients write about the stellar day.
No, I mean, it sounds vaguely familiar, but no, I'm not. I don't know anything about it. Are you familiar with Enoch?
Yeah, so the way that they base the calendar is, of course, the return of the rotation of the Earth from one position to another as it completes its cycle, right?
Wait, what do you believe the shape of the Earth? Sorry.
So what do I believe the shape of the Earth? I believe we live in a realm, and that I can falsify both models.
But what do you see with your eyes? What do you experience with?
I can falsify the model in the sense that the model sun angles that we've been told. So I can look at empirical reality and apply it to either the flat Earth model or the globe model, and it doesn't predict the results.
You can't falsify my model.
Yeah, I can. I'll give you an example. Is this what's it?
You want to bet money first?
No, but what I'll do is I
Okay,
don't bet. It's
well,
bad.
then we
Don't bet.
talk,
You
so-
read your Bible. Betting is bad. So you want to falsify your model, your flat Earth Gleason map. I can do that for you by giving you an observation from time and date. This particular one observation will falsify both models. Are you ready?
You can't falsify my model.
I'm not saying your model. I'm talking about the Gleason. I'm talking about the Gleason's map, and I'm talking
Right.
about
Well,
the
just
globe
stop
map.
lumping all people into some. You falsified a globe Earth flattened, and then you want to go tell everyone they're wrong about the Earth, and you know the only way.
Nope. No, that's not what I said. Now you're projecting.
Yeah, I'm just explaining
I'm
to you
saying
that,
is
that
somebody asked me
you
where I
actually can't
live.
falsify the accurate
I can falsify
flat Earth
the model.
position.
Yep. I can falsify the models. Yes, I can. I can
No.
falsify the sun angle models in flat Earth. In the flat Earth model that's depicted in Gleason, I can falsify the sun angles to it. I can also falsify the sun angles in the globe model. Now, of course, you're just taking models and applying nomens to them, and where you think the sun is. So again, you're just having all these presuppositions to what
No, you
reality
have
is
a
before you-
presupposition that everyone thinks there's a model for flat Earth and you can debunk it. You're the one that's figured it out. And I'm not really trying to
No,
be contentious
I
or
didn't say
anything,
that
but
either. You're
it
just
seems like
projecting,
you're
dude.
just talking past her when she asked you, like, do you keep the Sabbath? And then you just took that as an opportunity to basically like tell her about the history of the Sabbath, which she already knows. So it doesn't really seem like a genuine conversation. It seems like she keeps on asking you questions and you're talking. And then the point is that, yeah, the flat Earth with the physical Earth and the physical sun above it moving over it, yeah, it's easily falsifiable.
Yep.
Like it's not even difficult to do that. The equinox debunks it. So yeah, but there's a position that most people that actually do research have found, which is that the sun is not this physical object that moves over top of the plane. It's actually relative
Told
to
you
each
it's called a
observer, and it's
prismatic sun.
unfalsifiable. It's not refutable.
I told you it's a prismatic sun. I already told you that. That's why you can't. That's why these angles don't match up, because the sun acts like in a prismatic way. That's why you have even the Greeks acknowledged that each observer at different locations, some will see the same stars and some won't see the same stars, and that has a lot to do with a lot of phenomenon that we can't explain, but we can reify into model format based on a religious belief or being told what it is, and then therefore trying to prove what you've been told it is.
Right. So when she asks you about the Earth, I mean, like your answer is that it's a plane, right? I mean,
It's
like,
a realm.
what does that
I
mean,
believe
though?
I believe that a realm, you can have different coordinates represent whatever. A realm allows you to think whatever coordinates you want to think. That's what a realm does. So
Okay, that doesn't.
a
Is
realm
the
will
Earth a
allow you.
plane?
A realm will allow you to look at the Earth as a planar surface, but also a realm will allow you to look at that planar surface and use another coordinate system on it. So in other words, what I'm saying is the realm is transposable between planar and spherical. That's why it's a realm.
That makes no sense, man. I mean, like, it's just a way to not actually answer the question, right? Like the Earth, the surface of the Earth has to be something. Okay, so
It's planar as far as we deduce all our elevation angles from. And what I'm saying by a realm is because locally it does not move and there is no sphericity locally. But if you want to put a model together, the only way that a model could be put together is if you live in a realm that allows you to transpose coordinates between the two. Because it's not flat one way and it's not curved one way. They can be both unilaterally used between the two. One is either a mathematical description and one is either empirical reality. So if you can do that, that means you can devise a system and you can devise an understanding about a system that has equal coordinates in both. And even Einstein said it, and you know it, that there is an argument between geocentricity and heliocentricity. He doesn't understand why the argument is so big because they're both matching coordinates.
that's
Well, if
unrelated to spherical and planar. It's entirely different.
not necessarily. It's about the coordinate systems. And it's about devising the coordinate systems from that realm, because you are in a realm until you devise a system outside of it. And
Your
that's the
coordinate
case
system
with
is an attempt to describe where you live, but the surface of the Earth is a plane, and the sun is actually not a physical object over top of the plane. And most flat earthers, they want to draw their little ball over top of the Earth and move it in a circle over a flat Earth, and it doesn't work, and that's true.
well,
But
that's Dave Weiss for you. That's what Dave Weiss
yeah, but
depicted.
how can you depict it, right? Like how can you depict it to people that are new to the idea, right? So it's whatever. It's like
Well, you're
it's
damned
easy
if
to
you
say
do,
that,
you're
but
damned.
millions of people haven't downloaded your app and found out about flat Earth. And when I heard about flat Earth, I needed a visualization. I didn't even know what it meant. So it's like it's whatever, right? The point
You're
is
damned if
that
you're
I'm saying is
you're
like
damned if you're
you weren't
doing, you're
really
damned
answering
if
the
you
questions.
don't.
It was just frustrating to listen to. That's all I'm trying to say.
I never got to conclude my answer because I was interrupted. Now, I said the shape of the Earth
No,
is
you
a
don't
realm.
answer. You don't answer when she asks you questions. When she said, "Do you keep the Sabbath?" You went to give her a history lesson about
Yep.
how the Catholic Church
Because
changed the Sabbath.
I wanted to explicitly state my position about learning the difference between the Sabbaths. and then
believer would say,
deciding
yes, I keep the Sabbath because that's what the Father told me to do. I'm supposed to rest once a week, and we may disagree on when that is. I'm trying to figure out when it is, but we're supposed to rest once a week.
God ordained
That'd be
a
a
day
great
off.
answer.
God ordained a day off even for the slave. That's correct.
That's
Servants,
right. So
really.
then, so do you keep the Sabbath?
Well, I try to keep the Sabbath, but then again, what day are we talking about?
That's your own
Sunday
journey,
or
brother. I mean,
Saturday?
we live in the time of mass confusion and deception. Everyone's trying to figure out the calendar. I don't
Father of
think that's
lies.
what
That's
she's trying.
correct.
She's explaining she's thought she's figured it out. She's changed her mind a few times. She's trying to figure out when it is, and that's beautiful that she's trying to figure it out, right? But the question is just like, regardless, the first step is to realize that the Creator made you, and obviously He knows what your body needs, and you need to rest once a week. And if you need to sincerely try to figure out when that day is, He wants you to rest. But I mean, I would say the answer is yes. You need to rest. Like if you don't rest, I mean, you can't just be like, oh, I can't figure out what the day is, so I'm never gonna rest, right? Or I'm just gonna make it up.
There's 2 commandments that God said. You never want to be poor, work 6 days a week. That's what he said. So if there's 6 days, there's 7 days. So that 7 days alternate doesn't change. It's always the 7th day. Now, whether
No,
it
no,
falls
no,
on
no.
a
That's what I
Monday,
was saying.
whether it falls on a Monday or a Sunday or a Saturday is now based on the calendar that she's bringing up as an
No,
argument. Now
no, no,
I
no.
gotta ask you. I gotta ask you. Have you heard of the
Hey, hold on a
366
second.
stellar
No, no, no.
day?
You just invoked me there for a second. So what I'm saying is, why aren't we as people, humanity, questioning the calendar? I mean, it sounded like you knew that the Romans changed the calendar. I think it's been changed a couple of times, but like I said, and the Sabbath is absolutely on the seventh day. But what constitutes the seventh day is, and I haven't figured it out. I'm in an inquiry. I've changed my calendar. I think this is the 3rd time because I don't really care to be right. I want to get it right. And I'm not saying that I have it, but that new moon day was huge because we were supposed to treat it. As a matter of fact, Thursday, I think it's after midnight, is going to be the full moon for everybody in the world at the same time. I don't know exactly what time that is, but a lot of people would think that Wednesday is going to be the full moon, but we're all trying to figure it out. So new moon day is a full moon, which happens this Thursday for me. So that is I treat Thursday, Pagan Thursday, and it's the last Sabbath of the 8th Hebrew month for me. I'm learning to number my days. So the full moon is new moon. So I treat that as a Sabbath day of rest. Then next week, my Sabbaths will be on Thursday. So it rotates. This month, my Sabbaths are on Tuesday. Now, is that really conducive to this day and age? Nope. But I'm a realtor and I make my own schedule. So I am blessed. So like Austin said, a day of rest, right? We're all trying to figure it out. But I want people to understand and to question what calendar you have, because I believe that is a factor into the shape of the earth. Sorry, that was
Well,
long.
then you might want to look up stellar day then, because apparently it's 366 days for a complete stellar day or a stellar year.
But see, I don't have to.
That's what the
because
ancients say. But then there's also, then the ancients say that there's a God calendar that's 386 days
I
for
don't know
1
who those
year.
ancients are. I try to keep
So
it simple. The Bible's supernaturally written, I believe, and there were some scriptures that were taken out. Like I really like First Enoch and I'm not saying it's easy. What I am saying is Father named 1 month in the Torah, the first 5 books of the scriptures, and it wasn't until the prophets that they started naming the months. So he says in Deuteronomy 16:1 and Exodus 12, remember, observe Abib, right? Okay, so what does that mean? It means that, to me, from my studies, that every year, because I can post some information, Abib was the name of a star, and Hamal was, it meant like it had to do with Messiah. And so every year, because sometimes there's a 13th month, but every year you're going to see the full moon setting, and this is at dawn, and you're going to see the sun rising. And if you start your mornings at dawn, that's where you're going to see that third witness, the stars. So every year at Abib, Hamal, I think they changed it now, and a few other stars, the branch, are with the sun and the moon, right? And then 177 days later, the same exact stars, but they are now, if they were with the sun, they're now with the moon. And so that's how we were supposed to number our days. I don't see 7 consistent days in the scriptures. That's where the new moon comes in. So I don't see the stellar day, and I don't really know about the ancients with 380 days because I don't see that in the scriptures. And I'm not saying it's easy. I'm praying because I want to do, because Satan has the mark of the beast, right? We're all consumed with what the mark of the beast is. Well, Father has a mark as well. And from what I see, it seems like it's the Sabbath and his Moedim, his appointed times, that we in the Western and worldwide, nobody, celebrates
Just out
or
of
even talks
curiosity,
about.
just out of curiosity, did God ordain the 60 by 60 by 24?
What's
Or
the
was
60
that
by 60 by 24?
the sexagesimal system that we've devised our angles, our sizes,
Well, I mean,
which comes from Babylon, right? The sexagesimal system is ancient Babylonian mathematics. So you're using the same mathematics the Babylonians and the Greeks and the Egyptians used to equate a position in the stars and its rotation from the beginning of its cycle to the end of its cycle to correlate a day.
Well,
Again, you're gonna
how do you?
find it comes down back to the sexagesimal system.
No, it doesn't. No, it absolutely does not.
60 by 60 by 24.
Okay, so how do you think the Hebrews kept their calendar? They looked up, and then
Yeah, but
even the New Testament.
listen. They looked up, yes, but they have a beginning point to the cycle. Then they have an end point to that cycle that would complete a rotation along an orbit path or whatever you want to conclude is causing that particular
Scripture
end of
says
the
you
cycle.
look up to determine when to start it. That's what she's trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you familiar with? And then the New Testament. One of the writers, I think it's Peter, says when your redemption is near, look up. Are you familiar with planispheres?
Somewhat.
Because it's kind of a new thing for me the last couple months. They knew the position. They knew the position of the stars, and that's what this little device is. It's, depending upon what latitude you are, you could move this little circular thing, device, and you would see the stars in your area, because we can't see infinitely. And we certainly can't see stars. Like if I'm here, I can't see the stars in California. It's like 2,500 miles away.
Well, apparently you can see a half of the Earth 3,000 to 4,000 miles away because you look above in the heavens when you're looking at stars above 15 degrees, and you look at the stars at that distance, you're seeing half of the Earth's distance. That's what the ancients wrote about. In other words, you have 12 zodiac symbols. And during the nighttime, you can only see 6 of those symbols. Well, if you're seeing 6 of those symbols, then you're seeing half of the Earth. This is another argument for the sphericity that they claim.
So you just act like they're in the same position all the time.
What
They
I'm
don't
saying,
move?
what I'm saying is that if you look at that statement, and then you look at celestial navigation, and you go to deduce a co-altitude angle, you're going to be looking at a circle on a planar surface to deduce this co-altitude angle to get a linear distance to it. I'm just saying that your optics, as far as this infinite distance, and you can see, the ancients tell you that you can see 6 of the 12 zodiacs during nighttime. And if that's the case, you see that star that's off in the distance 15 degrees above the horizon, then you're actually seeing the half of...
I'd be interested in looking at that.
It's in Ptolemy's work. It's in the Encyclopedia Britannica volume.
Do you have it handy? Might you have it handy?
Well, if you go, I believe his name is Michael Smith. He's on this channel. He has the same very book as me. You might want to reach out to him. He's sending off the PDFs, and I highly recommend you read this book.
Like
because
you really need
they
to
don't
look
lie.
at planispheres because the stars obviously are up there, but they're not in the same rotation all the time because the moon is with it rules with
You're
different.
correct. There's a moon anomaly that comes with the way it rotates, the way that it moves up and down.
Good
They're right
hell,
about all
man.
of this stuff. There's not a consistency when it comes to the moon. You're looking at a different animal when it comes to the moon and the 5 planets.
Did you know that we don't see the moon like 3 times a year? I mean, that's 3 times a month.
Yeah, so
About
you have a new
3.
moon, yeah.
No, well, see, you call it a new moon, but why?
That's what we've been told it's described as.
Where does the moon go when you can't see it?
So I tried to model it out.
Mhm.
Basically, I tried to take a sphere model and tried to model out the moon as it moves into the shadow at its 5-degree inclination. It has to either drop an inclination the 5 degrees, it's no longer, therefore it disappears behind Earth's shadow. But it doesn't suggest that it drops the 5%. It maintains its 5% ecliptic path or whatever you want to call it, and thereby disappearing then along that path. I don't know. I can't model
Well,
it.
it's really super easy. You certainly can model it because if you have stellarium or star chart, the moon, when it's waning, it's gravitating back. I don't know if it's not going backwards, but it goes to the sun, like super, 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 super close to the sun every month for like 3 days, maybe a 4th day sometimes. That we can't see the moon, and that's where it goes. Emphatically. Now, I mean, unless my star apps are lying and stellarium's lying, I mean, it just makes sense because it's ruling with the sun. It's going right next to the sun. So obviously, there's a couple stars that we only see at dawn because they're ruling with the sun as well. Did you know that? You can look. I can give you a couple dates. I can message you a couple dates that you can go back and look in stellarium. Because
I believe what we've been told is not 100% true about the moon or moon going into the shadow. I get it. They claim that the moon is the globe model claims that even during the new moon you can still see, due to the Earth shine, you can still see the moon apparently 10 degrees above the horizon. That's what they still claim during a new moon.
No. But see, the thing is, question what the new moon is. They tell us, okay, great. Question it now. Now we have to be critical thinkers. What's the new moon? Okay, that doesn't even work. Okay, so the only reason I knew about the moon going close to the sun is because of my calendar. I know this is my Sabbath days are the 1st, 8th, 15th, 22nd, 29th. Now, those are not in alignment with a pagan calendar because that's what I was doing for like almost 3 years. I'm like, oh, it's the 1st, the 8th. Well, the 1st is the new moon, right? So then you start after that 7 days. So I was like, okay, whatever. But then somebody mentioned about like observe Abib, and I stopped and I'm like, okay, what is that? So then I started seeking that out, and the only reason I know about the moon going back to the sun is because on the 15th of my calendar, no one on Earth will see the moon. And then hence, people come in, okay, well, when is the new moon, the crescent? That's not a new moon. That's my point, is we need to start asking and researching into the calendar that they provide for us.
Well, as Rome falls, then we should be devising a new calendar, which probably by 2030, 2040, there might be more tribes of people not participating in the Gregorian calendar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as that grows, like what's happening in Canada, new banking systems are happening. Muslims are having their own banking system. So as it grows and beliefs get away from Roman Catholicism and Roman rule, then you're going to have different translations for different events.
When do you think they're going to fall?
Oh, well, Rome fell once before, but it's
at the end, right? At the very end. So I don't see
it's the Greek mind that is detriment. It's the Greek mind that's in contention here, because the model atomism
sphericity of in nature of Earth being spherical due to it being the perfect shape, you're trying to remove the Greek mind from observation.
I would
And
love
so,
to remove the Greek mind. Why don't we get back to the Hebraic way of things?
well, the Hebrew had their own model. They had two versions. The Talmud had one version, and the Hebrews had
the
the Talmud
Talmud. I mean, that's
and
Talmud.
the Talmud and the Torah had two different versions of Earth. The sun would be going below the Earth, and the sun would go around in a circle. Right? Those are the two models that are dictated. So you still have a model representation of reality. And this is why I call Earth a realm rather than a model, or whether it's sphere or flat. It's because in a realm, you can devise whatever philosophy you want.
Well, I'm not into philosophies, and I wanted to correct you earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt you. Messiah was not a philosopher. He was a prophet.
You still had a philosophy. All great thinkers, great people, anybody who has influence in society has a philosophy on how to treat. Still philosophical based. I mean, there are things like wash your hands and be hygienic. That's not a philosophy. That's a science that's in the Bible. I mean, God even tells you to take care of your body this way.
Well,
for
he didn't. No,
hygiene
no, 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 no.
purposes.
That was man-made. That was man-made. So that's what Messiah
No,
came
God,
to. Really?
God
Could you show
tells
me
you
that? Yeah, of course we're supposed to be
wash
hygienic.
washing your hands. I believe there's a scripture that talks about washing your hands downriver and keeping your body clean downriver.
I don't.
I gotta have to go back and read that scripture again. But
Well, that would be
there are.
great if you could get me that. No, listen, that is a very hygienic way to live. Absolutely. And he did want people to be clean. It was you couldn't approach him unclean. But that wasn't in the Torah that I'm familiar with, because Torah just simply means instructions, teachings.
Well,
And
God instructed how we should eat, how we should create
yes,
families. You're
yes.
you're telling me that there's no instruction for hygiene there? Of course there is. He
Well,
tells you to
no,
abstain. He
hand
tells you to
washing.
abstain
No,
from
no, no,
blood,
no,
right?
no,
He
no,
tells you
no,
to abstain from blood, right? So if
no, no,
God's
no. But
telling you
you
to,
can't. You
if God's
can't
telling you
lump
to
it in.
abstain from blood, if
Why are
God's
you
telling you
walking
to,
all over my? No, I said
because there's instruction there, like you said. So there's hygiene
hand
instruction.
washing is not in there, is what I'm trying to tell you. That's why Messiah called out the Pharisees and the Sadducees, which I would like to point out that there are no Pharisees and no Sadducees in the front of the book. Okay, they were called Levites.
I would think feet washing was in there before hand washing, but that was just
Well,
a.
anointment with oil and stuff. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can clean with oil, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it does say treat your body as a temple. So whatever you have to do to keep clean, keep that temple clean. I think that's what it's referencing, maybe. But it does say washing feet over washing hands for some reason. However it interprets.
Well, because there's so many different. Like, nobody wears shoes in my house. It's kind of annoying for people because there's like a million different bacteria on the bottom of your shoes.
We don't wear shoes in our house either. I don't wear shoes hardly at all, but we definitely take our shoes off before we walk through the house.
I know, right? I'm like a freak about that. But anyways, there's no specific thing about the hand washing. That's why Messiah called out the man-made traditions. And I'm not saying they're bad. There were some good man-made traditions, like reading the Torah every Sabbath. Great tradition. And I think that the kings were supposed to read the instructions to the people, and they were supposed to write them out. But that was in the Torah. So, but anyways, it was nice talking to you. I'll just be quiet and listen now. And
I
Austin,
appreciate.
if you have something.
I appreciate the questions. It definitely regarding the Sabbath, being that I was always taught Sunday, and then discovering that the Roman Catholic Church changed it from Saturday to Sunday according to their calendar works, and the idea and justification for doing so is that they had no retribution for it. Concluded that God agreed with them, and so that was the first introduction of understanding the Roman Catholic Church and how they changed the Sabbath. Was when they did so, they did it worldwide. Well, according to the Western
But wasn't
nation,
that Constantine that kind of changed
no, it
that
was
a
a
little
pope.
bit as well?
It was a pope that a pope. This is
this is my first beginnings of researching religion, and so I might be a little wrong, but last I remember, it was a pope that came out he recited. It wasn't the day that happened. It was a video
Oh
footage that I
yeah.
saw of the pope talking about this occurrence and the justification behind changing the date. And in the speech that I saw, as he was reading these ancient writings, if you will, he said that we did such and such, and knowing that we did such and such, we didn't face any retribution from God, thereby concluding that what we did was correct, changing it
Mhm.
for a whole of society. This was his argument that he was done on the stand, or whatever you want to call it, the podium. That's what his argument. So that brought me into understanding, well, why would they want to change the day? What was the importance of changing the day? And I suppose if you look at the model that they were creating for a modern world, Sunday would have been the only day of rest, considering Monday would have been a work day. But ideally, Monday would have been the first day of the week. Or sorry, the Monday would have been the day of rest, and then Tuesday would have been your first day of week. That's what I recollect.
20 years ago, I was doing the job, and we were talking about the Bible, and I told him I was a Christian at the time, and he said that the Sabbath was Saturday, and I just thought that was the weirdest thing, because all my life I'd been taught it was Sunday, but that was strange. Like that happened to me 20 years ago. I'm still not sure which way is 100%
Mhm.
right. It could be the midnight of whatever, but I don't really put that towards a salvation issue or faith issue.
No, but
Right.
you should be at the least like acknowledging the importance of the Sabbath, as it's clearly very important in the scriptures, right? Like,
Well, I think every day is the Sabbath now, how I see it, how I interpret it, or how I've been, how I've prayed about it. Since Jesus took our sins away, Sabbath is every day. We should be glorifying, our Creator every day, and we should be resting on a certain day and giving more praise. Like,
that's
Well,
right.
I
That's the Sabbath.
think that's beautiful. One sec. So the 10 Commandments, of the fourth one, it says, "Remember the Sabbath to keep it set apart. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thy son, thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For 6 days Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that's in them, and rested the seventh day, where the Lord, he blessed it and he set it apart. He hallowed it, right? So literally the Sabbath was built into creation. When you go back to Genesis, he created man and woman on the sixth day, and boom, they had a day of rest. They did nothing for it. And so, yes, absolutely agree. We should be giving Messiah all the glory, absolutely, every day. But that's not how the scriptures.
The day before Sabbath, there's like a rabbi I don't know who does it. There's a guy in charge to make sure that this line around Manhattan is intact, so that they can cheat the system and get away with still working on the Sabbath.
Because they're
You
like
can't-
technically inside their house because they put this giant line around the certain portion.
You can't cheat.
They're
You
cheating.
can't cheat,
Well, that's what
God.
grabblers do, bro. But like,
Well,
I just wanted to
here's the
say
Yeah,
that
go
like
ahead.
the argument for the seventh day, right, is like, or that it's this Saturday, is that the Greek and the Romans tried to change the 7 day multiple times. They tried to change it to, the Hebrew people had 7 days. They had their Shabbat, and they tried to change it to 5 days, and then they tried to change it to 10 days. So 5 day and 10 day weeks, 2 different times. And they couldn't pull it off. So they reluctantly went back to accepting the 7 days that the Hebrew, which is actually, that's where they got the 7 day week, is from the Hebrew people. That comes from the Hebrew people, right? But it's like, it caught on everywhere. They tried to change it to 5 and 10, they couldn't. And so you can technically adhere to the scriptural calendar as opposed to the Gregorian Roman calendar, still keeping this 7 days. What it comes down to is the question of whether or not it basically resets consistently and changes, or can we trust the current 7 day allotment? And then, of course, the person that I was talking to, he seems convinced that, well, if you look into the history of it, they tried to change the weeks and couldn't. And so, he thinks that it's still maintained the same like 7 since the beginning. So that's why he keeps it on Saturdays. And then I've heard, of course, a lot of arguments about because he looks at the sky for everything, just like the scriptures say. It looks for the new moon, as they call it, for whatever reason. When you first see the sliver of the moon, and that's how you also determine the new year and all that stuff. So he has a completely different calendar. He does not go off of the normal Gregorian calendar, but he does keep Shabbat every Saturday. So there are different portions all throughout this discussion, for sure. And so, like, that's why I'm not in any way claiming to know the answer. I don't think anyone does for sure know the answer. Someone may have the right answer, right? But it's just like hard to know. And for sure, the most
Asking about
important part
Abib.
is that you're supposed to rest once a week.
Yeah, and then could I just say one thing for Rakia? And you know what? If you don't keep the Sabbath perfectly, you know what? That's where Messiah, what he did for us, comes into play. Like I manage properties, and sometimes I have to, call somebody to get an AC fix for one of my tenants. So it's not having to do it perfectly, but trying to do it. And this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Witsit, when you're talking about your friend, ask him how he observes Deuteronomy 16:1 and Exodus 12, because it's Passover. And our Messiah, that's when he knew when. That's how they knew when the Passover was. So
Based on the sky. He's going to tell you
based
that's all
on the
based
sun,
on the
moon,
sky.
and the stars.
I'll
It's
ask
about
him.
new moon
I
day.
can promise you, he has an answer for everything in the first 5 books, like to a like almost annoying degree, to be honest.
Well, if he's not using the 3 witnesses, because that's where we're supposed to use Genesis 1, 14 through 16 to get our calendars, then that's the first sign of like, wait a second, because this is the only calendar that I have that uses all 3 witnesses. And then new moon day, that is when you do a search for new moon day, it's huge. It's very, it's very important. Okay, that's all I had to say.
Just to let you know, Exodus 30:17-21 talks about washing your hands. There is another scripture talking about the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands, which is, so they give you instructions what to do in washing your hands, how it's unclean. Jesus Christ uses an example regarding the inside of an individual is dirty. What's the point of having your hands cleaned on the outside if the inside of you is dirty? That's an example there you can read, which is
Because he's checking the religious people that came up with this little ritual that Jews still do to this day with the washing the hands in the little tub of the water and doing it a certain way. And he's actually checking their like religious add to the scriptures traditions. That's actually what he's doing. And he's explaining the flaw in it. And
yeah, there's 2 scenarios here. One is by Moses. Moses was given an instruction to fill a bronze container with water, so you can wash your hands and your feet before entering in.
Well, of course, that's the temple.
Then there's another one where like which just said, talking about the Pharisees here, the Jews do not eat unless their hands are washed, holding the traditions of elders. Traditions of elders. But the idea is that washing your hands and being hygienic was to represent, cleanliness. There's even a scripture it says here that wash me clean so that I be as white as snow.
Yes, I understand that. That's what I'm saying. That for the temple services, yeah, we had to be clean, and hygiene's extremely important. They were putting.
So we were just talking about what whether it's the Bible instructing you to be clean and how to be clean.
And I guarantee you those scriptures that you're probably referencing are for the Levites.
He just referenced one that has purged me with hyssop, and I'll be whiter than snow. He didn't even use the word hyssop. But
I apologize.
you guys don't mind. Yeah, you should have used the proper context. Yes, you should. If I could just say something to you guys, I know a lot of people are concerned with, what day it is, but I think a lot of people need to be concerned with what you actually do on that day. And I don't think a lot of people turn to the scripture to, find that out. I'll just read one verse and then I'll pop out and you guys can continue. It's in Isaiah 58, and if someone wants to read that whole chapter, they can. I'm going to go to verse 13. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and shall call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of Yah, honorable, and shall honor him, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, not laying around in the hammock, nor speaking thine own words, then shalt thou delight thyself in Yah, and he'll cause you to ride upon the high places. And you guys could read that and get some context for it. It's in Isaiah 58. There's some really good truth there.
Maybe a bigger question even than what to do on that day is, why is holding that day holy more important than forbidding slavery or rape?
Did anyone say that? I mean, earlier I heard someone say something about
I
the
did.
doctrine of, yeah. Well, when you say when you say those type of things, it makes me think about what the gentleman said earlier. He was talking about this doctrine of love. I would ask him to define love and to show me how does that love look when it's in action. Show me that. That would be what I would say. Now, among the Sabbath
But
that
I
we're
would
just
rather.
among the
I would
Sabbath that we were
rather.
among the Sabbath that we were just speaking of, and you're putting one above another, right? One sin above another. Uh, if you're gonna love someone, if you're gonna love the Father with all your heart, you're gonna try to keep His commands, and that's what you're gonna do for your fellow man also. So, in going to say that there's one greater than the other, I don't know where you're trying to go with that. I mean, it's
He
just a different
does.
mindset altogether.
He set out the 10 commandments, even though there are two sets, and one of them is to keep the Sabbath, whatever. One of them is not that thou shalt not rape, and another one is not about owning slaves. He doesn't address those two things. So clearly, he finds it more important that you keep the Sabbath. How can you justify that?
What do you think covet, fornication, and adultery are? What do you
They
think
aren't in
that
the Ten
involved in
Commandments.
that? I mean,
They
excuse me?
aren't in the Ten Commandments.
Oh no? Read the 10 Commandments to me.
There's one about not boiling a kid in its mother's milk, about keeping the feast of the leavened bread. I don't know. The feast of the 7
No,
weeks,
that's
whatever.
you're
I'm
wrong
not
with
a
the 10
Bible guy.
Commandments. Well, don't speak
Which
on
commandment?
don't speak on the matter if you don't know it, right?
Which
So,
commandment is thou shalt not rape?
bro,
Yo, you
you know
asked
what?
you
Do
asked
you know
what
what
does love look
fornication
like?
is?
You asked what does love look like? And I would have to say it doesn't look like slavery at all to me.
No, it doesn't. Not the slavery in the
Yeah.
sense that we speak of slavery. No, uh, but your leader is going to serve you, and that's what love looks like. But let me just address this man. So, what is fornication? What is that?
I don't know how they describe it in the Bible, but it could just be sex. Who knows?
All right, man.
What is
Fornication
it?
fornication can be classified as rape.
So I just, you don't know about the matter, don't speak on it. I'm not going to feel comfortable, just
Okay.
speaking about it with you
What
because
commandment
you're not
says
aware
do
of.
not fornicate?
So there is a commandment that says the fornicators will not inherit kingdom of God.
Where's that?
So it's in the scriptures. Just go ahead and read it.
Which commandment? Number 8, number 6, set 2, number 4.
Just
Is
go
it
look up
before boiling a kid
fornicators.
in its mother's milk or
Fornicators
after?
will not inherit the kingdom of God. Same with
That is
adulterers.
not a commandment.
It's a warning. It's a warning that if you follow this particular behavior and practice, you will not inherit the kingdom of God. So
Fine,
rape is
but still not.
rape is along the words of fornication.
To
It could
covet,
be
to commit adultery, any of these things can fall into this category. Uh, so to love your neighbor as yourself, you're not going to rape them, bro. You're not going to rape your neighbor if you love them. That's why I say define love. You're talking about something that's way over your head. You're not even aware of the text. Don't even speak about it, man. Go read it. Go read it. Make yourself aware of it.
Oh, it's
And
so
then
disgusting. I couldn't read it. The more
I
I
mean,
learn about it, the less I want to read it.
he put "Thou shalt not steal" in the commandments, right? Is that one of them? "Thou shalt not steal." I feel like slavery is way worse than stealing. That's like horrible. Wasn't there supposed to be another 5 and Moses cracked them or something or threw them out? Was there supposed to be
Yeah,
more?
that was the first set, and then he changed the 10 Commandments to including not to boil a kid in its mother's milk, which also is apparently more important.
It's another
why is
reason
that?
why God. It's another reason why God shortened a man's life to 120 years, is because He knew the wickedness that lies within the man's heart.
What does that have to do with not owning a slave?
It's getting shorter and shorter.
Because
Listen to this guy.
there's a system that was put in place. If the system was founded in free will, then you're going to have good and evil within those bounds. If you're going to ordain a system, you're going to put that system because there is evil within men's hearts. So just like we have a law system that was once, I believed, ordained by God, it was to deal with the evilness within men's hearts. So if you want to
But
claim
only
that men aren't evil, and then blame the Bible as being that evil, well, then you're not looking at man itself. You're just projecting your blame on the Bible.
is it only men over 120 years old, or what does that have to
No,
do with shortening our lives?
your life has been shortened because of the evilness within men's hearts. That's what the Bible says. Man's life has been shortened to 120 years because of the evil that's within you. So imagine you lived for 500 years and you accumulated a whole bunch of. It's like the Highlander movie. I know it sounds kind of funny, but you amass all this wealth and power. You want to maintain that wealth and power, so you get rid of your enemies. That eventually, evil takes you over at some point. Man, God knows this, recognizes this, shows us this, and then says, no, we're going to put you at 120 years because you're not going to be able to live for 500 and commit all the evil.
Well, two things. One, we don't have a record of somebody ever living 500 years outside of this Bible, and two, obviously our life expectancies are getting longer thanks to modern medicine. So how do you explain those two facts?
Okay, so what they're saying now, they're saying there's a person living to this day. This is what modern science says. There's a person living right now that will live for 1,000 years due to medical intervention. That's what modern science is saying now. So if modern science can add in hormones and drugs and prolong existence of life, you're saying that God initially couldn't have a perfect human being set up in that way that man's now trying to emulate by producing their own hormones within the human brain.
Yeah,
I could say that, but I did.
Well, that's what it is.
You get some medical
No, that's not what I
nanobots
said.
going. You get some medical nanobots going where as soon as you get cancer, anything goes wrong, it's just in there working, fixing that shit immediately. Probably live to like
So I made 2 points.
You're hot,
Which one
Mike.
did
Can you
that
hear me
address?
out?
Yeah. Which point did that address?
Well, you're saying that where does the Bible, or why does the Bible condone all of these things, right? Slavery, rape,
No,
and so
I
forth.
said there.
The Bible isn't
I-
privy. The Bible doesn't give you the ultimatum between good or bad. You have to interpret what's good or bad based on your heart. There are some men that think that slavery is okay. That's why there is slavery. There's some men who think that rape is good. That's why there's rape. The Bible is distinguishing you and giving you boundaries between which is good and bad. And if you were to love somebody, you're not going to put them in slaves. You're not going to enslave them. If you love somebody, you're not going to rape them. The Bible's pretty clear and concise on that. Historically speaking, the Chinese enslaved the Chinese. The blacks enslaved the whites enslaved the blacks. It's all part of our history. The Bible doesn't say that it's good. The Bible doesn't say that it's bad. Bible says that
Right.
you know evil,
exactly
you know
that.
evil, or you know evil or no good by the man that does it. And so if God sets rule book like the 10 Commandments, it's because there's enough information to show that even after the flood, man is still going to be wicked in their hearts. We're going to need laws and rules to protect good people from bad people. And that's basically
That's
the
the
Bible's
whole point.
depicting.
Is that it doesn't flat out say that slavery is bad, but it does flat out say that boiling a kid in its mother's milk is bad. How can you justify that in light of the other?
What do you mean?
What-
Actions that have results, either good or bad. You can just be a historian and tell the story. It doesn't mean that it's good or bad that you told the story. You're just telling a story. So the Bible is not you should look at the Bible as indifferent towards what man is and more of like an instruction book on how to treat an evil man.
What does it say in the commandments? Does it say love thy neighbor? Is that one of
Don't
them?
cheat, don't steal, don't covet the wife, don't murder, don't bear
Does it
false
say love?
witness.
Does it say love thy neighbor?
Isn't that the 10 Commandments that were smashed?
Hold on, is that one of the commandments that it says love thy neighbor, or is that not a commandment?
No, Jeremy.
Okay, relax.
That's Jesus'
Didn't make
parable
the
to love
top
thy
20,
neighbor.
Jeremy.
I'm actually on Chucky's side of this, so.
I know.
It does
that
say
one didn't
that.
make the top
It
20.
does say that in Deuteronomy.
No,
Love thy neighbor. Yes, it does. I'll get it for you.
He asked
Is
if it was
that
a
is
commandment.
that one of? Yeah, that's not one of the commandments. The
Aren't we
neighbor one
Genesis
is
It's not one of the 10,
don't
but
bear
yes.
false witness. Yeah, but the neighbor one is don't bear false witness, right? Like
Yeah, but
don't lie about.
Y'all
It's
are
about your
Deuteronomy
neighbor.
6.
Covet
Deuteronomy
and don't
6.
covet their wife.
Y'all are taking 10 commandments and thinking that's all the commandments of God.
Gotcha.
That is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost
those the ones-
ignorant.
Aren't
Those
those
are
the
the
ones that
top
you put in the
10.
tablet and put in the
Not
ark?
really in order, just in the most effective order.
All of them hang on that. Here, I'll get it.
Jesus, man. Sorry about the Jesus thing. I mean, come on. To think that's all the commandments of God is only 10 on tablets? Yeah.
Well, those are like the big ones, though. Those are like the most important ones, right?
Well, I would say those are the ones that were used in that story in that context to teach lessons, life lessons that we should abide by, yes. But most important, I don't even know that. I mean, I don't know. They're all important. How can you put one above
Yeah, no
another?
doubt.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean, if you're putting
I
God
don't know.
first, that is the list. Hello?
Isn't the Ten
Tell me what
Commandments bit
man-made
different,
law
though?
you need if you're under God's law. Not one.
Yeah, isn't
That's
the
why.
Ten
That's
Commandments
why. That's
a
why
bit
people.
different, though? Yo, Data, you hear me talking, man? Isn't the Ten Commandments a bit different, though? It's like a covenant, like a promise you've made with God.
If you know man is evil and you need to deal with that evil, you need to make that evil aware, or sorry, you need to make that evil stand out. So, how do you make evil stand out? You show what evil is by setting rules and boundaries.
You're saying
would
evil
God
is the
make us
way,
make us
Data?
evil,
Like,
though?
Without those rules and boundaries, you can't classify evil. So God,
Why
but
would
you're
God
only not
make
evil
us
because
evil,
you're
Data?
lazy.
that's not. Is that we're now defining what evil is laziness? No, we